Everyone knows that the basic vitality pill is junk for the poor. It tastes like chewing wax and has virtually no effect. But what they don't know is that when you take it, it triggers a tenfold critical hit. You hold that little blood red pill in your hand, its pungent plastic smell makes you wrinkle your nose. It's the smell of poverty. You swallow it in one gulp, preparing for that familiar bitterness. But this time, the status panel lights up before your eyes. Consumed basic vitality pill, gained energy plus 0.1. Since this is your first time taking it, the tenfold effect is triggered, increasing energy by 1. You're stunned 1 point of energy. Without hesitation, you channel your focus into your sword technique. Ding, technique, basic blade technique tier 1, 98%. The bottleneck that had plagued you for months was instantly broken by this 100 yuan pill. You looked at the remaining pills in the bottle and smiled. This wasn't just a pill, it was clearly the path to the heavens. New Martial Era, February 2024. Donghuang Kingdom, Haishi Province, Green City. Green City No. 2 High School, a long-established institution in Green City, consistently ranks among the top 3 in the city and is considered a key high school. It has been a week since the start of the school year, and the school has already settled into a regular routine. Class 7. Has everyone thought this through? At the lectern, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed them up his nose and spoke in a solemn tone. In 1 week, we'll hold the 100-day pledge ceremony. After that, we'll begin dividing students into martial arts and academic tracks. Everyone should consider their personal circumstances carefully. Don't blindly choose the martial arts track. You must understand that becoming a warrior isn't easy. Last year, only about 70 students from the entire Green City No. 2 High School were admitted to the Martial Academy. The rest all failed the entrance exam and had nowhere to continue their studies. My advice is this: students who have no hope of getting into the Martial Academy should really give up on that path, focus on their academic studies, and aim to get into a better university. That way, your future prospects after graduation will be far better than those who fail the entrance exam. The middle-aged man scanned the room, his gaze lingering for 2 extra seconds on a handsome teenager by the window, a look of regret in his eyes. The classroom fell instantly silent. No one spoke. The handsome boy's expression was calm, making it impossible to read his thoughts. Alright, what I've said may sound harsh, but think it over carefully. If any of you truly want to pursue the martial arts path, come to my office after school to fill out the form. With that, the middle-aged man turned and left the classroom. Brother Can, I'm planning to give up martial arts. Sitting next to the handsome boy was a clean-cut teenager. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, too afraid to look at the handsome boy, and his voice trembled. Yeah, it's best to give it up. The handsome boy's name was Su Can. He nodded in agreement, though a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Brother Can, I. The teenager's eyes were red-rimmed. It's okay. The path of martial arts is difficult to begin with. Su Can sighed. In truth, Teacher Wu had already put it quite gently just now. Last year, although more than 70 students were admitted to the Martial Academy, how many students were there in each graduating class at second high school? 3,000. Out of such a large number, only a little over 70 were admitted to the Martial Academy. Even though not many chose the path of the Martial Academy, only a little over 200. But even before making that choice, they had already gone through a round of screening. These 200-plus students were the cream of the crop in that year's second high school martial arts exam, yet in the end, only a little over 70 of them were admitted, and 90% of those 70 came from well-off families. As for the rest, they were all exceptionally gifted individuals. Truly gifted individuals. Clearly, neither Su Can nor the young man belonged to this group of the exceptionally gifted. Su Can fared slightly better, ranking 150th in the martial arts exam, but was that ranking enough to get into the Martial Academy? It was basically impossible unless, when Su Can returned home, his father could smile and say to him, Su Can, actually, our family is very wealthy. You're a rich kid, we were just pretending to be poor to toughen you up. The saying scholarship for the poor, martial arts for the rich isn't without merit. Mastering martial arts isn't something that can be achieved through sheer effort alone. There are far too many factors involved, far too many. It would be better to give up martial arts, focus his energy on academic studies, and secure a future for himself. But Sukin knew all too well just how miserable those who devoted all their time to martial arts only to fail the college entrance exam ended up being. They were basically left with no choice but to sell their physical labor carrying bricks on construction sites under the scorching sun, or serving as human punching bags earning their money through sheer blood, sweat, and tears. The young man burst into tears. No one laughed at him, because many of those present had been in the same situation. Sukin sighed once more. More than 2,000 years ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic upheaval. Numerous disasters struck the land: hurricanes, hailstorms, and earthquakes as if it were the end of the world. But what truly plunged people into despair was that, after the natural disasters, countless monsters of all shapes and sizes emerged in the human world. They were impervious to blades and bullets, possessed immense strength, and devoured anyone they encountered, quickly plunging humanity into utter despair. Fortunately, as these monsters appeared, humans also discovered that their physical abilities were improving at an astonishing rate, and some even awakened to superpowers. The battle between humans and monsters thus began. After more than 2,000 years of fighting, humanity has only just managed to gain a foothold. In the wake of the disaster, a new era dawned. To commemorate this time, humanity named it the New Martial Era. As for these monsters, humans dubbed them calamity beasts, a name signifying the monsters that brought disaster upon humanity. However, the events described above did not mark the dawn of martial arts for all. The practice of martial arts has always been a challenge for humanity. Constraints such as resources and natural talent made the widespread adoption of martial arts extremely difficult. To this day, martial arts training remains the preserve of a select few. Most people merely practice some basic methods before their senior year of high school, simply to strengthen their bodies and improve their health. After all, those who are not tiered are merely ordinary people. As for why the basic methods were promoted, it was to select true geniuses from among the general populace. At the same time, it aims to improve the physical fitness of the general populace, so that every citizen can be a soldier, ready at any moment to face the wars brought by calamity beasts. Consider this: what is the total population of the entire Donghuang Kingdom? Over 2 billion. But how many true martial academies are there? 72. With an average enrollment of 3,000 students per academy, these 72 institutions admit just over 200,000 students in total. Getting into a martial academy is truly a 1 in 100,000 feat. For the poor, that ratio is even higher. The acceptance rate is significantly higher in major cities. Backwater towns like Green City are simply dragging down the average. Even the top 3 high schools in all of Green City only had a little over 70 students admitted to martial academies last year, not to mention the rest of the high schools. Sukin shook his head and stood up. Brother Kan, you go check out the martial arts hall. Sukin walked out of the classroom without looking back. His departure was so striking that the young boy couldn't help but mutter, "The wind howls, the waters of the river run cold, the hero departs, never to return." The martial arts hall was located in another academic building. It was spacious, spanning the first through third floors, with each floor covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. Sukin strolled over to the martial arts hall. Seeing that there were only a handful of people inside, he was overcome with mixed emotions. He remembered that last semester, this hall had been packed to the brim. It seemed everyone had come to terms with reality. Sukin instinctively made his way to the weapons rack on the side, which held everything from swords and spears to staffs and clubs. Sukin picked up the wooden broadsword he usually used, weighted in his hands a couple of times, and couldn't help but feel the urge to give it a whirl. Martial arts are hard, the path is full of twists and turns. Where am I now? The wooden broadsword spun in Sukin's hands, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Sukin's mastery of the basic blade technique was no slouch. He ranked among the top 10 in his grade. Unfortunately, his family was poor, his mother was bedridden, and his father was the sole breadwinner. There was simply no extra money to allow Sukin to continue on the path of martial arts. The time will come when I'll ride the wind and break the waves, hoist my sail to the clouds, and cross the vast sea. After several swift twists and turns, he delivered the final strike, a blow that radiated sheer elegance. Awesome! As he sheathed his blade, Sukene's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and his face beamed with satisfaction. This was the most exhilarating strike he ever executed. He briefly touched upon the Tier 1 peak stage. Unfortunately, he still fell just short. Well done. A familiar voice of praise came from the doorway. Suken instinctively turned his gaze in that direction and immediately replied respectfully. Teacher Chow. That last strike was beautiful. You've barely touched the peak stage. If only. Teacher Chow paused mid-sentence. He knew Suken well and understood his circumstances. His brow furrowed slightly, eventually giving way to a deep sigh. He had good talent, but unfortunately, his family's circumstances were too poor. Otherwise, he might actually have a chance at getting into the martial academy. Teacher Chow. The 3 or 4 students standing nearby, upon seeing Teacher Chow, also stopped what they were doing and spoke respectfully. Teacher Chow was the school's martial arts instructor. He was a good person, exceptionally skilled, and deeply beloved by his students. Teacher Chow nodded at them, then finally glanced at Suken, a look of hesitation on his face. Teacher Chow, you? Nothing. I mean, if you really never mind. If you can truly master the basic blade technique to the peak stage this week, come find me. With that, Teacher Chow turned and walked away. Suken watched Teacher Chow's retreating figure. His eyes brightened for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. The peak stage of the basic blade technique? As soon as Suken's words fell, an interface resembling a virtual game panel involuntarily appeared before his eyes. Name, Suken. Vitality, 2.32 plus. Strength, 238 kg. Agility, 12.6 meters second. Spirit, 9.9 plus. Technique, basic blade technique Tier 1, 97% plus. A question mark briefly appeared on Suken's forehead, then as if he just remembered something his pupils suddenly contracted. The system? Having awakened the memories of his past life, Suken was naturally no stranger to the system. Suken quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he saw that the virtual panel in front of him was still there, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. I've finally waited for you. I just wonder what functions you have. Suken glanced around without showing any emotion. The 3 classmates nearby had all resumed their previous training after the teacher left. I'd better find a place where no one's around. With a system like this around, one could never be too careful. Suken immediately headed toward the restroom, all the while trying to control the panel in front of him with his mind. To his surprise, it actually worked. Once in the restroom, Suken summoned the panel again and began examining it carefully. 2.32 vitality, about the same as last week's test results, though the decimal point is 1 place more precise this time. Suken sounded a bit surprised. Measuring vitality wasn't exactly a simple matter. There were indeed devices in the world capable of calculating vitality with a single scan, but those were high-end gadgets that a municipal-level school couldn't afford. They relied on standard methods for measuring vitality, conducting strength and agility tests, performing big data analysis, and ultimately deriving a value that corresponded to vitality. The algorithm isn't necessarily accurate, but it ensures the margin of error stays within a certain range. Regardless of the method, however, the results can only be accurate to 1 decimal place. It's not that the second decimal place is impossible, but the margin of error is too large, and the cost is too high, so it's simply not worth it. My strength and agility have actually gone up slightly. As for martial skills, I'm stuck at 97% progress, just 3% away from Tier 1 peak stage. It's just this spirit. Suken furrowed his brow. He wasn't quite sure about spirit either. After all, the school couldn't measure it. He only heard from others that spirit was very important after tiered. Before tiered, it didn't seem to be of much use. Suken shook his head. Now wasn't the time to focus on that. The priority right now was to figure out the panel's functions. Looking at this panel, the only unusual thing is that there's a plus sign next to both vitality and martial arts. Could this be the deep blue stat allocation? Suken focused his mental energy on the plus sign to see what would happen. Insufficient energy. Allocation failed. Insufficient energy? Sukin paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. Energy could it be? Having read plenty of novels in his previous life, Sukin naturally had an idea. Sukin pulled a small white vial straight from his pocket, poured out a blood-red pill about the size of a Luwei Dihuang pill and popped it into his mouth, chewing it immediately. It tasted awful, like chewing wax. But for the poor, or rather, for most people, this was all they could afford. Basic Vitality Pill. 3,000 per bottle, with 30 pills in each. Its function was simple: to help warriors like him replenish depleted vitality. However, because it was so cheap, its effects were quite limited. Sukin used them sparingly, one a day, combined with his regular meals, just to barely maintain his vitality. After swallowing a basic vitality pill, Sukin kept his eyes fixed on the interface, waiting to see if there would be any reaction. Took a basic vitality pill, gained energy plus 0.1. Since this is the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 1. A tenfold effect on the first use? Sukin felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected this effect. I just don't know what this 1 point of energy is good for. Sukin looked at the new entry at the very bottom of the interface, energy 1. Let us give it a try. Sukin focused his mind on the plus sign next to vitality, and watched as the vitality value on the interface changed from 2.32 to 2.33 points. Sukin also felt a warm current surge through his body. It seemed his strength had increased. 1 point of energy directly increased my vitality by 0.01? Sukin paused for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Don't let the 0.01 increase fool you. How long would it normally take him to gain that much vitality through cultivation? Over an entire winter break, taking one basic vitality pill a day and training relentlessly, he'd only managed to increase his vitality by 0.05, an average of just 0.01 per week. But now, a single basic vitality pill worth 100 yuan had achieved this result? How could Sukin not be thrilled? This one pill is worth 0.01 vitality. No, wait. That's 0.01 vitality with a tenfold boost. This one is actually worth 0.001 vitality. So 1,000 of them would increase my vitality by 1. And 1,000 of them would cost 100,000. Sukin swallowed hard. 100,000 yuan was no small sum, but if just 100,000 yuan could increase vitality by 1, if anyone found out about this, they'd probably be utterly shocked, wouldn't they? Phew. Sukin forced himself to calm down, exhaled, and looked at the small white bottle in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it. He downed the entire bottle. Sukin had consumed more than half of this bottle, leaving only 12 pills remaining. Consumed a basic vitality pill, gained plus 0.1 energy. Since this is the second time, the 5-fold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 0.5. Consumed a basic vitality pill, gained plus 0.1 energy. Since this is the third time, the 3-fold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 0.3. Took a basic vitality pill, gained plus 0.1 energy. After swallowing all the basic vitality pills, Sukin's energy level rose from 0 back up to 1.9. Perfect, all of it went into vitality. Wait a minute. Sukin paused. He recalled what Teacher Chow had said: if he could consistently master the basic blade technique up to the Tier 1 peak stage, he should go find him. Sukin remembered that Teacher Chow specialized in teaching techniques. He held the title of senior teacher and had considerable resources within the school. Moreover, Sukin recalled seeing a job posting at the Starlight Club while working his part-time job. They seemed to be hiring sparring partners for basic martial arts techniques. Allocating this 1.9 energy to vitality would only increase it by less than 0.02, which wouldn't have much impact on his overall strength. But if it were for a basic martial arts technique? Let us see how much energy this 1% progress requires. Let us allocate some points. Technique: basic blade technique Tier 1, 98%. 1 energy was consumed, leaving 0.9 remaining. Instantly, Sukin felt his understanding of the basic blade technique deepen another step. 1 energy increases progress by 1%. That's not bad. To raise the progress to 100%, I'll need another 1.1 energy. Only after mastering the basic blade technique to 100% at Tier 1 can I go to Teacher Chow for help. With the basic blade technique at 100% Tier 1, I'll be able to earn more money at the Starlight Club, too. Su Kan's mind was now completely focused on how to make money. I still have over 3,000 martial coins on me, just enough to buy a bottle of basic vitality pills. One bottle of vitality pills will give me 3 energy, that's enough. But with this amount of money, getting into the elite class 1T be easy. Su Kan was really at a loss. I ranked 152nd at the end of last year. After the winter break, my ranking might go up a bit. But the elite class only accepts the top 50 students. Based on previous year's requirements for the elite class, you need at least a vitality score of 2.8 to get in. If my basic blade technique reaches the peak stage, that will give me a bonus and lower the requirement a bit, but even so, I'll still need at least 2.7 vitality to have a chance. Looking at it this way, in addition to getting my basic blade technique to Tier 1 peak stage, I'll need to increase my vitality by 0.37. That 0.01 point of vitality requires 1,000 martial coins, that's 37,000 martial coins. 37,000 martial coins, that was a huge sum for Su Kan, and even for his family. His family simply couldn't come up with that much. Phew! Su Kan let out a breath. According to the instructions, the first time you take a new elixir, you get a 10-fold effect. The second time, 5 times, the third, 3 times, the fourth, 2 times, and only after that does it return to normal. If that is the case, it doesn't seem impossible to make the increase within 7 days. While pondering this, Su Kan headed to his homeroom teacher's office and signed the application form for the martial arts class. Naturally, the homeroom teacher gave him a long, heartfelt lecture, trying to persuade Su Kan to give up martial arts in favor of academics, but Su Kan was resolute and remained unmoved. Su Kan, I won't turn this application in just yet. Take another 2 days to think it over carefully. You're a quick learner, kid. If you study hard, getting into a top-tier university 1T be a problem. After leaving the martial arts hall, Teacher Chow went straight back to his office. Sitting at his desk, Teacher Chow looked at a document on the table that clearly bore the words Genius Loan Application Form. That kid Su Kan really does have talent. If he came from a middle-class family, he'd actually have a shot at getting into the martial academy, but given the current situation. Teacher Chow shook his head. A basic blade technique at nearly the peak stage of level 1 wasn't enough to qualify for the loan. Even if he swallowed his pride, he wouldn't be able to secure it. Unless Su Kan managed to master the basic blade technique to the peak stage of level 1 within a week, in which case Teacher Chow could swallow his pride, make a phone call, and perhaps secure the lowest tier genius loan. But Teacher Chow wasn't sure if doing so would be for the best. After all, the genius loan had to be repaid. Given Su Kan's talent, even if he received the genius loan, he wouldn't be able to make it into the elite class. If he couldn't get into the elite class, the 50,000 yuan stipend would eventually run out. By the time he graduated, he still wouldn't be able to get into the martial academy. He'd have wasted his prime years and ended up with a debt to pay off. For Su Kan's family, this would be nothing short of adding insult to injury. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of school. Su Kan slung his backpack over his shoulder, hurried out of the school, and made his way to a general store near the Treasure Guild. The Treasure Guild was a nationally renowned high-end store, and the items inside were quite expensive. Su Kan couldn't afford to spend money unnecessarily. Su Kan usually bought his basic vitality pills from the nearby grocery store, where they sold for 120 per pill or 3,000 per bottle, considerably cheaper than at Treasure Guild. It's important to note that Treasure Guild didn't sell them individually. You had to buy a whole bottle, which cost 3,300 martial coins. Unfortunately, the grocery store carried too many types of elixirs, and there were only 2 that boosted vitality. One is the basic vitality pill that Su Kan usually takes, and the other is the enhanced version of the vitality pill. Uncle Zhao, how much is one of these enhanced vitality pills? Su Kan knew the shop owner. He'd worked part-time there a few times before. Oh, it's Kan. Uncle Zhao broke into a warm smile when he saw it was Su Kan. Why are you suddenly buying the enhanced vitality pills? They're not great value for money, 550 per pill. While they're significantly more effective than the basic vitality pill, they waste a lot of your vitality, so it's not worth it. If you want some, the basic vitality pill is a better deal. I can give you a discount 50 off per bottle. Uncle Zhao, I understand what you're saying, of course. But the class placement exams are coming up soon, and I want to give it my all. Sukan explained with a smile. Alright then, I'll give you a discount 540 per pill. Uncle Zhao, if I buy 4, can you make it a little cheaper? Sukan wasn't sure how effective the enhanced vitality pills were, so it made more sense to buy 4 first. After all, even if the enhanced vitality pill's effects were poor, with that twofold boost, its value for money couldn't possibly be worse than the basic vitality pill, right? 4 pills, huh? Uncle Zhao thought for a moment, then finally relented. Alright, I'll let you have them for 2,100 martial coins, that's 15 martial coins off per pill. Hearing this, Sukan naturally thanked him with delight. Having worked at a general store before, Sukan understood that although Uncle Zhao was still making a profit on this price, it was truly fair. Medicinal pills certainly couldn't be sold at cost, all sorts of expenses had to be factored in. Don't be so polite with your uncle, kid. Uncle Zhao's smile widened as he deftly placed 4 enhanced vitality pills into a small white bottle. The enhanced vitality pills were a size larger than ordinary vitality pills and had a deeper red color. Hee. Sukan took the small bottle, gave a chuckle, and left the general store to return home. Ah, Ken is back. Sukan lived in a shantytown. His home was tiny, just 30 square meters. The 30 square meters were divided into 2 rooms and a kitchen. You can imagine just how small it was. Sukan's room was barely big enough for a bed, and even the door swung outward. Mom! Sukan glanced at the middle-aged woman with a pale, bloodless face and a few strands of gray at her temples. His eyes welled up slightly. This was his mother, Lin Susu. A very ordinary mother. As for Sukan's father, he wasn't at home. He was working away from home to support the family. His mother's illness wasn't serious, but she was extremely frail and unable to work outside the home. She had to take a lot of medicine every month just to keep her body functioning. Actually, the solution wasn't difficult, it just required a lot of money, which Sukan's family couldn't afford. Sukan offered his mother a few words of comfort, then returned to the room that could only fit a single bed. Phew! Let us see how this works. Sukan pushed those jumbled thoughts aside. Now that he had a chance to break free, he had to seize it. As long as he could get into the martial academy and successfully pass the tiered exam, his mother's illness wouldn't be a problem. For his mother's sake, for his family's sake, he had to work even harder. Sukan poured out the enhanced vitality pill. Unlike the pungent, plastic-like smell of the basic vitality pill, the enhanced vitality pill carried a faint, refreshing fragrance. Don't let me down. Sukan murmured softly, then quickly popped the enhanced vitality pill into his mouth. The taste was different too. It had a hint of sweetness, but also a touch of bitterness. Soon, the pill dissolved in Sukan's mouth. Took an enhanced vitality pill, gained plus 0.5 energy. Since this is the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 5. How much? Sukan saw that the energy on the panel had jumped from 0.9 to 5.9 and immediately broke into an ecstatic grin. 525 martial coins per pill for 0.5 energy points. That means it costs 1,050 martial coins to gain 1 energy. That's a slightly worse value than the basic vitality pill. But if I buy more of these enhanced vitality pills, the price might go down. Maybe I can even get them for under 490 martial coins each. Sukan muttered to himself, then quickly swallowed the second, third, and fourth enhanced vitality pills. Instantly, the energy on Sukan's interface reached 10.9 points. 10.9 points of energy if added to vitality, that would directly increase it by 0.1. This was the result of 2 months of relentless effort, and now it was accomplished just like that. Sukan couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, there was hope. Allocate points. Allocate points. Sukan suppressed his inner excitement, opened his interface, and began allocating points. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Tier 1 99%. Technique, Basic blade technique Tier 1 100%. Allocation failed. Insufficient energy. Requires 10 energy. Is it not working? Sukun looked at his basic blade technique, which had already reached Tier 1 at 100%, and a bright smile spread across his face. It used a bit more energy than I expected. Going from 99% to 100% actually took 2 points of energy. Sukun pouted, but he understood the gap between 99% and 100% was indeed significant. To advance my basic blade technique to the second stage, I need 10 points of energy. Right now, I only have 7.9. I'm 2.1 points short. Sukun fell deep in thought. I still have over 1,300 martial coins on me. Even if I used all of them to buy vitality pills, it wouldn't be enough to boost my energy to 10. I'd still be short about 800 martial coins. If I add these 7.9 energy points to my vitality, it'll only increase my vitality by 0.07. That's too little. Sukun shook his head. I might as well head to the Starlight Club first to see if I can earn those 800 martial coins. It'd be better to advance my basic blade technique to the second tier. There might be 5 or 6 students at the Tier 1 peak stage in the school, but as for those who reached the second tier, I'd guess he's the only one. Plus, with a Tier 2 basic blade technique, I'll get better treatment at the Starlight Club. That's exactly it. With a plan in mind, Sukun quickly left the room. Mom, I'm going out to run some errands. I probably won't be home for dinner tonight. Okay, Kenner, be careful on your way. So this is the Starlight Club. A little over 10 minutes later, Sukun jogged all the way to the entrance of the Starlight Club. The Starlight Club is a well-known local club in Haishi Province. It enjoys a high profile and is considered a fairly reputable establishment. It's quite large in scale, with a Starlight Club branch in almost every city in Haishi Province. Green City is, of course, no exception. Looking at the resplendent golden entrance, Sukun didn't hesitate and walked in confidently. Sukun? As soon as she stepped through the doors, Sukun heard a voice that sounded vaguely familiar and instinctively looked over. Cousin Lining? Seeing a familiar figure before her, which matched the name from her memory, Sukun called out to her. What a coincidence! Are you here to train, too? Lining wasn't alone. There were 5 of them in total, 2 women and 3 men, all wearing designer sportswear that was far from cheap, a stark contrast to Sukun's faded, no-name training outfit. The other 4 were also sizing Sukun up, their eyes full of scrutiny. No, I'm here to apply for a sparring partner position. Sukun didn't care what they thought and openly stated his purpose. I see. Lining was the daughter of Sukun's maternal uncle. Her family was fairly well off. Although neither her uncle nor aunt had achieved tiered status, they both held positions at their respective work units and enjoyed excellent benefits and compensation. They were actually quite kind to Sukun's family. They didn't look down on them, had even lent them some money, and their relationship was decent. Lining's attitude towards Sukun was also friendly and courteous. Overall, things were manageable. The family's character was decent, and there was no sign of them looking down on their poorer relatives. Cousin, I'll go in first, Sukun said with a smile. Okay, let us chat when you have time. Let us chat when we have time. With that, Sukun walked toward the lobby. Once Sukun's figure had faded into the distance, the short-haired girl standing beside Lining remarked casually. Is that the poor relative you were talking about? He is definitely handsome, but it's a shame he'll never reach tiered status in his lifetime. Otherwise, I'd have asked you to introduce him to me. When Lining heard the words poor relative, she frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased, but she didn't say much. She just nodded slightly. What good is being handsome? In this day and age, only by becoming a warrior can you rise above the rest. The boy standing beside her, who looked somewhat mature for his age, raised his head proudly. That's right. If you're not tiered, you're just a commoner. Lining nodded in agreement. Those who weren't tiered were indeed mere mortals. Only the tiered could hold a certain status in this society. That was exactly what her parents hoped for, which was why they invested so much effort in her. Fortunately, she had decent talent, so there was still hope she could get into the martial academy and bring honor to her family. Sukan had no idea what was going on outside, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Boring. Sukan entered the lobby, headed straight for the front desk, and explained his purpose. A sword technique of first-tier perfect quality? Or a senior high school student from this year's class? Alright, please fill out this form. The receptionist was a sweet-looking young woman who showed no signs of looking down on anyone. She was very friendly toward Sukan. There's a reason the Starlight Club has thrived so well. Its staff undergoes specialized training and is strictly forbidden from looking down on anyone. Sukan glanced at the form. There wasn't much to fill out, mainly name, school, age, address, and so on. Of course, the most important fields were vitality and his specialty in basic methods. Sukan thought for a moment and filled out the information. There was no need to lie. Here you go. Sukan handed the completed form to the receptionist, who glanced at it and looked surprised. Her handwriting was beautiful. All set. Please follow me, I'll take you to the assessment. The receptionist took the form with a smile, held it in her hand as she walked out, and led the way ahead. Sukan quickly followed. After 2 or 3 minutes, the receptionist led Sukan into a large room of about 100 square meters and handed the form to a middle-aged man. Brother Chio, this is the young man here for the sparring partner assessment. Here's his information, take a look. Brother Chow replied, taking the form with one hand. Instead of looking at it right away, he first sized up Sukan for a moment before glancing at the form. Brother Chow's gaze was piercing. Sukan even felt a chill run down his spine. This Brother Chow must be incredibly powerful. A perfect first-tier basic blade technique, huh? Brother G nodded slightly and said casually. Want to give it a try? How does it work? Sukan didn't shy away from the challenge, and his confident demeanor actually brought a smile to Brother G's face. There are battle axes over there. Grab one, and just attack me. Alright. Sukan didn't waste any time. He strode quickly toward the weapon rack, glanced around, picked out a wooden battle knife that felt comfortable in his hand, tested it briefly, and then said to Brother Jean. Brother Jean, I'll start now. Brother Jean gave a soft response, casually picked up a stick from the side, leaned forward slightly, and entered a combat stance. Ha! With the battle axe in hand, Sukan's aura changed instantly. Seeing this, Brother Chi gave a slight nod. As the saying goes, a true expert's skill is evident the moment they make their move. Judging by this change in Sukan, Brother Chi felt that even if his axe technique hadn't quite reached the first-tier peak stage, it surely wasn't far off. With the battle blade in hand, he moved lightly on his feet and quickly closed the distance to Brother Jean. He didn't swing directly. Although the swing was the most common move in basic blade technique, its range was too wide. Charging in with a swing right at the start would be asking for trouble. All an opponent had to do was step aside to put him in a tight spot. A sweeping strike. A technique where the blade is raised from below, it's relatively quick and easy to transition into other moves, making it ideal for opening the fight. Actually, Sukan preferred the quick draw technique style of attack, deciding the outcome with a single strike. Bang! Brother Chi raised his wooden staff and pressed it downward. A tremendous force surged through the web of his hand. What incredible strength! Sukan wasn't surprised. Brother Chow had tremendous presence, and his vitality was definitely no less than 7. He might even be a near warrior. A near warrior is someone whose vitality has reached the limit of 9.9, just one step away from breaking through. But that final step is incredibly difficult. It has held back countless people. Sukan was fully focused, without a single distraction. Brother Jean also controlled his strength, doing his best to let Sukan fully demonstrate his sword techniques. As time went on, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Not bad. You have a solid foundation. I guess you've been at the first-tier peak stage for quite some time now. There is a difference between one and another peak stage within the same tier. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Sukan had only just entered the first-tier peak stage. That's enough. After fighting for nearly 5 minutes, Sukan's hair was drenched in sweat, while Brother Jean still looked calm and composed. Good. Sukan sheathed his sword, panting, his arms trembling slightly. Those 5 minutes of combat had been no easy feat for Suk, and he'd been attacking at full force the entire time. I've assessed your abilities. I can offer you 2 options. Sukan looked at Brother Chi with serious eyes. Go ahead. First, you can be a regular sparring partner. I'll call you when I need you, and I'll pay you 600 per hour. Sukan nodded without saying a word. Second, you can sign an exclusive contract with our Starlight Club. Once you sign, you'll be our exclusive sparring partner. As for pay, the base salary is 3,000 a month, and the training rate is also 600 per hour. However, you'll need to spend a total of 150 hours at the Starlight Club during regular business hours. What if my skills improve and I advance to stage 2 of the basic blade technique? Sukan didn't agree right away. Instead, he asked a question that caught Brother Chow off guard. Second stage? Brother Chow couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. You're a kid who really suits my taste. If you can reach the second stage, and I'm talking before the college entrance exams, I'll give you a base salary of 10,000, plus a training rate of 1,500 per hour. Sukan nodded. He understood that his status as a student still gave him an advantage. If it were after the college entrance exams, even with a second-tier basic blade technique, he wouldn't be able to command such a high rate. But there are different levels within the second-tier basic blade technique, and I'll also be learning advanced martial arts techniques by then. Sukan merely nodded, and Brother Chio immediately understood what he meant. You little rascal. Brogao chuckled helplessly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Here's the deal. Aside from what I mentioned earlier, I'll also include the benefits and promotion pathways for different levels of training partners at our Starlight Club, so you'll have room to advance. But the later stages are too difficult. You'll basically have to wait until after you graduate. Okay. Only then did Sukan nod in satisfaction. Then come with me. Brother Chi led Sukan to print out the contract, which laid out all the details clearly. 7 vitality plus a level 2 basic method, plus mastering 1 advanced technique to the level 1 proficiency stage, would qualify one to apply for a bronze level sparring partner review. The position offered a monthly base salary of 20,000, plus a sparring fee of 3,000 per hour. 9 vitality plus level 1 mastery of an advanced technique would qualify one to apply for a silver tier sparring partner review, with a monthly base salary of 50,000 plus 8,000 per hour for sparring sessions. The terms became increasingly extravagant as he read on, even including benefits for the warrior stage. Sukan merely skimmed over them and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in achieving them, it was simply unnecessary to read that far. Brother Chi. What's up? So, is it possible to get an advance on a month's salary? A few question marks appeared on Brother Cho's forehead at first, then he gave Sukan and Sukan's faded shirt a serious look. Sure. February's almost over anyway, so I'll just give you an advance on your February salary. Huh? This time it was Sukan's turn to be taken aback, though it was true that there were only 5 days left in the month. But an advance of 500 yuan. Just kidding. You make 3,000 a month, plus the 5 days left this month. I'll just give you a 3,500 yuan advance. Seeing Sukan's dazed expression, Brother Jean couldn't help but burst out laughing. The accountant standing nearby gave Brother Jean a discreet look, but he didn't notice at all. Only then did Sukan chuckle and pick up a pen to sign his name on the contract. Now that's a much friendlier way to address me, Brother Jean. Brother Chow smiled warmly. Brother Chow, I can start working right now. Alright, it's just past 6 now, so you've got 5 hours left. That's exactly what I was thinking. You little rascal. All set. You can go rest in the martial arts room for now. Someone will contact you later when they need a sparring partner. Sukan spoke gratefully. Brother Chow was a really nice guy. After Sukan left the room, the finance manager turned to Brother Chow. Brother Chow, we can't pay wages in advance. I know. Then why did you? Give me his bank card. Hearing this, the finance manager shuddered. Brother Jean, you. Stop blabbering so much. There are quite a few people practicing the basic blade technique. Swords, spears, and blades are the three major categories, and roughly 80% of people choose one of these three. High school students who can serve as sparring partners at the Tier 1 peak stage of the basic blade technique are still in high demand. After all, rarity drives up value. There are plenty of practitioners at the Tier 1 peak stage of basic blade technique, but high school students at that level are very rare. After all, in Green City, there are quite a few people who reached the Tier 1 peak stage of basic blade technique at this age. Even if they have, their families are usually well off, so they wouldn't come out to work as sparring partners. In just one night, Sukin was booked twice, earning 1,200 martial coins, and he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. This is awesome. At midnight, the Starlight Club closed for the night. Sukin was completely exhausted, but his eyes were shining brightly. He couldn't help it. Earning money this easily felt just too good. If it weren't for the fact that all the convenience stores were already closed, Sukin would have rushed out immediately to buy a batch of basic vitality pills to swallow, so he could complete the transformation of his basic blade technique. Sukin looked at the number on his bank card and couldn't help but smile. 6,016 martial coins. The 3,500 martial coins Brother Zhao had advanced him had been credited to his account a little after 10 p.m. This made Sukin marvel. A big club really is a big club. Their efficiency is top-notch. Time to go home. Sukin dragged his weary body toward home. For the first time, he felt that the streets at midnight were so bright they warmed his heart and made him feel at ease. It's so good to see days filled with hope. Plus, the Starlight Club is very accommodating toward contracted sparring partners. During off-duty hours, they're allowed to spend time at the club as they please and use some of the equipment as long as it doesn't disturb the guests. Early the next morning, Sukin headed to the grocery store to buy vitality pills. Uncle Zhao was really good to Sukin. For 6,000 martial coins, Sukin had two options: 12 enhanced vitality pills, or 2 bottles of basic vitality pills, plus 2 free ones. Sukin calculated the cost-effectiveness of both options. The first option was 12 enhanced vitality pills. Each one increased energy by 0.5, so 12 pills would total 6 points of energy. The second option was 62 basic vitality pills, totaling 6.2 energy. It was obvious which was better. Sukin chose the 62 basic vitality pills. Once he had them, he immediately found a secluded spot and started taking them. After swallowing all 62 pills, Sukin's energy increased by 6.2 points. Combined with his previous total, his energy now stood at 14.1 points. Now I can upgrade the basic blade technique to the second tier. Sukin grinned widely and immediately began allocating his points. How many people in all of Green City could possibly cultivate the basic blade technique to the second tier at this stage? Probably no more than 5. With 4.1 energy points remaining, Sukin allocated all 4 to vitality, leaving just 0.1 energy point unused. Awesome! After completing all this, Sukin felt his strength had increased dramatically. Sukin immediately opened his stats panel and couldn't stop smiling. Name: Sukin. Vitality: 2.37 plus. Strength: 248 kilograms. Agility: 13.1 ms. Spirit: 9.9 plus. Technique: Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 1% plus. I've got 6 days left. With my Stage 2 Basic Blade Technique, all I need to do is go to the Starlight Club and upgrade my contract. A base salary of 10,000, plus 1,500 per hour for sparring sessions. As long as enough people book me from now on, I'll be able to buy a real vitality pill. A vitality pill. This is a luxury item only the wealthy can afford. One pill costs 20,000. The nationwide retail price is 20,000, and it's only sold in major stores, since selling it requires a special license. If I could buy just one vitality pill and get a tenfold boost, wouldn't I just skyrocket? Even if this vitality pill's effect is mediocre, say, worth only 10 energy points with a tenfold boost, that'd become 100 energy. If I put all of that toward vitality, it would instantly increase my vitality by 1 point. Sukin couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. With his current strength, adding that 1 point of vitality would bring his total to 3.37. With 3.37 points of vitality, even if he were in the elite class, he'd probably rank within the top 30, right? Sukan forced himself to calm down. Nothing was certain yet, so why rush? Besides, 3.37 points of vitality was nothing compared to true geniuses. Sukan's ambitions naturally expanded. I'm going to school right now to find Teacher Chow. When Sukan arrived at school, he immediately headed to Teacher Chow's office to find him. Unfortunately, Teacher Chow wasn't in his office, so Sukan had no choice but to wait until after class. Fortunately, this time he didn't make the trip for nothing. Teacher Chow. Before Sukan even reached Teacher Chow's office, he saw Teacher Chow holding some materials, lost in thought, his attention completely elsewhere. Sukan? Teacher Chow was slightly taken aback when he saw Sukan. Teacher Chow, my basic blade technique has reached the Tier 1 peak stage. Sukan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. What did you say? My basic blade technique has reached the Tier 1 peak stage. Only then did Teacher Chow recall that he'd told Sukan yesterday, if his basic blade technique reached the Tier 1 peak stage, he could come find him. At that thought, a complex expression crossed Teacher Chow's face. He began to regret saying that yesterday. This year, First High School has produced quite a few promising students, and they're likely to take up a significant number of spots. Given Sukan's vitality, even with his basic blade technique at the Tier 1 peak stage, he might not necessarily qualify for the genius loan. Of course, his main concern was Sukan's future. Teacher Chow. Sukan looked at Teacher Chow's expression, feeling a bit puzzled. Sigh, I'll just tell you. Teacher Chow shared his thoughts with Sukan, including the details about the genius loan. Sukan was now 18 years old, an adult and capable of taking responsibility for his own affairs. Genius loan? Even the lowest tier is 50,000 yuan? Sukan's eyes lit up instantly. 50,000 yuan. If he could get his hands on that 50,000, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? Damn! He had to go for it. This genius loan was meant for him and no one else. Teacher Chow, are you worried that I won't make it into the elite class or get into the martial academy? That way, not only would I not be able to go to college, but I'd also be stuck with this 50,000 debt? Yes. Teacher Chow's tone was wistful. If only Sukan's family were better off. At this stage, there were probably only about 5 students in the entire school who had cultivated the basic method to the Tier 1 peak stage. It was such a pity. Although the basic method is important, in the college entrance exam, vitality carries significantly more weight. What's more, while vitality scores can vary widely, the basic method is much harder to differentiate by. Those who are not as good as Sukan in the basic method but can still compete with him, each of their basic method levels is no lower than 90% of Tier 1. Teacher Chow, what if my basic method were at the second stage? What? Teacher Chow's voice suddenly rose. Here I come. Sukan was ready to show Teacher Chow with his actions. He formed his hand into a blade and swiftly slashed toward him. As a teacher specializing in technique and a master of swordsmanship, Teacher Chow naturally had an extremely keen eye. He saw right through Sukan's true capabilities at a glance. Teacher Chow's eyes lit up. This kid actually had a trick like this up his sleeve. Watching Teacher Chow casually block his knife hand strike, Sukan said with a smile. Teacher Chow, is a second-tier basic method enough? It's enough. There might even be a chance to compete for the second tier. How much is the second tier? 100,000. Whoa! Sukan exaggeratedly made a whoa gesture, earning a roll of the eyes from Teacher Chow. That's a bit over the top. 100,000. Sukan was ecstatic. If he could really get that 100,000, wouldn't he be set for life? First, he'd stock up on vitality pills, then his strength would skyrocket like a little rocket. Alright, since you've reached the second stage of the basic blade technique, you can fill out this form. I'll help you apply for the second tier. Don't worry. Even though your vitality isn't high, you've mastered the second stage of the basic blade technique. Even if you don't qualify for the second tier, the first tier is a sure thing. Sukan was overjoyed. Next, Teacher Chow led him to the testing room to measure Su Kan's strength and agility. These required verification, so they couldn't just be filled in arbitrarily. Since Su Kan was the only one being tested, the results came back quickly. 248 kilograms. 13.1 meters per second in agility. These results put you at 2.4 vitality. Teacher Chow furrowed his brow. With this level of vitality, you certainly won't make it into the elite class. You're even falling short for the second-tier basic method. Unless you can master the advanced technique in the next few days, then you might still have a chance. Advanced technique. When Su Kan heard those 4 words, his eyes lit up involuntarily. The advanced technique, as the name suggests, is an upgrade to the basic method. The basic method teaches basic techniques for various weapons such as the slashing, chopping, thrusting, and sweeping motions in swordplay, all very fundamental movements. Mastering these movements and combining them to form combat techniques is the essence of the basic method. The advanced technique, on the other hand, builds upon the basic method by employing special techniques to unleash even greater power. Anyone can master the basic method as long as they're willing to put in the effort. But the advanced technique is a different story. The prerequisite for learning the advanced technique is mastering the basic method to 100% at Tier 1, and that's just the foundation. It doesn't guarantee you'll be able to learn it. Many people who lack sufficient insight cannot even begin to master advanced techniques, even after reaching 100% in the second stage of the basic method. Even quite a few geniuses spent several days just getting started with advanced techniques while still in the second stage of the basic method. 6 days is really tight. Teacher Chow, You want to learn, right? Yes. Alright, come see me tomorrow. I've compiled some advanced techniques for swordplay. You can take a look and see which one suits you best. Whether an advanced technique suits you or not is really important. With the right advanced technique, you might get the hang of it in just a few days. But if it's not a good fit, it could take months just to get the hang of it. By the way, I'll let you in on a little secret. Since our school's results last year weren't very good, we were outperformed by third high. The principal went out and secured some sponsorship specifically for the elite class. If you can get into the elite class, with your natural talent for martial arts and the extra resources, you might even get into a top-tier martial academy. As a teacher, Teacher Chow was naturally skilled at painting a rosy picture. Even Su Kan, who had been reborn, couldn't help but feel his blood boil. After all, the advanced technique counts as a bonus in the college entrance exam. Although the martial arts college entrance exam tests vitality and basic method, if you've mastered the advanced technique, you can apply to demonstrate it and you'll receive bonus points based on the results of your demonstration. Moreover, advanced techniques and basic methods influence each other. Mastering an advanced technique can also accelerate your progress in basic methods. Green City No. 1 High School. As the undisputed dominant force in Green City No. 1 High School enjoys an extremely high status. By the final month of the first semester of senior year, Green City No. 1 High School had already formed its elite classes. Not just one, but 2 elite classes. One strong, one weak. Last year, the majority of students in the stronger elite class were admitted to a key martial academy. This is a key martial academy, after all. There are 72 martial academies nationwide, and only those ranked in the top 20 are designated as key martial academies. Last year, only about 50 students from all of Green City were admitted to key martial academies, and Green City No. 1 High School accounted for the majority of them, which speaks volumes about its strength. Last year, there were 7,000 test takers in all of Green City, of whom more than 1,100 chose to apply to Martial Academy. However, out of those 1,100, fewer than 300 successfully gained admission. The rest all fell short. Nearly half of those 300 were from Green City No. 1 High School. In fact, every year, over 90% of those admitted to the Martial Academy in Green City come from Green City No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 high schools. The remaining 6 high schools combined account for less than 10%. This alone shows just how strong Green City No. 1 High School is. If it weren't for the fact that its elite class only accepts 100 students, combined with personal connections and the mindset of better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a dragon, even more students would apply to Green City No. 1 High School. Elite Class 2 is essentially the second-tier elite class. Linning was in this class. Linning, look, it's Luo Xiao. The short-haired girl who was with Linning that day suddenly let out a shriek, just like a fan who de-spotted a celebrity. Luo Xiao? Where? Before Linning could even react, the rest of the girls in the class were already buzzing with excitement, all looking in the direction the short-haired girl was staring. There, a teenager with a close-cropped black crew cut walked past the doorway with a cold expression, a cleaver strapped to his back. He is so handsome. If I could date Luo Xiao, I'd gladly give up a few decades of my life. The girl with short hair gazed at him with starry-eyed adoration, but no one around her seemed surprised. Because this boy was Luo Xiao, one of the top 3 geniuses consistently ranked at Green City First High School and the young master of the Luo family of Green City. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his family background was also incredibly strong. He was a bona fide rich kid. No, it would be more accurate to say rich for several generations. The Luo family ranked among the top in all of Green City. With a lineage stretching back hundreds of years and several warriors emerging in every generation, they were a true powerhouse. Someone like that naturally attracts a lot of attention. Linning's gaze toward Luo Xiao wasn't quite that dramatic, but it was still quite intense. Evening. Su can return to the Starlight Club. This time, he went straight to the large room from the previous day and found Brother Chi. What do you want, kid? Brother Chi was somewhat surprised to see Su can come looking for him. Brother Chi, my basic blade technique has reached the second stage. Su can briefly explained his purpose, and Brother Chi was taken aback. The second stage? Yeah. Brother Chi walked straight over to the weapon rack and tossed Su can the battle blade he used the day before. He threw it with considerable force, clearly intending to test Su Can. Su Can's gaze remained calm. He stepped back just a bit and caught the blade steadily in his hand. Brother Chi grabbed an identical battle blade and swung it toward Su Can. Brother Chi's agility was lightning fast. This strike left Su Can no chance to dodge. Faced with such a powerful blow, Su Can had no choice but to raise his battle axe, lower his center of gravity, and use the momentum to block Brother Chi's attack. Bang! Brother Chiu pressed his advantage. The battle axe in his hand became a blur as he swung it. That's a fast blade. Su Can marveled inwardly. Brother Jean's opening slash was executed with incredible agility. It was unlike an ordinary straight strike, leaving almost no openings. Faced with Brother Jean's onslaught, Su Can could only grit his teeth and hold his ground. His palms tingled slightly as he kept retreating, like a small boat swaying in the waves. Just as Su Can was barely getting used to Duangu's rhythm, Duangu halted his attack. Not bad, you've definitely reached tier 2. Then I'll have someone update your profile right now. Starting tonight, I'll pay you 1,500 per hour for sparring. Plus a base salary. I'll skip yesterday, so that as 4 days I'll give you 300 a day. I'll transfer you 7,800 martial coins in a moment. Consider it in advance on next month's pay. Su Can was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Brother Chiao to handle everything so smoothly without him even having to say a word. It was incredibly thoughtful. No need to thank me, you've earned it. Also, if you have any questions about sword techniques, feel free to ask me. Brother Jean's expression was stern, and as he said this, he seemed afraid Su Can might misunderstand, so he couldn't help but add. It's free, no charge. Luo Xiao arrived at the Starlight Club as usual. Although the Starlight Club wasn't the best club in Green City, he could afford to go to better ones given his status. But he was used to this place, and it was closer to Green City No. 1 High School. Luo Xiao walked in with ease. Just as he was about to say his usual greeting, the receptionist spoke up first. Young Master Luo, we have a high school student here today who is just like you. He is also at the second tier basic blade technique. What? Luo Xiao looked up at the receptionist. Here's his information. The receptionist handed Luo Xiao a tablet displaying Su Can's information. Luo Xiao took a closer look. When he saw that Su Can was a student at No. 2 High School and, like himself, had mastered the second-tier basic blade technique, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Second-tier basic blade technique, interesting. But why is his vitality so low? Only 2.3? Several questions popped into Luo Xiao's mind. A vitality of 2.3, he had more than that back in his freshman year of high school. Oh well, I'm here to hone my basic blade technique anyway, so vitality doesn't really matter. I'll go with him. 3,000 per hour, that's a bargain. Luo Xiao selected Sukan right away, set the number to 3, and placed the order. As far as Luo Xiao was concerned, even if Sukan didn't live up to expectations, he didn't care. At worst, he just switched to someone else later. A measly 9,000 martial coins, he wouldn't even bother picking them up if they fell on the ground. 9,000 martial coins just vanishing like that. If Sukan knew, he'd be heartbroken. What? You're saying 4,500 of those martial coins belong to Sukan? Well, then it's fine. Please continue. When you're slashing, lower your stance a bit and don't charge up too much. That way, you can definitely strike first and gain the upper hand. Sukan was seeking advice from Brother Chi. He should conserve the sparring partner's stamina, so the focus should be mainly on verbal instructions and demonstrations. And over here, when you... Bro Chi's movements halted because Sukan's wristband lit up. This wristband is worn by sparring partners for a simple purpose, to locate them immediately so they can attend to clients. At the club, work comes first. Seeing the wristband light up, Sukan instinctively raised his wrist to check the message. Golden Room 3 booked for 3 hours with me? Sukan smiled. She hadn't expected to land such a big job so soon after being promoted. 3 hours, that's 4,500 martial coins. Add that to her advance pay, and she'd have over 12,000 right away, not far from 20,000. However, Sukan knew that these tutoring gigs didn't come every day. For other tutors, it was quite normal to average one job every 3 to 5 days. Plus, there were peak and off-peak seasons. With the college entrance exams approaching, there were naturally more people seeking tutoring. Someone booked you? Then go ahead. Sukan was, of course, extremely grateful to Brother Qiao. He was truly a benefactor to him. Without him, his start would have been much slower. After Sukan left, a smile flickered across Brother Qiao's stern face. This kid's aptitude is indeed quite good. It's just a shame his vitality is so low. If his vitality were a bit higher, I could have recommended him as a sponsor. What a pity. After leaving Brother Qiao, Sukan was led by the receptionist to Gold Room 3. The Starlight Club operates on a membership system. Naturally, Gold Room 3 is reserved exclusively for members with a gold membership card, and its use is free for them. However, not just anyone can obtain a gold membership card. Although Sukan had only been at the Starlight Club for 2 days, he understood that the person who had requested him had significant connections. He pushed open the door. What met his eyes was a black-haired teenager with a crew cut. The teenager was holding a high-grade steel blade approximately 1.5 meters long and was practicing the basic blade technique in the middle of the room. His blade movements were swift, and his form was steady. At a glance, Sukan could tell that the teenager's basic blade technique was superior to his own. Sukan? Upon receiving his confirmation, the teenager set down the high-grade steel blade and walked over to the weapons rack. Let us go. Okay. Sukan was equally straightforward as a sparring partner. He naturally did whatever the customer asked, provided his own safety was ensured. Both used similar wooden battle blades, neither drawing upon vitality power, and engaged in a duel relying purely on technique. Although he has only just entered the second tier, his foundation is solid. Barely passable. This young man was Luo Xiao. With his strength, he naturally dominated Sukan in the sparring, but Sukan was incredibly tenacious and had a solid foundation, so the session still served as effective training for Luo Xiao. Although Sukan didn't quite meet his expectations, his martial arts talent was commendable. Luo Xiao was able to gain some experience from sparring with him, which would significantly improve his basic blade technique. Over the next 2+ hours, Luo Xiao didn't, of course, take up the entire time. Even he couldn't handle 3 straight hours of sparring. He'd spar for a while, then take a break, and afterward discuss things with Sukan. Some of Sukan's insights and perspectives proved immensely beneficial to Luo Xiao. Under these circumstances, the 3 hours passed quickly. "I'll be back tomorrow." Before leaving, Luo Xiao said this. Sukan was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. "Luo Xiao, huh? That name sounds familiar. He seems like a pretty nice guy." The next day, Sukan went to school and found Teacher Chow. "I've found 7 advanced technique manuals here. Let me demonstrate them for you." Teacher Chow was very dedicated. He immediately took Sukan to the martial arts hall. Although there weren't as many people in the martial arts hall today as before, there were still quite a few. These were all students who had already made up their minds and were preparing to work hard before class placement to see if they could achieve better results. Since Sukan was going to study advanced technique, Teacher Chow naturally wouldn't be on the first floor. Instead, he took Sukan to the martial arts hall on the 3rd floor. The martial arts hall on the 1st floor was a public facility. It was exceptionally spacious, covering a full 1,000 square meters. The 2nd and 3rd floors were different. The 2nd and 3rd floors consisted of partitioned martial arts rooms of varying sizes, designed for individual use. "Okay," Sukan replied, his expression serious. Advanced techniques were hard to come by outside the school. The government regulated them very strictly. The main concern is that young people might set their sights too high and waste their precious youth. Basically, you can only learn one advanced technique for free on campus, and the instructor in charge must submit an application report. They're not allowed to teach more than that. This is the Dragon Abyss Dominating Sword Technique, a sword style of unparalleled ferocity and overwhelming dominance. Its moves are like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a majestic and overwhelming momentum. Every swing generates a powerful gust of wind capable of effortlessly severing steel. Its power is astonishing. However, mastering this sword style requires immense strength and exquisite technique. Personally, this isn't my specialty, so what I'm showing you is merely the surface. This is the Phantom Split Light Sword. Its movements are as illusory as a phantom, making it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. When using the Phantom Split Light Sword technique, you can project multiple sword shadows simultaneously to confuse the enemy's vision, then strike a fatal blow while they're off guard. This sword technique emphasizes the coordination of footwork and swordplay. Only by reaching the realm where the mind and will move as one and the person and sword become one can its true power be unleashed. To learn this sword technique, you'll also need to master the phantom footwork, which is rather complicated. Teacher Chow demonstrated and explained as he went, quickly showcasing 6 techniques. Sukan watched intently from the sidelines, seeing the power displayed by these 6 advanced techniques. His mind was filled with excitement. Is this what advanced techniques are like? That is so cool. The first 6 are all excellent advanced techniques. I selected them especially for you. After demonstrating the 6 advanced sword techniques, Teacher Chow stopped and looked at Sukan with a smile. Sukan nodded, feeling a bit curious. Teacher Chow, didn't you say there were 7? There are indeed 7, but this 7th one. Teacher Chow hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. The 7th one is also something I've learned, but this advanced technique is incredibly difficult, hard to get started with, hard to master, and even harder to perfect. I even regret learning it now. Hearing Teacher Chow's words, Sukan's interest grew even more, and his eyes lit up. Seeing Sukan's expression, Teacher Chow didn't keep him in suspense and continued. The 7th one is called the quick draw technique. Oh, really? The quick draw technique. Sukan was instantly thrilled. His own sword training already incorporated elements of the quick draw technique. That is because Sukan thought the quick draw technique was truly cool. A single stroke of the sword could decide victory or defeat, even life or death. The quick draw technique often delivers a one-hit kill, and its specific forms can be endlessly varied. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to execute. It's not just a simple matter of drawing the sword, it's a powerful offensive skill derived from ancient sword fighting schools, renowned worldwide for its astonishing agility and destructive power. To master the quick draw technique, one must possess an exceptionally high natural talent for the way of the sword and be able to infuse everything into the blade. Only by truly achieving unity between the person and the blade can one unleash the true power of the quick draw technique. At this point, Teacher Chow walked over to the side, where there happened to be a wooden sword in a wooden sheath, and he picked it up. Watch closely. Teacher Chow's aura was completely different from before. The previous 6 demonstrations weren't in Teacher Chow's area of expertise. He had only learned them for teaching purposes and understood them only superficially. But this time was different. The quick draw technique was his specialty, an advanced technique he had spent decades perfecting. To Sukin's perception, Teacher Chow was like a legendary blade hidden in its sheath, waiting for the right moment to be drawn. Quick draw technique. Quick. Sukin didn't even see how Teacher Chow had struck. The first thing he saw was the wooden dummy ahead neatly sliced in half. Sukin also felt as if death itself were staring him down. Sheath the blade. Teacher Chow exhaled, and that feeling vanished. Sukin couldn't help but swallow hard. This Teacher Chow is no ordinary man. That last strike was absurdly powerful. This is the quick draw technique. It looks simple, it's just this one move, and from start to finish, it's just this one move. It's simply drawing your sword. But this single strike requires you to pour all your will into it. Otherwise, what you'll execute is merely a simple quick draw technique, not the advanced quick draw technique. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Now, which one will you choose? Teacher Chow's gaze settled on Sukin. I choose the quick draw technique. Sukin's answer didn't surprise Teacher Chow. He knew that once Sukin learned about the quick draw technique, there was a high probability he'd choose it, just as Teacher Chow himself had done back then. Just as I thought. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. You only have 5 days left. If you haven't mastered the quick draw technique before the class placement exam, you'll most likely miss out on the elite class. Given your talent, if you chose any of the other 6 techniques, there is still a decent chance you could master them within these 5 days. Teacher Chow spoke candidly, and Sukin understood everything he said. If I didn't have the interface, I might have chosen one of the first 6 to try to get into the elite class. After all, getting into the elite class means access to resource subsidies, and those subsidies are very important to me. If I don't get them, I'll fall behind at the very start, and that gap will only widen. But since I have the interface, why should I settle for less? Sukin thought to himself, then spoke with determination. Teacher Chow, the moment I saw the quick draw technique, I knew it was perfect for me. All right then. For the next few days, I'll be waiting for you here every morning at 9. Today, let us start with the most basic draw. Follow my lead. Focus your energy, spirit, and mind. Draw your sword with complete concentration, free from distractions. For the next 4 days, Sukin's life revolved around a 3-point route: school, home, and the Starlight Club. He'd get up a little after 6 in the morning to head to the club and train using the equipment there. At 8:30, he'd arrive at school to study the quick draw technique with Teacher Chow. After class, he'd spend the rest of his time at the Starlight Club. In the evenings, Luo Xiao would almost always show up. However, unlike on the first day, he didn't book 3 hours, he only booked 2, and even skipped a day in between. Under these circumstances, Sukin managed to scrape together 20,000 martial coins just 1 day before the placement test. 20,000 martial coins. Sukin looked at the number on his bank card and smiled brightly. Now I can head to the Treasure Guild. The Treasure Guild was open 24 hours a day, which Sukin was quite pleased about. Otherwise, since it was already past 11 p.m., there would be nowhere to buy vitality pills. Sukin clocked out at the front desk, exchanged a few words with the receptionist, then left the Starlight Club and headed straight for the Treasure Guild. His efforts over the past few days hadn't been in vain. Sukin's talent for techniques was actually quite good. His basic blade technique had improved from 1% in stage 2 to 3%, a result entirely of Sukin's personal effort, without any skill point investment. As a result, his vitality also increased by 0.01 points, reaching 2.38 vitality. Unfortunately, Sukin still hadn't mastered the quick draw technique. Just as Teacher Chow had said, the quick draw technique was too difficult. Even Teacher Chow had spent over a month just to get the hang of it back then. This wasn't Sukin's first time inside the Treasure Guild. He'd visited before to broaden his horizons. There were 7 floors in total, each covering a considerable area and packed with items. The higher up he went, the more precious the items became. The 6th and 7th floors were restricted to warriors only. Sukan didn't waste any time after asking an attendant for directions. He headed straight for the section where the vitality pills were located. On the third floor, vitality pills were by no means cheap. Each vitality pill came in its own exquisite jade bottle, giving it a very high-end appearance. Sukan estimated that just the jade bottle alone must cost around 100 yuan. Sukan picked up a bottle and headed to the register to pay. There were no dramatic incidents along the way, everything went smoothly. After paying, Sukan watched as his savings, which had been 21,000 yuan, were instantly wiped out, leaving him with just over 1,000 yuan. His heart sank. Money really does fly out the window. But the moment he thought of the vitality pills, a new type of elixir capable of delivering a tenfold boost in effectiveness, Sukan's heart couldn't help but race with excitement. 10 times the effect. It's all up to you now. I hope you don't let me down. Sukan tucked the vitality pills close to his body. After all, they were his ticket to the elite class. Let us go home first. Sukan hurried toward his home. Dad. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of his building, Sukan saw his father, looking exhausted, walking toward their home. Sukan knew his father had just returned from work, and his eyes stung with emotion. Akin, you're back. Sukan's body jerked, his stooped posture immediately straightened, and he forced a smile onto his face. He didn't want to show his vulnerability in front of his son. Sukan nodded. Under the streetlight, the white hair on his father's head stood out even more. Dad. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Sukan opened his mouth but still couldn't bring himself to explain his current situation. He planned to wait until he'd been accepted into the elite class before telling his father, so that his father wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. He could earn the money himself. Let us go home. Okay, let us go home. Under the streetlight, the shadows of Sukan and his father, Sukan, stretched out long and thin. Back home, Sukan spent some time with his father before returning to his room. Phew. Father, wait for me a little longer. I'll be able to support this family very soon. Sukan was level-headed. He understood that at this stage, the only way to fundamentally resolve his family's problems was to rapidly improve his strength and reach tiered status in a short period of time. He wouldn't blindly spend money that would only be like draining the pond to catch fish. Sukan's gaze grew even more determined. He was his family's only hope. Vitality pill, I'm counting on you. Sukan opened the exquisite jade vial containing the vitality pill and poured it out. The intoxicating fragrance cleared his mind. So this is the vitality pill? No wonder only the wealthy can afford such a pill. Sukan murmured in admiration before swallowing the vitality pill. He didn't feel much of anything, because the moment he swallowed it, the vitality pill was converted into energy by the interface. Consumed vitality pill, gained plus 15 energy. Since this is the first time, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 150. 150 points. Just as Sukan had expected, the vitality pill wasn't as cost-effective as the basic vitality pill. Actually, this was to be expected. No single vitality pill could possibly be more effective than 200 basic vitality pills. Sukan was quite satisfied with the 15 points of energy he gained. Perfect. These 150 points of energy are enough to boost my vitality by 1.5 points right away, which would push me up to 3.88 vitality. Sukan's breathing became rapid. A vitality of 3.88, judging purely by vitality alone, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10 in his age group, he'd surely be a sure bet for the top 20, right? No, I can't put it all into vitality. Sukan took a deep breath. He realized that his previous vitality test results had been too low. Such a sudden, massive increase was simply too suspicious. I'll take it slow, adding points gradually, one step at a time, will yield the best results. What I need to do now is establish my persona as a martial arts prodigy, then use that identity to gain more resources, thereby making everything seem plausible. As someone who had traveled through time, Sukan naturally thought more deeply about things. This world belongs to those with privileges, the warriors, to be precise. He simply wanted to ensure his own safety as much as possible. In that case, let us raise my vitality to 2.5 first. Consumed 12 energy points. Vitality increased to 2.5. His energy dropped from 150.1 to 138.1 points. Next, I'll keep investing points in basic blade technique until I master the quick draw technique. Start allocating points. Consumes 2 energy points. Basic blade technique stage 2 increases from 3% to 4%. Consumes 2 energy points. Basic blade technique stage 2 increases from 9% to 10%. With each increase, Suken would pause briefly to absorb the benefits of the upgrade before continuing. Soon, his basic blade technique had risen from 3% to 10%. At that moment, a flash of insight struck Sukan, and he instantly gained a new understanding of the quick draw technique. Sukan immediately picked up the crude wooden dagger by his bedside and closed his eyes. He gripped the dagger. Draw the dagger. Slash. In an instant, it was as if Sukan had channeled all his strength into the dagger in his hand as he swung it with all his might. Sheath the dagger. Sukan slowly opened his eyes, and his calm face was instantly filled with excitement. Awesome! I've finally mastered the quick draw technique. Ha ha ha! Sukan couldn't help but laugh. He immediately opened the interface to check his stats. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 2.5 plus. Strength, 263 kg. Agility, 14.1 meters second. Spirit, 9.9 plus. Technique, basic blade technique stage 2, 10% plus. Advanced technique, quick draw technique tier 1, 1% plus. Energy, 124.1. With this level of ability, getting into the elite class shouldn't be too much of a problem. In previous years, the elite class entrance exam was similar to the college entrance exam, focusing on vitality and basic method. However, if he could master an advanced technique by the time of class placement and demonstrate it, he would earn extra points. Even if it's not quite enough, I still have tomorrow. I can practice the quick draw technique a bit more. That should seal the deal. Sukan decided not to use the remaining 124.1 energy points for now. Each time he used it, his strength would increase, but based on his observations just now, it was best not to use too much at once. Waiting until his energy was depleted before using it again would yield better results. Time to sleep. I need to keep my spirit up. As the final day before class placement approached, the entire Green City No. 2 high school was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. This was especially true in the classrooms. Students who had applied for the martial arts class had basically stopped coming to class. After submitting his application for the martial arts class to his homeroom teacher that day, Sukan hadn't returned to his classroom either. This was because, although their subsequent college entrance exams included academic requirements, those scores weren't factored into the overall grade. They served only as an admission threshold. In other words, to apply to the martial academy, you had to meet a minimum academic score requirement. Only then could you apply. The score requirement wasn't high with Sukan's academic record. He could easily meet it, so there was naturally no need to waste time. Third floor of the martial arts hall. What, you've mastered the quick draw technique? Teacher Chow arrived at the martial arts hall as usual and saw Sukan performing the movements of the quick draw technique. He was completely stunned. Teacher Chow, I suddenly had an epiphany last night before bed, and that's how I mastered it. Hearing Teacher Chow's voice, Sukan stopped his movements and offered an explanation. A sudden epiphany. Teacher Chow repeated the phrase, his expression complex. Technique cultivation relies heavily on insight. The fact that Sukan had mastered the basics of the quick draw technique in just 4 days proved that he truly possessed exceptional talent for it. In that case, your spot in the elite class is practically guaranteed. Teacher. After grasping the quick draw technique yesterday, I feel like my vitality has also increased. Teacher Chow paused for a moment, then led Sukan to the testing room. When he saw the test results showing that Sukan's vitality had reached 2.5, he couldn't help but give Sukan a second look. This kid really knows how to surprise people. Is that even possible? Could this kid be the chosen one? That evening, Luo Xiao arrived as scheduled and booked 2 more hours with Sukan. After spending a few days together, the two had gotten to know each other. As soon as Luo Xiu entered Golden Room number 3, he casually asked, "Your school, number 2 high, is starting class placement tomorrow, right?" Su Kan paused for a moment, then nodded. Luo Xiu didn't pursue the topic further. After that, just like usual, they engaged in a pure basic method sparring session, though today's situation was a bit different. Normally, Luo Xiu would dominate Su Kan, who would barely manage to fend him off, essentially serving as a target for Luo Xiu's basic method. But today was completely different. Facing Luo Xiu's attacks, Su Kan defended with ease and even managed to land a few counterattacks now and then, which surprised Luo Xiu a bit. Luo Xiu then stepped up the intensity, but Su Kan took every hit in stride. Luo Xiu grew increasingly surprised how had Su Kan's basic blade technique suddenly improved so much. Although he still wasn't on par with Luo Xiu, he was getting close. This was getting more and more interesting. The 2 hours were up, and Luo Xiu had gained a lot from the session. As they wrapped up, Luo Xiu suddenly said, "Keep it up." Su Kan was taken aback once more, but then a smile spread across his face. The much-anticipated 100-day pledge ceremony finally arrived as scheduled. On this day, high schools across the country were holding their 100-day pledge ceremonies, and many were also launching their martial arts elite classes. In fact, at some top-tier high schools, these elite classes begin as early as freshman year. With their abundant resources, they have more than enough to start cultivating students from the very start. However, for the vast majority of high schools, the martial arts elite classes didn't begin until this day. Green City No. 2 High School was no exception, though it had previously conducted elite training, albeit with only 10 students, a relatively small number. In other words, 10 spots in this martial arts elite class were already reserved, leaving the remaining students to compete for the other 40 spots. Green City No. 2 High School's 100-day pledge ceremony attracted several media outlets, though most of the media's attention was actually focused on Green City No. 1 High School. After this year's student representative, Xiao Yixue, took the stage to deliver her speech, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Xiao Yixue, the undisputed number 1 at Green City No. 2 High School, is a talent the school went to great lengths to retain. Xiao Yixue's South abilities place her firmly in the top 5 at Green City No. 2 High School. She could even contend for a spot in the top 3, making her the school's greatest hope. Last year, Green City No. 2 High School's best ranking was 8th in the city, and only one student made it into the top 20, a major embarrassment that led to less than ideal enrollment for this year's freshman class. This is why teacher Chow mentioned that the principal had secured a substantial sponsorship. With the oath taken by all the school's senior students, the 100-day pledge ceremony came to a close. Immediately following, class placement began. Elite classes aren't limited to martial arts, there are also elite classes for the humanities. Today's placement assessments weren't limited to martial arts, they apply to the humanities as well. However, while martial arts assessments focus on vitality and technique, humanities assessments consist of written exams. After all, Green City No. 2 High School, or rather, the vast majority of high schools, is primarily focused on the humanities, with humanities students making up the majority of the student body. Students taking the humanities written exam, please proceed to your assigned seats and prepare for the test. Students taking the martial arts assessment, please assemble in the martial arts hall. As the announcement came over the PA system, the students on the main field began to move. Song, good luck. The boy who had spoken up at the start called out softly to Su Kan. You do your best, too. Su Kan offered words of encouragement to the boy, then headed to the martial arts hall with the 4 other classmates from his class who had chosen the martial arts assessment. Su Kan, I never expected you'd actually choose the martial arts class. Su Kan got along well enough with these students, they were all classmates. After all, what deep-seated grudges could there be? Besides, Su Kan had a pretty good reputation in class and was known as a technique prodigy. It was just a shame his family wasn't well off and his vitality was too low, otherwise, Su Kan would have had a real shot at securing a spot. The one speaking was a boy with yellow hair. He got along well with Su Kan, his name was Huang Zhengbao. His family was well off, he worked hard, and his overall grades consistently ranked in the top 2 in the class. That's right, Su Kan. Your academic scores are so good, you're the top student in the class, and you're consistently in the top 10 schoolwide. With your academic performance, if you focus on your studies from now on, you'd have a good chance of getting into the liberal arts program at any of the top 10 universities. You have a bright future ahead of you. Another girl named Zhou Ling couldn't help but chime in truth, they all admired Su Can greatly. Even though he devoted most of his time to martial arts training, he still managed to rank first in the class and among the top 10 in his grade in academic subjects. That was truly impressive. If only Su Can's family circumstances weren't so difficult otherwise, with his talent, there would definitely be a spot for him at the martial academy. Su Can, your academic scores are so good. Once the martial arts assessment is over, you should go talk to our homeroom teacher. Given how much he values you, he might even put in a good word with the school to let you return. All four spoke with Su Can's best interests in mind, and Su Can felt comforted by their kindness. That makes sense. Let us see how it goes after the assessment. Seeing that Su Can was so receptive to their advice, the four of them all smiled with satisfaction. The distance wasn't too far, and soon the five of them arrived at the entrance to the martial arts hall. Several teachers were already there organizing the students into lines to pick up their assessment results. A sign reading "No loud talking, please remain quiet" was posted nearby, so the five of them quieted down and immediately joined the line. Since there weren't many applicants for the martial arts class, the process was quite quick. In less than 5 minutes, Su Can had received his assessment slip. First, head to the second floor for the strength and agility tests, then proceed to the third floor for the basic method test. The teacher distributing the assessment slips reminded them. "Teacher Zhou, where do we go if we need to take the advanced technique test?" Su Can glanced at his assessment slip, which listed 5 categories: strength, agility, vitality, basic method, and advanced technique. Strength and agility are grouped under vitality. These two are used to measure vitality levels, which are then scored with no upper limit. The same applies to basic method. There is no upper limit on the score. However, both have a base score. 2.5 vitality is the baseline, and each additional 0.1 vitality adds 10 points. Basic method is based on achieving Tier 1 proficiency, meeting the standard earns 10 points. However, basic method is somewhat more subjective, with Tier 1 proficiency scores ranging from 10 to 50. Scores are determined by actual performance. A good performance earns 50 points, while a poor one earns 10. A flawless performance earns 60 points outright. Subsequent scoring moves on to the second stage. The final category is advanced technique. Simply mastering it earns 20 points, and subsequent points are awarded based on proficiency, with no upper limit set. However, under normal circumstances, given the level of Green City No. 2 High School, advanced technique is generally not assessed, as aside from Xiaoishui, it is unlikely that anyone has mastered it. Naturally, there is no upper limit on the final total score. However, this score was established specifically for this test and is not the same as the college entrance exam score. The total score for the college entrance exam is 750 points, which is completely different from this one. Green City No. 2 High School has set this score based on previous year's results, making it more reflective of the school's unique characteristics. Of course, to ensure fairness and impartiality, this score still falls within a specific range. Furthermore, since there are 5 graders for the basic method, when calculating the score, the highest and lowest scores are discarded, and the average of the remaining 3 is taken. Advanced technique? Teacher Zhou was clearly taken aback, but seeing the earnest look in Su Can's eyes, he replied nonetheless. "If you need to take the advanced technique assessment, just speak directly to the basic method instructor later." Su Can thanked him and, holding his assessment results, headed up to the second floor of the martial arts hall. Behind Su Can, of course, was Huang Zongbao. Having overheard the conversation between Su Can and Teacher Zhou, he couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Su Can. Advanced technique? No way. Su Can's talent is certainly impressive, but advanced technique? That's impossible. Huang Zongbao couldn't help but mutter a few words with an awkward chuckle, but when he thought about Su Can's personality, he didn't seem like the type to ask pointless questions. He swallowed hard. Classmate? Ah, teacher, my name is Huang Zongbao. Only then did Huang Zongbao snap back to his senses, hurriedly taking the assessment results from Teacher Zhou's hand. Su Kan, please perform 10 strength attacks within 30 seconds. The final average will be your strength score. The countdown begins. Boom. 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 Su Kan briefly gathered his strength and began throwing rapid punches. 268. 266. 266. The cumulative strength from 10 punches is 2,669 Jin, with an average score of 266.9 Jin. The teacher in charge of the test wrote down the score of 266.9 Jin on Su Kan's assessment sheet, then motioned for Su Kan to proceed inside for the agility test. The agility test was even simpler, a 1,000-meter run, with the result calculated by dividing the distance by the time taken. Circling the perimeter of the second-floor martial arts hall was a track wide enough for 6 people to start running simultaneously. Once Su Kan entered, the group was exactly 6 people, and the test began. Ranking wasn't important, what mattered most was the individual's completion time. In his previous life, a 1,000-meter run was considered a middle-distance race. But in this world, it was merely a sprint. Given their abilities, running the entire course at 80% agility was absolutely no problem. The 1,000-meter run took 69.93 seconds, averaging 14.3 seconds per second. After recording the results, he handed his score sheet to the big data statistics teacher, who entered the data and Su Kan's vitality score appeared. Final evaluation result, vitality 2.5, earning a base score of 10 points. 10 points, just as I expected. Su Kan looked at the 10 points on the score sheet, unsurprised, and headed up to the 3rd floor with it. Su Kan, what is your vitality score? As soon as he stepped out, he saw Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling walking in one after the other, asking him in hushed tones. 10 points. 10 points? Your vitality is up to 2.5? The two were somewhat surprised, but due to time constraints, they didn't have time to ask too many questions and simply passed each other by. 3rd floor. Su Kan reached the teacher on the 3rd floor and presented his assessment results. The teacher glanced at them, his face expressionless. Room 3. Okay, teacher. But I'd like to apply for the advanced technique assessment. I heard from the teacher downstairs that I should talk to you about it. Advanced technique? The teacher clearly paused for a moment before speaking. You want to apply for the advanced technique assessment? Yes. After receiving Su Kan's confirmation, the teacher fell silent for a moment before speaking. Then go to room 1 later, only the teacher there is qualified to administer the test. But the session there isn't over yet, you'll have to wait a bit. Also, if you haven't mastered the advanced technique, you'll lose points on the test. Are you sure you still want to apply? The teacher offered a word of caution. I'll apply. All right, then. The teacher checked the box next to advanced technique, since under normal circumstances, the advanced technique wasn't part of the assessment. Originally, they hadn't planned to include the advanced technique column on this score sheet at all. It was only because Teacher Chow had suggested, let us add it, that they included it. Teacher Chow had specifically mentioned that among the 3 rooms set up for the basic method test, it would be best if one of them were equipped to assess advanced technique as well. Then take a seat over here for now. Okay. Su Kan replied and sat down on a nearby chair. There were 6 people in Su Kan's group. They had all finished the 1,000-meter run together, so naturally, there were others in the room besides Su Kan. They watched Su Kan's conversation with the teacher the whole time. They felt they understood every word Su Kan said, but when put together, it all made no sense. Apply for the advanced technique assessment? Is this guy just trying to show off? However, none of the 5 said anything. They just gave Su Kan a puzzled look, and then someone else was called in for the test first. Since Su Kan had to wait for room 1, there happened to be one person ahead of him, so he had to wait for the next group. Coincidentally, while he was waiting, Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling also arrived. Su Kan could tell from the happy expressions on their faces that they must have both performed quite well. The two also spotted Su Kan, smiled at him, but said nothing. Next. Upon hearing this, Su Kan stood up and strode into testing room number 1. As he entered the room, Su Kan saw 5 familiar figures. Teacher Chow was among them, though he wasn't seated in the center but in the second seat from the left. These 5 were some of the school's most outstanding martial arts instructors, all of whom had mastered advanced techniques. Please select a weapon. As Sukan entered, Teacher Chow wore a stern, expressionless face. However, if one had watched him closely, they would have noticed a hint of a smile deep in his eyes. Sukan bowed slightly to the 5 teachers, placed his assessment form in front of the teacher in the center, and then went to the nearby weapons rack to select his weapon. A wooden sword with a sheath. One of the 5 instructors at the judges' table stepped forward, none other than Teacher Chow, and selected the same weapon as Sukan. According to the rules, each of these 5 instructors specialized in a specific weapon. They generally decided who would face the examinee based on the weapon the student chose. If the student selected a weapon that none of them specialized in, they would take turns in order. The instructor in the center was responsible for recording the final scores, that is, for writing down the marks. He casually glanced down at Sukan's assessment sheet. Since his specialty was the spear, he didn't know Sukan very well and didn't have much of an impression of him. However, he usually remembered students with outstanding scores. Based on his preconceived notions, he assumed Sukan's ranking wouldn't be very high. When he saw the vitality score on the assessment sheet, he nodded slightly. A vitality score of 2.5, just as he expected. A vitality score of 2.5, it was practically impossible to pass with that. Based on past results, a student generally needs at least 60 points in vitality to have a chance of passing. That means a vitality score of 2.8, plus a decent performance in basic method, to reach 60 points in total. If scores are tied, the ranking is determined by the scores given by the 5 instructors, weighted first by strength, then agility, and so on, to select the 40 students who will enter the elite class. With only a 2.5 in vitality, he is practically doomed to be eliminated. All these thoughts flashed through Teacher Lee's mind in an instant, but when his gaze fell on the checkmark next to Advanced Technique, he paused slightly. Advanced Technique? This made Teacher Lee snap his head up to look at Sukan, a strange expression in his eyes. Teachers, I'm ready. It was Sukan's voice that brought Teacher Lee back to the present. He nodded. Let us begin. The assessment was about to begin. The other 3 teachers seated at their desks hadn't seen the score sheet, so they showed little reaction. Their demeanor was slightly relaxed. After all, these were merely first-tier basic methods at the minor achievement level, nothing to take too seriously given their caliber. Even if it wasn't a basic method they specialized in, they could still assess it with great accuracy and minimal error. But as Sukan's wooden sword began to dance through the air, the expressions of the 3 teachers, or rather, all 4 teachers, including Teacher Lee, changed. Second-tier basic blade technique? A look of astonishment flashed across all 4 teachers' eyes. This was a second-tier basic method, after all. Among them, they possessed the 3 most popular basic methods, yet even if you included those 10 students, there were probably only about 5 students in the entire school capable of refining a basic method to the second tier. How could one suddenly appear out of nowhere? This second-tier basic blade technique is mastered quite well. It's not just a beginner's level. The 4 were astonished, especially Teacher Lee. He glanced down at the conspicuous checkmark, then looked up again. His calm gaze suddenly held a hint of anticipation. Is this just a stunt to draw attention? Or does he really have the skills? And look at that old Chow, he doesn't seem surprised at all. Teacher Chow was setting up the moves. To help Sukan achieve a good score, he was determined to let Sukan fully demonstrate his abilities. This kid has improved again. As he continued to guide him, Teacher Chow found himself somewhat surprised. Ever since Sukan had grasped the quick draw technique the day before yesterday, his understanding of sword techniques had truly improved by leaps and bounds. Yesterday, Sukan had said that his grasp of the basic blade technique had deepened somewhat thanks to his understanding of the quick draw technique. Today, his basic blade technique had improved even further. It was truly unparalleled. If this kid can really keep up this pace, he might just reach mastery of the quick draw technique before the college entrance exams. Mastery of the quick draw technique comes with a 100-point bonus. 100 points. Even if his vitality is a bit low, he still has a shot at getting into a major martial academy, or even one of the top 10. Teacher Chow was lost in thought, but his movements didn't slow down in the slightest. He steadily kept Su-kan on the defensive, allowing Su-kan to perform to the best of his ability. Under these circumstances, what should have been a 2-minute assessment ended up lasting 5 minutes. Not bad. Teacher Chow offered a word of praise, then turned and returned to his seat to write down his score. 86 points. The other teachers also handed in their scores one after another. 85. 88. 87. 87. After discarding the highest and lowest scores, the average was 86.77. Teacher Lee wrote down the scores given by the 5 teachers, along with the average, before signaling to Su-kan. Continue. Question marks appeared on the foreheads of the other 3 teachers. Continue? What do you mean, continue? Isn't the assessment over? Teacher Chow stood up and walked toward Su-kan. Seeing Teacher Chow's expression, Teacher Lee knew right away that old Chow must have figured it out. This guy really knows how to keep a secret. He actually discovered such a prodigy of technique. Based on Su-kan's performance of the basic method just now, Xiao Yixue was likely the only student in the entire school who could consistently outperform Su-kan. Everyone else fell short of him. Advanced technique assessment. Pay close attention. Teacher Lee offered a reminder. The 3 teachers jolted, their gazes toward Su-kan filled with awe. Advanced technique? Teacher Chow. Su-kan sheathed his wooden sword and addressed Teacher Chow respectfully. Let us go. A beaming smile spread across Teacher Chow's face. Awesome, truly awesome. Showing off like this in front of his colleagues, especially that old Lee guy, was so satisfying it felt like he was floating on air. Phew. Su-kan closed his eyes. The next second, several teachers, including Teacher Lee, couldn't help but jump to their feet. Quick draw technique. Crack. Teacher Chow raised the wooden sword in his hand, and it snapped in two. Teacher Chow's pupils contracted involuntarily. That guy. You're too kind. Su-kan opened his eyes, sheathed his sword, and looked calm. Little did anyone know, Su-kan was also on cloud 9. Just seeing Teacher Chow and these other renowned teachers at the school react so dramatically made Su-kan feel great. It was well worth the skill points he invested yesterday. And just a moment ago, Su-kan had allocated more skill points to the quick draw technique. Allocating points to the quick draw technique not only improved his mastery of it but also significantly boosted his basic blade technique and vitality. Name, Su-kan. Vitality, 2.54 plus. Strength, 269 kg. Agility, 14.5 meters second. Spirit, 9.9 plus. Technique, basic blade technique stage 2, 16% plus. Advanced technique, quick draw technique tier 1, 5% plus. Energy, 84.1. If it weren't for the fact that upgrading this advanced technique consumes so much energy, 1% requires 10 points of energy, he would have maxed it out right away. Unfortunately, he didn't quite have enough, so he had to use his energy sparingly. A little at a time, taking it slow. Green City Martial Arts Bureau, 3rd floor approval office. With a vitality of 2.4, he actually wants to apply for a tier 2 genius loan? Has this Chow Rui lost his mind? Lu Qing scowled as she looked at the information on the application form. These schools have really gone crazy in recent years. They're all just making up numbers. Do they really think our martial arts bureau is a refugee shelter? Lu Qing was about to cross it out, but when she saw the entry for beginner level basic blade technique listed below, her hand paused. In the end, she didn't cross it out. She just made a note in the margin. Tier 2 denied. Transfer to Tier 1. 42. 47. 55. As Su-kan coughed, several teachers quickly jotted down the scores on the scoresheet. After discarding the highest and lowest scores, the final average was 49.33 points. Teacher Lee cast a complex glance at Su-kan before writing Su-kan's score on the final total. 146.1 points. Su-kan took the report card, and upon seeing this score, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. This score would easily secure him a spot in the elite class. He might even have a shot at breaking into the top 30. Sukan offered a quick thank you and walked briskly out of the testing room. Old Chow, you've really been holding back a big trick, haven't you? Not at all, not at all. I just gave him a few pointers I didn't expect him to do so well. If it weren't for the fact that teacher Chow's smile had stretched into a wide grin, they might actually have believed him. Sukan, you're finally out. 4 people were sitting in front of testing room number 1, 2 more than in front of the other 2 testing rooms. Huang Zongbo was, unsurprisingly, next in line. He'd been waiting impatiently, and as soon as he saw Sukan emerge, he couldn't help but step forward. How did you know I scored 146? Sukan feigned surprise. What do you mean, 146? Huang Zongbo was completely dumbfounded. 146 points? His own limitations had clouded his imagination. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Sukan could have scored 146 on this exam. After all, to Huang Zongbo, that was simply impossible. Quiet. The proctor sitting there frowned upon hearing the commotion. Huang Zongbo was next in line to take the test in room 1, and he walked in looking completely puzzled. Teacher. Sukan handed the test score sheet to the proctor, who was responsible not only for assigning test rooms and processing applications for advanced technique but also for collecting the score sheets after everyone had finished. The teacher nodded, took the sheet from Sukan's hand, and prepared to check if Sukan had left anything out. Vitality 2.5, base score 10 points. Basic method 86.77? The teacher was clearly taken aback. Although he wasn't the one responsible for grading inside the testing room, he had reviewed the scoring criteria. To score over 60 points, one would need to have mastered the basic method up to the second stage, right? Sukan's 86.77 points, that was a bit outrageous. This wasn't just about having just entered the second stage, it was something that could only be achieved by having made significant progress within that stage. Holy crap! Recalling that Sukan had just applied to him for the advanced technique, he couldn't help but look further down the sheet, and the exclamation burst out of him. Because he saw it. Advanced technique, 49.33 points. The teacher's exclamation caught the attention of the other students. They all couldn't help but cast curious glances his way. What was going on? The teacher looked up, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Sukan. You. I've done my duty. Seeing the teacher's reaction, Sukan grinned widely. As the saying goes, if you don't return home after striking it rich, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. Sukan wasn't quite ready to give up these lowbrow pleasures, yet he was still thoroughly enjoying himself. After saying that, Sukan turned and walked away. With the test results in, this round of testing was officially over. Next, he'd have to wait for the evaluations to finish, for the school to rank everyone, and for the class assignments to be made. But all that wouldn't happen until this afternoon. It wouldn't be that quick. Naturally, he wasn't going to just sit here and wait. Since the martial arts hall was occupied, he planned to head to the club to train. It's a shame I still want to improve my status. I'm still far from that level with my current strength. A bronze-level sparring partner requires 7 vitality, plus mastering an advanced technique to the proficient level. It'll take some time to achieve that. Green City No. 2 High School, 4th floor of the martial arts hall. Actually, the martial arts hall has 5 floors, but the top 2 are not open to the public, and Sukan had never been up there before. Those 2 upper floors are actually reserved exclusively for members of the elite class to train. Moreover, they have their own dedicated elevator. Even getting from the 3rd floor up is quite inconvenient. You must swipe a special elevator card to gain access. Since the elite class hasn't opened yet, the only ones who can use those upper floors are naturally those 10 students. Old Zhu, who do you think will come in first in this test? In the lobby of the 4th floor martial arts hall, 5 or 6 teenage boys and girls were sitting on the sofas, eating nutritional meals and chatting casually. These were the 10 strongest students at Green City No. 2 High School. They had been selected for the elite class since their freshman year. To be precise, they belonged to the elite group and enjoyed special privileges. Shanghai, I guess. Back then, he almost snatched my spot. The boy known as Old Zhu spoke with a teasing tone. It was really close back then. Xiao Hai was only slightly behind you. It all came down to who performed better that day. Yeah, but that was then. These days, Xiao Hai couldn't hold a candle to you. Upon hearing this, old Zhu smiled noncommittally, feeling quite relieved at the same time. Of course, if he had lost to Xiao Hai back then, Xiao Hai would be able to easily defeat him now. Still, Xiao Hai has been working really hard these past 2 years. He has consistently held the top spot in the overall martial arts rankings. Isn't that just because none of us 10 are taking part in the assessment? True. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, someone stepped out of the elevator, a look of shock on his face. Brother Guan, what's wrong? Big news. Hearing someone call his name, Brother Guan immediately hurried over to them. What big news? Could it be that someone snatched the top spot from Xiao Hai? Brother Guan shook his head. No, Xiao Hai is still number 1. Then what could possibly be big news? The others shrugged indifferently, since they didn't even take Xiao Hai, who had taken first place, seriously. Someone has mastered the basic method up to the 2nd stage. Ha! Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, looking somewhat astonished. The 2nd stage? It seems that even among the 10 of us, only 5 have reached the 2nd stage, right? Tisk, TSK. I never expected such a genius to emerge from outside. But if he is already at the 2nd stage of the basic method, why isn't he in first place? Old Zhu was astonished, because he himself hadn't managed to reach the 2nd stage of the basic method. He was still stuck at the Tier 1 peak stage, having been stuck there for a full half-year without finding a breakthrough. Although the name basic method includes the word basic and the teachings are indeed fundamental, mastering the basic method is no easy feat. Breaking through from Tier 1 to the 2nd stage isn't something that can be achieved solely through hard training. It requires insight. His vitality is too low. How much? 2.5. Ha! 2.5 vitality? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone in the room gasped in surprise. Not because 2.5 vitality was too high, but because it was too low. It was really, really low. Is it that low? I remember that even back in our sophomore year of high school, our vitality was higher than that, wasn't it? You're not mistaken, but with a vitality of 2.5, plus just entering the 2nd stage TSK. That kid probably won't even make it into the elite class. What a shame, what a shame. If only I had such a great basic method talent, I wouldn't be stuck at the bottom all the time. Upon hearing that his vitality was only 2.5, the others all looked relieved except for Brother Guan, who remained grave. Brother Guan, why are you taking such a guy with only 2.5 vitality so seriously? For a warrior, vitality is what matters most. As for that guy with just 2.5 vitality, no matter how sophisticated his moves are, I can take him out in an instant with a single move. Everyone except Brother Guan agreed wholeheartedly. That's right. If Xiao Hai had advanced the basic method to the 2nd stage, he might have threatened our spots in next month's training camp. But a guy with 2.5 vitality? He could turn the world upside down and it wouldn't do him any good. However, when Brother Guan uttered his next sentence, they all froze in their tracks. He has mastered an advanced technique, the quick draw technique. Advanced technique, quick draw technique? Impossible. A guy with a vitality of 2.5? It wasn't even afternoon yet, and the entire school was in an uproar. After all, this was an advanced technique. The only person in the entire school who had ever achieved this was number 1 Xiaoishua, the peerless prodigy the school had recruited at great cost. Who would have thought another one had suddenly appeared? No, this was different from Xiaoishua. Xiaoishua was a god-tier talent in both vitality and advanced techniques. Su Kan, are you saying that 146 points is the score from this assessment? Huang Zongbao felt his head spinning upon hearing these words. As he entered testing room number 1, he'd been wondering what Su Kan meant by 146. He never imagined it would be. That really stings. Huang Zongbao felt a mix of emotions. After all, he started preparing for this elite class placement exam a long time ago. His father had even gone to great lengths, spending a fortune to buy him the 5 major types of vitality pills, that is 30 vitality pills in total, plus several private tutors for basic method, all to ensure his score remained stable above 108.45. But Su Can? Huang Zongbao admitted that Su Can worked hard, but then, who didn't he? Sigh. Huang Zongbao shook his head. He wasn't jealous of Su Can, he just couldn't quite accept it. No way. I'll have to work even harder from now on. That afternoon, the results of the school-wide martial arts exam were released and posted on the bulletin board next to the playground at 2:30 p.m. The entire school, well, only the students enrolled in the martial arts program went to check them. Because of today's test, the freshmen and sophomores had the day off. As for the students in the liberal arts classes, sorry, they were still sitting in their classrooms taking exams. I scored 2.8 in vitality this time, which is 30 points. My basic method performance wasn't too bad either, I got 46.78 points. That adds up to 76.78 points. A score like that would put me in the top 50 last year, so I should have a good chance this year. Zhou Yu squeezed his way to the very back of the crowd gathered around the bulletin board and began searching for his name starting from the 40th spot. It's not there, it's not there. How could it not be there? Zhou Yu's face fell. With scores like these, he would have easily made it into the top 50 last year. Plus, he heard that even fewer people had applied for the martial arts class this year, so his spot should have been even more secure. Little did he know that although fewer people had applied this year, not a single one of the top-ranked candidates had dropped out. It was simply because last year's results had made many lower-performing students face reality and give up, but that had absolutely no impact on the scores required for the top 50. 58th place. Zhou Yu, refusing to believe it, scanned further down the list, only to discover that his score placed him 58th eliminated. This year's cutoff is much higher than last year's. I scored 87.12 and only made it to 49th place. That score would probably gotten me into the top 45 last year. It's definitely higher. Last year, the 50th place score was 76.19. This year it's 86.28. That's a full 10-point jump. Zhou Yu, standing nearby, froze once more. Why did he have to be born this year? It's too hard. Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. I'm out. I made it. Su Can's 4 classmates naturally squeezed in at the last minute as well, some rejoicing, others in despair. 2 were eliminated, 2 advanced. Huang Zongbao was quite talented, and his dad had provided him with plenty of resources to prepare recently. His grades had skyrocketed, allowing him to surpass the original class valedictorian and become the new class, well, 2nd place. Zongbao, you actually made it to 36th place? That's insane. The former top student, upon seeing Huang Zongbao's name above his own, couldn't help but let out a gasp. Just luck. Huang Zongbao chuckled. Just then, Wang Ling, who had been eliminated, said dejectedly, "That's strange. Why can't I see Su Can's name?" You can't see Su Can's name? At those words, everyone froze for a moment and began scanning the list from the top down. But even after checking all the way to the very bottom, they still didn't see Su Can's name, which surprised them even more. Could it be that Su Can had skipped the exam? That doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Huang Zongbao seemed to have just realized something and suddenly scanned the list above his own score. Holy crap, so that's what 146 points meant. Soon, he spotted Su Can's name at number 26, where a score of 146.1 was prominently displayed. 146 points? Look! They all saw Su Can's name, along with his striking ranking and score. The results column only showed the overall ranking, there were no detailed scores. Similarly, the top 10 were listed by name only, with no scores shown. This came as no surprise to them, since the top 10 weren't even supposed to take this test in the first place. They were the school's undisputed top 10. As the results were posted, the school instructed each homeroom teacher to notify the students who had made it into the elite class to assemble at the martial arts hall on the first floor at 8 a.m. the next morning. The office. Class 7 homeroom teacher, Mr. Liao, looked at the results sheet, especially Sukin's name, and was a bit dazed. Sukin ranked 26th? I was wondering why that kid wouldn't act so recklessly. Turns out he was holding something back all along. And that kid Zongbao actually managed to surpass Seikai this time, just as he hoped, though it's a shame he still came in second. Teacher Liao shook his head with a smile, then dialed Sukin's number to share the good news with him. 26th place? Teacher Liao hung up the phone, and a smile spread across Sukin's face. I can go home tonight and tell Mom and Dad the good news. Let them be happy too. Sukin had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. It had been ages since he'd seen genuine smiles on his parents' faces. I'll head home early tonight. Sukin began looking forward to the end of his shift. A little after 7 p.m., Luo Xiao arrived again and booked Sukin for 2 hours. Thanks to their conversation the night before, their relationship had improved considerably. It was starting to feel a bit like a friendship. However, neither of them was particularly talkative. Once they arrived at room 3, they got straight to the point and began their match. For the most part, Luo Xiao was on the offensive, while Sukin played defense. The 2 hours flew by, and it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. Normally at this time, Sukin wouldn't head home. He'd usually set aside some time to work out, but today, he was already eager to get back. Let us go home. Sukin took a shower at the club, then bought some barbecue from a street vendor, packed it up, and headed home. Their apartment was too small. It didn't have a private bathroom, so he had to go outside to shower or use the restroom, using the shared facilities on the first floor. When he got home, his dad, Su Quan, wasn't back yet. At this hour, Lin Susu was already asleep. She was frail and usually went to bed by 9. Sukin set the barbecue on the small table and waited for over 20 minutes before he heard the door open. Dad. Can? Su Quan was holding a worn yellow work cap. He spotted Sukin sitting in the cramped dining area and looked somewhat surprised. Dad, I made it into the elite class. Sukin jumped to his feet, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Thud. The work cap in Su Quan's hand fell to the floor with a thud. Who's there? Because the cap was of such high quality, the sound of it hitting the floor startled Lin Susu, prompting her to call out warily. But Su Quan wasn't paying any attention to that at the moment. His gaze was fixed on Su Can. Can, what did you say? He knew better than anyone what getting into the elite class meant. Countless times, he'd woken up filled with guilt and shed helpless tears. It was all because he was so useless. Phew. Sukin exhaled. Dad, I got into the elite class. My composite score is 146.1, and I ranked 26th. Sukin had never thought a person's smile could be so beautiful, especially one with tears in their eyes. Great, great. Lin Susu also stood up. The soundproofing in the house was so poor that she had overheard every word of Su Can and Su Quan's conversation. Dad. I've got a real knack for technique. The Starlight Club has signed a contract with me. I just need to spend a little time there every day, and I can make tens of thousands a month. Plus, I've made it into the elite class, which will provide plenty of resources every week. You won't have to work so hard anymore. I can earn a lot of money, and once I become a warrior, I'll be able to. Silly child. Tears welled up in the corners of Su Quan's eyes. He'd never been one to express himself well. He simply walked over and placed his large hand on Sukin's head. Early the next morning, Sukin got up. Although the golden finger effect was great, his own hard work was just as important. It could save him a lot of money. Sukin's natural talent for martial arts was indeed impressive, especially his aptitude for the quick draw technique. It was as if he'd been born for it. At 7:30, Sukin arrived at school and, following teacher Liao's instructions from the previous day, headed to the first floor of the martial arts hall. This morning, the martial arts hall wasn't open to the public. Only students from the elite class were allowed in. Arriving at 7:30 was actually quite late for Su Can, as everyone else seemed excited and had arrived much earlier. Su Can. Over here. Wherever there are people, there are naturally small groups. As soon as Sukin arrived, Huang Zongbao and Lu Zikai spotted him, and Huang Zongbao immediately waved to him. Seeing familiar faces, Su-kan walked straight over. It was much the same for students from other classes, only a very few were there alone. Su-kan? A small group of 3 was sitting nearby, resting with their eyes closed. But when they heard the name Su-kan, they all opened their eyes at the same time and turned their gaze toward him. Is that Su-kan? The only one besides the goddess Xiao who has mastered an advanced technique? He looks like he is just a little better looking than me, nothing special about him. Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but pout. What he disliked most were people who were better looking than him. Should we go over and test him out? No need. Even though he has mastered an advanced technique, his vitality is too low, not even half of what we have. He is no threat to us at all. Before old Zhu could say anything, the guy in the middle spoke up. You're right. Let us just wait quietly for the teacher to arrive. After that, the 3 of them fell silent until Xiao Ishua entered the room, at which point they couldn't help but exclaim. Goddess Xiao is here. Yeah, we haven't seen Goddess Xiao in over a month. I wonder how strong she is now. Zhu Jiafan spoke with a touch of nostalgia. He admired Goddess Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Didn't we just see her yesterday? How could that be the same? Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but roll his eyes. When Xiao Ishuan entered the arena, it wasn't just the 3 of them who were excited. It was safe to say nearly everyone in the venue was thrilled. Whoa, Goddess Xiao is here too. Huang Zhongbo was as excited as a 180 gene baby. Xiao Ishua? Su-kan's gaze also fell on Xiao Ishua, though his expression differed from Huang Zhongbo as Su-kan's eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder just how strong she really is. Xiao Ishua walked into the martial arts hall, casually found a spot to sit alone, and then closed her eyes to rest. At 7:50, all 50 students of the elite class had arrived, including the 10 who hadn't taken the exam but still dominated the top 10 spots. At exactly 8 o'clock, a middle-aged man with a prominent scar on his face walked in. Dressed in simple athletic wear and with a stern expression, he gave off the aura of a no-nonsense drill sergeant. He exuded a powerful presence. As the middle-aged man entered, all 50 students stood up. Hello, everyone. I'm Yan Jun, the head instructor of this year's elite class. Yan Jun smiled, though his smile was even more intimidating than his serious expression. Now, please follow me. There are only 2 elevators, and there are quite a few of us, so we'll probably have to split into 3 groups. After saying this, Yan Jun turned and led everyone out of the martial arts hall to the elevators on the side. He swiped his card, and with a beep, the elevator doors opened. Su-kan didn't rush to get in. It made no difference whether he went a little earlier or later. He wasn't in a hurry. However, Su-kan was a bit curious. Su-kan knew the 4th and 5th floors of the martial arts hall existed, but he'd never been there. He'd only heard about them. It was said that these floors were reserved for geniuses. Only those admitted to the elite class were allowed to set foot there, and the elite class's classrooms were located on the 4th floor of the martial arts hall. Rumor had it that these floors were equipped with all kinds of high-tech facilities, and the school invested a huge amount of money in them every year. We'll see them in a moment. Su-kan was in the second group to arrive. As soon as they got there, someone was waiting at the door to guide them to the elite class. You're Su-kan? As luck would have it, the person in charge of guiding Su-kan's group was Zhu Jiafan. Since they usually trained up here, they knew the layout inside and out. He happened to be number 10 in line and had just been assigned to this task by Yan Jun. Yeah. And you, classmate? My name is Zhu Jiafan. I'm the one bringing up the rear, huh? Zhu Jiafan laughed heartily. Being last in the elite squad meant he was indeed the one bringing up the rear, no doubt about it. I heard you've mastered the quick draw technique? Looking at Zhu Jiafan, who seemed friendly enough, Su-kan nodded. There was no need to hide that. Impressive. Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He meant it sincerely. Huang Zhongbao and Lu Zikai had been with Su-kan the whole time, so naturally they overheard the conversation between Zhu Jiafan and Su-kan. But they didn't quite understand what was going on. Mastered the quick draw technique? What kind of wild talk is that? We don't get it. But isn't Zhu Jiafan one of the top 10 big shots? Why on earth would he come over to schmooze with Su Kan? It's truly a mystery. The walk was short. Zhu Jiafan and Su Kan had only exchanged a few words before they reached their destination. It was a classroom not much different from an ordinary one, with only 50 seats inside. Su Kan sat next to Huang Zongbao, while Lu Zikai went over to sit with someone else he knew. Soon, the third group arrived, and the entire classroom was packed to capacity, with not a single empty seat. Everyone's gaze turned to Yan Jun at the front of the classroom, eager to see how this homeroom teacher would begin. Yan Jun's gaze was piercing. He scanned the room from top to bottom before speaking. You've all been carefully selected from Green City No. 2 High School. Every one of you is considered a genius here. Yan Jun's words made many of them lift their heads proudly, though Su Kan didn't react much based on his experience. This was just empty rhetoric, no different from what he'd heard before. Sure enough, just as Su Kan had expected, Yan Jun immediately turned on the multimedia projector and opened the PowerPoint presentation. But are you really worthy of pride? Without waiting for a response, Yan Jun displayed the first slide. Last year, there were over 23 million test takers nationwide, but only 460,000 applied to the martial academy, a ratio of about 2%. There are 72 martial academies nationwide, with a total enrollment of 228,000, to be precise. 460,000 out of 228,000, that means roughly 1 in every 2 applicants to a martial academy gets accepted. This ratio doesn't apply to our elite class, though, because last year, every single student in our elite class was admitted. As they listened to Yan Jun's words, the students were still somewhat confused. Some even felt he was indirectly praising them. However, these numbers don't really mean much, because the number of students in the martial arts classes is actually quite small, and every school conducts a screening process. Students with absolutely no chance of success are directly advised to withdraw. Under these circumstances, a 50% rejection rate is already quite high. After all, if you compare this to the more than 22 million applicants who were eliminated, that would be a 99% rejection rate. Yan Jun paid no heed to everyone's thoughts and asked in return. But is that really something to be proud of? Yan Jun clicked through to the next slide, which displayed new data. There are 36 provinces and 402 cities nationwide. Without taking into account the size of the provinces or cities, on average, each province has 12,700 martial arts candidates, and each city has 1,144 martial arts candidates. But what about our Haishi province? Only a little over 9,200. Even though we only have 11 cities, shouldn't that still amount to about 12,500? We do have quite a few applicants here in Green City, over 1,100, which is about the average. But you all know full well how many of them are just filling the numbers, don't you? If you're not sure, then let us look at the martial arts exam rankings. On average, each province has over 6,700 people who passed, but last year, Haishi had only a little over 4,800. Green City is even worse off. On average, each city should have had over 560 people pass, but last year, the entire city had fewer than 300. It's truly dismal. Do you still feel proud of that? This time, the vast majority of students couldn't help but lower their proud heads. It seemed Green City really was that bad. Some might say that since Green City has a small population, achieving these results is already quite good. Right? Yan Jun, seemingly determined to make everyone fully face the facts, continued by presenting another set of data. I won't even show you the national rankings, let us just look at the provincial ones. How many students from Green City made it into the top 100 in the province last year? The PowerPoint slide showed a pitiful 3 names, with the highest ranking at 34th, a sight that made Zhu Jiafan and the others widen their eyes in disbelief. Is it really that bad? And what about us here at Green City No. 2 High School? Yan Jun snorted derisively as he said this. Forget the top 100, we didn't even have a single school in the top 200. By the way, 3rd High School did manage to get 1 student into the top 100 last year, pushing you all behind them. That's exactly why your principal went to such great lengths to invite me here. Hearing this, quite a few students began to feel resentful. Su Kan instinctively glanced at Xiao Ishue and noticed she didn't seem particularly bothered. Yan Jun continued to dampen everyone's spirits. There are 72 martial academies nationwide. The top 20 are key martial academies, the top 10 are dual key universities, and the top 2 are the Imperial Capital Martial Academy and the Demon City Martial Academy. These two institutions rank among the very best in the world and are the pride of our Donghuang Kingdom. But assuming each martial academy admits only 3,000 students, you have to rank within the top 6,000 nationwide to get into either of those two. Last year, all 10 students from Green City No. 2 High School whom we had trained with all our might failed completely. Only 3 of them got into the double key universities, the remaining 7 all went to key universities. As for the rest, they all ended up at ordinary martial academies. At this point, Yan Jun felt he'd struck the right balance. If he continued to be so critical, he feared he'd completely crush everyone's morale, so he began to wrap up his remarks. At some schools, being first in the school rankings is still competitive. On a provincial level, they might even rank in the top 10 in the province. But at other schools, even the top student won't make it into the top 200 province-wide. Second high school is small, and Green City is small too, but Haishi province is vast. Don't let the tree hide the forest. Alright, this year, your principal invited me here specifically to guide you in changing this situation. He has spent countless resources and pulled countless strings for your sake. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to you. Take a look at the incentives. Yan Jun clicked through the slides again, revealing a rewards table. First place, 100,000 points. Second place, 80,000 points. Third place, 70,000 points. Fourth and fifth place, 60,000 points. Sixth through 10th place, 50,000 points. Ranks 11 through 20, 30,000 points. 21 through 30, 20,000 points. 31 through 40, 10,000 points, and the next 10 spots, 5,000 points each. These are the rewards for this week. However, since this week is relatively short with only 3 days left until next Monday, the next round of rewards will be distributed the Monday after next, giving you 10 days to prepare. Exactly 10 days from now, there will be only 90 days left until the college entrance exam. Around that time, there will also be a citywide mock exam. Your principal has secured a special perk for you. Anyone who ranks in the top 60 on this citywide mock exam will receive an opportunity to attend a training camp in the provincial capital. This training opportunity is quite rare. The training camp is in the provincial capital. In addition, you'll receive different rewards based on your rankings. Oh, right, I forgot to mention the value of these points. You can redeem them for various rewards or exchange them for martial coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, though I doubt anyone will actually choose to exchange them for martial coins. Yan Jun switched to the next slide, which displayed the main exchange items. There were only 2. Enhanced Vitality Pill, 410 points per pill. Vitality Dan, 16,000 points per pill. At their current stage, the Enhanced Vitality Pill and Vitality Dan were the most crucial resources. The rest were primarily for guidance purposes. No basic Vitality Pill? Sukin's eyes lit up when he saw the value of the Enhanced Vitality Pill, but upon not seeing the basic Vitality Pill, he muttered under his breath. With his ranking, he could earn 20,000 points, which would be enough to exchange for 48 Enhanced Vitality Pills that has 24 points of energy for free. Sukin was quite satisfied. But that qualification to train in the provincial capital should be pretty good. I've got to find a way to secure it. Sukin clenched his fist silently, his fighting spirit burning within him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The income from the club was rather unstable. Practically all the money he had came from Luo Xiu's patronage. If Luo Xiu stopped supporting him, his income would take a huge hit. Money, he desperately needed money. Also, based on the weapons of choice for the 50 of you who were admitted, the school has specially hired corresponding martial arts instructors. However, most of them are martial arts teachers from your own school who are proficient in advanced techniques. We'll only look outside the school if we really can't find anyone suitable. By the way, I personally specialize in swords, spears, and lances. I'm proficient in advanced techniques for all 3, so you're welcome to ask me for guidance. Alright, everyone, please come up to the stage to pick up a watch. These watches are personalized with your names, and your points are all stored on them. If you want to redeem resources, you'll do so through the watch. If you want to schedule a session with a martial arts instructor, you'll also do that through it. Yan Jun gestured for everyone to come up to the stage to collect their watches. Once everyone had received their watches, Yan Jun said with a smile. From now on, all you need to do is come every Monday. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter if you show up or not, as long as you make good use of the master instruction feature on your watches. Every Monday, this mundane fellow here will give a little talk. It doesn't matter if you listen or not. If there is important information, I'll post it directly in the group chat. Yan Jun raised his hand, which clearly bore a watch identical to theirs. Dismissed. As soon as Yan Jun finished speaking, he turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Sukan didn't think much of it. Homeroom teachers were just tools anyway. What he was really interested in right now was the exchange feature. 80 martial coins for one basic vitality pill. Sukan's eyes lit up. That was 25 energy. I'll exchange for this. Sukan grinned. 1 energy might not be much, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. But before I exchange, I should calculate whether it's more cost-effective to exchange these 3 vitality pills here or buy them outside. Outside, if I buy in bulk, Uncle Zhao should be able to bring the price down to 90 per pill. The price of the vitality pills 1T change 20,000 is all I can get. Buying 3 would cost 60,000 coins or 48,000 points. With 48,000 points, I could buy 600 basic vitality pills, but with 60,000 coins, I could buy over 666 basic vitality pills. Definitely buy the vitality pills here, and use martial coins to buy the basic vitality pills. It was a simple calculation, and Sukan naturally knew which choice to make. But 20,000 points is only enough to redeem one. Next time I'm sure to make it into the top 20, so I'll get 30,000 points. That's still 1TB enough to redeem the remaining 2, so it looks like I'll have about 2,000 points left over. Sukan muttered to himself, then immediately placed the order on his watch. 1 vitality pill, plus 25 basic vitality pills, a total of 18,000 points, leaving a balance of 2,000 points. Perfect. After placing the order, a message popped up on his watch. It instructed Sukan to go to the warehouse at the far east end of the 4th floor of the martial arts hall to pick up his order. As it happened, Huang Zhongbo had also redeemed a vitality pill, so the two headed over together. Sukan, why are you still redeeming basic vitality pills? They're definitely great value for money, but given how our bodies process them, we're lucky to absorb 6 a day. It wasn't a problem before when I didn't have the money, but now that the school has given us so many resources, I'm definitely stocking up on enhanced vitality pills. There was nothing wrong with what Huang Zhongbo said. For the vast majority of people, that was indeed the case. There is an absorption limit for elixirs. While the basic vitality pill has a low potency, absorbing about 6 a day is about as much as one can handle. The same applies to the enhanced vitality pill. One can absorb 5 or 6 of those as well. Naturally, when money is no object, the enhanced vitality pill is the better choice. Of course, ready-made pills like the vitality pill are a different story. Ready-made pills are much harder to absorb. One might not even be able to fully digest a single pill in a day. Ideally, taking one every 2 or 3 days is the best way to fully unleash the vitality pill's medicinal effects. Sukan merely smiled at Huang Zhongbo's words, though it did serve as a reminder for him. Although the basic vitality pill offers better value for money, exchanging too many of them would seem a bit odd. Looks like I'll have to exercise some restraint going forward. Sukan had no choice. He couldn't very well tell others that he was different, could he? Fortunately, the difference in value between the basic vitality pill and the enhanced vitality pill wasn't significant, so Sukan could accept it. As soon as he received 1 vitality pill and 25 basic vitality pills, Sukan's phone buzzed with a text message. Your debit card account 1882 received 50,000 yuan in martial coins on March 3 via online interbank transfer. Post-transaction balance, 54,082.61 yuan, Dongwon Bank. Seeing such a large sum credited to his account, Sukan's first thought was, did the bank make a mistake with this transfer? Banks usually recover misdirected transfers pretty quickly, so should he? Just as Sukan was wondering whether he should rush out to spend the money, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Teacher Chow, so he answered right away. Sukan, has the money from the genius loan come through? How much is it? Genius loan? Only then did Sukan realize this was the genius loan teacher Chow had helped him apply for a few days ago. What a false alarm. 50,000. Only 50,000? Teacher Chow furrowed his brow and continued. Come to my office. We'll fill out another application form this time. We'll apply for the third tier reward. How much is the third tier? Sukan asked instinctively. 200,000. I'll be right there. Sukan assured him that he wasn't doing this for the 200,000, it was purely out of respect for Teacher Chow. 3 minutes later, Sukan arrived at Teacher Chow's office. Sukan, you did a great job this time. You went from impossible to 26th place. And that's only because your vitality was too low. Now, with this genius loan and the resources from the elite class, your vitality will definitely jump up a tier in no time. You might even break into the top 20. Teacher Chow's tone was full of satisfaction. Hee, that's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Teacher Chow. You little rascal. Teacher Chow teased with a laugh. Fill out the form. If the review goes quickly, the money could be in your account within a week. It's a shame your vitality is so low, otherwise, you'd have been a sure bet for the top 3. Teacher Chow handed the form to Sukan with a look of regret. Having gone through this once before, Sukan filled it out quickly. There was no need to retest the data. Yesterday's results served as proof. It's a shame that making it into the city's top 60 is practically impossible for you. Otherwise, if you could break into that range, you'd secure a spot in the sanctuary training camp. Teacher Chow was just musing aloud. Making it into the top 60 in the city was truly too difficult. First high school had 20 members in its elite group. Second and third high schools each had 10. Among these 6 high schools, there were a total of 20 students. That adds up to 60 people. Although the students from the other 6 high schools might be slightly less skilled, they would certainly account for more than 50 of the spots. In other words, there were only a few spots left for them to compete for, and among those contenders were undoubtedly the geniuses from first high school. In Teacher Chow's opinion, aside from these 10 students, only Nya Hai stood a chance. The sanctuary training camp? Upon hearing this, Sukan couldn't help but ask. Sukan had never heard of the sanctuary training camp before. Yen Jun must have told you about it, right? Yeah, but he only said that the top 60 in the city can get into the camp. He didn't mention anything else. In that case, let me explain. Teacher Chow cleared his throat with a cough before speaking slowly. The sanctuary training camp is one of the top 3 training camps for geniuses in Haishi province. Every year, they recruit a group of gifted students from all over the province to undergo a 20-day training program at the camp. Of course, putting it that way, you might not fully grasp the value of this training camp. But if I convert it into money, you'll probably understand. To get into this camp, aside from having a certain level of talent, you also need the right connections plus 2 million martial coins. 2 million martial coins. Just as Teacher Chow had expected, once converted to money, Sukan instantly grasped the meaning. That's right, that's why no one harbors the slightest resentment toward the privileges enjoyed by tiered warriors, privileges that set them apart from the rest because they deserve them. Yes, it's the guidance from tiered masters. And rumor has it that the facility also houses the latest technology, which can accelerate the rate of technique improvement. Anyone who enters the training program, even those who don't know any advanced techniques, can master them within these 20 days. As for someone like you who already knows them, your advanced techniques can also see a significant improvement. Teacher Chow continued, and his words filled Sukan with a deep longing for this sanctuary training camp. Alright, I won't waste any more time on small talk. All I can tell you is that Yen Jun is no ordinary guy. If you have the chance to seek his guidance, you'd better ask him as much as you can. He was personally invited by the principal from the sanctuary training camp. And it seems he even has a special recommendation slot if you can impress him, that is. That evening, Luo Xiao showed up again as promised, though this time he brought Sukan some news. I probably won't be coming around for a while. Sukan looked up at Luo Xiao. He didn't ask why, he just nodded. I'll be away for training for a while. My family has found a better way for me to hone my technique, so I came by today to say goodbye. Luo Xiao explained the reason himself. Have you mastered the advanced technique? Su Ken nodded again. Excellent. Then let us have a thrilling sparring match tonight. All right. A fighting spirit flashed in both Su Ken's and Luo Xiao's eyes. The two first sparred using the basic method before moving on to a showdown with the advanced technique. Naturally, Su Ken was still no match for Luo Xiao after all. Luo Xiao was a prodigy who was a sure bet to finish in the top 3 at Green City First High School. His skills were in no way inferior to Xiao Yishui, as he might even be stronger than her. During their sparring sessions with Luo Xiao over the past few days, Su Ken had already sensed just how formidable Luo Xiao was. Su Ken was improving rapidly, but Luo Xiao wasn't too far behind. I'm heading out. Here's my number, feel free to reach out if you need anything. I've got some clout here in Green City. Goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Luo Xiao's receding figure, Su Ken let out a sigh. Luo Xiao was actually a pretty decent guy, not the slightest bit of that young master attitude. Of course, the most important thing was that with Luo Xiao's departure, more than half of his main source of income had been cut off. Su Ken felt a pang of heartache so intense it took his breath away. But there was nothing Su Ken could do about it. He couldn't exactly force someone to stay and keep giving him money, could he? Did you master the advanced technique? Just then, Brother Jean appeared behind him out of nowhere. Brother Jean. Su Ken immediately turned around and nodded at Brother Jean. Yes, I've mastered the advanced technique. What is it? The quick draw technique. Su Ken's tone was flat. Come in and give it a try. Su Ken could clearly see Brother Chi's eyes light up. Although Su Ken didn't understand why, he followed him inside anyway. Come on, use the quick draw technique. The charging time was very short, just a second or two. Quick draw technique. Fast. Incredibly fast. With that single slash, Su Ken felt his understanding of the quick draw technique deepen even further. As Su Ken struck, Brother Jean's hair stood on end. His previously relaxed demeanor instantly turned rigid. Clang! Cold sweat broke out on Brother Jean's back. That blow had nearly finished him off. It was far too fast. It was only because his strength was overwhelmingly superior, relying on power far surpassing Su Ken's, that he barely managed to keep a grip on his steel rod, otherwise, he would have been split open. Even so, the steel rod in Brother Jean's hand nearly slipped from his grasp under the force of that strike, sending shockwaves through his mind. How can this kid's quick draw technique be so terrifying? He must have just learned the quick draw technique. Bro Gao glanced at the steel blade, which now had a chip in it from the strike, and was deeply shaken. However, on the surface, he remained calm and composed. Very, very good. Your quick draw technique is already quite polished. Since that's the case, I'd like to discuss something with you regarding the Starlight Club's talent development program. Talent development program? Su Ken was taken aback. Did the Starlight Club even have such a thing? Yes, the talent development program. We at the Starlight Club naturally need some talented individuals to help us raise our profile and attract more members to the club. To that end, we specifically launched a program called the Talent Development Program, designed to build strong relationships with talented individuals and boost the club's visibility. The Genius Development Program. Su Ken wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what it meant the moment he heard the name. Yes, you're in luck. It just so happens that I have some influence over nominations at the Green City branch. Although your vitality is a bit lacking, your background and your exceptional memory talent mean there is a very good chance you'll be selected as one of the Starlight Club's representatives in Green City. Listening to Brother Su's words, Su Ken felt his heart race with excitement. He lacked resources, he was desperately short of them. Although he had now joined the elite class and received a fair amount of resources from it every week, along with his salary from the club and the Genius loan, that money simply wasn't enough. Not to mention the costs of advancing beyond the warrior stage. Just reaching the warrior stage alone required a great deal of money. But I only have the authority to recommend you. Whether you're approved or not still depends on the higher-ups' review. If you're interested, I can put in a recommendation for you. What do I need to do in return? Suken was naturally interested in this plan, but he still needed to clarify the details. Sure enough, when Brother Chi heard Suken's words, a look of approval flashed in his eyes. You won't have much to do, just cooperate with the club by placing a few ads and putting up promotional posters, and so on. Of course, all of this will be included in the contract. There will also be some club matches and the like, but these aren't mandatory. Participating will earn you additional rewards. There are also some incentive mechanisms in place. For example, your genius level will be rated based on the rankings you achieve in the upcoming municipal, provincial, and national mock college entrance exams. But the most important thing is the actual college entrance exam. After it's over, you'll receive certain rewards based on your final ranking. The fourth floor of the martial arts hall featured a large multi-purpose training area equipped with a wide variety of facilities, and dedicated martial arts instructors were on hand to provide guidance. The fifth floor consists of 50 separate training rooms, with each student having their own dedicated space for solitary practice. Additionally, every student is entitled to 3 private coaching sessions per month, during which they can request guidance from any instructor listed on their wristband, though there is one restriction: each student may only request coaching from Jun once. Under these circumstances, Suken naturally chose to spend his training time at school. He planned to head to the club later that evening to check in. However, this plan changed in the afternoon when he received a call from Brother Chi. Suken, I mentioned your situation to the higher-ups this morning. As it happens, there is a special envoy from headquarters in Green City who is very interested in you and wants to meet you. But he won't arrive until tonight. If you're free right now, you can come over first. I'll let you take a look at the contract. Okay, I'll be right there. Suken sheathed his sword. He had just been about to take a break when he received the call, so it worked out perfectly to head over. 15 minutes later, Suken arrived at the Starlight Club. The receptionists were already quite familiar with Suken and greeted him warmly. Brother Chi. Here is the contract, take a look. It's a template, though, so some of the terms can be modified. Bro Chow handed Suken a copy of the contract directly. It was about 10 pages long, not too much. Suken took the contract and began reading it carefully. Class C Genius Training Program Contract. Actually, there wasn't much substantive content. The main focus was on the benefits and what obligations needed to be fulfilled. You can receive resources worth 500,000 in 3 installments, the top 20% in the first simulation, the top 30% in the second, and the top 50% in the third, corresponding to the first, second, and third simulations, respectively. The 3 simulations correspond to the city, provincial, and national levels, respectively. If you achieve outstanding results in the simulations, you can apply for training as a higher-level genius. Upon approval, you'll receive the resources for the previous rewards retroactively. Finally, for the college entrance exam, those admitted to a martial academy will receive 50,000 martial coins, and those admitted to a top-tier martial academy will receive 200,000 martial coins. Admission to a double top-tier institution earns 500,000 martial coins. Admission to the 2 supreme institutions. Suken's breathing quickened. The figure was a staggering 2 million. If you rank in the top 100 province-wide, you'll get an extra 1 million. Suken recalled that last year, only 142 students from the entire Haishi province had been admitted to the 2 supreme academies. To rank in the top 100, he'd need to place even higher. 3 million. Making it into the top 50 earns you 5 million. The top 10 gets you 10 million. Oh my god. And if I become the provincial top scorer, the reward would be a whopping 30 million. Suken admitted to himself that he was going crazy. If he could actually win that 30 million reward, wouldn't he be set for life? Not to mention the subsequent rewards for ranking in the national top 10, and the 100 million martial coins for taking first place nationwide. What do you think? Brother Jean took note of Suken's reaction. Brother Jean. When is that special envoy coming? Ha, you little rascal. Both Brother Jean and Suken couldn't help but burst out laughing. The special envoy didn't keep Suken and Brother Jean waiting long. She arrived a little after 6 in the evening. She was a young woman with long, straight black hair, a beautiful face, and needless to say a perfect figure. Sukan had also learned the woman's name from brother Chiu. Her surname was Wen, a relatively uncommon surname, and her full name was Wen Mushue. Sister 1. Sukan greeted Wen Mushue warmly upon seeing her. Wen Mushue nodded and got straight to the point. Let us begin. First, we'll conduct the vitality test and the basic method test, followed by the technique test. Okay. Sukan had no objections to Wen Mushue's directness. He actually preferred people who were this straightforward. Strength test, 288 gene agility test, 15.8 meters per second. Vitality reading, 2.8. Sukan's vitality data appeared almost immediately. Even though Wen Mushue had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't help but furrow her brow upon seeing such a low vitality score. It was far too low. 2.8? Brother Jiao was somewhat surprised. He recalled that Sukan's vitality had been 2.4 just 8 or 9 days ago, hadn't it? He hadn't expected it to reach 2.8 so quickly. It seemed Sukan's vitality wasn't lacking in natural talent, rather, he was held back by a lack of resources. I'll do it. Brother Jian grabbed his weapon and was about to step forward to test Sukan's basic method when Wen Mushue stopped him. Attack me with everything you've got using a real blade. Got it. The feel of a real blade was vastly different from that of a wooden battle knife. Once they reached the elite class, Yin Jun had Sukan and the others switched to real weapons as well. According to Yin Jun, the goal wasn't to train them to put on a show, but to cultivate warriors who could actually go to the battlefield and fight calamity beasts. Besides, the college entrance exams also involved real weapons, so to help them adapt early on, all subsequent training was conducted with real weapons. The basic method test began. Sukan's sword technique was rock solid. Every movement had been honed to perfection, fast, precise, and executed with his own unique strategy and insight. Wen Mushue had originally intended to just give it a casual try, but as soon as she did, a look of surprise crossed her face. His vitality is exceptionally low, it doesn't even meet the signing standards. But this basic method is on par with a Class B genius, or rather, it's actually outstanding even among Class B geniuses. Lucci really did recommend a martial arts genius. As long as he can actually pull off the quick draw technique later, we can sign him. After all, a Class C genius doesn't require many resources. If Sukan knew what Wen Mushue was thinking, he'd probably be green with envy. Class C resources amount to at least 500,000, yet in her mind, that was merely not much. That's enough. Just go ahead and use the advanced technique. With a flick of Wen Mushue's wrist, Sukan was pushed back several steps. Just as Sukan was about to charge forward, he heard Wen Mushue's words, which made him halt in his tracks. Quick draw technique. Sukan acted decisively, without the slightest hesitation. To prepare for this test, Sukan had expended quite a bit of energy. He had consumed both the vitality pill he'd obtained yesterday and the 25 basic vitality pills, boosting his energy by another 77.5 points. Combined with his exertions over the past few days, Sukan's overall strength had improved significantly compared to before. Vitality, 2.76 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 25% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 10% plus. Energy, 100.6. While his vitality isn't particularly high, looking solely at his basic method and advanced technique, Sukan could easily rank in the top 6 in Green City and go head-to-head with those 5. That agility. Even Wen Mushue was somewhat shocked by Sukan's strike. Of course, this level of agility meant little to her after all, she was just a step away from reaching tiered. With vitality as high as 9.9 and even her advanced technique mastered at 100% in Tier 1, her combat prowess was astonishing. Clang! Wen Mushue effortlessly parried Sukan's quick draw technique without even taking a half step back. After delivering that strike, Sukan sheathed her blade and looked at Wen Mushue. You've passed my assessment. We can sign this contract. 100,000 resources credited. Since the transaction went through the Starlight Club's account, purchasing the elixirs was naturally a bit cheaper. 40 bottles of basic vitality pills. This was the first batch of resources Sukan had requested. Although the price was higher than at school, the difference was minimal. After all, this amounted to 1,200 basic vitality pills. When Sukan asked to exchange all of them for basic vitality pills, Brother Chi was taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Sukan to do this. Brother Chi gave a brief reminder but didn't say much else. After all, everyone has their own secrets. That evening, Sukan didn't open for business. There was nothing he could do about it. Without young Master Luo Shou's patronage, Sukan's income had plummeted, making him deeply miss the days when young Master Luo was around. The resources arrived quickly, arriving the very next day. 40 bottles of basic vitality pills, a total of 1,200 pills. Even though each basic vitality pill was about the same size as a Luo Dihuang pill, 1,200 pills was still a massive amount. Sukan certainly couldn't consume them all at once, so he had to spread them out over several sessions. Taking them was a painful ordeal, especially given the taste of the basic vitality pills, which was as bland as chewing wax. It took Sukan quite a while to finish them all. Fortunately, the outcome was a happy one. The 1,200 basic vitality pills once again boosted Sukan's energy by 120 points, propelling his energy to new heights. For the time being, Sukan settled into a steady routine, moving between just 3 places: school, home, and the Starlight Club. He'd even get up at 5 a.m. and study hard until 11 p.m. before heading home. He was incredibly dedicated. Time flew by, and it was now the day before the city-wide mock exam, his very first one. 9 days had already passed since Sukan joined the elite class. Jun announced in the class group chat that the city-wide unified exam would take place tomorrow at the City Sports Plaza, where all students across the city who had registered for the martial arts assessment would gather for a unified evaluation. All the teachers in charge of the assessment had been brought in from other cities to ensure fairness and impartiality. Time really flies. Sukan glanced at the message in the class group chat but didn't give it much thought. I hope it wraps up early tonight. I'll be home by 9 to make sure I'm in top shape. Sukan muttered to himself and went back to what he was doing. March 13th, Monday, a good day for exams. Before 8 a.m., the gates of the City Sports Plaza were already packed with people. Sukan was naturally among the crowd. Although he'd been coming to school frequently lately, he still wasn't very familiar with his classmates in the elite class. After all, they hadn't had much interaction, so he continued to stand with Huang Zongbao. Lu Zikai, on the other hand, had become close with others and was now part of a small group. Sukan, the first mock exam is about to start. This exam ranks all the students in the city together. I'm so nervous. After all, based on the rankings, I'm only 202nd. I can't even make it into the top 200. Huang Zongbao was indeed very nervous. City-wide rankings. He had no idea what place he might get. Based on last year's results, his scores would have placed him at 202nd. Lately, Jun had been meticulously posting information in spreadsheets in the group chat to help students gain a clearer understanding of their current standing. However, there was a significant difference in the number of applicants this year compared to last year. Last year, 1,124 students applied, 297 were admitted, and 52 made it into the top-tier schools. And this year? The number of applicants has dropped by over 100, with only 998 applying this year. However, according to teacher Jun, the overall level hasn't changed much, so he estimates that around 300 students will be admitted to Martial Academy this year. Last year's rankings? Sukan also looked at the spreadsheet. Based on his previous ranking, specifically, the student who placed 26th in last year's elite class entrance exam, his ranking in the city-wide mock exam was 134th. Last year's rankings are just for reference. After all, we're us, and they're them. True. Lately, my dad has been stuffing me with a dozen vitality pills just to boost my ranking a bit. Although the remaining 52 schools weren't top-tier martial academies, they were still divided into tiers. First tier, second tier, third tier. There were differences between each tier as well. Since they couldn't get into the top-tier schools, they could only aim as high as possible within the first tier. A dozen vitality pills. Sukan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Huang Zongbao. This flaunting of wealth was just too shameful. How great it would be if that dozen vitality pills were for him instead. But as he thought about that, Sukan thought of his own father. He refused to take Sukan's money, saying that this period was too important for Sukan since he couldn't help him anyway. He certainly couldn't make things worse. Sukan naturally protested, but what Su Quan said next made him agree. If you want your mom to make a full recovery, you'd better work hard. Only if you succeed in tiered will your mama's illness have a chance of being cured. Sukan took those words to heart. At the same time, Su Quan promised he wouldn't work so late anymore and would earn money while taking care of his health. Parents' love is truly boundless. Sukan was deeply moved and worked even harder. Sukan? Just then, Sukan heard a somewhat familiar voice and couldn't help but look over. Cousin? Sukan was a bit surprised he hadn't expected to run into his cousin Lining again. But upon further thought, it made sense after all. Lining had always been quite talented, so it was only natural for her to be here taking the city-wide martial arts entrance exam. You actually signed up for the martial arts class? Lining furrowed her brow. She was well aware of Sukan's situation, as well as her family's circumstances. In her opinion, someone like Sukan lacking talent to get into the martial academy and coming from such a poor family shouldn't waste time and energy applying for the martial arts class. Studying hard and getting into a good non-martial academy was the path Sukan should take. Sukan, you. Never mind. Lining shook her head. Although they were relatives, they weren't blood relatives, and she wasn't the type to lecture others, so she kept her thoughts to herself. However, she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Lining, do you know Sukan? Just then, a boy standing next to Lining spoke in a surprised tone. He had spotted Sukan there and was just about to say hello. He is my cousin. Lining hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. But what Lining didn't expect was the utterly surprising remark the young man made next. I never would have guessed that Master Sukan is actually your cousin. The young man said in astonishment. Master Sukan? Lining was a bit confused. How had Sukan suddenly become Master Sukan? Master Sukan? The same group of people from last time was still standing next to Lining when they saw Sukan. They also remembered who he was. What could they do? After all, Sukan was handsome. Good-looking people are indeed easier to remember. They were also somewhat surprised to hear the title Master Sukan, especially since the man speaking was no slouch himself. Although they were all members of the weak elite class like him, they were only average students within that class. But the man speaking, Zhang Qingjia, ranked in the top 10 of the class, and his mastery of the basic blade technique was exceptionally skillful. Master Sukan. Zhang Qingjia, however, didn't overthink it. He just grinned broadly at Sukan. Classmate Zhang. Sukan gave a wry smile. He actually had a strong impression of Zhang Qingjia after all. Since Luo Xiu had left, very few people had ever challenged him. Zhang Qingjia standing before him was one of them, and he challenged him 3 times. On top of that, Zhang Qingjia was so enthusiastic, constantly calling him Master Sukan this and Master Sukan that, which made Sukan remember him. Master Sukan, I'm looking forward to your performance this time. Zhang Qingjia winked at Sukan, looking quite comical. Lining was thoroughly puzzled. How could Sukan be on such good terms with Zhang Qingjia? Su. Brother Su, you're here. Another voice rang out. Lining thought it sounded familiar. Just as she was about to turn around to see who was speaking, she heard her best friend's startled cry. Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu. Lining's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared at Luo Xiu in shock. How could Luo Xiu know Sukan too? What on earth was going on? Lining felt her mind go completely blank. She couldn't process what was happening at all. Back from training? When Sukan saw Luo Xiu, a smile spread across his face. This was, after all, the person who had helped him out. Luo Xiu nodded, then shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm fully back. I just took some time off to take a test and see how strong those guys are. Sukan understood Luo Xiu's status and nodded in agreement. Only those few were worthy of Luo Xiao's attention. So you're the interesting friend Luo Xiao was talking about? Another playful voice rang out, and everyone's eyes turned in that direction. Lin Ying was completely stunned. There was actually another one. Let me introduce myself, Hong Lin, a student at First High School. A girl with a slightly cute appearance walked towards Su Kan, her gaze seemingly fixed on her. However, Su Kan wasn't naive enough to think this girl named Hong Lin was actually looking at her. She had come solely for Luo Xiao. Hong Lin, Luo Xiao, Xiao Ishua, and Xiao Yang, these four were evenly matched, and each was a household name among this year's senior class. As for why there are four? That's because the guy ranked number 1 was in a league of his own, his strength a cut above the rest. Up until now, he'd always been number 1, with the other 4 competing for the remaining spots. It had been that way from their freshman year all the way through. You're all here, huh? I thought you were all planning to hold back a bit. It's Xiao Yang. Xiao Ishue is here too. With Luo Xiao's arrival, the 4 were all present. Su Ken was right at the center of it all, along with Huang Zongbao. However, in contrast to Su Ken's composure, Huang Zongbao was a bundle of nerves. Who was he, Huang Zongbao, to be surrounded by so many powerhouses? To be the focus of so many eyes? Huang Zongbao was panicking so badly he just wanted to make a quick escape. Su Kan, on the other hand, didn't care. Because Su Kan had his own confidence. Right now, the spotlight was on the 4 of you, and he was just a minor character. But Su Ken was confident that before long, he would become the center of attention, the only one. Lin Ying and her small group were also stunned. When had they ever been treated like this before? Especially the woman with short hair. She felt as if she were going to go crazy with happiness. Luo Xiao was actually this close to her. And this Luo Xiao was actually calling Lin Ying's poor relative brother Su? The woman with short hair had a sudden realization, maybe being a little poor wasn't such a bad thing after all. Her family was rich. Fortunately, this commotion didn't last too long, because that person had arrived. Chen Ping is here. Someone shouted, and the 4 of them, including Luo Xiao, all turned their gaze in that direction, their expressions solemn. There stood Chen Ping, sporting a crew cut, dressed in a striking red tracksuit with a red cape draped over his shoulders, walking step by step toward them. His face was expressionless. He showed no sign of nervousness despite being watched by so many people. That guy has such a show-off. Luo Xiao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, though the fighting spirit in his eyes burned intensely. It wasn't just him. The other 3 were looking at Chen Ping with the same intensity. You 4 are here pretty early. Chen Ping smiled in his eyes. It seemed as if only the 4 of them existed. However, his gaze differed from Luo Xiao's and the others. While theirs was filled with fighting spirit, his was one of calm. Chen Ping, this time I definitely won't lose to you. Xiao Yang blurted out. Chen Ping glanced at Xiao Yang and replied calmly. I'm looking forward to it. With Chen Ping's arrival, Luo Xiao and the others scattered, no longer gathering around Su Kan. It was almost time for the exam to begin. Many teachers dressed in special uniforms entered the venue one after another, and the PA system announced the details of this municipal martial arts mock exam. All 998 students participating in this exam are present. Please proceed to your designated testing locations based on your candidate numbers. Due to the large number of candidates, please move quickly. The announcement played 3 times in a row before stopping. Su Kan, which testing room are you in? Number 4. Then I'm in number 6. Looks like we'll be going our separate ways. Huang Zongbao glanced at his number and couldn't help but shake his head. Since there were so many participants, it was obviously impossible to cram everyone into one place. That would take far too long. They were divided into 6 testing areas in total, with over 160 people in each. This would make the agility test proceed much more quickly. The testing sequence here was to start with the agility test, with 30 people at a time, 5 per testing room. After completing the test, these participants would proceed through their respective corridors to the strength test area. Although everyone was heading to the sports field for the agility test, the entry corridors were different, so Su Kan and Huang Zongbao did indeed have to go their separate ways. Next, they proceed to the room for the basic method test. Those who wish to apply for the advanced technique test head to the innermost room. There is only one such room, meaning anyone from the 6 testing areas who wishes to apply for the advanced technique test must go there. However, based on previous years' experience, few people apply for the advanced technique test during the first mock exam at most, no more than 20, and most of them are from first high school. Normally, a second test is required. After this test, each school will pull out all the stops, employing various teaching methods, and only then will the number of advanced technique candidates gradually increase. But the increase will be limited. I'm number 128 in testing room 4. That's actually pretty far down the list. Sukan muttered to himself as he made his way to the waiting area for exam room 4. Fortunately, the agility portion of the test moved fairly quickly. The 1,000-meter run took the fastest participants less than a minute, while the slowest took just over a minute. Virtually no one took more than 90 seconds. After all, anyone who applies for the martial arts class has a certain level of confidence in their abilities, otherwise, why would they apply? Add in the time it takes to get on the track and start the race, and a single heat takes no more than 3 minutes. With a starting gun every 3 minutes and 5 runners per heat, Sukan only had to wait a little over an hour. In fact, it went by faster than Sukan had imagined. In less than an hour, he was already waiting in the starting area. Once the starting gun went off, they'd be up in the next heat. Sukan and his group were positioned where they could see the competition. Looking at this straight track with 30 lanes, specifically designed for the 1,000-meter test, Sukan was somewhat awestruck. That's right, it was a 1,000-meter long straight line with no curves. The final college entrance exam also uses this type of track for the agility test, as it better assesses students' straight-line agility. Bang! As the starting gun fired, 30 figures shot forward like arrows, leaving the bowstring. One figure in particular took an overwhelming lead, leaving everyone behind from the very start and racing far ahead of the pack. What incredible agility! Sukan was instantly taken aback. Even if this agility wasn't quite 30 meters per second, it wasn't far off. That looks like Chao Yang. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and Chao Yang's agility was too fast. Sukan couldn't see him very clearly. That agility is truly off the charts. Sukan mused. If he were to compete against Chao Yang in agility, by the time Chao Yang reached the finish line, he himself would likely have covered only a little more than half the distance. The gap was simply too vast. As this Group S test concluded, Sukan also saw the results for this group of participants. No names, only numbers. Number 6118, 1,000 meter time 34.56 seconds, average agility 28.9 meters per second. It was pretty much what Sukan had estimated. This agility was indeed very close to 30 meters per second. That's way too fast. The runner-up's agility was only 24.14 meters per second. Don't think a difference of just over 4 meters per second is nothing in real life. That margin would be enough for someone with average athletic ability to break the world record for the 100-meter dash. In a 1,000-meter race, a 4 meter per second gap would translate to a lead of over 100 meters. Group 20. No one in the 20th group was quite that extraordinary, though the fastest runner agility still clocked in at 25 meters per second. If the level is already this high in a mere city-level mock test, just imagine what it'll be like at the provincial level. Sukan couldn't help but marvel. Just as Yen Jun had said, number 2 high school was small, and so was Green City. It was Sukan's turn. He didn't bother thinking about it anymore. Now it was his chance to prove himself. Bang! The starting gun fired. Sukan was in great shape and had quick reflexes. He shot out immediately, among the first few to start. Unfortunately, Sukan's vitality was his Achilles heel, which dragged down his agility as well, and he was quickly overtaken one by one. 18th place. Fortunately, this result wasn't too bad. Lately, Sukan had invested quite a bit in his vitality, and in this test, his vitality had caught up to the general level of the group. He was no longer at the bottom of the pack. He completed the kilometer in 54.95 seconds, averaging 18.2 meters per second. Not bad. Coincidentally, Lin Ying was in the two groups right behind Sukan, so she saw his test results the whole time. 18.2 meters per second? Lin Ying was a bit surprised by this result. That agility wasn't slow at all after all. In her test at school yesterday, she was only slightly faster than Su Kan, clocking in at just 18.6 meters per second. How did Su Kan's agility suddenly get so fast? Didn't my parents tell me just a while back that Su Kan's martial arts scores were really poor? And not only does Su Kan know Zhang Qingjia, but he is actually on such friendly terms with Luo Xiu. What on earth is going on here? Lin Ying really couldn't figure it out or make sense of it. Looks like I'll have to talk to Dad about this when I get back. 388. 387. 389. Total strength from 10 punches, 3,889 gene. Average strength, 388.9 gene. Comprehensive agility, 18.2 meters per second. Finally, vitality tested at 3.5, for a total score of 115 points. The results were in. Su Kan wasn't the least bit surprised by his scores. Thanks to his hard work over the past period and the energy points he allocated, his vitality had risen exactly to 3.5. His agility and strength scores were also quite similar. There wasn't much difference between them. 120 points, that's about average for this stage, but it's still not enough. Su Kan had looked at the rankings from this stage last year specifically, the student who was ranked 26th in the elite class at number 2 high school. During the first citywide mock exam, that student remained in 26th place within the elite class, demonstrating consistent performance. Citywide, he ranked 134th. His scores were Vitality 3.9, 128 points. Basic Method Tier 1, 100%, 120 points. Total score, 248 points. Of course, Su Kan's goal wasn't to match him. Su Kan's goal was to break into the top 60 and secure that spot. This time, he had allocated the vast majority of his energy points specifically to compete for that spot. Let us head to the basic method testing area. There were 2 machines for the strength test, and the agility test was fast. It could basically handle the flow of people coming from the 1,000-meter run. It's the basic method test that requires waiting. After all, each testing center has only 3 rooms, and each basic method test takes nearly 3 minutes. That means they can process 60 people per hour, which is far slower than the pace of the strength and agility tests. Still, it's not too bad. 3 hours is more than enough for everyone at each testing center to complete their tests. Holy crap, just as expected of Goddess Hong, this basic method is insane. As soon as he arrived at the basic method testing area, Su Kan heard a gasp of astonishment. Hong Lin? Hearing that name, Su Kan couldn't help but picture the cute girl who had just introduced herself to him. Do you guys know what level her basic whip technique is at? Basic whip technique? Su Kan wore a puzzled expression. Whip techniques weren't something you could just pick up. They were considered one of the most difficult weapons to master, and mastering them was incredibly challenging. He hadn't expected that Hong Lin's specialty was actually whip techniques. An image of Hong Lin's petite figure, wielding a whip in attack, unconsciously flashed through Su Kan's mind. What level is she at? She is almost at 2nd tier mastery. What? 2nd tier mastery? How is that even possible? Everyone was stunned, and even Su Kan froze for a moment. 2nd tier mastery? Is she really that good? Not 2nd tier mastery, she is almost at 2nd tier mastery. Su Kan finally let out a sigh of relief, so she was just on the verge of 2nd tier mastery. She scored a high 184 points. You have to know that 190 is the standard for 2nd tier mastery. Fearing they wouldn't believe him, the man hurriedly added. 184 points, that's indeed a very high score. If a genius from Green City alone is this strong, it's hard to imagine just how powerful the geniuses from the province must be. At this thought, Su Kan wasn't the least bit afraid. On the contrary, he grew even more excited. I saw the Hong Lin vitality test results earlier, an 8.2 vitality score. Wow, that's enough to score 236 points. Even without counting her advanced technique, the Goddess Hong already has 420 points just from her current scores. That is absolutely mind-blowing. Just think that score is nearly 40 points higher than last year's top-tier martial academy. That's incredible. With 90 days left until the college entrance exam, her scores are already this outrageous. I don't think I'll even reach that high by the time the exam rolls around. Don't just think it, it's a fact. Cutoff scores and such aren't a secret, you can look them up easily, it's not hard. You can even find the minimum admission scores for individual schools from last year. At the same time, every university has specific admission requirements. For example, many of the first-tier non-key martial academies have a restriction: you must have mastered an advanced technique to apply. Furthermore, last year's cutoff score for the first tier below the non-key martial academies was only 382 points. Don't for a moment think that 382 points is easy. The vast majority of you here didn't even reach that score on the college entrance exam. Keep in mind that last year in Green City, only 102 people scored above 382 points, the rest all fell short. And remember, over 1,000 people took the martial arts college entrance exam last year. If Goddess Hong had mastered the advanced technique, she might have made it into a key martial academy by now. A key martial academy, huh? Rumor has it that once you get into one, you're practically halfway to becoming a warrior, and the vast majority of students at key martial academies become warriors before they even graduate. I'm so jealous. The crowd once again looked on with envy. A top-tier martial academy? Sukan pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Last year's admission cutoff for a top-tier martial academy was 449 points, a score that was currently out of Sukan's reach, a gap far too wide. But with 90 days left until the exam, Sukan didn't doubt for a second that he could make it into a top-tier martial academy. After all, his goal was to enter one of the two supreme institutions. The testing continued. The basic method test was indeed quite slow. Sukan waited at the door for nearly an hour before it was his turn. Or rather, it was his turn to go inside and wait. Martial arts exams typically follow this format: one student takes the test while another waits inside the testing room, where they can observe the other student's performance. However, aside from the student being tested, there was only one teacher present, because the testing wasn't conducted by a teacher, but by a robot specifically designed for martial arts exams. This robot can continuously adjust the percentage progress of the basic method to determine the score. Of course, the quality of the on-the-spot performance also affects the final score. After all, it's quite normal for one's condition to affect the score by a point or two, especially since this exam-specific robot was only invented in recent years and still has some flaws. Sukan watched from the sidelines as the candidate finished their test, and only then did it become Sukan's turn to step forward. Sukan handed the form to the chief examiner. "What is your specialty?" "Basic blade technique." The chief examiner glanced at Sukan's form and filled it out. "What is the progress level for the initial assessment you're applying for?" 30% of stage 2. "Huh?" The examiner filled in Sukan's request, then suddenly realized something and looked at Sukan with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure?" Sukan's vitality was also listed on the form, only 3.5. According to normal progression, with a vitality of 3.5, most basic methods would be between 90% and 100% in Tier 1. Very few would be able to advance to the second stage. As for someone like Sukan, he had never seen anything like it. As Sukan nodded, the examiner narrowed his eyes but proceeded to configure the robot anyway. However, he did offer a word of caution. If you can't clear the preset initial values, you'll be scored as 0 points. "I know." "Then let us begin." After configuring the robot's parameters, the examiner stood by to observe. Both Sukan and the robot were using real weapons for the test. Although the robot was programmed with safety mechanisms to prevent harm to the candidate, accidents could still happen. His presence was to ensure that, should an accident occur, the candidate would not be injured. "Begin." The battle began. The examiner had originally thought Sukan might not even be able to block a single move, but he never imagined that Sukan would effortlessly parry the robot's attacks and even launch a counterattack. The robot, in turn, reacted based on Sukan's responses, continuously simulating the basic method level best suited to Sukan's current state and assigning a score. This usually takes 2-4 minutes to complete. As the match began, a new student walked in. This kid. The examiner couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. A vitality of 3.5, and yet he has mastered the basic method to this extent? It's truly unbelievable. The match lasted less than 3 minutes before ending, and the robot quickly displayed the results. Basic blade technique, 47%, score 177 points. 177 points, added to Vitality's previous 120 points, brought the total to 297 points. That is 2% higher than the 45% shown on the panel. Looks like I performed well. Sukan nodded with satisfaction. But for now, I only have 297 points, and that is still not quite enough. Making it into the city's top 60 isn't that easy. Last year, Vitality, who ranked 60th, scored 5.7, plus a 5% progress bonus from the second stage, for a total of 299 points. I don't know how things will go this year yet, but with the score from Advanced Technique added in, I should be in the clear. Sukan walked out with a big smile on his face. Sukan. Just as she was about to walk through the passageway toward the only Advanced Technique testing room, she bumped into Lining, who was coming the other way. Seeing the broad smile on Sukan's face, Lining was curious about her score and couldn't help but call out. "What's up, cousin?" Sukan replied with a smile. "Sukan, what's your score?" "Not bad." Sukan's smile grew even brighter as she naturally handed her score report to Lining. Showing off in front of others, especially in front of relatives, felt really great. Vitality 3.5, 120 points. Lining scanned the page from top to bottom and instinctively read Sukan's scores aloud. Basic method, level 2, 47%, 177 points. Total score, 297. Lining's tone was flat at first, but when she mentioned basic method, her voice betrayed her shock. Finally, she looked at Sukan in utter disbelief. How was this even possible? 297 points. That score would almost rank her in the top 60 citywide. As long as she could maintain that ranking, she'd be a shoo-in for the first-tier martial academy in the college entrance exams. That was far better than her own score. After all, although her vitality was higher than Sukan's, reaching 3.8, her basic method was still stuck at 100% progress in Tier 1, which meant her score was only 246 points, a full 34 points short. "Cousin?" Sukan watched Lining's expression and reactions, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Still, she had to put on a show. Sukan deliberately called out twice. When Lining didn't respond, she raised her voice. "Ah, Sukan, you." Only then did Lining snap out of it. Her tone was mixed, but once she started speaking, she didn't know what to say next. Fortunately, it was soon Lining's turn, putting an end to the awkwardness. Watching Lining walk into the martial arts testing room, Sukan wiped the smile off her face and headed toward the Advanced Technique area. This stadium had been designed with exam venues in mind. The martial arts college entrance exams would also be held here, so the layout inside had been meticulously planned. Each of the 6 testing areas for the basic method was connected to the central circle by a path. The central circle is connected by 7 main routes, 6 of them lead to the basic method testing areas, while the 7th, the one right in the center, leads to the Advanced Technique testing area. "Hey, you're going the wrong way." At the fork in the path, Sukan spotted someone he'd seen during the agility test. Sukan had been right next to him. Their agility scores were about the same, so he recognized him. Sukan remembered that he was from testing area 5. Wrong way? Sukan paused for a moment, then glanced at the signpost, which indeed indicated that the Advanced Technique area lay ahead. It didn't take long for Sukan to figure it out. It wasn't that he'd gone the wrong way, it was that the other person had misunderstood. "Classmate." "I'm not going the wrong way." Sukan casually acted a little cocky, then turned and walked toward the Advanced Technique testing area. "You didn't take a wrong turn?" The man looked at the sign on the ground in surprise, furrowing his brow. "Could I have misread it? That can't be right. It says exit, doesn't it?" Sukin's attitude had made him a bit unsure of himself. "Never mind, I'll just follow you and see." He immediately followed, but after just a few steps, he saw a teacher sitting ahead, blocking the path. There was also a sign hanging nearby, "Advanced Technique Assessment Registration Desk." Then he saw Sukin hand the form in his hand to the teacher. Countless question marks popped up on his forehead. He hadn't taken a wrong turn. But how dare Sukin? How dare he apply for the Advanced Technique exam? After all, if you apply and can't pass, your score goes straight to 0. "Hey, you over there, are you applying for the Advanced Technique exam too?" "Ah." He was instantly startled, frantically waving his hands and turning to run away. "No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm leaving right now." Hearing that familiar voice, Sukin let a playful smile curve his lips. Why did this silly kid follow me here? Well, this did add a bit of fun for Sukin. "Go on in. Someone just went in a moment ago. If you go in now, they'll probably be coming out by the time you get there." The teacher had originally intended to scold Sukin back when he saw his vitality, but upon seeing how high Sukin's basic method was, he held back. Although he himself had never seen anyone master an advanced technique with such low vitality, the world was so vast there were bound to be some extraordinary people out there. With the basic blade technique at 47% completion in stage 2, the probability of grasping an advanced technique wasn't too small. Sukin thanked him and walked down the hallway. Just then, the door to the advanced technique testing room opened, and a familiar figure appeared. It was Chao Yang. Sukin wasn't too surprised. During the agility test earlier, Chao Yang had been 2 groups ahead of him. Since they weren't in the same testing room, it was only natural that he'd be a little late. "Sukin?" Chao Yang strode forward. His gaze lingered on Sukin for a moment before he remembered his name. "Second high school, Sukin." Sukin acknowledged it with composure, a poise that momentarily startled Chao Yang. "Interesting. Third high school, Chao Yang." After exchanging introductions, the two passed each other without much fanfare. Chao Yang merely took a slight interest in Sukin, and he didn't truly view him as a threat. As Chao Yang walked away, a smile spread across Sukin's face. "This time, you're the stars. Next time, it'll be my turn to take center stage." Advanced technique, quick draw technique, 22%, score, 54. Final total score. As the advanced technique test concluded, Sukin's score appeared before him. 351 points. The score was decent last year. This would have been enough to get him directly into the second batch of the martial academy. Just half a month ago, Sukin had almost given up on applying for the martial arts program, but he never expected that in such a short time, he'd already secured a spot. "I'm definitely in the top 60, I just don't know what my final ranking will be." Sukin beamed. The situation was bound to be different every year. As Sukin knew, several schools in Green City had increased their resource allocation this year, likely because last year's results had been so poor. Under these circumstances, the overall scores were naturally going to rise. Sukin wasn't sure by how much, though. "We'll probably find out the results around noon." Since there aren't many schools participating in the martial arts exam, the results are announced on the spot. Once Sukin and the others reach the exit and hand in their score sheets, the teacher in charge will immediately enter their names and scores into a spreadsheet. Once all the students have finished the exam, it won't take long for all the data to be entered and sorted. 3 teachers were handling this task. Each was responsible for compiling the data, and once they cross-checked their results, the scores would be sent to their respective schools if everything matched. Starting at 8 a.m., the process would normally wrap up by a little past 11 a.m., so the results would likely be available before noon. Just as Sukin had anticipated, at 11:52 a.m., the ranking list was sent directly to the directors of the educational affairs offices at each school. Shortly afterward, Yen Jun posted the score sheet directly in the class group chat. Agility in small cities is just a bit faster. In Haishi City, results usually don't come out until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Office. Yen Jun saw the message sent by the Director of Academic Affairs, smiled, and clicked on the score sheet. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for the results of this assessment. He had analyzed the data. Back at the sanctuary training camp, his role had been precisely data analysis. Apart from those 10 students, the only one with a chance of making it into the top 60 this time was Nya Hai. Although he had identified a promising prospect, that student's disciples were too weak, it was virtually impossible for them to break into the top 60 this time. Let us check the rankings. First place, Ping from Green City No. 1 High School, Vitality 9, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2 at 60%, Advanced Technique Tier 1 at 30%, total score 520 points. That's a pretty good score. It would rank in the top 10 in Haishi, and probably in the top 20 province-wide. Yan Jun was somewhat surprised to see Ping's scores. He hadn't expected this year's Green City cohort to produce a genius. Yan Jun continued scrolling down and spotted Xiao Ishua's South name in 4th place. 4th, Xiao Ishua, Green City No. 2 High School, Vitality 8.1, Basic Sword Technique Stage 2 at 50%, Gentleman's Sword Technique Tier 1 at 20%, total score 463 points. A bit short, this score barely makes it into the top 100 province-wide, though it's an improvement over last year. Still, these 5 are the only ones worth watching from Green City, the rest are simply appalling. 5th place went to Chao Yang, with a score of 461, very close to Xiao Ishua's. In fact, the gaps between 2nd and 5th place aren't that big, no more than 20 points. The score for 6th place, however, drops off sharply. Vitality is only 7.3, Basic Method is just at 30% in Stage 2, and Advanced Technique has only recently been learned, with progress at just 5% in Tier 1, resulting in a score of only 389 points. That's a 72-point gap from 5th place, a massive difference, effectively a chasm. According to Yan Jun's estimate, the 5th place student might barely scrape into the top 100, but the 6th place student is well outside the top 300 and might not even make it into the top 400 in the province. That gap is just too wide. Yan Jun continued scrolling down, the look of disappointment in his eyes growing deeper. 14th, 17th, 22nd, 28th. Only these 4 are in the 11th to 30th range, and as for the top 10, there is no one there besides Xiao Ishua. Xiao Ishua is the only one from this year's Green City No. 2 High School who is doing well, the rest aren't much different from last year. Yan Jun was deeply disappointed. With results like these, if the principal of Green City No. 2 High School hadn't offered him such a generous deal, he really wouldn't have wanted to come. 33rd place, Su Ken from Green City No. 2 High School. Vitality 3.5, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2 at 47%, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1 at 22%, total score 351 points. When Yan Jun saw this message, he was completely stunned. Stunned, Yan Jun read the message again, the entire message. He felt that the whole thing was just odd. That Su Ken guy. He couldn't help but read it over once more, going through it word by word. 3.5 Vitality, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2 at 47%, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1 at 22%. It was perfectly normal for these skills to appear on a report card, but having them listed in the same column as 3.5 Vitality just didn't sit right. As an analyst at the Sanctuary training camp, Yan Jun had seen it all, but he never encountered anyone with such outrageous progress in advanced techniques while possessing only 3.5 Vitality. At that thought, a broad smile involuntarily spread across Yan Jun's face. I never expected to encounter such a prodigy in Little Green City. Interesting, truly interesting. Yan Jun's mood instantly lifted, even the dismal scores that followed seemed somewhat more bearable. He only glanced at the top 60 rankings before forwarding the list directly to the class group chat. 12 spots, a few more than anticipated. Although the overall results weren't ideal, Yan Jun was still quite satisfied with Su Ken's unexpected rise to prominence. Perfect, this trip to the sanctuary would give him a chance to really push Su Ken to her limits. He hoped Su Ken wouldn't let him down. And how come I'm the only one who was shocked? Yan Jun's mouth twisted into a smirk. The results are out. As Yan Jun forwarded the results to the class group chat, everyone who had been waiting there immediately clicked to view them. Wow, Goddess Xiao truly lives up to her reputation. 8.1 in Vitality, 50% mastery of basic sword techniques in Stage 2, and 20% progress in the Gentleman's Sword Technique. That's absolutely mind-blowing. Wow, 463 points. That score would get her into a top-tier martial academy right away. That's insane. With 90 days left, and given how fast Goddess Xiao's agility is improving, getting into either of the two top academies will be a piece of cake. That's really exaggerated, but Brother Young's results aren't bad either. 14th place, 7.1 in vitality, 22% in stage 2 of the basic method, plus 3% in advanced technique. He scored 374 points, which is quite excellent. He has definitely secured a spot at one of the top 10 super elite universities. Brother Yan isn't bad either. Everyone looked at the results and started chatting one after another in the group chat. Teacher Chow was also in the group chat. As their advisor, he was curious about everyone's scores. I wonder how Su Kan did this time. He was especially curious about Su Kan. Just as he was about to open the score report, he saw someone mention Su Kan. Kan's score isn't bad either. 351 points. Especially the 3.5 in vitality. Ha! Who is Su Kan? The person who said this suddenly jolted in real life. Why didn't he have any memory of this person? It didn't seem like they were part of their elite squad. But he glanced at the school listed next to Su Kan's name and confirmed it was Green City No. 2 High School that was right. Could it be that someone had been hiding their name and was only now being exposed? But how could a 3.5 vitality score show up here? For some reason, the class group chat, which had been incredibly lively just moments ago, instantly fell silent. No one spoke. Seeing this, Yan Jun's smile grew even wider. He could already picture everyone's reactions. They must all be completely stunned, right? The bustling class group chat remained silent for a full minute before someone finally sent a message. Bro Kan is so badass. So awesome and domineering. A quick draw technique at 22% progress. Is this even human? That's higher than Goddess Xiao's advanced technique. This is fucking insane. Brother Kan actually cracked the top with just 3.5 vitality. Wow, wow, wow. As soon as someone posted that, the class group chat was instantly flooded with countless messages, all praising Su Kan's awesomeness. Teacher Chow saw it too. However, she only looked at the top 5. She couldn't be bothered to check the rest. She had no interest. Still 4th place? Xiao Yishu's side. These guys were too tough to beat. Even though she worked so hard, she still couldn't pull ahead. Just as Xiao Yishu was about to put her phone down and go back to eating, she noticed the words Tsungu's score is also pretty good, and she furrowed her brow. Although she wasn't close with the other 9 members of the elite group, they'd been in the same group for 2 years after all, so she still remembered all 9 of their names. It didn't seem like there was a Kan among them. At that moment, Su Kan's handsome face involuntarily popped into her mind. Is it him? What about him? Xiao Yishu hesitated for a moment, then noticed the classroom had fallen into an eerie silence. This Su Kan. Xiao Yishu wasn't stupid. She could sense that something was off, so she tapped on the report card again and quickly found the information under Su Kan's name. In particular, the note stating quick draw technique, 22% progress, made Xiao Yishu pause in surprise. Only then did a smile flicker across her face. Interesting. Just as I expected from someone I approve of. Luo Xiu had also checked the results. Even though he debraced himself, he was still taken aback when he saw that Su Kan's quick draw technique had actually reached 22% progress. I hear your second high school is heading to the sanctuary for training this time. I'm looking forward to our next match. This time, I'll take it seriously. A bright smile spread across Luo Xiu's face. Hong Lin, Chao Yang, and even Chen Ping, who held the top spot, all saw Su Kan's results as well. They were particularly surprised by his 22% progress in the quick draw technique. One by one, they became interested in Su Kan. However, they still didn't take Su Kan seriously. There were only 90 days left until the college entrance exams. That was far too short a time. A vitality score of 3.5 was too low. It essentially meant Su Kan lacked talent in the vitality category. Vitality was the foundation. Since Su Kan couldn't improve his vitality, he posed no real threat to them. In fact, he didn't even have the qualifications to threaten them. They were only interested in Sukan's talent in the area of technique and nothing more. Haishi City. As the provincial capital of Haishi Province, Haishi's scale was naturally incomparable to that of Green City. Although Green City was no small city itself, boasting a population of over 5 million. Haishi City's population was only about 1.5 times that of Green City, yet the level of prosperity between the two cities was incomparable. The same holds true for educational standards and the overall strength of martial arts students. Last year, Green City had over 1,100 applicants, but only 298 were admitted to the Martial Academy. Of those, only 57 were admitted to top-tier martial academies or higher, including the top-tier Martial Academy itself. But what about Haishi City? Over 2,300 people applied, and more than 2,100 were admitted to the Martial Academy, with a full 800 gaining admission to top-tier universities. It's safe to say that Haishi City alone, a city home to about 20% of Haishi Province's total population, accounts for nearly half of all students admitted to the Martial Academy. Consider this: how many people applied across the entire Haishi Province last year? How many were admitted to the Martial Academy? How many were admitted to a top-tier Martial Academy? Over 9,200 people applied. Over 4,800 were admitted to the Martial Academy. 1,388 were admitted to a top-tier Martial Academy. This alone shows just how strong Haishi City really is. It's fair to say that Haishi Province is essentially propped up by Haishi City. I've digressed. In a place like Haishi City, where real estate is at a premium, there stands a club covering a sizable area right in the heart of the city, a clear indication of the club's influence. What did you say? Sukan is ranked 31st in Green City, and now he's even preparing to go to the sanctuary for a 20-day training session? This club is none other than the Starlight Club. Inside the Starlight Club, when Mushue held her phone, listening to the news coming from the other end of the line, and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was simply too unbelievable. In when Mushue's eyes, Green City and Haishi were naturally incomparable, but Green City was, after all, a major city with a population of 5 million. Vitality 3.5, Basic Method Stage 2 at 47%, plus Quick Draw Technique at 22% progress. When Mushue's head was practically buzzing as she listened. She remembered that just a few days ago, when she had fought Sukan, his vitality had been only 2.8, his basic method was at just 25% of stage 2, and his quick draw technique was a mere 10%. But how had it suddenly become so outrageous? Could he have had an epiphany? When Mushue could only think this after all, it was truly hard to explain. If the facts weren't right in front of her, she absolutely wouldn't have dared to believe it. On the other end of the line, Brother Chi was actually quite shocked when he heard the news. So, should we raise Sukan's cultivation level? Bro Duan asked, and when Mushue fell silent. Should they raise his cultivation level? Based on Sukan's current stats, he was still a bit short of qualifying as a grade B genius. Just yesterday, they signed a grade B genius with a vitality of 8.4, 52% in the second stage of basic method, and 20% in advanced technique. That was the threshold they met to successfully sign him and secure the resources for a grade B genius. Sukan only meets the advanced technique requirement, his basic method falls slightly short, and his vitality is far below the mark. When Mushue remained silent for about 30 seconds before she slowly spoke up. Approve it. Let Sukan know, but this will take some time. We'll sign the contract with him once he graduates from the sanctuary training camp. Okay. Bro Duan's face lit up with surprise and delight. The gap between a Class B genius and a Class C genius is enormous. Securing a contract with a Class B genius is no small achievement for Bro Duan. What about the resources Sukan requested? What did he request? He exchanged them all for enhanced vitality pills. Enhanced vitality pills? When Mushue was taken aback. Why would he exchange so many of those? Why didn't he exchange them for vitality pills? When Mushue's face flushed as she spoke, because she realized that Sukan's background was different from hers. Her question came across as rather naive, as if she were asking, why don't you just eat meat porridge? Well, then, let us exchange them for Sukan at a value of 420 per pill. 420 per pill? Then, make up the difference, give him 360. High vitality doesn't just mean combat prowess, it also enhances all aspects of one's physical and mental qualities. She thought about it for just a moment and roughly calculated the figure. All right. The call ended. A hint of a smile flashed across Wen Mushue's eyes. This sanctuary training camp specializes in technique, it's perfect for you, Su Kan. I'm really looking forward to seeing you grow. Name, Su Kan. Vitality, 3.54 plus. Strength, 393 kilograms. Agility, 18.9 meters second. Spirit, 9.9 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 48% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 23% plus. Energy, 13.1. I've only got 13.1 energy left, I need to restock my resources. The next day, Sukan opened his stats panel after allocating points yesterday. His strength had improved slightly. Resources were distributed yesterday. This time, I broke into the top 6 in my class, and combined with my city-wide rank of 31, the school awarded me double the points, 100,000 points. Teacher Yin said yesterday that we should pack up today and be at school by 9 a.m. to prepare for our trip to the sanctuary training camp in the provincial capital. The sanctuary training camp is a closed-door program. Looks like I'll be spending all the money I have on me. Sukan glanced at the balance in his bank account, 136,100, and a smile spread across his face. I'll use those 100,000 points to exchange for 2 vitality pills later. As for the rest, along with these 130,000 plus martial coins, I'll exchange them all for the enhanced version of the vitality pills. Sukan really didn't want to show off basic vitality pills anymore. The taste of those 1,200 pills from last time was still fresh in his memory. With that in mind, Sukan got out of bed. It was just past 6 o'clock. He did have breakfast. At 420 martial coins each, Uncle Zhao rounded the total up to 310 pills for Sukan. According to Uncle Zhao, 420 martial coins was his cost price. He really didn't make a single coin on this, he even lost a little. This was his way of supporting Sukan, hoping that Sukan would continue on the path of martial arts and go further and further. Sukan naturally took note of Uncle Zhao's kindness toward him. Sukan didn't use the remaining 6,100 plus martial coins after all, it's always good to keep some cash on hand. He then arrived at the Starlight Club and picked up 360 enhanced vitality pills, bringing Sukan's total stock to 670. The enhanced vitality pills were a full size larger than the basic vitality pills, and since each bottle could only hold 20, that amounted to over 30 bottles, all of which Sukan stuffed into his backpack. That's way too many, I can't possibly eat them all at once. What a headache. With so many enhanced vitality pills, there's no way he could eat them all at once. He'd never finish them even if he tried, so he'd just have to take them little by little. 670 pills, 0.5 energy each, that's 335 energy. I've never been this well stocked before. And that's just part of it, there's more waiting for me at school later. Sukan casually took 2 bottles to replenish his energy, then stopped. There's plenty of time, there's no need to rush. Sukan immediately teleported back to school and exchanged all 100,000 credits. 2 vitality pills, 165 enhanced vitality pills, and he still had 350 credits left over. 835 enhanced vitality pills, wow. For a typical warrior, even if they took 6 a day, that would last over 100 days. Plus those 2 vitality pills which can each produce 3-fold and 2-fold effects, respectively. That's 492.5 energy. Add that to the 13.1 energy I have left, and my energy level jumps straight to 505.6. Even Sukan couldn't help but gasp. Over 500 energy. If all of that were added to my vitality, just how high would my vitality go? 8.59 vitality, that's practically 8.6. That would give me an extra 131 points, bringing my total score to 482. 482 points, that's second only to Chen Ping. Sukan let his imagination run wild and let out a sinister laugh. Time to work out. Sukan left the exchange room and headed to the elevator. As soon as he opened the elevator doors, he saw his classmates. Usually, when these people saw him, they'd just nod briefly as a greeting at most. But today, the moment they saw him, their eyes lit up instantly, and their faces broke into wide grins. Bro Can. Good morning, Brother Can. You're awesome, Brother Can. Brother Can, please go ahead. Their attitude toward Sukan had instantly done a complete 180-degree, so sudden that Sukan found it a bit jarring. Coincidentally, the elevator doors next to him opened as well. A figure stepped out. It was none other than Xiaoyixue. As Xiaoyixue stepped out of the elevator, it was clear she hadn't expected to run into Sukan so soon either. Usually, Xiaoyixue was just like her name, icy and almost expressionless. But upon seeing Sukan, Xiaoyixue, in an unprecedented move, flashed a faint smile, nodded at him, and then stepped out of the elevator. Everyone witnessed this scene. Oh my god! Goddess Xiao actually smiled at Brother Can. Go for it, Brother Can win over Goddess Xiao. Sukan looked at the ridiculous crowd and couldn't help but rub his nose. He actually preferred how this group used to be. Their current behavior was too ridiculous, and he wasn't quite used to it. Once inside the elevator, he arrived on the 5th floor and entered his private martial arts room. He took out 2 vitality pills and popped them straight into his mouth. A lingering fragrance filled his mouth. These vitality pills are still the best. Once you eat one, you just want another. Sukan licked his lips. The difference between a pill and a granule was indeed quite obvious. Pills are made by grinding various herbs into a paste and then using special techniques to shape the paste into round balls. Dan, on the other hand, are created through alchemical refinement, extracting the essence from the herbs and removing impurities, which also allows the Dan to retain its medicinal aroma and pleasant taste. Seeing that his energy had increased by 75 points, Sukan smiled and began today's training. He couldn't stop taking his medicine, nor could he stop training. Only by pursuing both simultaneously could he more effectively boost his strength and better transform that growth into his own innate power. It was around 8:50 a.m. Yan Jun sent a message in the group chat, instructing the 12 students to gather at the school gate. Sukan felt his wristband vibrate, sheathed his sword, and hurried toward the school gate with his luggage. By the time Sukan arrived, most of the group was already there, and Yan Jun was among them. At the same time, Sukan spotted a small spaceship. That's right, a spaceship. The grounds of High Martial Academy are rife with danger. Inside the city, things are relatively safe, thanks to the protective barrier and the patrols of the defense force, which prevent calamity beasts from breaking in. But out in the wilderness, it was a different story. Danger lurked everywhere, and creatures like calamity beasts were particularly terrifying. Only a tiered warrior could stand up to a fully grown calamity beast. Each one possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly demolishing a skyscraper with a single punch. Under such circumstances, humans dared not leave the city at will. The only way to travel between the two cities is by using flying transportation, such as spaceships. These vehicles are equipped with protective shields, and with powerful guardians inside the ships, along with regularly cleared flight paths, they can ensure flight safety to a certain extent. Although there are quite a few flying calamity beasts in the sky, they merely fly through the air and do not settle there. This is completely different from the situation on the ground. Of course, the most important factor is that humans have discovered a substance whose scent flying calamity beasts strongly dislike. They avoid it as soon as they catch a whiff from afar and rarely attack spacecraft. Is this a spacecraft? It's so cool. Zhu Jiafan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the small spacecraft. This is the K-105 Sparrow. It can reach a top speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour and costs as much as 300 million. Nyahai, standing nearby, glanced at Zhu Jiafan and remarked, 300 million. Zhu Jiafan whistled in amazement. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford something that expensive. Everyone's here, so let us get going. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, and everyone was already gathered. Yan Jun certainly wasn't going to wait until 9 o'clock to set sail. He immediately had everyone board the spacecraft and took off. The interior of the spaceship was exquisitely decorated, and the space was quite spacious. It didn't feel cramped at all. There were a total of 17 seats, more than enough for Su-kan and the others. As everyone boarded, the pilot took control and steered the ship toward the sky, quickly lifting off the ground. The spaceship was very stable. Su-kan looked out the window. Having flown on airplanes in her previous life, Su-kan naturally didn't find the experience particularly remarkable. What piqued Su-kan's curiosity most was this world, viewing it from high above. Wow, look, second high school has shrunk to a tiny speck. It's so small. We're taking off. Hearing her companion's excited voices, the corners of Su-kan's mouth turned up slightly. A little over 10 minutes later, the spacecraft left Green City and sped toward Haishi. Through the window, Su-kan could see a massive city shrouded in a pale blue aura, forming a stark contrast with the desolate landscape beyond its walls. Is this the land of the High Martial Academy? Inside the barrier, skyscrapers soared into the sky. Outside the barrier, ruins lay scattered everywhere. The vast majority of humans could only live within the barrier. Only by becoming a warrior did one earn the right to control one's own destiny and gain the qualification and ability to step outside the barrier on one's own. A warrior, huh? Wait for me, I'll become a warrior soon. Su-kan clenched his fist and muttered to himself. Just then, Zhu Jiafan asked a question. Teacher, can humans fly like spaceships? Zhu Jiafan's words caught the attention of all the students on board, including Su-kan. Su-kan didn't know much about the realm of warriors either. All Su-kan knew was that without being tiered, one wasn't a warrior, only a warrior in training. Only by successfully tiering, pushing vitality to 10 points, could one be considered tiered and become a full-fledged warrior. Fly? Yan Jun was slightly taken aback by Zhu Jiafan's question. He hadn't intended to discuss it, but seeing the expectant looks on his students' faces, he couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he smiled and said, "Of course they can. They can." The crowd immediately erupted with excitement. Then, Teacher Yan, what kind of warrior can actually fly through the air? What kind of warrior, you ask? Yan Jun fell into deep thought. His understanding of the realms beyond warrior was quite limited. I'm not exactly sure about the specifics, but I once participated in a calamity beast eradication mission. There, I saw a warrior, a true master, soar through the air and, with a casual wave of his hand, reduce a calamity beast as big as a hill to dust. What? A single casual strike reduced a calamity beast the size of a hill to dust? Are they really that terrifying? The crowd was stunned. Teacher, I've heard that warriors who have undergone tiering are also called supernatural beings? That's right. After tiering, they are indeed considered supernatural beings, because the structure of their life force has changed, and their lifespan increases accordingly. Take us, for example. Our lifespans are usually only around 80 to 100 years, but after successfully tiering, lifespans generally don't fall below 200. Their regenerative abilities are also incredibly impressive. As long as their heart and brain remain intact, they can heal themselves through their powerful regenerative capabilities. For minor flesh wounds, they simply need to channel their superhuman power, and within just a few minutes, they'll be back to normal. Yan Jun thought for a moment and decided to share some details about warriors to stir up the students' longing for them and motivate them. Just as Yan Jun had anticipated, a look of longing appeared in the students' eyes. Xiao Yixue was no exception. Although some of them came from families with warriors and had a high probability of becoming warriors themselves, who wouldn't yearn to become one? A truly powerful warrior can fly through the skies and traverse the earth. They are capable of anything. A single strike can cause mountains to crumble and the earth to split. They possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, students, don't set your sights too high just yet. Let us first focus on tackling the challenges right in front of us and prepare for the college entrance exams. The Sanctuary Training Camp. The Sanctuary Training Camp is located in the suburbs of Haishi City. After all, it's a unique institution. Unlike sports clubs, it doesn't need to be built in the city center to attract attention. Its trainees are all referred through various connections, arriving in batches, so there is no shortage of students. Old Han, Are there any promising prospects among this batch of students? The Blood Prison training camp recruited a promising prospect this time. That guy old Zhu has been bragging about it to me every day. In the director's office, a burly man standing a full 2 meters tall and weighing an estimated no less than 250 Gene was winking and making faces at a slender, middle-aged man. The slender middle-aged man referred to as Old Han by the burly man raised an eyebrow. There are a few promising ones, but none of them quite measure up to that level. Old Han casually picked up a list from the desk, just a single sheet of double-sided A4 paper, and tossed it toward the burly man. That's right, he actually tossed it. The flimsy sheet of A4 paper flew toward the burly man as fast as a rock. With a casual flick of his wrist, the burly man caught the A4 sheet. The list on the sheet wasn't too long, only 84 names, representing students from all 6 schools. There was no helping it. Promising prospects were indeed hard to come by. Among the province's top talents, some had been sent to national-level training camps, while others were raised by their own families, which already had powerful members. The rest were divided among provincial-level training camps like theirs. But even among the provincial training camps, their holy hall ranked only 3rd. With the already scarce pool of promising talent further divided up by the 1st and 2nd ranked camps, there was next to nothing left for them. The Blood Prison training camp, located not far from them, ranked 4th. However, things hadn't been going well for the holy hall these past few days. They were in danger of being overtaken by Blood Prison, which was a major source of frustration for Old Han. If the sanctuary were to fall out of the top 3 under his watch, he feared his old man would come crawling out of the challenge dungeon to kill him. But what could he do? It was all because Blood Prison had recruited a super genius a few years back, which had boosted their reputation and sent them soaring to the top. Naturally, their training camp couldn't just focus on the pre-college entrance exam training. They also handled the post-exam, pre-university training, commonly known as the high school to university transition program. At the same time, they also ran various youth training camps, college prep camps, and so on. Sigh, never mind. He could only hope this year's students won't let him down. Fan Rue, 28% progress on the blood slaughter axe technique. I like this one, old Neo here. Don't you guys try to steal it from me. The burly man's surname was Neo. No one's going to steal it from you. Lao Han rolled his eyes. Haha, but the quality of this year's batch really isn't great. The best at mastering the advanced technique is actually this Fan Rue. Not a single one has even reached 30%, let alone exceeded it. Lao Nyo sighed. 30% is a major hurdle. Once crossed, one moves from the beginner level to proficiency, gains a deeper understanding of the advanced technique, and is able to unleash greater strength. Yeah, but those who exceed 30% are all ranked among the top 20 in the province. We have a hard time getting our hands on them. Old Han understood that, of course. Give them a little extra reward this year. Start them off with 1 vitality pill every 2 days, unlimited access to instructional videos, and the chance to seek guidance from a master teacher once every 3 days, and they can consult level 1 instructors as much as they like. Just hand Fan Rue over to me directly. All right. Old Han nodded casually. Although this wasn't by the book, the thought of the challenge issued by Blood Prison gave him a massive headache. If they lost this, they'd really end up in 4th place. Let's see, they should be here any minute now. Pretty much. Once everyone's here, should I, old Nyo, go up there to hold the fort? Old Nyo looked eager to get started. Old Han instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he suddenly realized that the Blood Prison training camp seemed like the perfect place to pull off some tricks which would make it more acceptable. All right. Come to think of it, didn't you bring back a calamity beast a couple of days ago? What are you up to? Old Nyo immediately looked wary. That's my dinner. Old Han gave a sly grin. Just let me borrow it for a bit. The spaceship's agility was truly fast. Green City and Haishi were in the same province, so the distance wasn't that far. After flying for just over an hour, they could already see the outline of Haishi City in the distance. The first impression was simply huge. Whoa, Haishi's population is only 3 million more than Green City's, about 1.5 times as large, but why does Haishi look so ridiculously vast? Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of Haishi. Did you even study geography? Nia Hai rolled his eyes, then began to explain. Although Green City has a population of over 5 million, only 3 million fewer than Haishi, the difference in land area between the two is nearly 5 times. 5 times? That much? It wasn't just Zhu Jiafan who was shocked, several other classmates also looked stunned. Su Kan, however, remained completely unfazed, as he had known this all along. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Nia Hai pursed his lips. You're the one who is ignorant. Seeing the two of them bickering again, everyone burst into laughter. Nia Hai and Zhu Jiafan really didn't get along in just over an hour, they already had 3 arguments. Amid the laughter, the spaceship began its descent. A little over 10 minutes later, it came to a stop at the Holy Hall Club's landing pad. We're here. Let us get off. We're finally here. Look at how bustling this provincial capital is. Zhu Jiafan and the others were naturally very interested in Haishi. Ever since they were little, they heard adults say that Haishi City was the most prosperous city in Haishi province and the provincial capital, no less, where even the air was sweet. Sure enough, they all excitedly disembarked from the spaceship. But as soon as they stepped off, they were a bit disappointed. It didn't seem any different at all. Li City, ranked among the top 3 cities in Haishi province, was still quite impressive in terms of overall strength. A spaceship bearing the sanctuary emblem was also parked at the entrance of Li City No. 2 High School. No fewer than 20 boys and girls from Li City No. 2 High School boarded the spaceship. One particularly burly and intense-looking teenager, carrying a battle axe as tall as a person on his back and exuding an keep your distance aura, boarded the spaceship. Bro Rue's presence is still so intimidating it makes people afraid to even get close. You're kidding. It's just that the college entrance exam doesn't have a live combat section, otherwise, even Kong Sheng from No. 1 High School might not stand a chance against Bro Rue. Bro Rue's blood slaughter battle axe move, wow, its power is truly astonishing. It's just that his agility is a bit slow, otherwise, Bro Rue would be completely unbeatable. But I heard the sanctuary places a strong emphasis on advanced technique training and real combat. Isn't that just heaven for Bro Rue? Ha, as long as it's not those few prodigies, where can't Brother Rue go on a killing spree? Don't be so cocky out there, don't embarrass us from Li City No. 2 High School. As everyone burst into laughter, a young man with delicate features and a somewhat effeminate appearance suddenly spoke up. The crowd's boisterous chatter immediately quieted down considerably, revealing the effeminate youth as standing within the group. Scenes like this were unfolding all over Haishi province. Schools from Shangqing, Tingcheng, Rongqing, and Yancheng had all sent delegations, each comprising their strongest students, selected based on their performance in the first mock assessment. They were all heading toward the Holy Hall training camp. In fact, quite a few spaceships had departed today. Aside from the Holy Hall training camp, other major training camps were also recruiting. Haishi province has 7 training camps designated at the provincial level. Every year around this time, major schools with strong academic standing contact these 7 camps to send their top students for training. Su Kan and his group weren't the first to arrive. Yen Jun led them to the dormitory, where the other residents were already moving about. Since there were no conflicts among them yet, everyone exchanged smiles and nods, effectively introducing themselves. After all, they were training in the same place, and they were all outstanding students. 3 to a set, 1 room per person. The accommodations were quite nice, a 120 square meter suite divided into 3 rooms, each with its own bathroom, and a fairly spacious living room outside. There was no kitchen after all, no one coming here for training would waste time cooking. The suite was decorated in a high-tech style, brimming with smart features everywhere. Yen Jun told them to get settled and to meet downstairs at 11 a.m. so he could take them to the cafeteria for lunch. The official assembly wasn't until 2 p.m. Su Kan glanced at the date, March 14th. According to Teacher Yen, today counted as part of the training period as well. The 20-day training program would run until April 2nd. On April 3rd, they would all be heading back home. I wonder what the benefits and perks are like here. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Sukan glanced at his interface, then thought of the enhanced vitality pill in his backpack. He patted his backpack, and a confident smile spread across his face. Let us get this show on the road, starting with the Sanctuary Training Camp. 2 p.m. A total of 84 students from 6 schools, all led by their respective teachers, gathered in the Great Hall of the Sanctuary. As soon as 2 p.m. struck, everyone heard heavy footsteps, causing the crowd to instinctively look in that direction. There stood a burly man over 2 meters tall, holding aloft an object over 3 meters high, an object whose nature was indistinguishable. Since the object was covered in black cloth, the face beneath it remained hidden. The burly man, his expression unreadable, raised the object to eye level and casually tossed it onto the ground. Boom! A massive tremor rippled through the ground, causing it to shake violently, accompanied by a faint, weak growl. However, the tremor was so intense that it drowned out the sound, and no one heard it. Gulp! Everyone was startled by this action. They figured the object must be heavy, but seeing how the ground was trembling, they estimated it must weigh at least 2,000 or 3,000. Good grief! This burly man could actually carry such a massive load and walk without breaking a sweat. Just how strong is he, exactly? Warrior! This burly man is definitely a warrior. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly possess such terrifying strength. With that thought, Sukan's gaze toward the burly man changed completely. Hello everyone. My name is Nyo Damu. You can call me Instructor Nyo. I'm the head instructor for this training session. Nyo Damu grinned widely, though combined with his appearance, that smile exuded an intangible sense of intimidation. Deputy. Suddenly, another figure appeared. Sukan and the others hadn't even seen how he'd shown up. It was as if he'd been standing there all along. A slender, short middle-aged man stood right beside Nyo Damu. The contrast between the tall and the short was striking. Old Han, at least give me some face. Let me say a few more words before you show up. Nyo Damu's face was full of resentment. Old Han paid Nyo Damu no mind at all. He raised his hand slightly, and the black cloth covering the cage instantly flew into the air, revealing what lay beneath it. It was a large cage. Inside the cage lay a colossal creature with a hideous face, as if it were a demon from the 9 hells. Its form resembled a tiger, yet was not quite one. Its entire body was pitch black, and it bore several sharp, backward-pointing spines. However, it appeared extremely weak, as if it had suffered severe injuries. Even so, the instant the black cloth vanished, a terrifying aura emanating from the colossal creature surged out. It was a dense, palpable aura of malevolence. If a timid person were to see this colossus, they would likely be so terrified that their legs would go weak, causing them to collapse to the ground, soiling themselves in fear. What a terrifying aura! Even so, many people took several steps back, their faces turning pale as the malevolent aura swept over them. Calamity Beast. Sukan, however, did not back away. The moment he saw the monster, he recognized it immediately. Tiger Chong. The Tiger Chong is a type of calamity beast similar to the Amur tiger. According to the descriptions in the book, an adult Tiger Chong possesses a minimum strength of 10,000 Jin and can easily leap onto a building over 10 meters high. Sukan never imagined that, upon arriving at the Holy Hall, he would encounter a real calamity beast, and a particularly dangerous one at that, the Huchong. This Holy Hall is quite interesting. Sukan's eyes burned with intensity. Nyo Damu and Hanze watched closely as the Huchong appeared and observed everyone's reactions. Their purpose in taking this step was precisely to see how people would react to a sudden encounter with a calamity beast. They were generally satisfied with the results. Although quite a few people turned pale and took a few steps back, at least none of them collapsed to the ground. A few others handled it well. They were just startled for a moment before returning to normal. These people had a pretty solid mindset. Wait a minute, what's with that kid's expression? Hanze and Nyo Damu both noticed Sukan's reaction. Sukan's initial reaction was normal. He just looked surprised, but why did he suddenly seem excited after that? This kid. Hanze and Nyo Damu exchanged glances, both intrigued by Sukan. This kid is quite interesting. As you can see, this is a calamity beast named Huchong. It is also humanity's greatest enemy and the enemy you will have to face in the future. Hanze's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes growing slightly cold. Growl. Many of them swallowed hard. Were they really going to fight such a terrifying creature? Did they really stand a chance? Do you see the weapons over there? Hanze continued, pointing to the side. Su Kan and the others looked in that direction. Dozens of weapon racks held hundreds of weapons, all neatly arranged and all the real deal. Pick up a weapon and launch an attack on Huchong. As long as your attacks land on Huchong, you'll have completed the mission and earn 10 points. The first one to strike gets 20 points. Oh, and these points can be exchanged for vitality pills, 1 point for 1 vitality pill. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Kan shot forward. 1 point for 1 vitality pill? 20 points for the first to strike? Hoo-hoo! Even if this meant Su Kan had to take on a real calamity beast, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. After all, with the protection of the sanctuary training camp, Su Kan didn't believe they'd actually let him die at the hands of a calamity beast. By the time Su Kan had already sprinted off, many others were just catching on. Although their agility was faster than Su Kan's and Su Kan definitely had the lowest vitality of anyone present, that split-second delay was enough for Su Kan to launch the first attack. Su Kan was already armed with a battle axe, giving him an advantage over many others. Humph! Fan Rui snorted coldly. His movement was only half a beat slower than Su Kan's. However, he wasn't naturally adept at agility to begin with, and on top of that, his battle axe was strapped to his back, so it took time to draw it. But what about Su Kan? Quick draw technique. Fast. Incredibly fast. A flash of light streaked across the air as Su Kan's high-grade steel blade slashed forward at a devious angle. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Su Kan's attack struck Huchong, who lay weakened in the cage, but failed to inflict even the slightest damage. On the contrary, a massive recoil surged through him, causing a slight tingling in the web of his hand. Su Kan was stunned. Was this what a calamity beast was like? It was terrifying. A severely wounded calamity beast lay right before him, allowing him to attack it, yet he couldn't even scratch it. No wonder they say, without a tiered warrior, all are mere ants. In the face of a calamity beast, numbers are useless. Only a tiered warrior can inflict damage on it. Boom! Another attack followed immediately. It was a massive battle axe, its cold gleam revealing that this weapon was no ordinary tool. The axe struck down. Huchong let out a pained roar. It was clear this blow had caused him considerable suffering. A faint trail of blood appeared on his body. Su Kan was startled. This teenager's attack was incredibly powerful. Gentleman's sword. Shortly after, several powerful and quick-reacting fighters charged forward. Xiao Yixue was one of them. However, Xiao Yixue's mind was far from calm. When she had first seen Huchong, she'd been startled and had taken several steps back. When Hanze had ordered them to attack just now, she hadn't reacted immediately, a fact that left Xiao Yixue feeling quite uneasy. Su Kan. She softly called Su Kan's name in her heart, and Su Kan had already successfully left an imprint in her mind, which was gradually becoming clearer. As Xiao Yixue and the others unleashed their attacks, the rest of the group charged forward as well. Although a few were scared out of their wits, they still mustered their courage and charged ahead. In less than a minute, everyone had completed the task. Very good. It seems there are no cowards among those here for this special training. Hanze nodded in satisfaction. This step should have gone some way toward igniting their fighting spirit, right? Old Nyo. Seeing that everyone's gaze had fallen upon him, Hanze gestured to Nyo Damo standing nearby. A look of heartache flashed in Nyo Damo's eyes, but for the sake of the holy hall, he complied. A massive battle axe appeared in his hand, radiating an overwhelming aura. Heaven Splitter! What Nyo Damo did next left everyone speechless. Wow, that's so powerful. Su Kan swallowed hard. Was this the true power of a tiered warrior? It was terrifying. Sukan hadn't even been able to make out Neodamo's movements clearly. That massive battle axe moved with absurdly high agility. With a single swing, the cage and the tiger inside were both cleaved in two. Perhaps because it happened so quickly, not a single drop of blood spilled as Hu Chong's severed halves toppled to the side. It wasn't until they crashed fully to the ground that the blood gushed out. "Quick, bathe in tigeress blood!" Hanzei roared, and Sukan immediately charged forward, letting the tigeress blood drench him. Only then did the others react, rushing over one after another. However, there were too few spots where one could be drenched in tiger blood. Very few actually managed to be fully bathed in it. This kid-ass quick-witted, not bad. Hanzei and Neodamo were both very pleased with Sukan. It was just that Sukan's vitality was too low, which gave them a bit of a headache. This kid has a good grasp of the quick draw technique. Old Han, that old guy Wei Handong should be at the camp, right? Should we have him come over to give some guidance? He might just surprise me. I'm not sure I can get Uncle Wei to come. Hanzei winced at the mention of that name. Wei Handong was one of his father's men. He was currently living out his days at the training camp, managing the warehouse, and had long since stopped teaching. You could appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Hearing this, Hanzei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Appeal to his emotions and reason with him? You know Uncle Wei's temper all too well. It's absolutely terrible. As the warm tiger blood landed on his body, Sukan activated his own vitality and began to commune with the energy contained within the tiger blood. Sukan had read about this in a book. The blood of a calamity beast contains powerful energy, but this energy vanishes quickly after the calamity beast dies. To absorb this energy, you have to kill it on the spot. Just like this. Some powerful individuals use this method to lay a solid foundation for their juniors by bathing in calamity beast blood or even swallowing it raw. The benefits of doing this are a strong foundation, a robust physique, and a slight boost to vitality. Sukan intended to follow suit. He suddenly raised his head and sucked the gushing tiger blood into his mouth. Absorbed the blood of a first-tier calamity beast, Tiger Chong. Gained plus 12 energy. What? Just then, Sukan saw this message, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Does the blood of this calamity beast work too? If so, could he go out into the wild to slay calamity beasts and drink their blood raw? He'd just taken a single sip and gained 12 points of energy. Sukan didn't have time to think much about it. The energy contained in the tiger's blood was about to dissipate. He had to take a couple more sips while the energy was still there. Unfortunately, the energy dissipated far too quickly. Sukan only managed to take 2 more sips, gaining 24 points of energy. Combined with the first sip, that totaled 36 points of energy, a result that left Sukan looking disappointed. However, at that moment, Sukan realized something. It was about energy. It seems my golden finger isn't limited to converting pills like vitality pills into energy. It seems that anything containing energy can be converted. If that is the case, then there are even more things that can be converted. It's just that this kind doesn't seem to grant a multiplier bonus, not even the first time. Sukan furrowed his brow with so few examples, he couldn't make a decision just yet. I'll experiment with this later. I just wonder if the meat of this calamity beast can be converted into energy. Sukan was thinking this when Hanzei dismissed everyone. Neodamo, meanwhile, collected Hu Chong's body. Alright, I'll give each of you 10 points later, and Sukan, 20 points. Also, don't lose that watch you're wearing, it works here too. As Hanzei spoke, Sukan glanced at the watch on his wrist. This was the watch they'd been given when they joined the elite class. No wonder teacher Yen had told them all to bring it along. It seemed this watch must have been issued by the club. Next, I'll explain the benefits and perks of our sanctuary club. The process is pretty much the same, except the actions involved have changed. The only item available for point redemption is the vitality pill. When you want to redeem it, just place an order, and someone will deliver it to your residence. There is also access to guidance from master instructors and level 1 instructors. After placing an order, you'll arrange a meeting location and head there directly. All coaching is free. However, a level 1 instructor can provide one session per day, lasting 2 hours, while a master instructor can provide one session every 3 days, lasting only 1 hour. By the way, all level 1 instructors have mastered the advanced technique to 100% of tier 1. That's more than enough to guide you. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately looked astonished. If level 1 instructors are those who have mastered the advanced technique to 100% of tier 1, then what about the master instructors? As you might have guessed, all the master instructors are warriors. The crowd instantly gasped in surprise. They never would have imagined that the master instructors were actually warriors. Hanzei was very pleased with their reaction and continued. Also, every 3 days, we'll give each of you 1 point, which you can use to exchange for vitality pills. Later, if you complete missions or achieve certain milestones, you can earn additional points. Oh, and for the first person to accumulate 200 points, I have a mysterious special reward waiting. Hanzei teased them a bit, building up their anticipation. But you don't really think that's all our sanctuary training camp has to offer, do you? I hope not. Is there more? Sukin was a bit taken aback this time. Everyone would receive 10 vitality pills at the start, followed by 1 every 3 days. These were guaranteed for everyone. There was also guidance from a master instructor once every 3 days and guidance from a level 1 instructor once a day, which was actually quite good for Sukan. From now on, every morning at 8 a.m., you'll be able to enter the virtual combat platform for training. The duration of your training is largely up to you. Virtual combat platform? Sukan looked puzzled, and he wasn't the only one. The vast majority of the group looked just as confused. What was this? Only a few people looked as if they understood. That's right, the virtual combat platform. It's the nation's latest development. Using scanning technology, it can perfectly replicate a person within the virtual combat platform, allowing them to train and engage in combat there. This technology isn't quite mature yet, so a warrior must be present at all times to monitor the user's physical safety. On top of that, the virtual combat platform is expensive and requires a lot of maintenance, so it's not widely used yet. Only some well-funded clubs, training camps, or top-ranked universities have access to it. However, most of them are standalone units, meaning you can only train inside them or I want to beat around the bush. Go on in and give it a try. As for the rest of you, feel free to go about your business or just wait here. Hanzei motioned for Sukan and the others to enter. They exchanged glances and headed toward the virtual pods. Only after Sukan and the others had all entered the pods did someone ask. Instructor, how long will we have to wait? How long? Hanzei's smile widened. Within half an hour, I'd say. Welcome to the virtual world. I am your assistant. You may call me Shaoui, or you may assign me a new name. Would you like to set one? As soon as Sukan lay down in the virtual pod, it activated immediately. Instantly, a mysterious force enveloped Sukan, linking with his mental realm. Immediately afterward, Sukan felt as though the world before him, or rather, his own spirit world, had materialized. Sukan didn't understand the science behind it, but everything around him felt incredibly real. A tiny angel, no bigger than the palm of a hand and adorned with a pair of pure white wings, fluttered through the air and spoke to Sukan with a smile. Shaoui, is that you? Let us just use that. No need to change it. Sukan seemed to have remembered something. His tone was slightly odd. Okay, then how would you like me to address you? Master. And what is your name in this world? Can it be anything? Under normal circumstances, yes. Then let us call me Ji Buchang. Sukan smiled with a hint of amusement. Alright, Master, your name has been changed to Ji Buchang. So what functions do you have? With the name set, Sukan was filled with curiosity about this magical virtual world. Mainly because it felt so incredibly real. I have many functions, but for now, only these 3 are enabled. You may choose from them, Master. 1. I can materialize scenes of powerful fighters at various stages of basic methods and most advanced techniques. Using algorithms, I can also suppress their strength to a certain level so they can battle you. I can also use algorithms to simulate calamity beasts from the database, creating simulations of calamity beasts at various levels or scenes of warfare, allowing you to join in and experience immersive combat. Upon hearing about this first feature, Sukan's eyes lit up. Isn't this just like the virtual games that appeared in those novels from his past life? This feature is great. No wonder Teacher Chow said that a spot in the sanctuary is so precious. It seems the principal really went all out this time. The second feature is the key to earning points this time, the Tower Challenge. Inside the tower, everyone's strength is capped at 9.9 vitality. The only differences lie in basic methods and advanced techniques. The higher the floor you reach in the tower, the more points you'll earn. Hearing this, Sukan nodded. What about the last feature? The third feature is the arena. However, the virtual combat platform is currently in single-player mode, so player matchmaking isn't available. You can only fight against the AI. Once LAN mode is enabled in future updates, player versus player matches will be available. Winning these matches or advancing in rank will earn you additional points. Master, which feature would you like to enable? Oh, and the virtual combat platform consumes your spirit. When your spirit level reaches a certain threshold, Xiaoyi will alert you. After 2 warnings, you'll be forced to log out. Sukan understood all 3 features. Let us take a look at the first one, powerful fighters who excel in basic blade technique and quick draw technique. Sure, Xiaoyi is here to assist you. Please make your selection. Soon, dozens of phantom figures appeared before Sukan, each accompanied by a floating display of their biographical information. Just recommend one that suits me. My current stats are 48% in Stage 2 of Basic Blade Technique and 23% in Tier 1 of Quick Draw Technique. Okay, I'll select one for you right away. Selection successful. Your instructor is Shui Jingfeng. Shui Jingfeng. Vitality 3.5. Basic Blade Technique 48%. Quick Draw Technique Tier 1 23%. A figure indistinguishable from a real person appeared. This virtual combat platform was incredibly realistic. It even simulated the wrinkles on his face. Do you need to adjust the stats? No. Sukan materialized his blade, and the battle began. A real battle. With every clash, Sukan felt sensations nearly identical to those in reality. No, it was even more realistic. In reality, since Sukan's opponents were all far stronger than him, fighting them felt like they were letting him land hits. Although comfortable, it lacked a certain feeling. Here, Sukan felt a genuine sense of danger, something the outside world couldn't provide. Moreover, he could constantly adjust his opponent's strength, continuously putting himself under pressure. At first, with their stats roughly equal, Sukan was no match for Shui Jingfeng and was forced back step by step. But after some time to adapt, Sukan not only stabilized his position but also put immense pressure on Shui Jingfeng. After a stalemate lasting 7 or 8 minutes, Sukan seized an opening. Quick Draw Technique. The blade sliced across Shui Jingfeng's body, and blood splattered onto Sukan's face, leaving a faintly warm sensation. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Perhaps because he was on the virtual combat platform, even though it felt incredibly real, Sukan remained calm inside. I'm a bit tired, but it's manageable. So this is the virtual combat platform? It's amazing. If I could spend this time battling on the virtual combat platform, my skills would improve tremendously. Sukan was thrilled. Real combat without fear of death, this would be a huge help for him in assimilating energy. Outside. As time passed, the 60+ people remaining outside hadn't left. They all wanted to see what kind of experience these participants would have. Sukan went in too, but with his vitality so low, he'll likely be the first one out. Xiaoyi Xue hadn't gone in with the first wave. She was more concerned with Sukan's performance right now. She had always been number 1 at second high school, but now that Sukan had outperformed her twice in a row, she found it hard not to notice him. Fortunately, Sukan's vitality was too low to pose a threat to her for the time being. Someone's out. Just over 14 minutes in, a red light flashed on one of the virtual pods. This meant someone had already exited the virtual combat platform. That fast? The crowd was somewhat surprised and instinctively turned their gaze toward Hanzei. This seemed to be faster than he had predicted. Hanzei, however, looked completely unfazed, showing no surprise whatsoever, and even smiled as he said, "The first one made it past 14 minutes, not bad." Hanzei's words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as 3 more red lights came on. The red lights flashed, the virtual pods opened, and 4 people crawled out. Compared to when they first entered, all 4 looked a bit pale, and one of them was even staggering slightly. "What is going on with you guys?" The others were a bit concerned, but to their surprise, although the 4 didn't look great, their eyes were shining brightly. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. I never imagined there could be such incredible technology. Instructor, can we go back in after a short break? Just for a little while. I feel like I've already gained some insight into the advanced technique. Maybe if I go in 2 or 3 more times, I'll be able to master it. The teenager with unsteady steps spoke with great excitement. What? As soon as the teenager said this, everyone's faces betrayed a look of astonishment. The advanced technique. Although the 80+ students who had come to the sanctuary were all among the very best from various schools, the advanced technique was not something easily mastered. Just like during the 100-day pledge ceremony at that time, only 3 students from the entire Green City No. 2 high school had mastered the advanced technique. One was Su Kan, another was Xiao Ishue, and the last was He Yong. Only these 3 had mastered the advanced technique. Although others gradually mastered the advanced technique over the following 10 days, even now, only 5 people have mastered it. As for students from other schools, aside from Lichang No. 2 High School, whose standards are relatively higher, the others are on par with Green City No. 2 High School. The number of students who have mastered the advanced technique at those schools is also small. Among the 80+ students who came this time, at most, only about 30 have mastered the advanced technique. The teenager's words immediately made the eyes of the vast majority of the crowd turn red with frustration. You can't go in anymore. For you, entering this virtual combat platform once a day is the absolute limit. Going in any more often could easily cause irreversible damage to your spirit and your bodies. Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. Additionally, the virtual combat platform primarily hones the basic method, the advanced technique, and practical combat performance. Hanzei concluded, and immediately saw the crowd surging forward. Instructor, I want to go in. I'm next. Don't rush. More people will be eliminated soon. You can definitely adjust your condition outside before going back in. As Hanzei finished speaking, several more red lights lit up, but this still couldn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. Hanzei had no choice but to say, "Then let us go by your test scores from your respective cities this time. That's the fairest way. There are 7 spots available now. Those whose names I call may enter first. First, Zhou Chang'en. Second, Xiao Ishue." Fan Rui had ranked first in this assessment, but he had already entered in the first batch. Xiao Ishue's overall score placed her 4th, yet another 4th place. Upon learning her result, Xiao Ishue was at a loss for words. Did she have some kind of karmic connection with the number 4? I hope this will help me improve my skills. When I get back, I'm determined to break into the top 3. Definitely. That was Xiao Ishue's final thought as she entered the virtual combat platform. Xiao Ishue's spirit was still quite strong. She managed to stay inside for 24 minutes before being kicked out due to exhaustion. As she climbed out of the virtual pod, Xiao Ishue finally understood why those others had looked so pale. It was indeed quite draining on her spirit. Even she felt utterly exhausted and just wanted to find a place to rest properly. But the results are truly impressive. After just a short time inside, my understanding of sword techniques has improved significantly. If I go in a few more times, combined with the guidance from a master instructor every 3 days, my skills will improve dramatically. That way, I'll definitely never lose to Su Kan in the advanced technique competition again. Being outscored by Su Kan by 2 percentage points in the advanced technique competition was something Xiao Ishue found very hard to accept. As soon as she stepped out, Xiao Ishue scanned the area, looking for Su Kan. Isn't she here? Looks like she has already gone back. Not seeing Su Kan, Xiao Ishue felt a bit disappointed. Still, she walked over to her roommate, the girl she was sharing a room with this time. Xiao Yan, Su Kan went back, didn't she? Xiao Yan, whose full name is Wang Yan, is one of only 3 girls in the elite squad. She ranked 28th in the city-wide mock exam and 5th in the elite class, demonstrating a solid foundation. In fact, she had ranked 3rd in the squad's internal test at the end of last semester. However, since she hadn't mastered the advanced technique this time, her score was overtaken by others, causing her to drop to 5th place. Su Kan? Wang Yan visibly froze when she heard the name Su Kan. Su Kan doesn't seem to have come out yet. Only then did everyone suddenly realize something was wrong. Su Kan seemed to still be inside and hadn't come out yet. Everyone began to look at one another in confusion. Su Kan hasn't come out yet? Xiao Ishue was also stunned. She never would have imagined hearing such an answer. Su Kan hasn't come out? Han Zhe was also taken aback for a moment. He wondered why it felt like something was missing. It turned out they overlooked Su Kan. That kid's been in there for nearly 40 minutes. Han Zhe glanced at the time. It was just over 39 minutes, less than 20 seconds short of 40. Han Zhe hurried towards Su Kan's virtual chamber to check if there was a problem with it. It wasn't as if no one had ever stayed in tiered for this long before. Some had even lasted an hour and a half. But those people were all the cream of the crop, with incredibly strong spirit, talent and vitality scores of at least 8, or even reaching the warrior training limit of 9.9. But what about Su Kan? With a vitality score of 3.5, Han Zhe couldn't help but worry that something might be wrong with the virtual chamber. The others had also heard that Su Kan was still inside. If it were anyone else, they might not remember the name, but for the one who was the first to act in that little test just now and the only one to score 20 points, how could they possibly forget? No problem. Han Zhe checked and found nothing wrong. The virtual chamber was in perfect working order. Then this kid really does have excellent talent and spirit. Han Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dead, that was all that mattered. Let us have the next person go in, then. Part of Han Zhe's attention shifted to Su Kan as well. It wasn't just him, many others were also subconsciously watching the spot in the virtual chamber where Su Kan was located. Xiao Ishue was especially so. She had originally planned to go back and rest, recharge her spirit, and continue practicing that night. But now she didn't want to rest. Even though she was in poor condition, she didn't want to rest. She wanted to stay here and see just how long Su Kan could last inside. Time slipped by quietly as they waited. Batch after batch of people went in and came out soon. Out of more than 80 people, only 5 or 6 remained who hadn't gone in yet. How long has Su Kan been in there? An hour and 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ishue clenched her fists unconsciously, her face growing even paler. Is that guy's spirit really that powerful? Xiao Ishue found it hard to accept this reality, but with the facts staring her in the face, what could she do? Whether she accepted it or not, she had no choice but to accept it. Right now, she was simply curious to see just how long Su Kan could hold out. It wasn't just Xiao Ishue, the others felt the same way. Even Fan Rue and the others from the first group to go in had rushed over from the dorms upon hearing the news, just to see how long Su Kan could actually hold out. You could say that. He should be coming out soon. After all, it's been over 80 minutes. Quick draw technique. A flash of light streaked across the room, and yet another figure fell to Su Kan's blade. Phew. Su Kan's eyes shone brightly. Energy points can be applied here. It seems that since I allocated points to my own insights, it's those insights that are flowing through this space. It works really well, it's fantastic. In the space of an hour, Su Kan had gained 1 percentage point, and she herself had also improved by 1 percentage point. Su Kan's quick draw technique is now 25% complete. And that's just the quick draw technique. Su Kan's basic method has also improved by 2 percentage points, even without allocating any skill points to it. That said, Su Kan hasn't allocated any skill points to the basic method since mastering the advanced technique. The improvement in the basic method came entirely from Su Kan's understanding of the advanced technique. So compared to Xiaoishua, Sukan's advanced technique is 2% higher, but his basic method is 5% behind. That's the difference. I can try tackling the tower now. Sukan glanced at the time. He'd been inside for a little over an hour, and his spirit was feeling slightly fatigued. Still, his overall condition was fine. He'd take a look at the tower first and see what it was like. Xiaoyi, activate the tower climbing function. Yes, master. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene before Sukan's eyes changed once again. A majestic and imposing pagoda appeared right in front of Sukan. The pagoda soared into the clouds, exuding an extremely ancient and rustic aura. Just standing before this pagoda, Sukan felt incredibly small. This tower. Master, this pagoda is called the Race Tower. The Race Tower, huh? So how do I get started? Just go right in. Once you clear it, you'll receive the corresponding point reward. All right. Upon hearing this, Sukan strode forward. As soon as he stepped inside the tower, Sukan sensed that everything around him had changed. What is this? Welcome to the Race Tower. Would you like to begin the challenge? Sukan looked around. It was as if he had arrived on a vast plain. The surroundings were incredibly open, with no end in sight. First floor, activate. A faint, ethereal voice rang out, and Sukan felt his vitality surge wildly, reaching a value of 9.9 with lightning-fast agility. This came as no surprise to Sukan. Xiaoyi had told him beforehand that whether climbing the tower or competing in the arena, their vitality would be standardized to 9.9. What truly mattered was their mastery of basic methods, advanced techniques, and practical combat skills. Prairie Wolf. A massive and formidable prairie wolf, standing over 3 meters tall, appeared before Sukan. Its gray-brown fur stood on end like steel needles, gleaming with a cold, sharp light as if capable of withstanding any attack. Its massive head was framed by sharp fangs bared from the corners of its mouth, revealing a chillingly ferocious glare. A pair of blood-red eyes, like burning flames, stared intently ahead, brimming with savagery and a thirst for blood. Sukan's eyes narrowed instantly. If he hadn't just seen the tiger chung outside, he might have been a little shocked. But compared to that tiger chung, this prairie wolf was in a completely different league. Neither its size nor its aura could hold a candle to it. The prairie wolf is also a type of calamity beast, a gregarious one at that. Even adult prairie wolves possess tiered-level strength. However, this prairie wolf has also been processed by the Race Tower, which has suppressed its strength to a value of 9 vitality. Sukan exhaled as he saw the information flash briefly above the prairie wolf's head. Oh whoa! Don't underestimate the prairie wolf just because its name includes the word prairie and assume it's a herbivore. There are no purely herbivorous calamity beasts. Their favorite food is humans. The grassland wolf's strong, powerful limbs were like thick tree trunks, its muscles clearly defined. With a fierce stomp on the ground, it charged toward Sukan like a bolt of lightning, its agility incredibly swift. Its sharp claws were like curved blades, capable of tearing an enemy's flesh apart with ease. If Sukan still had only 3.5 vitality, he would have been utterly helpless against this prairie wolf. Fortunately, his strength had risen to 9.9 vitality. Even with the prairie wolf's incredible agility, Sukan could clearly sense its movements. Sukan showed no fear whatsoever, his gaze fixed firmly on the ferocious prairie wolf as he gripped his long sword tightly with both hands. Just as the prairie wolf lunged at him, Sukan exerted all his strength, his arm muscles tensing as he drew the long sword from its sheath with lightning speed. In an instant, a cold gleam flashed, and a sharp blade of light sliced through the air, striking straight toward the prairie wolf. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, the long sword channeling all of the protagonist's strength slashed down at the prairie wolf with the force of a thunderbolt. With a loud crack, the razor-sharp blade cleaved the prairie wolf clean through from head to tail, instantly splitting its body in two. Blood spattered in all directions, staining the surrounding grassland red. The two halves of the wolf's body flew off in opposite directions, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew! Sukan exhaled, sheathed his blade, and wore a look of satisfaction. Instant kill. It seems my training has paid off. Before I trained, I could have killed this prairie wolf, but I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it this quickly. I might even have gotten into a tough fight. You've cleared the first level and earned 10 points. Do you want to unlock the second level? Unlock. That quick draw technique might have looked like an instant kill, but in reality, that strike was Sukin's all-out attack. A single strike, drawn with full force, channeling all his energy, spirit, and focus into one motion. This took a significant toll on Sukin, which, in fact, is the essence of the quick draw technique. Often, if a single strike fails to kill or only severely wounds the enemy, continuing the fight afterward doesn't guarantee victory. The second layer is generation complete. The surroundings remained unchanged, except that this time, not one but two prairie wolves appeared. The vitality of these two prairie wolves had also increased from 9 to 9.5, and they were even more massive than the previous one. 2. The two prairie wolves stood one on the left and one on the right, staring coldly at Sukin as if he were their mortal enemy. Outside. As another red light flashed, Xiao Shui and the others quickly turned their gaze in that direction. Upon realizing it wasn't Sukin's virtual pod, their expressions turned blank. It seems only Sukin hasn't come out yet, right? Yes, only Sukin is left. Hanzei was silent for a moment before responding with a complex tone. It had been 103 minutes. Everyone had exited the virtual combat platform, yet only Sukin remained inside. Over 80 people, 19 virtual pods, that's equivalent to 5 rounds. Sukin was the first to enter, and he still hadn't come out. He'd been inside for nearly 2 hours. Such a long duration, not even every tiered warrior could manage that. Just how strong is Sukin's talent in the spirit aspect? Hanzei didn't know. He'd never seen anything like it before. Still battling at the foot of the race tower, Sukin had no idea what was happening outside, nor that everyone was waiting for him. Sukin still thought everyone was just like him. He must be dead this time. Sukin was in pretty rough shape right now. Half his body had been blown apart. He was standing on one leg, with only his 2 hands intact. But they were merely intact, both arms were covered in countless scars. If this had happened outside the tower, he'd essentially be crippled. 5th level cleared. Earned 20 points. Proceed to the 6th level? I'm not continuing. Sukin shook his head decisively. Although his injuries would fully heal every time he cleared a level of the tower. He'd already struggled so much on the 5th level, and in the end, he'd barely secured a narrow victory by trading one life for another. There was no way he could tackle the 6th level. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaoi had already warned Sukin, it was time to get out, his spirit was too depleted. I'll come back tomorrow to face you again. I've earned 70 points, plus the 20 points I started with, that makes 90 points in total. I just wonder how they're doing. Sukin muttered under his breath, glancing at his advanced technique. After such a long series of life and death battles, Sukin had gained deep insights. His quick draw technique had improved by another 2 percentage points, reaching 27% progress. This time, the progress came entirely from combat. No skill points were spent. This made Sukin marvel at the benefits of virtual combat. Experiencing the thrill of life and death situations at such moments was truly unparalleled. Of course, Sukin also knew that a large part of the insights he gained from today's life and death battles was due to his previous experience. Future improvements certainly won't be this dramatic. Let us add one more point and raise it to 28%. Tomorrow, I'll be able to jump straight to 30% or even higher. Let us head out. After raising the quick draw technique to 28% progress, Sukin exited the virtual combat platform. Beep. Exactly 2 hours. The red light came on. Everyone's gaze turned in unison. Over 170 pairs of eyes, without exception. Sukin had no idea so many eyes were watching him from outside. After logging out of the virtual combat platform, he felt his mind grow hazy, as if another head were about to sprout from his own. Sukin knew this was a result of overexertion. I'll log out earlier next time. This feeling is really unpleasant. Sukin muttered to himself, then shook his head and pressed the button on the virtual pod, which opened. Sukin rubbed his dizzy head and slowly stood up. The moment his head emerged, Sukin sensed something was off. Why was he sensing a strange aura? Sukin glanced around and saw more than 170 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. The faces behind those eyes were one paler than the next, just like ghosts. Holy crap! Sukin was startled. He jumped out of the virtual chamber, adopting a defensive stance. What are you guys up to? What are we doing? Hanzei and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What could they possibly be doing? After a moment, Sukin finally learned the situation from them and understood why they were looking at him that way. So it turns out the longest any of them had stayed inside was 31 minutes, and most NT even lasted 20 minutes. No wonder they were so surprised. Is it because of my spirit that I was able to stay in there that long? Sukin opened her status panel. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 3.56 plus. Strength, 397 kilograms. Agility, 18.9 ms. Spirit, 9 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 55% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 28% plus. Energy, 212.6. Looking at the plus sign next to Spirit, Sukin hesitated for a moment but decided to give it a try. Previously, Sukin hadn't noticed anything unusual about this spirit, and since his energy was so low, he didn't want to waste it. But now that he discovered this spirit seemed to extend his time on the virtual combat platform, and since he currently had plenty of energy, Sukin didn't mind wasting a few dozen or even 100 points of energy. Don't be fooled by the 212.6 energy on his stats screen. The enhanced vitality pill he left in his dorm could boost his energy by over 300 points. Add to that the 90 points he earned today according to Hanzei, that's equivalent to 90 vitality pills? 90 vitality pills. Even if vitality pills aren't the best value for money, each one is worth 15 energy, that's a whopping 1,350 energy points. His energy would definitely be sufficient for the short term. If it weren't for Sukin's fear that advancing too quickly would destabilize his foundation and that rapid progress might also cause unnecessary trouble, he would have gone straight for the warrior class. With this much energy, he'd have more than enough even if future bottlenecks required even more. With that in mind, Sukin immediately set about boosting his spirit. Increase spirit. Consumed 10 energy, spirit plus 0.1, current spirit 9.1. Sukin glanced at the backpack containing the enhanced vitality pills and decided to go exchange them for vitality pills after all. He'd take the enhanced vitality pills later, one a day, to let his body adjust gradually. If he had to take enough right now to level up his spirit, Sukin felt he'd end up throwing up. Sukin placed an order directly through his wristband, but didn't buy 90 vitality pills all at once. That was too many, and they'd be hard to store. Sukin did the math and decided to exchange for 20 for now. Consuming 20 of them would grant her 300 energy. After deducting those 200, she'd still have 222.6 energy left, enough to last her for the next few days. After placing the order, the delivery was exceptionally fast. In less than 10 minutes, someone called Sukin's wristband, asking her to come to the front door to pick up the vitality pills. Sukin immediately got up and opened the door. An elderly man in a yellow robe pushed the door open and handed Sukin a small box. Here are the 20 vitality pills you requested. Would you like to count them? I'm so sorry to trouble you. Sukin smiled as he took the box. Although he said he was sorry, his hands showed no sign of embarrassment as he opened the box and began counting the pills. Inside the small box were 5 exquisite jade vials. Seeing Sukin's actions, the elderly man in the yellow robe's mouth twitched slightly. Was this the young man Xiaozhe had mentioned, the one capable of staying on the virtual combat platform for 2 hours? The count was complete. Sukin opened each vial. They all contained 5 vitality pills each, no skimping on quantity. Sukin nodded in satisfaction and offered the old man in the yellow robe an elegant yet polite smile. At least he is polite. The old man in the yellow robe curled his lip, muttering to himself. Sukin closed the door and hurried back to his room, eager to take a few vitality pills to boost his energy to 200. After swallowing 6 vitality pills, Sukin felt slightly full. It was said that these vitality pills were refined using the flesh and blood of calamity beasts, combined with various herbs, and contained a rich supply of energy. Even though the energy was absorbed by the golden finger, Sukan could still feel a sense of fullness after consuming 6 of them. That should be enough for now. Let us begin. Consumed 200 energy, broke through the spirit limit, maximum limit increased current spirit value is 10 points. This message was something Sukan was destined never to see. As his spirit rose from 9.9 to 10, Sukan felt as if his brain had exploded with a buzzing sound. What Sukan didn't know was that the bottleneck between spirit 9.9 and 10 wasn't the difference between being a tiered warrior and a non-tiered warrior. For an ordinary warrior seeking to become a tiered warrior, all it takes is the simple ability to utilize spirit to allow spirit to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guide supernatural power into the body, fuse it with vitality, and then blend in a little spirit. To truly raise spirit from single digits to double digits, however, is a breakthrough that comes only after one has become a tiered warrior. Sukan had essentially skipped a stage entirely, and what that signified went without saying. During this phase of spirit enhancement, the sheer magnitude of the energy was more than Sukan could bear, and he passed out immediately. Sukan instinctively opened his stats panel and immediately looked stunned. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 4.2 plus. Strength, 450 kilograms. Agility, 19.3 ms. Spirit, 10 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 61% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 31% plus. Energy, 12.6. His strength had improved across the board. What's more, this improvement was entirely the result of his own training. It felt satisfying and solid. The nearly 0.7 increase in vitality wasn't worth mentioning for Sukan. Boosting vitality had never been difficult to begin with. The key was that both the basic blade technique and the quick draw technique had leaped directly to the next tier. The 31-60% range is the proficient stage, while 61% marks mastery. Sukan's basic blade technique jumped directly from proficient to mastery, a significant leap. The same goes for the quick draw technique, advanced from beginner to proficient. Sukan felt that if he were to face that iron-backed giant ape from the 5th level again, he could easily cut it down with a With these, my energy is around 550. I still have 70 vitality pills to redeem, which is 1,600 energy. Sukan's smile grew even brighter. 1,600 energy points. That would last him a long time. I can head to the virtual combat platform now. Let us keep climbing the tower. Blood Prison Training Camp. The Blood Prison Training Camp was very close to the Sanctuary Training Camp, just 1 kilometer away as the crow flies. Director Zhu, Xin just cleared the 7th level. He cleared the 7th level? He broke through to the 7th level in just 3 days? President Zhu's face lit up with surprise and delight. That's great. At this rate, he'll be able to enter the 8th level as soon as the local network goes live. With Xin's strength, he'll definitely rank in the top 3 among our 7 training camps by then. He'll bring glory to Blood Prison, completely trample the sanctuary underfoot, and become the undisputed number 3. Congratulations, President Zhu. Ha ha. President Zhu burst into laughter. He had been eyeing the 3rd spot for a long time, and this time, he had paid a huge price to bring Xin into the Blood Prison Training Camp, all for this very purpose. Although their club was involved in many activities, the outside world still valued and regarded this pre-college entrance exam group as the most authoritative. Time flew by. Before long, more than a week had passed since Sukan arrived at the Sanctuary Training Camp. In just over a week, with the help of the virtual combat platform, over 90% of the trainees had mastered advanced techniques. The rest were on the verge of mastery. It was only a matter of days before they, too, would achieve it. As for those who had already mastered advanced techniques, their battles between life and death had deepened their understanding of these techniques even further. In the first 5 days, Fan Rui had pushed his blood slaughter axe technique to 31% completion in one go, clearing the 7th layer. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Yixue and the other 2 had also pushed their respective advanced techniques past the 31% mark, clearing the 7th layer. However, none of them were as happy as they had imagined. How long has Sukan been in there this time? Xiao Yixue emerged from the virtual combat platform, her face slightly pale. Almost 4 hours. Xiao Yixue glanced down at her own time, 25 minutes. It was an improvement over the start, but compared to Su Kan's agility, this improvement was practically negligible. That guy. During this time, the girls had been sparring with each other after all, their vitality levels were similar, so sparring was quite interesting. Of course, they also asked Su Kan to spar with them, but she turned them down every time. Mainly because she found it too boring. Fighting to the death inside the virtual combat platform was one thing, but engaging in those boring sparring sessions out here? Su Kan really couldn't muster the slightest interest. Not to mention, having to engage in combat for several hours every day. Su Kan really had no interest in that at all. So they didn't know much about Su Kan's true strength, but Xiao Yixue knew that since Su Kan could train for such long hours every day on the virtual combat platform, his mastery of advanced techniques was bound to be impressive. Fortunately, Su Kan's vitality isn't very high. Otherwise, given his talent for advanced techniques, I might actually be no match for him. Xiao Yixue gave a wry smile. Even someone as proud as she was had to admit that when it came to advanced techniques, she was no match for Su Kan. That guy Su Kan's spirit is truly terrifying. Fan Rue carried a blood-red battle axe on his back, exuding a thick aura of bloodshed. That's true, but at the warrior training stage, it's still vitality and technique that matter most. Although Su Kan's spirit is impressive, his technique is probably on par with ours at most, slightly better. The boy, whose features were somewhat effeminate, was also from Liqing No. 2 High School, just like Fan Rue. He was a distant relative of Fan Rue's, sharing the same surname Fan, and his name was Fan Xin. Although both bore the surname Fan, they were not actually related, or rather, they had no blood ties within the last few generations. Going further back, however, that was uncertain. That's true. I heard Su Kan's vitality was only 3.5 during the citywide mock exam? This time, it was another person speaking, a student from Tingcheng No. 1 High School. Tingcheng is a relatively poor area in Haishi Province. Although its population is substantial, over 3 million, the overall standard of education is rather poor. Lu Lianhai, as the top student at Tingcheng No. 1 High School and the top scorer in Tingcheng's mock exam this time, couldn't even hold his own against Fan Rue at this training camp and had to settle for second place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue furrowed her brow. Although she personally agreed with this assessment, hearing others speak of Su Kan in this way still left a bad taste in her mouth. Still, Xiao Yixue acknowledged it with a nod. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret. TSK. With a vitality of 3. Even the most elaborate advanced technique is useless. Tu Mingji, the top student at Shangqing No. 2 High School, chuckled, and the others followed suit. Su Kan's spirit did indeed make them envious, but her vitality was too low. She posed no threat to them whatsoever. The real threat lay with the people around them. None of them were weak, not a single one had a vitality below 8, and their advanced technique was all above 25%. They were all top-ranked students at their respective schools. Except for Fan Xin. Fan Rue frowned as he listened to their words. The 3 students from Green City No. 1 High School were among them. The land battles start the day after tomorrow. As soon as the 3 arrived at the All-Star Training Camp, they huddled together. That's because at the All-Star Training Camp, geniuses tend to cluster together. This time, only the 3 of them from Green City No. 1 High School were qualified to come here. The rest had been sent to other places by the school. That's the kind of clout the All-Star Training Camp has. Unlike the Sanctuary Training Camp, which accepts everyone on the list, they only need to select a few outstanding students. Even so, they still admitted 36 students. Each of these 36 students would easily rank in the top 100 in Haishi based on their academic performance. They are truly the cream of the crop. Luo Xiu is a true prodigy in Green City, but here, he is just average. There's practically no one here who is worse than him. Only Chen Ping had a reputation here and could rank among the top few. The land battles are finally starting. I've been getting absolutely crushed in these practice matches. Hong Lin gave a wry smile. Their Zhongxin training camp had kicked off internal competitive matches 5 days early. However, these matches were just friendly sparring, no scores, no rankings, simply to help them get used to the competitive environment. Yeah, I got absolutely crushed too. If they could secure a decent ranking, even they could really take off. After this training session, our top 3 positions should be secure. Xiao Yixue and Xiao Yang probably won't be able to keep up with us. That is for sure. Xiao Yixue is at the sanctuary, and Xiao Yang is at the blood realm. While those 2 training camps are pretty good, they're no match for Zhongxin. Aren't you guys forgetting about Su Kan? As Luo Xiu listened to their conversation, Su Kan's figure unconsciously popped into his mind. Su Kan? Chen Ping and Hong Lin both paused for a moment, then Chen Ping furrowed his brow. With vitality standardized in the arena, that guy Su Kan could actually pose a threat to the 2 of you. But even if he does, it's no big deal. His vitality is ultimately his Achilles heel. Is vitality a weakness? Luo Xiu thought of how Su Kan's vitality boosted his agility and muttered to himself. Is it really a weakness? People at all 7 provincial training camps were discussing. At 7 a.m., Han Zei and other senior staff and instructors from the sanctuary training camp gathered everyone together. After all, the results of this event were of the utmost importance to them. It would determine whether they could hold on to 3rd place and secure greater financial support. The next 7 days will be dedicated to the Blood Realm Battle Arena. Since everyone can only stay in the virtual combat platform for a limited time, and dying places an additional burden on the spirit, further reducing the available time. As Han Zei spoke these words, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Su Kan. Only a limited time? Han Zei noticed their stares and, realizing what was happening, added. Ahem, Su Kan is an exception. I'm talking about the vast majority of people. Here are a few suggestions. For those of you who are stronger, don't rush in right away. When you first enter, everyone starts at the same rank, so you're likely to face powerful opponents. Of course, you might also run into weaker opponents. You can wait until the 2nd or 3rd wave to enter. That'll be a safer bet. Of course, if you're extremely confident in your own strength, then it doesn't matter. Also, after a match begins, if you realize you have no hope of winning, concede immediately. With only 7 days, the number of matches you can play is limited. You must make the most of your time. That's the only way to earn more points than opponents of equal skill, climb to higher ranks, and get more rewards. Han Zei pointed out several key points to keep in mind. As Su Kan listened, he couldn't help but think of the anti-addiction system from his past life. The daily limit on playtime wasn't that essentially an anti-addiction measure? Except that in his past life, he could stay up all night using a 90-year-old man's ID card. In this life, that wasn't an option, so he'd have to rely on his spirit to power through. Alright, I'd also like to mention the rewards for this event. Silver tier gets 10 points, gold tier gets 20 points, and platinum tier gets 30 points. Diamond gets 40 points, and champion gets 50 points. These points can be earned repeatedly, and anyone who makes it into the top 100 will receive special bonuses. The top 10 will even be summoned by His Excellency the Provincial Governor and receive rewards from him. The moment they heard the words Provincial Governor, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Even Su Kan knew who the Provincial Governor of Haishi Province was. Zhang Ligua, Haishi Province's superhero, a peerless warrior who once single-handedly stopped a disaster tide. Alright, everyone, get ready. Take a short break, and then we'll head in. Oh, by the way, Su Kan, come here for a moment. Okay. Su Kan paused in surprise. He hadn't expected Han Zei to call him over. But he followed him out anyway. Leaving the room where the virtual pods were stored, the 2 stepped outside. Su Kan, I won beat around the bush. They don't know how you performed on the virtual combat platform, but as the head of this training camp, I'm well aware of it. Han Zei got straight to the point. His tone carried a mix of complexity and excitement. He hadn't originally held much hope for this competition among the 7 great training camps. Fan Rui was indeed talented, but from what he'd learned through various channels, Fan Rui wasn't as good as Gua Xian from Blood Prison. As for the others like Xiao Yixue and the rest, their skills were certainly solid, but Blood Prison had come prepared this time. They'd gone to great lengths and paid a huge price to recruit several prodigies into their camp, all with the sole purpose of using them as stepping stones. In this competition among the 7 great training camps, the main criteria were the number of trainees from each camp who ultimately made it into the top 100, as well as the quality of those who did. In other words, only those who make it into the top 100 will earn points, those who don't even make the top 100 will receive 0 points. The higher the ranking, the higher the score. If the final score is less than 10 points, they'll be kicked out of the 7 great camps. He isn't worried about scoring 10 points no matter how down on its luck the holy hole may be, it won't sink that low. What he fears is losing out to Blood Realm, because this ranking is so crucial, especially the top 10. How many points does 11th place get? 500 points. But 10th place jumps straight to 1000 points, double that. 9th place gets 1500 points, and 8th place gets a whopping 2000 points. The higher you go, the more outrageous the numbers get. 3rd place gets 7000 points, 2nd place gets 10,000 points, and 1st place gets a staggering 20,000 points. And what about 20th place? 400 points. 30th place is only 200 points. 50th place is 100 points. For those falling out of the top 50, the point loss is even more extreme. 51st place is only 50 points, and each subsequent rank loses 1 point, so the 100th place is just 1 point. But this time, the only person he could trust was Sukan. Sukan's soul wasn't that of a simple 18-year-old boy. He wasn't about to speak foolishly. He just looked at Hanze with a calm expression. Over this period, his gains had indeed been outrageous. Of course, Sukan had also held back a bit, not leveling up too aggressively. He didn't want to reach 200 points so quickly, he wanted to take it slow. After all, the points weren't going anywhere, so he might as well lay a solid foundation first. With the skill you showed by clearing the 8th level 5 days ago, even with so many prodigies around, you're sure to make it into the top 10. Also, you can stay in there for quite a while. If you run into Fan Rue or others who have the potential to break into the top 100, I hope you'll concede defeat. Don't worry, I won't make you concede for nothing. I'll personally give you a Calamity Beast core worth 200 points. How about that? A Calamity Beast core. Sukan's pupils contracted. As the saying goes, every part of a Calamity Beast is a treasure, whether it's blood, flesh, or bones, all are highly useful. But the most precious part of a Calamity Beast is the core within its body. Moreover, not every Calamity Beast possesses a core, perhaps only 1 in every 3 or 5 Calamity Beasts has one. Although Sukan didn't know the exact value of this Calamity Beast core, he was certain it wouldn't be less than 5 million per piece. As for the purpose of the Calamity Beast core, it was said that the Calamity Beast core contained extremely concentrated energy, making it one of the most important ingredients for refining Calamity pills. Calamity pills had astonishing effects whether used to boost strength or break through bottlenecks. They possessed unexpected capabilities. Of course, if you obtain this Calamity Beast core, you'll forfeit the mystery grand prize awarded to the first person to reach 200 points. Hanze added, and Sukan replied. Fair enough, fair enough. Something as good as the disaster pill, it's worth it. Alright, then. You go in first thing when the time comes. No problem. As soon as 8 o'clock hit, all 7 camps had assigned their personnel. Except for Camp 1 and Camp 2, the other 5 camps didn't have enough virtual pods, not even Blood Prison was an exception. However, combined, there were 150 game pods, and the 150 people who entered the virtual world immediately activated the matchmaking feature. Sukan did the same. The 8 strongest players from the Sacred Realm had all logged in, primarily hoping to be matched with Sukan as often as possible to boost their rankings. Welcome to the virtual arena. Your rank is bronze. Would you like to start a match? Tip or win 1 match to advance to silver. Start. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukan selected start. Matching in progress. Match successful. The scene shifted, and the landscape around Sukan changed. He found himself in a forest. At the same time, his opponent appeared about 10 meters in front of him. It was a tall, beautiful woman wielding a long sword. Her online name was displayed above her head. Yen Shushuet, bronze rank, first match. It's not them. Looks like this one's in the bag. As Sukan sized up Yen Shushue, she was also sizing him up. Upon realizing he wasn't one of the powerhouses listed in the intelligence sheet gathered, she let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a confident expression. Battle commence. Ethereal sword technique. Although she didn't know Su Kan, and he wasn't one of the top players she researched, she understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. She launched a killing move right from the start. I've won. Seeing that Su Kan hadn't reacted and was still staring blankly, Yan Shushue felt a surge of joy. She hadn't expected the first match to be so easy. It seemed the instructor was right. Aside from their camp in Hongtu, many of the other 5 camps were filled with mere placeholders. There were even weaklings here who hadn't even mastered the advanced technique. Clearly, she had come up against one. Die. Quick draw technique. Just as Yan Shushue thought she had won, a look of confusion suddenly crossed her face. How could this be her own body? And how come she? Moments later, Yan Shushue lost consciousness. When she respawned, she was still completely baffled. What just happened? Did I win? But why does my head hurt so much? Yan Shushue hurriedly checked her match information, only to find it clearly stated that she had lost a match. I lost? What on earth just happened? Is this a bug? Yan Shushue couldn't believe it wasn't she supposed to have won just now. How did she suddenly end up losing? She couldn't figure it out. It must be a bug. Yan Shushue gritted her teeth. Refusing to accept defeat, she tapped match again, and the scene before her changed. A figure appeared before her once more, but the moment she recognized the silhouette, Yan Shushue's face instantly darkened. Maru La. I concede. Yan Shushue decisively conceded defeat, because she recognized the person standing before her one of the most terrifying figures in their constellation training camp. Although Yan Shushue was a top 100 player herself, she was no match for a powerhouse like this. Conceding defeat was the smart move. Defeated Yan Shushue. +1 win. Rank upgraded. Current rank, Silver 1 star. Do you wish to continue matching? Tip: winning at the Silver rank earns 1 star, losing deducts 1 star. When you reach 2 stars, your rank will advance. Continue. Su Kan chose to continue. Su Kan didn't give the previous match where she instantly defeated Yan Shushue a second thought and began a new match. After all, Yan Shushue was nothing more than a one-hit wonder. If Yan Shushue knew Su Kan was like this. Match successful. A new opponent appeared once again. Flushed with health, Silver rank with 1 star, 1 win, 100% win rate. This time, it was a burly man wielding a battle axe. Kid, you're out of luck running into an old-timer like me. Heh, you'd better just concede quickly so we can move on to the next match. Shut up. Su Kan glanced at the big guy and gripped the hilt of his blade. You've got some guts, kid, but in front of this old man, courage isn't worth a damn. Quick draw technique. The commotion came to an abrupt halt. The big guy vanished, and the sound of victory rang in Su Kan's ears once more. Too weak. Su Kan shook his head. Let us keep going. The third match, instant kill. Su Kan's rank shot straight up to gold, and he earned 20 points. Combined with the 10 points from his previous promotion, Su Kan's total points reached 200. I must be the first to hit 200 points, right? Su Kan muttered under his breath, not bothering to dwell on it. Let us keep going. Gold tier requires 3 stars now, but why haven't I run into them yet? This makes me feel a little guilty about accepting Instructor Han's reward. Perhaps the heavens had heard Su Kan's words, because in the very next match, Su Kan ran into Xiao Ishue. Ji Buchan? Su Kan? What a coincidence! Su Kan greeted Xiao Ishue, and a fierce competitive spirit flared in Xiao Ishue's eyes. It really is a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you so soon. Let us have a match. Ji Buchan concedes. Wins +1, stars +1. Current rank, gold 1 star. Xiao Yixue stared at Su Kan's offline message and the voice echoing in her mind, her forehead covered with question marks. Why did this guy suddenly concede? Could it be that he thinks he can't beat me and doesn't want to waste time? That must be it. As Xiao Yixue thought this, her expression brightened slightly. Then let us keep matching. I've cleared 7 levels of the tower, and my current score is 160 points. As long as I raise my rank to diamond, I'll get 200 points. But based on this pattern, it takes 3 matches to reach platinum and 4 to reach diamond. I've won 1 so far, so I just need to win 6 more. The previous matches, all instant victories plus Su Kan's concession, had given Xiao Yixue a huge boost of confidence. 6 matches that's just a few minutes. It should be no problem. Now I just hope their agility is a bit slower than mine, then I'll have a chance at Instructor Han's mystery reward. Wait a minute. Xiao Yixue suddenly realized that Fan Rue seemed to have cleared level 8, which also grants 30 points, so Fan Rue only needed to reach platinum to advance. I need to speed up my agility. Xiao Yixue immediately chose to continue. However, this time Xiao Yixue wasn't so lucky. She was matched directly against players from the Star Training Camp. After a grueling battle, she barely managed to win. What terrible luck! I actually ran into a strong opponent who took up 5 of my minutes. Let us keep going. After each match, all stats are restored, the only exception being spirit consumption, which can't be replenished. There's nothing to be done about that. Yan Shushua, Gold 2-star rank, 5 wins, 63% win rate. Only a 63% win rate? This one's a sure thing. Xiao Yixue glanced at it casually, not giving it much thought. She assumed it was just because her previous match had taken too long. Xiao Yixue? When Yan Shushue saw Xiao Yixue's face, it overlapped with the image of Xiao Yixue in her mind, causing Yan Shushue's expression to grow grave. Don't lose, I'll sacrifice the luck from my first 3 matches. How should Yan Shushue describe her luck? She lost 3 matches in a row right off the bat. Aside from the first game, where she was inexplicably one-shot, the next 2 were against high-level players, so she conceded immediately. Fortunately, conceding at the bronze tier doesn't cost you stars, since you don't have any to lose anyway. Of those 3 games, aside from the first one where she was inexplicably killed, which seemed like a bug, she decisively conceded the next 2. She didn't suffer any real losses, it just wasted less than a minute of her time. After that, she had to win 5 games in a row just to reach Gold 2-star. As soon as the battle began, Xiao Yixue was stunned. Could someone with a 63% win rate really be this strong? This player's skill is just as good as hers. Wait, no. Xiao Yixue suddenly realized, 5 wins means Gold 2-star, that's a perfect record. Could it be? Xiao Yixue looked at Yan Shushue in shock. Yan Shushue immediately understood what Xiao Yixue meant. Her face flushed red, and she felt extremely embarrassed. Defeated charging beef tripe. Wins +1, rank promoted. Current rank, Gold 1-star. Defeated concept of the brave, +1 win, rank upgraded. Current rank, Gold 2-star. Surrender successful, star count reduced. Current rank, Gold 1-star. In the following matches, Su Kan encountered several opponents, including Han Zhe, who forced him to surrender. It wasn't until he had surrendered 3 times that Su Kan finally upgraded his rank to Gold 3-star. Su Kan didn't really mind if he had to concede, so be it. It just affected his win rate a bit, but he didn't care. It's just that this arena is so boring, there isn't a single worthy opponent. It's either an instant kill or a concession, there's no sense of participation at all. Once these guys' time is up, my rank will shoot up quickly. By then, I should be able to face some strong opponents, right? Su Kan muttered to himself and started a new match. Yan Shushue, Gold 3-star, 6 wins, 67% win rate. That name sounds kind of familiar. Su Kan looked surprised. Meanwhile, after Yan Shushue had gone through a lot of trouble to finally defeat Xiao Yixue and climb to the Gold 3-star rank, she assessed her current form. It was still decent, so she decided to strike while the iron was hot and play another match. I'll aim to climb all the way to platinum in one go. Ji Bochang, rank, Gold 3-star, 10 wins, 71% win rate. Ji Buchan? Yan Shushue's eyes widened. Is the bug targeting me again? No way. This time, I have to figure out exactly what is going on. I will. The match began. Yan Shushue didn't launch an attack right away, she just stared intently at Su Kan, completely focused. She would never let the bug get the better of her again. It's her. Yan Shushue was quite attractive, on par with Xiao Ishue. Plus, since Yan Shushue was his first, Su Kan still had a vague memory of her. As long as it's not one of those guys, I've got platinum. Su Kan grinned, though to Yan Shushue, his bright smile seemed a bit sinister. Bug, I won't let you get away with it this time. Quick draw technique. Su Kan didn't catch what she said, but with a casual strike of the quick draw technique, he instantly defeated Yan Shushue once again. This time, Yan Shushue saw it clearly. Her eyes widened, her mind a blur, and then she was forcibly ejected from the virtual combat platform, coming to her senses in the real world. Wow, such incredible agility. Ji Buchang, who is he, exactly? Yan Shushue gasped for breath, her eyes filled with shock. That name has to be fake, but aside from those few people, who else could possess such terrifying strength? And it seems none of them used the quick draw technique, right? Damn it, I actually got killed by this guy twice. Woo! This guy has definitely mastered 45% of the quick draw technique. Otherwise, with my 32% mastery of the ethereal sword technique, there is no way I would been instantly killed without putting up even the slightest resistance. But even a guy this terrifying only has a 71% win rate. Just how terrifying must the person who defeated him be? Yan Shushue sucked in a sharp breath. It seemed this virtual battle arena was much deeper than it appeared. Too bad I don't have any more time today. What a shame. I'll just have to continue tomorrow. As time passed, the first group of players began to slowly emerge from the arena. After defeating his final opponent, a notification appeared on Su Kan's matchmaking interface. No diamond tier opponents are currently online. Would you like to stay online and wait for a match? You'll be notified when a suitable opponent is available. That's it? Su Kan glanced at the time. Nearly half an hour had passed since he logged in, so it was only natural that he hadn't found a diamond tier opponent yet. Su Kan checked his stats. Ji Buchang, Diamond 1-star rank, 19 total matches, 15 wins, 79% win rate. Not bad. I'll just leave it running. I've got plenty of time left. I'll tackle the tower first. Today is the perfect day to clear the 9th floor. Su Kan grinned widely, his smile radiant. Let us allocate my stats. Name, Su Kan. Vitality, 4.5 plus. Strength, 490 kilograms. Agility, 19.6 ms. Spirit, 15 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 88% plus. Advanced Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 50% plus. Energy, 2135.6. These are Su Kan's current stats and remaining energy. He had exchanged all the points he earned previously for vitality pills and consumed them all. He also used up all the enhanced vitality pills he acquired from outside. In other words, before entering the virtual combat platform this time, Su Kan had used up his entire stockpile. However, Su Kan now has quite a few points again. 10 silver points, 20 gold points, 30 platinum points, plus 40 diamond points. Su Kan now has 100 points. If he exchanges all of these for vitality pills, that is, quick draw technique. The blade sliced through the air so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. Their student body was also excellent, and this recruitment cycle had attracted quite a few prodigies. 50 simulation pods, 50 prodigies. Although it couldn't compare to the Zhongxing training camp, according to their statistics, 20 of them were expected to rank among the top 100 in the province this time, while the rest were all prodigies capable of placing within the top 300, guaranteeing admission to 2 top-tier martial academies. The Hongtu training camp didn't let them in right away. They waited a little over half. Han Huaping didn't really care, though, because no one was a match for him. One quick draw technique, no one could block it. Every match was an instant kill. 3 wins in a row, gold. 6 wins in a row, platinum. 10 wins in a row, diamond. In less than 5 minutes including matchmaking time he had surged straight to the diamond tier. Let us keep going. The tedious battles made Hong Huaping yawn involuntarily. Was this what virtual combat was supposed to be like? Without those specific opponents, it was really boring. Ji Buchang, Diamond 1 star, 19 total matches, 15 wins, 79% win rate. Only a 79% win rate. Seeing this message and yet another unfamiliar name, Hong Huaping didn't give it a second thought. In his opinion, this was the kind of opponent you could take down with a single strike. In the match just now, his opponent was a powerhouse with 9 consecutive wins and a 100 win rate. Hong Huaping had even felt a little excited, thinking he stumbled upon a true master, but the result, he was taken out in a single strike. This left Hong Huaping quite disappointed. It seemed he really shouldn't get his hopes up too high. I'd better push my rank to the limit as soon as possible. Peerless Blade God, Diamond 1 star rank, 10 total matches, 10 wins, 100% win rate. Peerless Blade God? Su Ken's mouth twitched when he saw that name. Who is this guy, talking such big? A 100% win rate, straight to Diamond 1 star, he can't be too bad, right? Su Ken muttered under his breath. Hope he can withstand my single strike. Match begins. Neither Su Ken nor Hong Huaping knew what the other was thinking. Both radiated confidence in their own abilities. Using a sword? When Hong Huaping saw that Su Ken was using a sword, his interest waned even further. If he were to go all out, Su Ken probably wouldn't even have a chance to swing his blade. Thinking this, Hong Huaping shook his head and said, "Go ahead and swing." "Huh?" Su Ken froze for a moment. What was this guy talking about? If you don't swing now, you won't get another chance. Hong Huaping thought he'd given himself a solid 9 out of 10 for that line. Since you've asked so specifically, I'll grant your wish. Su Ken gave him a strange look, but seeing Hong Huaping's confident demeanor, he decided to play along. Quick draw technique. Defeated the Peerless Blade God, +1 win, rank promoted. Current rank, Diamond 2 star. Is that it? Su Ken couldn't help but chuckle. Was this some kind of joke? Meanwhile, as Su Ken placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, Hong Huaping still hadn't sensed a thing. He just stood there watching. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. He was confident he could dodge Su Ken's attack and then finish him off with a single, effortless stroke. His previous matches had all gone this way against nothing but weak opponents. But the very instant Su Ken swung his blade, Hong Huaping knew he was in trouble. I've hit a brick wall. Hong Huaping didn't even have time to react. Su Ken's blade swing was too fast. He tried to draw his sword, but his reaction time simply couldn't keep up. The result was that he died before his hand even touched the hilt, and a notification popped up in his mind. This guy. Hong Huaping respawned in his virtual combat platform, his face slightly pale and filled with disbelief. When did this class produce another player who was skilled in the quick draw technique, with such lightning-fast agility? His agility is on par with mine. A look of gravity appeared in Hong Huaping's eyes. He acknowledged Su Ken's skill. But give me one more chance, and I absolutely won't lose to you. That battle just now was an absolute disgrace. A massive disgrace. Hong Huaping's face darkened. Let us continue. I'm going to make up for this. Hong Huaping continued playing, but since his rank had dropped, he naturally couldn't be matched against Su Ken anymore. As soon as he entered the match, he was paired with a fellow member of the Hongtu training camp. In the past, he might have gone easy on him or offered some guidance. But right now, he really wasn't in the mood for any of that. He just wanted to finish the agility match and face off against that guy named Ji Buchang to prove his superiority through sheer skill. He'd been careless just now. And that was exactly why the guy had even tried to say hello to Hong Huaping right off the bat, but the moment he raised his hand, his head flew off. Continue. No diamond tier opponents are currently available. Would you like to stay online for matchmaking? You'll be notified when a suitable opponent is found. Hong Huaping was full of anticipation. Was that it? This left him with countless question marks floating above his head. Fortunately, a notification about a new opponent popped up soon after, and he accepted immediately. Unfortunately, the match didn't pair him with Ji Buchang but with someone else, which left Hong Huaping deeply disappointed. Quick draw technique. Hong Huaping wasn't in the mood to actually play. He just wanted to take out his opponent in a flash, find Ji Buchang quickly, and show him his true strength. Quick draw technique. Perhaps because quite a few players had logged in at once, Su Can and Hong Huaping were matched up quickly 3 times in a row without encountering each other. Both of their ranks had also improved. Su Can had already risen to Diamond 2-star after defeating Hong Huaping, and with these 2 additional matches, he jumped straight to Diamond 5-star. Hong Huaping, on the other hand, was stuck at Diamond 3-star. This time, the 2 were matched against each other once again. "Ha, I finally got matched with you." Hong Huaping had quickly used the quick draw technique to take down his opponents 3 times in a row, also he could face off against Su Can. He never expected his wish to actually come true. This time, he was definitely going to show Su Can what the real quick draw technique was all about. He, Hong Huaping, was the true god of the quick draw technique, the most formidable player in this season's quick draw technique. Diamond 2-star? Your agility is pretty fast. Just what I need to get me to King. King was the highest rank. He was just the right level to give it a try. He just wondered how many top players were currently at the King rank. Come on, quick draw technique. Hong Huaping was brimming with confidence this time. He absolutely wouldn't repeat his previous mistakes. Quick draw technique. Seeing Hong Huaping's move, Su Can drew his blade in an instant. Clang. Su Can's blade was slightly faster, but Hong Huaping's strike carried more power. The clash sent intense sparks flying through the air. A look of surprise flashed across Su Can's eyes. This kid's got some skills. Let us go again. Hong Huaping was thrilled. Although he wasn't the strongest among his peers, when it came to pure swordsmanship, there really was no one in this generation who could match him. He hadn't expected to come across someone who used the quick draw technique just like him. This thrilled Hong Huaping immensely, and his fighting spirit was fully ignited. Come on. Su Can's fighting spirit was also ignited. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed dozens of times. This battle relied solely on the basic blade technique. In this area, Su Can was clearly at a disadvantage, with Hong Huaping holding the upper hand. This peerless blade god is truly impressive. His mastery of the basic blade technique is probably at 90%, and he has extensive combat experience as well. As expected, none of those who made it this far are pushovers. Su Can was being held back, but it was only a slight disadvantage. The gap wasn't significant. Su Can was also looking for an opportunity to use the quick draw technique. It would take him just half a second to draw his blade instantly. That's the opening. Taking advantage of Hong Huaping's slashing attack, Su Can stepped back and successfully gathered his power in an instant. Quick draw technique. What a fast blade. Hong Huaping didn't even have time to react. He could only block it on instinct. It was only because his basic blade technique was solid and his reflexes were quick that this single quick draw technique didn't leave him severely injured and unable to fight. Su Can spun the greatsword in his hand and slashed horizontally, switching from offense to defense. How can this guy's sword be so fast? Hong Huaping roared inwardly. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. No, I can't lose. As long as I break through to the minor achievement stage of my basic blade technique, I won't give Ji Buchang a chance to use the quick draw technique. I can do it. Under the pressure of the battle, Hong Huaping achieved a breakthrough. His basic blade technique progressed from 90% in the second stage to 91%, advancing from proficiency to the initial mastery stage. What? The advantage Su Can had just gained was swiftly eroded by Hong Huaping's series of strikes, and he quickly found himself on the defensive. He broke through? Quick draw technique. Capitalizing on his advantage, Hong Huaping unleashed a fierce assault. Quick draw technique. Su Can gritted his teeth and kept up, his arms going numb, the blade in his hand nearly flying out of his grasp from the impact. Die! Han Huaping, showing no mercy, swung his greatsword once more with overwhelming force. Facing this strike, Su Can roared inwardly. Faster, faster, faster. Add some points. Under the pressure of the battle and aided by the added points, Su Can's quick draw technique increased by another 2%. 1 point was added, and the other was a breakthrough. With his quick draw technique at 52%, his agility increased by 1 point, allowing him to barely block Han Huaping's strike. Su Can used the momentum to step back, trying to create distance between himself and Han Huaping. The 2% breakthrough also brought Su Can's basic blade technique to 90% completion, and the two were once again locked in a stalemate. They fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. In the end, Su Can seized an opportunity, struck quickly, and successfully defeated Han Huaping. Defeated the peerless blade god. +1 win. Rank promoted. Current rank, King, 1 star. Earned 50 points. Detected that you are among the top 10 to advance to the King tier. Awarded the title of Ultimate King. Ultimate King? Su Can noticed his rank had changed to Ultimate King, and a new King's leaderboard had appeared. Curious, he tapped on it. There were very few people on the leaderboard, only 4. Ranked first, Deng Shiji, rank, Ultimate King 3 stars, total matches, 17, wins, 17, win rate, 100%. Ranked second, Lin Xinrui, rank, Supreme King 3 stars, total matches, 18, wins, 17, win rate, 94%. Ranked third, Guixian, rank, Supreme King 1 star, total matches, 17, wins, 16, win rate, 94%. Ranked fourth, Su Can, rank, Supreme King 1 star, total matches, 23, wins, 19, win rate, 83%. That few? Su Can was a bit surprised. By his estimate, there should be quite a strong players, right? Not to mention that Gai Jinping must be pretty good, yet even he didn't make it to the King tier? At the All-Star training camp, Jinping felt a tickle in his nose and wanted to sneeze. I wonder who else got it in for me. But my luck has been terrible this time. The first time I advanced to King, I faced Deng Shiji. The second time, I faced Lin Xinrui, and they knocked me out right away. Sigh, those two are still a bit stronger than me. Chen Ping was frustrated. He could have conceded the match, that would have saved him some time. But he didn't want to give up, he just wanted to see how far he was behind them. There was nothing he could do, he just couldn't beat them. After being eliminated twice, he was also kicked out due to excessive spirit consumption. You did pretty well. There are just too many strong players this time around. Han Lin and I only made it to Diamond in the final stages, and we're still just Diamond 1 star. Who knows how long it'll take us to reach the King tier? Luo Xiu pursed his lips. Back in Green City, he considered himself a cut above the rest. There were only a handful of people in the entire city he even taken seriously. But here at the Gathering of Stars, he felt like a complete joke. Sure enough, this world has no shortage of geniuses. Unless you step out into the world, you'll never truly know your own level. I just wonder how far Su Can go. That young friend of yours? I'll admit he has some talent when it comes to technique, and this arena's setup works to his advantage, but his strength is, at best, on par with yours. Chen Ping's words made Luo Xiu nod. He thought the same. Lost again. After Han Huaping was cut down by Su Can with a single stroke, he was forced to log out of the virtual combat platform due to excessive energy depletion. His face was pale, and he didn't look well at all. That guy broke through right in the heat of battle, too. Han Huaping wore a complex expression, then opened his phone and sent a message to a chat group with only 3 members. Do you guys know who Ji Buchang is? The replies came quickly. No idea. Never heard of him. What is going on? I got beaten by him. Han Huaping hesitated for a moment, but sent the message anyway. Zaiso. Bench, take your position. Even though he knew their personalities well, Han Huaping couldn't help but feel a vein throb on his forehead. Those two. They're out of line. He specializes in swordplay. His advanced technique is the same as mine, the quick draw technique. Wait, quick draw technique? Do you know this guy? No. Then? Getting sliced to death by your own quick draw technique, that must feel great, right? Get lost. Hom Huaping couldn't hold back and snapped at him. Speaking of quick draw technique, I think I have a vague memory of it. Just then, a user with the screen name Invincible Pretty Girl posted this message. Hurry up and tell us. I think I heard them say there is someone Chang something or other who draws his blade incredibly fast. It sounds like he uses the quick draw technique. Ji Buchang, that is him. Hong Huaping was thrilled. Ji Buchang, huh? Looks like we got another interesting opponent this time. Boyus Little Cake replied with a message, accompanied by a battle-ready emoji. By the way, how strong is that Gui Xin? Have any of you faced him yet? Xin Rui has. Ask her. He is pretty strong, about on par with me, though I'm slightly better. But in a real fight, it all comes down to how you perform in the moment. The invincible beauty paused for a moment before replying. So he is stronger than you, Huaping? Hom Huaping had no idea how to respond. He couldn't very well say he'd broken through, could he? No way. That was his trump card. When he faced these two tomorrow, he'd make them understand exactly why the flower blooms so brightly. Follow up, Sukan never matched up with another opponent again. Only king tier players could be matched with other king tier players. Sukan stayed in the game for nearly 5 hours before logging out of the virtual combat platform. As soon as he logged out, everyone gathered around him, clearly curious about his results. Sukan, are you diamond tier? Tu Mingji, the top player at Xiangqing No. 2 High School, asked curiously. Of the 7 of them, only Chen Rong from Rongqing No. 1 High School had been a bit unlucky and hadn't reached diamond. The rest had all achieved diamond rank. Fan Rui was the strongest, reaching diamond 4 star. Lu Lianhai was a close second at diamond 3 star. Xiao Yixue was at diamond 2 star, while the others were at diamond 1 star, including Tu Mingji himself. Hearing Tu Mingji's question, the others all turned to look at him curiously. Diamond rank? Sukan gave him a strange look. He probably wasn't at the diamond rank, was he? No. Tu Mingji immediately broke into a beaming smile and turned to the person next to him. I told you so. Sukan definitely isn't at the diamond rank. Sukan furrowed his brow, wanting to say something, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He'd let the dust settle for now. Soon enough, Tu Mingji would learn the meaning of boomerang. Sukan, don't listen to them. Seeing Sukan's expression, Xiao Yixue couldn't help but step forward. It's fine. I'm going to get some rest now. Sukan smiled. He really didn't care. After all, his rank was king above diamond. Sukan, you. Seeing Sukan's smile, Xiao Yixue assumed he was just putting on a show to keep her from worrying, so she stepped forward, her voice tinged with concern. I'm really fine. I'm going to head out now. Sukan didn't want to waste time on such trivial socializing, so he turned and walked away quickly. Once Sukan had left, Tu Mingji grew even more brazen in his boasting. So what if spirit is powerful? What is the point of being able to stay in there for so long every day? In the warrior path, it's all about natural talent. If hard work actually mattered, what would be the point of us geniuses? Although he didn't mention Sukan by name, everyone knew exactly who he was talking about and what he meant. Tu Mingji, that is enough. Xiao Yixue's expression was icy. What is the matter? Want to stand up for your little sweetheart? Tu Mingji curled his lip. Their strengths were roughly equal. Who was afraid of whom? You. Alright, old two, just drop it. And Yixue, old two's words might be a bit harsh, but he is telling the truth. Lu Lianhai stepped in to smooth things over, but hearing his words only made Xiao Yixue even angrier. Boring. After listening to them, Fan Rui muttered those 2 words and turned to leave. Brother Rui, wait for me. Fan Xian also found the whole thing boring and hurried after him. Watching the two of them walk away, Xiaoishu suddenly felt bored as well. She hadn't come to this training camp to form cliques, but to get stronger. Boring. Xiaoishu sighed. She felt she had indeed changed a bit since coming here. Focusing on improving her own strength was the only way to go. Everything else was superficial. Do as you please. After saying that, Xiaoishu turned and left as well. Seeing 3 members leave their small group of 7 all at once, the remaining 4 didn't look too pleased. Lu Lianhai couldn't help but shoot Tu Mingji a glare. The message was clear. You're the one who caused this. I didn't say anything wrong. Su Kan just conceded the moment he saw me inside. He must have known he couldn't beat me, that's why he acted that way. Tu Mingji wasn't about to back down either. Yeah, those 3 weren't on our side to begin with. It's just as well they're gone. Su Kan had no idea that his actions had caused the 7-person team to split up. After leaving that place, he headed straight for Han Ze's office. To Su Kan, all that was really just nonsense. What Su Kan cared about most was the matter of resources. Han Ze had given him such a huge benefit, he definitely had to properly report back on the results. He had to make sure Han Ze felt the money was well spent and, while he was at it, get Han Ze to step up his support. You're out? They didn't have access to view the local network matches for the 7 camps this time. The access rights were held by the organizers. The tournament was hosted by the Provincial Education Bureau. Of course, given their connections, they certainly had contacts within the Provincial Education Bureau and not just superficial ones. However, with the governor's personal attention on this matter, he had specifically instructed them to maintain strict confidentiality. As a result, no one at the Education Bureau dared to leak any information to them, and they didn't dare to ask either. After all, if they were to anger the governor, replacing their training camp would truly be a matter of a single word. At the governor's level, people like them who others might consider big shots were really nothing more than ants, albeit slightly larger ones. How did you do? So as soon as Han Ze saw Su Kan, he eagerly asked. Not bad. There were quite a few strong competitors this time. Su Kan walked into the office, sat down naturally on the sofa in Han Ze's office, and crossed his legs. So what's your rank? Han Ze's tone was a bit tense given his status. He could naturally gather most of the information regarding the other 6 training camps. However, if there were people like Su Kan who kept their abilities hidden, he wouldn't know about them. I didn't disappoint. I've reached the rank of Supreme King. Su Kan beamed. Han Ze breathed a sigh of relief. Before Su Kan had arrived, everyone else had finished their matches. He detallied everyone's current ranks and, through conversations with them, had gained some insight into their skill levels. 6 diamond-ranked players, 7 platinum diamond-ranked players, 31 gold-ranked players, 32 silver-ranked players, and 8 bronze-ranked players. Don't think this is bad after all. Bronze players only need... That's right, the genius who uses a single blade. Like you, the advanced technique he's learning is the quick-draw technique. Oh, him. Su Kan knew exactly who it was the moment he heard the name. You know him? Han Ze was just asking out of curiosity. After all, the chances of Su Kan knowing him weren't very high. Yeah, I've fought him before. Did you win? Yeah. Su Kan nodded, and Han Ze was overjoyed. Great, that's fantastic. Han Huaping, Lin Xinrui, and Deng Shiji, all 3 are from Haicheng High School. Han Huaping is from Haicheng No. 2 High School, while the other 2 are from Haicheng No. 1 High School. All 3 are known as the 3 heroes of Haicheng. All 3 are incredibly strong. 2 of them are sure to rank in the top 20 in the province and have the potential to break into the top 10, especially Deng Shiji, who is the strongest of the 3. After Han Ze's explanation, Su Kan understood. Haicheng is the 2nd strongest major city in Haishi in terms of overall strength, second only to Haishi City itself. It's safe to say that in Haishi province, Haishi City stands in a league of its own, and Haicheng is in a league of its own as well, though it ranks 2nd. Compared to Haicheng, the other 9 cities lag significantly behind. The 7 major training camps did recruit students from local high schools in Haishi City this time, but the very best students from the city had all been sent to the national training camp. Under these circumstances, these three were naturally the cream of the crop. If you can beat Hong Huapeng, then Lin Xinrui shouldn't be a problem either. Gui Xian is only a 1-star champion, while Lin Xinrui is a 2-star champion, which means Gui Xian probably isn't a match for Lin Xinrui. In that case, you have a real shot at competing with Deng Shiji for first place this time. Hanze grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes burning with such intensity that Su Kan instinctively took 2 steps back, afraid Hanze might do something out of line. So you were in there? I only ran into it 4 times in total, and I lost every single time, which is why I'm still just a 1-star champion. I never got the chance to face off against those 3. Su Kan immediately took credit for his achievement. Good, very good. You were also the first to reach 200 points, so this Calamity Beast core is naturally yours. Hanze pulled out an object from somewhere, a jet black, roughly fist-sized, black, roughly oval-shaped object. As for why it was described as roughly oval-shaped? It's simple, because it was actually irregular. One could only say that, viewed as a whole, it resembled an oval. This was the Calamity Beast core. Just looking at it gave off an eerie sensation, as if it were about to suck a person right in. But this thing needs to be combined with other ingredients to be refined into a Calamity Beast pill. Are you planning to take it with you, or would you like me to help you find someone to refine it? As soon as Hanze said this, Su Kan immediately bowed in gratitude. Hanze was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. You really know how to take advantage of the situation, kid. Alright, I'll help you find someone to refine it, but you'll have to provide the materials yourself. What do I need? It depends on what type of calamity pill you want to refine. Is there a specific method for that? Su Kan asked curiously. He knew very little about these things, mainly because he never had access to them, but now that he had the chance, he definitely needed to learn more. Calamity pills are broadly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the Vitality Core, which increases, refines, and hones vitality, making it stronger. At the same time, it improves vitality, especially when taken for the first time. The second category consists of Calamity Beasts that enhance insight within a short period of time. They're suitable for breaking through technique realms and are known as technique cores. The third category is the Breakthrough Core. For instance, once your vitality reaches the limit of 9.9, you can take it. The Breakthrough Core can increase the success rate by about 30%. Naturally, the prices of the herbs required for these 3 types of Calamity Beast vary, as do the fees charged by the alchemists who craft them. The first type is the cheapest typically, the cost of the herbs plus the alchemist's fee 1T exceed 2 million. The second type might cost around 2.5 million, give or take. The last type is the most expensive because it requires a particularly rare herb at cost at least 5 million. Which one do you want? Hanze turned his gaze toward Su Kan. He had a vague idea of what Su Kan's choice would be. The first one, I guess. Hanze wore an expression that said, just as I thought. Su Kan's low vitality was a major weakness. While this Vitality Core wouldn't allow Su Kan to catch up completely, it could at least significantly narrow the gap. That was precisely why he offered the disaster pill. He felt it would be a true shame if Su Kan failed to gain admission to one of the 2 supreme academies simply because his vitality was too low. Having graduated from one of those institutions himself, he understood all too well the difference between the supreme academies and the other martial academies. Alright, then. There's no rush on the money. You can pay me back after the college entrance exams. I'll cover it for you in the meantime. Hanze said with a smile. He fully understood the principle of offering help when it's needed most. With Su Kan's talent, as long as he was given a chance, he truly had the potential to soar to great heights. And what was the cost to him? A mere 2 million. If he hadn't been worried that Su Kan might refuse, he would have simply said, I'll cover the cost of the materials for you. 2 million was an astronomical sum for many people, but in Hanze's eyes, it could truly only be described as a mere pittance. Instructor Han. Su Kan bowed once more. He realized he truly had quite a few kind mentors by his side. If it weren't for the help of these mentors, his path would never have been so smooth. Hanze paused for a moment, then flashed a slightly shy smile. It's no big deal, really. On the first day, Sukane's ascent to the top rank of strongest king didn't cause much of a stir. After all, the three people who knew about it weren't the type to blab, and none of them knew Sukane's true identity. They merely mentioned it to the instructor as a matter of routine. The instructor, in turn, told a few skilled players in the diamond tier, instructing them to keep it confidential and not discuss it with outsiders. Under these circumstances, the number of people who knew about Ji Buchang was kept to fewer than 20. None of these fewer than 20 people knew that Ji Buchang was Su Kan, nor did anyone suspect Su Kan after all. Among this group, Chen Ping was the only one who actually knew who Su Kan was. But on the second day, the news began to spread like wildfire. Ji Buchang? With the news. So that's what you meant when you said you weren't diamond rank. You rascal. You had me fooled. Sigh. The rankings were constantly shifting. As more and more players climbed to the king tier the next day, the news that Su Kan was actually Ji Buchang had spread to even more people and was exploding across various chat groups. I lost. Lin Xinrui rubbed her forehead. Her head was still a bit fuzzy. That guy really doesn't know how to treat a lady with care. He just cut me down in one fell swoop. But how come he's even stronger than Hong Huaping described? I was defeated in less than 5 minutes. Lin Xinrui shook her head. She just couldn't compete. Looks like I'll have to settle for third place this time. Let those two freaks fight it out for first. Lin Xinrui gave a wry smile. What else could she do? She was just as helpless as anyone else. It was bad enough that a madman like Deng Shiji showed up, but she never expected another one to pop up. Still, this guy's strength falls a bit short compared to that madman Deng Shiji. Lin Xinrui muttered to herself. Personally, she didn't really care much about rankings or anything like that. She just went with the flow. Where on earth did this weirdo come from? Gui Xian had also been eliminated and he'd been aiming for the top 3 this time. But after being defeated by Lin Xinrui yesterday and then by Ji Buchang today, not to mention that Deng Shiji was the undisputed number 1, didn't that mean the top 3 spots were out of reach? Hong Huaping isn't someone to mess with either. What is going on with this class? What on earth is the national training camp doing? How could they have let so many people fall behind? Gui Xian was extremely frustrated. Without a top 3 finish, he wouldn't be able to claim that extra bonus. Ji Buchang is Su Kan? As time went on, the truth about Ji Buchang's identity was uncovered. Upon learning that Su Kan was actually Ji Buchang, the vast majority of people couldn't believe it. Because after looking into it, they all found out Su Kan's score on the first city-wide mock test. Vitality 3.5. Although his advanced technique score was quite good, among the trainees at the 7 great camps, that didn't place him in the top tier. It was only second tier. Yet someone like that had surged ahead and climbed all the way to second place. How were they supposed to accept that? They just couldn't accept it. In fact, there were 2 groups who found it hardest to accept. The first group consisted of those who, like Su Kan, had come from Green City. This group was further divided into 2 subgroups. The first subgroup included Chen Ping, Luo Xiu, Chao Yang, and others, all from Green City but not students of Green City No. 2 High School. When they heard the news, their expressions were priceless. However, they all consoled themselves by thinking that Su Kan was simply strong in technique but lacked vitality, which was something they could accept. This did indeed make them feel a little better. The second group consisted of Xiao Yixue and others, all students from Green City No. 2 High School who, like Su Kan, had trained at the same camp. Their reactions were even more dramatic. Upon hearing the news, they were all left speechless. Of course, the quickest to react weren't them, but Tu Mingji and his group. Tu Mingji had actually been in a pretty good mood. He'd been on a 3-game winning streak, which had boosted his rank to Diamond 4-star. He was sharing his joy with his companions when he heard the news. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tu Mingji went wild, but after looking into it himself, the smile on his face vanished completely, and he descended into madness. He remembered yesterday. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Su Kan. He was still queuing up on the virtual combat platform. Champion 8-star. Champion 9-star. His star count, along with Deng Shiji's, kept skyrocketing. Deng Shiji's spirit was also strong. He held out for nearly 40 minutes, but in the end, it wasn't as extraordinary as Su Can's. Eventually, Su Can overtook him, securing the top spot. Whether by fate or coincidence, the two never ended up facing each other in battle. After taking the lead, Su Can's star count continued to climb. By the time he logged off, he had reached 14-star Supreme Champion. Meanwhile, Deng Shiji, in second place, had only 9 stars. Starlight Club. When Mu Shui's face flushed red with anger as she slammed the documents in her hand down on the desk. "Yu Changwang, what gives you the right to reject my candidate? Su Can has such excellent technique talent. If it weren't for his abysmal vitality talent, he could even try applying for Class A genius status." Yu Chengwan, who was also seated at his desk, looked at Wen Muxue with a hint of greed in his eyes. "Muxue, you know his vitality talent is poor, don't you? Just look at the vitality score on your report, 3.5 vitality. Take a look yourself. Among the applicants recently, even C-level geniuses have higher vitality scores than that. C-level geniuses start at 6.5 vitality, and B-level geniuses need at least 8 vitality. With your 3.5 vitality, how could you possibly pass?" Yu Chengwang stood up, holding the documents he'd prepared in advance, and gave them a light tap. "But Su Can is different. His advanced technique is already at 22% progress. So what if it's at 22%? Unless his advanced technique reaches over 50%, there is absolutely no way he'll pass." Seeing Wen Mushue's furious expression, Yu Chengwang's smile grew even broader. All right, he admitted he did it on purpose. With Su Can's 22% progress in advanced technique, if he'd been a little more lenient, passing wouldn't have been a problem. If it had been anyone else, he would let them pass. But when it came to Wen Muxue, how could he possibly let her off the hook without stirring up some trouble? He was absolutely certain of this. Yu Chengwang said so. No one could change his mind. When Muxue was so furious her hands were trembling. This guy was clearly just looking for a fight. Just then, when Mushue's phone rang, she pulled it out, saw that the call was from her best friend, exhaled deeply, composed herself, shot Yu Chengwang a scathing glance, and turned to leave the office. Only after Wen Mushue's figure had disappeared did Yu Chengwang curl his lip in disdain. "Stupid woman. Your father's just a minor shareholder and you actually dare to go up against this young master? I'll make sure you know exactly what this young master is capable of, heh." Yu Chengwang gave a leering chuckle, looking as sleazy as could be. At the door. When Muxue answered the call and immediately heard her best friend's gasp of surprise. "Shue, didn't you say earlier that you signed a contract with someone named Su Can in Green City?" "Yeah, why?" When Muxue was a little puzzled. Her best friend worked at the Hontu training camp, while Su Can was at the Holy Hall training camp. The two of them shouldn't have any connection, right? Could it be that Su Can had pulled off something major at the training camp? When Muxue quickly shook her head, how could that be possible? She knew, of course, that today was the second day of the intranet tournament among the 7 great training camps, but she really hadn't held out much hope for Su Can. Wow. With that kind of skill, I'd guess his advanced technique is well over 50%. He might even break out of the camp and push his technique up to 60%. Your Starlight Club is really lucky. It's just a shame his vitality is a bit low, otherwise, he'd easily qualify as an S-class genius. Yu Chengwang swallowed hard. He remembered that the person he'd just turned down seemed to be named Su Can. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? Bang! Yu Chengwang, I'll report everything you did today exactly as it happened. Also, regarding Su Can, I've decided to upgrade her status to an A-class genius. Muxue, let us talk this out calmly. Who do you think you are, calling me Muxue? When Muxue had been planning to argue with Yu Chengwang, but she hadn't expected him to back down so quickly. It seemed he'd just heard the news too. Yu Chengwang truly felt like crying but had no tears left. He was now as miserable as he'd been happy just moments ago. Although his dad was the top-ranked major shareholder, he wasn't his dad's only son. His father had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and his admission to the club was part of his father's evaluation of him. If he caused the club to lose a super technique prodigy because of his own actions, his father would definitely give him a good beating. The third day. But today, Suken actually defeated Deng Shiji, which directly proved that Suken was the real number 1, the genuine, undisputed number 1. Day 4. Deng Shiji, refusing to accept defeat, faced off against Suken once more. But for Suken, once he pulled ahead, there was no way anyone could catch up to him again. If he won yesterday, today's victory came even more easily. Day 5, Day 6, Day 7. As the final hour came to a close, the rankings were set in stone. Suken claimed first place with a score of 66 stars as the ultimate champion. And this was despite Suken not participating in any matches at all on the final day. Second place, naturally, went to Deng Shiji, with only 52 stars. Third place went to Hong Huaping, who had been flying under the radar, with 38 stars. Fourth place went to Lin Xinrui, and fifth place to Gui Xin. Chen Ping also performed quite well this time, taking 6th place. Fan Rui also performed quite well in the end, taking 8th place. The results from the Sanctuary training camp were also quite good. With Suken taking 1st and Fan Rui taking 8th, they not only left the Blood Domain training camp far behind but actually surpassed the Hontu training camp, the perennial runner-up in the final standings. Although this single result wasn't enough to dethrone Hongtu, it had Hanzei and the others grinning from ear to ear. As a result, they awarded each person an extra 10 points and held a victory banquet that evening. Suken, you're the biggest hero this time. At the banquet, Hanzei ushered Suken to the head of the table. Suken had no desire for that seat, but Hanzei was simply too enthusiastic. Let us raise our glasses. Cheers. April 3rd. The 7 major training camps disbanded, and each camp sent its members home. Those in the top 100 all received their corresponding rewards and headed home in high spirits. Only the top 10 remained. Under the guidance of staff from the city lord's mansion, they were led to the reception hall to meet the most powerful figure in Haishi province, the provincial governor, Zhang Ligua. All 10 were nervous after all. No matter how gifted they were still just people. Meeting such a legendary figure, the highest-ranking official in the province, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Even Suken felt this way in his previous life. He had never met anyone of this caliber, not even a county magistrate. So even though many were very interested in Suken, in a setting like this, they didn't dare speak to him and could only cast a few extra glances his way. The governor is very busy, but he will make a special effort to set aside time to meet with you, the future leaders of Haishi. The speaker was a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined, scholarly appearance. His voice was warm and approachable, instinctively inspiring goodwill. The crowd nodded nervously. Fortunately, Zhang Ligua didn't keep them waiting long. In less than 5 minutes, a gray-haired, spirited elderly man walked in. He wore a kind smile, lacking any of the stern authority seen on television. He looked more like a friendly old man next door. But those who knew him wouldn't really mistake him for just any old man next door. His reputation had been earned through battle. Governor. The moment they laid eyes on the elderly man, Suken and the others recognized him and immediately bowed respectfully. No need to be so formal, you are all the future of Haishi. Zhang Ligua smiled kindly, his expression deeply infectious. Just think of me as an ordinary old man. Hearing Zhang Ligua's words, Suken unconsciously relaxed, but when he came to his senses, he was startled. The governor could actually influence everyone's mood without even trying, truly the most powerful person in Haishi province. Suken instinctively glanced at the other 9 people. Not a single one of them showed the nervousness they had earlier, which surprised him even more. Suken could only try his best to relax as well. This young man must be Suken, right? That's right. Although I didn't intentionally try to influence them just now, at my cultivation level, they would still be unconsciously affected. The fact that Suken was able to sense this so quickly shows that his talent in the spirit realm is truly outstanding. Also, while this kid's vitality isn't high, it's not as dismal as the intelligence reports claimed. Interesting. What Suken didn't know was that Zhang Ligua had already taken an interest in him. Zhang Ligua didn't stay long, he merely met with them, offered some words of encouragement, had them introduce themselves, and then, based on their rankings, gave each of them a spatial ring before leaving. Even so, everyone was overjoyed. Alright, put these rings away safely. Inside are the rewards the governor has given you. The refined young man said gently. You can check them now. A spatial ring? When Sukin heard those 4 words, his heart leapt with joy. He had, of course, heard of spatial rings. He'd heard they'd only been developed in the past couple of years and hadn't even hit the market yet. They were the kind of thing you couldn't buy even with money. He never expected the governor would actually give each of them one. It wasn't just Sukin, the other 9 also broke into beaming smiles. To say nothing of anything else, this spatial ring alone was precious enough. One by one, they sent their consciousness into the spatial ring, and Sukin was no exception. The space was small, roughly 1 cubic meter in size, and shaped like a cube. There wasn't much inside, just a single jade bottle. Curious, Sukin probed inside with his spirit. Before he could even see anything, he heard someone gasp in surprise. Disaster pills. They're actually disaster pills and technique cores at that. What? They're actually disaster pills? Everyone's breathing immediately became rapid. These were disaster pills, after all. Even a single disaster pill, even if it were just a vitality core, would be worth no less than 8 million. These were extremely hard to come by on the open market and were highly sought after items. I have 2 disaster pills, 1 and 1 technique. Me too. I have 3. The one who spoke was Deng Shiji, but when everyone heard this, their eyes weren't on Deng Shiji, they were on Sukan. If Deng Shiji already had 3, then Sukan must surely have even more. I have 4, 2 vitality cores, 1 technique core, and 1 breakthrough core. What? A breakthrough core, too? In fact, Hanzei had really quoted the cost price, or rather, a friend's price. Under normal circumstances, the market prices are 8 million for a vitality core, 9 million for a technique core, and 12 million for a breakthrough core. The breakthrough core is the most expensive because one of the herbs in its formula is extremely rare and valuable. I'm so jealous. 2 vitality cores plus a breakthrough core. If I had all of those, I'd be confident I could break through to the warrior realm before the college entrance exams. Yeah. Many people nodded enviously, while Sukan looked somewhat exasperated. Although breakthrough cores and technique cores contain vast amounts of energy, Sukan was quite familiar with how this energy converted. What mattered was the energy contained within. For example, vitality-type cores contained even more energy and could convert into even more energy. But since this is the first time I'm taking both of these, with the tenfold effect boost, they should be about the same. Sukan muttered to himself, then began taking stock of his resources. Hanzei had already given him the vitality core, which meant he currently possessed 3 vitality cores, 1 technique core, and 1 breakthrough core. In addition, Sukan still had 150 vitality pills in his possession that he hadn't taken yet. As for Sukan's current status? Sukan glanced at his stats panel. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 5.8 plus. Strength, 620 kilograms. Agility, 22.9 meters second. Spirit, 20 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 95% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 60% plus. Energy, 2711.6. His energy was being consumed at an increasing rate. Since Sukan had risen all the way from the bronze rank to the champion rank, he had earned 150 points in the process. Add to that the 30 points for clearing the 9th level, plus the 50 points he earned for clearing the 10th level before exiting. That's a total of 230 points, which can be exchanged for 230 vitality pills. Sukan still has 150 on him, meaning he has already consumed 80. Wow, this sanctuary training camp is really great. I've earned a total of 400 points, that has 400 vitality pills. It really feels like I came here to stock up on vitality pills. Sukan muttered to himself. The haul was truly massive. Never mind the boost to his own strength, this haul alone made Sukan extremely satisfied. 400 vitality pills, 3 vitality cores, 1 technique core, and 1 breakthrough core. Even if Sukan owed 2 million for them, it would still be worth it. It was worth way more than that. 400 vitality pills, even at 16,000 each, would still be worth 6.4 million. The vitality core was worth 8 million, the technique core 9 million, and the breakthrough core 12 million. The combined value of all these items exceeded 50 million. Sukan's rise to prominence could truly be described as a meteoric rise. From here on out, Sukan just needed. The refined young man took in everyone's reactions but said little, merely instructing his men to escort them back. Everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't safe out there, and they certainly wouldn't dare return on their own. Xiaoyu, you'll handle the arrangements? Yes. A young woman in her 30s walked in and ushered the group out. Once Sukan and the others had left, Zhang Ligua reappeared. They're all promising prospects. I see no signs of foreign influence. Your Excellency, with you commanding Haishi, how could the foreign tribes dare send anyone here to cause trouble? The refined young man paid him a compliment, drawing a laughing rebuke from Zhang Ligua. You're getting better and better at flattery, aren't you? What are you saying? I just like to tell it like it is. You're going to pick up bad habits from them. But this Sukan is indeed quite extraordinary, and his vitality isn't as low as I'd imagined. Who knows, by the time the college entrance exams roll around, this kid might just give me a pleasant surprise. Sukan, you say? Should we keep a close eye on him? We can keep an eye on him. All three were from Haishi province and ranked among the top 3 prodigies in the province. Upon hearing the question, Lin Xie shook his head, his expression remaining largely unchanged. The other girl didn't seem particularly interested in the topic either. Clearly, they didn't really care who took first place in the 7 major training camps. Can't you two play along a little? This is boring. You're acting like statues. The boy's name was Wang Yuntao. Although he possessed astonishing talent, he had a bit of a gossipy streak and was very interested in all sorts of provincial affairs. Lin Xie and Li Lingxi learned about many things through him. Oh, Deng Shiji? No. Lin Xinrui? No, not her either. When Wang Yuntao saw the two working together, a bright smile immediately lit up his face. Then it must be Hong Huaping. No, not him either. Wang Yuntao jumped to his feet with excitement. Their consecutive wrong guesses seemed to thrill him immensely. Seeing Wang Yuntao so excited, Lin Xie and Li Lingxi were left with countless question marks floating above their heads. What on earth is he so excited about? We just don't get it. Wang Yuntao was quite pleased with their reaction. That's more like it. This is what makes sharing gossip fun. Otherwise, it's like talking to a dead person. There's no reaction at all. He is a regular student from Green City No. 2 High School. Rumor has it that in the first city-wide mock exam, he ranked 31st in the city. Oh, and apparently his vitality is 3.5. Did you get your intel from the wrong source? I'm not running a fever. Both of them gave him a look as if he were an idiot. A 3.5 vitality score? How could someone with a 3.5 vitality score possibly take first place at the 7 great training camps? Even if they looked down on the scale of the 7 great training camps, no matter how subpar they were, they surely wouldn't let someone with a vitality score of just 3.5 take first place. Stop messing around. This is confirmed information. He really did take first place. His name is Sukan. Green City No. 2 High School. Last night, after learning from Yan Jun that Sukan had swept through all 7 training camps, defeated numerous super talented prodigies, and claimed the title of strongest champion, Green City No. 2 High School went wild. Especially the principal of Green City No. 2 High School. He asked everyone he met, "How do you know that Sukan, a student at our school, took first place in the land tournament?" Especially Sukan. Although they all knew that Sukan hadn't traveled on the same flight as the others, having gone to meet the provincial governor first and likely to arrive later, nothing could dampen their enthusiasm. Wow, is Sukan really that formidable? The students at Green City No. 2 High School, especially Sukan's former classmates and the teachers who had taught him, all felt as if they were in a dream. Is Sukan really that amazing? That's just not possible. However, this didn't stop them from beaming with pride, constantly boasting, "Sukan is my classmate," or "I used to teach Sukan." Although there were a few comments here and there suggesting Sukan's vitality was on the low side, with the city lord's mansion setting the tone for everyone, no one dared to pick up on that topic. Praising Sukan and treating his success as a collective achievement was their shared mission, and no one could stand in their way. That Sukan guy has really shot to the top. Huang Zongbao and the others felt a mix of emotions not so long ago. His strength had actually surpassed Sukan's. But what about now? Saying more would only bring tears. Fortunately, their relationship with Sukan was still decent, being his classmates provided them with something to talk about. Here they come. Here they come. The first group of 11 is back. Leaders and media members scrambled to get closer. Although Sukan wasn't there, interviewing his teammates who'd gone to the sanctuary training camp with him and learning more about Sukan through them wasn't a bad idea. Wow, so many people. Are they here to welcome us? Zhu Jiafan was thrilled to see the crowd through the window. It made him feel like a celebrity. What are you daydreaming about? These people are obviously all here for Sukan. Who do you think you are? I'm Sukan's classmate. Zhu Jiafan raised his head proudly, a gesture that left everyone speechless. The spaceship arrived. The situation was pretty much as they expected. As soon as they stepped off the ship, the crowd immediately swarmed around them, and every conversation revolved around Sukan. Even Xiao Ishua, the former top student at Green City No. 2 High School, was completely ignored. Although, in the eyes of most students at Green City No. 2 High School, Xiao Ishua still had the highest overall grades. Fortunately, with many municipal officials present, the reporters didn't dare to go too far. After asking a few questions, they were ushered away. After all, these officials were also very curious about Sukan's story. When it came to something at the level of the 7 provincial training camps, their connections simply couldn't uncover much. They could only grasp some superficial details. After Sukan and the others received their awards, they all boarded the spaceship. It was a small, high-end spaceship, the agility which was much faster than the one Sukan and his group had ridden on their way there. However, since this flight was taking passengers to more than one destination, the journey would naturally take longer. The cutoff scores for the 2 Supreme Academies are no joke. Last year it was 622 points. Sukan would need to score 172 points in vitality just to meet next year's cutoff. How much vitality does it take to score 172 points? A vitality score of 6.1 is required to reach 173 points. But the question is, can Sukan really score perfect marks in basic method and advanced technique? Although Sukan's performance this time was truly outstanding, he completely crushed his opponents, achieving perfect scores in basic method and advanced technique. Isn't that easy? A perfect score in basic method requires reaching 30% in stage 3. Advanced technique requires reaching 100% in tier 1. Neither of these is easy to accomplish. Even Deng Shiji himself isn't very confident he can break through to stage 3 before the college entrance exam. Even if he did break through, it would only be a narrow entry into stage 3. As for advanced technique, needless to say, the 90% to 91% threshold alone could hold him back for a long time. Not to mention that starting at 91%, every subsequent percentage point becomes incredibly difficult to grasp. Under these circumstances, Sukan's vitality would need to be at least 7.5 to stand a chance. It's truly a shame. Of course, if you guys had come in first, I'm sure your school and city would have been even more enthusiastic, even crazier. Fan Rui curled his lip. He was telling the truth. Only Chen Ping let out a soft sigh. He saw many familiar faces in the crowd, people who used to revolve around him. Now this sigh, it's hard to put into words. We're preparing to land. The voice belonged to Xiaoyu, the woman in her 30s who had appeared in the reception room. Sukan thought to himself that the refined young man had definitely misnamed her. How could she possibly be Little Yu? Big Yu would be a much more fitting name. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight. Sukan, Chen Ping, you two can go down this way. Okay. Sukan and Chen Ping replied in unison. Green City had certainly made a name for itself this time. Not only had Sukan taken first place, but Chen Ping had also secured second, making them the clear winners. Even Haichang, which had taken second, third, and fourth place, couldn't match Green City's prestige. After all, Haichang was widely recognized as the second largest city after Haishi City. While their results this time were decent, they were nothing more than that. The spaceship came to a stop, and the hatch opened. Su Kan and Chen Ping stood up, while the rest remained seated. Only Xiaoyu stood up, escorted the two to the ship's entrance, then turned and went back inside, showing no intention whatsoever of greeting the officials waiting outside. "Let us head back to school." "Your school." The first sentence was spoken by Suk and the second was Chen Ping's resentful mutter. His results this time were completely overshadowed by Suk and S brilliance. Otherwise, with his 6th place finish, no, if it weren't for Su Kan, 5th place would have been his. Wah! This really stung Chen Ping that glory should have been his. Too bad he just wasn't as good as her. What could he do? All he could do was feel jealous, envious, and resentful. Su Kan smiled wryly. She never expected Chen Ping, who had once seemed so high and mighty in her eyes, to look like this. Sure enough, people have many sides to them. The goddess in your eyes might just be a clown in someone else's. Su Kan's here. The scene immediately erupted into chaos. The crowd that had been surrounding Xiao Shui and the others, asking Su Kan questions, had all dispersed the moment they saw the spaceship. Now, they were all surging toward Su Kan. Quick, maintain order. Officers from the Public Security Bureau were also dispatched to restore order, but they were completely helpless against this frenzied crowd of media. Even though there were quite a few high-ranking officials among them, they still couldn't hold back the frenzied media. The media weren't afraid at this point. After all, as the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. As soon as Su Kan stepped off the spaceship, countless microphones were thrust in his face. Su Kan, we heard you won first place in the technique battle tournament hosted by the 7 major provincial training camps. What are your thoughts? Su Kan, we heard your vitality is 3.5? With such a low vitality, is it because you've devoted all your time to technique? Su Kan, is there anything you'd like to say to the opponents you faced in this technique battle? One question followed another so rapidly that if Su Kan hadn't reacted quickly, a microphone might have ended up in his mouth just now. Su Kan's face darkened. Were the media in this world really this crazy? Su Kan wanted to turn to Chen Ping standing nearby for help. After all, he remembered that Chen Ping had been Green City's former number 1 and had always been a hot topic in the city. But as soon as Su Kan turned around, he realized Chen Ping had long since been pushed aside and was now completely ignored. Su Kan was completely dumbfounded. Actually, Chen Ping was even more dumbfounded. How long had it been? Had he already fallen out of the spotlight? Surely these people couldn't be that snobbish. His own scores were pretty good this time, weren't they? Besides, he only lost to Su Kan in the technique section at the provincial mock exam in 9 days. He was certain he'd trample Su Kan underfoot. No, it's not just me. Whether it's Hong Lin or Luo Xiao, they all score higher than Su Kan. There's a good chance Su Kan won't even make the top 5 this time. Of course, Chen Ping wasn't the only one who thought this way. Many others felt the same. Low vitality had become Su Kan's Achilles heel, at least in the eyes of the vast majority. Fortunately, the city officials were reliable. A warrior stepped forward. With a warrior's strength, no one could stop him. He pushed everyone aside, escorted Su Kan away from the scene, and brought him to the principal's office. Chen Ping, meanwhile, slipped away quietly while no one was paying attention. The principal's office was packed with officials. The principal kept up a smile the entire time. Su Kan wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, but when he heard the Education Bureau officials say they'd allocate a 1 million bonus for him, he realized this kind of occasion wasn't so bad after all. He wouldn't mind coming here a few more times. Lunch took a while. Well, not exactly a delay, since there were plenty of delicacies on the table, even calamity beast meat. The officials, mindful of their status, didn't want to compete with Su Kan for the food, so naturally, half of it ended up in Su Kan's stomach, boosting his energy by over 20 points. It wasn't until the meal was over that Su Kan was finally released from the gathering. How could he possibly afford that? Most importantly, this would only restore her health. She still couldn't overexert herself, or else the condition would easily relapse. She'd also need to ensure proper nutrition afterward to achieve a true and complete recovery. I can't wait to go home. Just thinking about his mother's health filled Soo-kan with deep concern. As it happened, he brought 150 vitality pills back from the training camp. These were specifically set aside for his mother. As for the rest, he could use them to help his father regain his strength. His parents had worked hard for most of their lives. Now it was their turn to enjoy some comfort. They could even move into a new home. However, nicer houses were too expensive, and Soo-kan wasn't interested in anything less than that. I heard that if you become a warrior, the city lord's mansion will help arrange housing for the warrior's family, and that house happens to be in Happy Community. Soo-kan thought of this benefit and decided to wait until he became a warrior. Become a warrior before the college entrance exams, move into Happy Community, and make mom and dad happy. That became Soo-kan's next goal. The name Happiness Community was quite straightforward, but those who lived there were indeed very fortunate. It was Green City's most famous neighborhood for the wealthy and powerful. The facilities and amenities within the community were top-notch. When he returned home, his parents had been waiting for him all along. How could they not know about Soo-kan's situation? 2 days earlier, Green City TV had already been broadcasting the news. It's safe to say that 2 days was more than enough time for the news about Soo-kan to spread throughout most of Green City. Of course, many people only mentioned it in passing as something to chat about over dinner when they ran into others, and that was all. But for those who knew Soo-kan personally, it was a different story. So, as soon as Soo-kan stepped into the community, the residents greeted him with smiles. This made Soo-kan marvel. No wonder people say that when you're successful, you'll find that everyone around you is a damn good person. Mom and Dad, I'm back. You're back. It's good to have you back. You must be tired from being out there. Did Soo-kan really come in first? 2 days had passed, but Lining still felt completely dazed. She remembered seeing Soo-kan at the Starlight Club a few days before the 100-day rally. He smiled at her and said he'd then select 32 seeded competitors and distribute them across these 32 groups, making sure they don't face each other in the early rounds. Yes, Director. Should we designate Soo-kan as a seeded competitor? The young man was, of course, aware of Soo-kan's situation. After all, working in an environment like the Education Bureau, how could he possibly be unaware of it? The earlier mistake had been purely due to carelessness. Haven't you already sent out the list of seeded competitors? The middle-aged man glanced at the young man, who gave an awkward smile. I just sent it out a moment ago. If I call them now, I can still recall it. A C-class genius is worth 500,000 in resources. A B-class genius is worth 2 million in resources. An A-class genius is worth 10 million in resources. Even though Soo-kan had already received so many resources at the training camp, this 10 million in resources could not be ignored. To help Soo-kan maintain his lead in advanced technique, the Starlight Club even went so far as to send a virtual training pod specifically to its Green City branch. It was reserved exclusively for Soo-kan's use, though only for the period leading up to the college entrance exams. This clearly demonstrated the Starlight Club's high regard for Soo-kan. In fact, if it weren't for his extremely low vitality, they would have even considered offering him an S-class contract. The club hadn't signed an S-class contract in several years. It wasn't that no geniuses of that caliber had emerged in Haishi province, it was simply that Starlight Club couldn't attract geniuses of that level. Before the second mock exam, the provincial level 1, Soo-kan's life remained straightforward. He just frequently ran into reporters lying in wait for him on the streets, which annoyed him a bit. A routine of home, club, and school. Home, the club, and school. It's worth mentioning that 2 days before the second mock exam, Soo-kan received an invitation. The Haishi Province High School Talent Invitational. This tournament is very well known in Haishi Province, and in Green City as well. It can be considered the most prestigious and highly anticipated high school competition in Haishi Province. However, qualifying for this tournament is extremely difficult. Only those who receive an invitation are eligible to participate. Under normal circumstances, invitations are determined based on the previous year's college entrance exam results at the city level. For example, since 21 students from Green City were admitted to the Double Key Martial Academy last year, Green City was allocated 21 spots this year. These 21 spots are typically determined by the results of the first mock exam, the city-level mock exam. Barring exceptional circumstances, the top 21 students on the rankings received these spots. Xiao Shui and the others received their invitations a day before Su Kan, leading him to believe the organizers hadn't invited him this time. Because of this, Teacher Chow, Teacher Yen, and others even called the Department of Education to inquire. Quite a few people even wore smug, schadenfreude-filled smiles. But the next day, when Su Kan received his invitation letter, those smug faces were left red-faced. Green City No. 2 High School had originally only had 3 students receive invitations, but with Su Kan added, the total is now 4. Following Su Kan's receipt of the invitation, the Green City Education Bureau's official website also published the list of schools and students who received invitations this time. A special note was added stating that, due to Su Kan's significant improvement, the Provincial Education Bureau had specifically allocated a spot to him. Green City No. 1 High School, 12 spots. Green City No. 2 High School, 4 spots. Green City No. 3 High School, 4 spots. Green City No. 6 High School, 1 spot. Green City No. 9 High School, 1 spot. A special note was added at the end. Congratulations to Chen Ping of Green City No. 1 High School on securing a seated player spot. As soon as the news broke, major websites and forums across Green City began discussing Su Kan and Chen Ping. This was especially true among those who had a grudge against Su Kan. A poor person should act like a poor person, isn't it better to just keep a low profile? Why should he be compared to those whose families have been striving for 3 generations? I've said it before, Su Kan's natural talent for technique is indeed impressive. In Green City, he is number 1, no one dares claim second place. But the question is, what good is having high technique? As far as we know, technique simply allows you to better defeat opponents when you're evenly matched, or even to pull off an upset against a stronger opponent when there is a certain gap in strength. But what about Su Kan? His technique is indeed strong, but that strength would be good enough if it allowed him to defeat someone with 4 vitality or even 4.5 vitality with just 3.5 vitality. The Haishi Province High School Genius Invitational ISNT Some Test, it's a real, no-holds-barred battle. In a competition like that, Su Kan is at a huge disadvantage. With his current strength, he'll probably be the first one eliminated, one teehee? This post quickly went viral, receiving countless likes. Clearly, many people shared this view. Although some argued that 3.5 was ancient history and that Su Kan's current vitality was surely higher than 3.5. Such comments were almost entirely ignored. Online, many people only care about what they want to see. Major platforms across Green City were also engaged in heated discussions about Su Kan's ranking this time. Su Kan, his score on this exam shouldn't be low, he is definitely in the city's top 10. After all, his basic method and technique are truly strong. Based on his past performance, I've ranked Su Kan. Vitality, how should I put this? I'll give him a bit of leeway going from 3.5 to 4.5 in a month, isn't bad, right? Just to avoid getting flamed by some brainless fans, let us say that S 140 points. As for basic method and advanced technique, according to an insider, Su Kan's basic blade technique should have reached over 90% of stage 2. Let us give him the benefit of the doubt and say 95%, that is 235 points. For advanced technique, he is between 50% and 60% in Tier 1. Let us take the higher value, say 60%, which gives him 100 points. So, the total score is around 475 points. Based on the rankings from last year's second mock exam, that would place him 7th. Wow, I have to say, Su Kan's basic method and advanced technique are truly impressive. Even with such low vitality, he has still managed to climb so high in the rankings. And besides, for many people, the level of that advanced technique is something they'll never reach in their entire lives, right? Oh, and by the way, what I said above is the best case scenario. Su Kan probably actually reach that score. Just waiting for him to prove me wrong. This analysis post was spot on. Even some who originally thought Soo-kan was sure to pull off another upset now felt that this was likely his limit. Vitality is the key. If your vitality isn't low, your basic method and advanced technique won't be too shabby either. Amid all this buzz, the second mock exam, the provincial mock exam, officially began. April 12, Wednesday, a perfect day to show off. Same place, Green City Sports Plaza. This time, Soo-kan was a different person than last time. Last month, during the first simulation at this very spot, Soo-kan was just a nobody. Basically no one paid him any attention. The only reason he managed to draw so much attention last month was because Luo Xiao had greeted him. But this time, the moment Soo-kan stepped into the sports plaza, he became the center of attention, the coolest guy in the whole place. Soo-kan's here. As Soo-kan entered, countless gazes turned toward him. No matter what people say about Soo-kan online, his contributions to Green City, defeating numerous strong opponents and taking first place at the provincial training camp, speak for themselves. Moreover, Soo-kan's achievements in advanced technique truly command everyone's admiration. Soo-kan, you're here. Luo Xiao, Qin Ping, and Hong Lin were standing together. As soon as Luo Xiao spotted Soo-kan, he excitedly jogged over. The other two hesitated for a moment before following suit and greeting Soo-kan. Things were different from a month ago. A month ago, Soo-kan was just a nobody in their eyes, someone they could take or leave. The only reason Hong Lin greeted Soo-kan was entirely because of Luo Xiao. Qin Ping hadn't even acknowledged Soo-kan a month ago, but today, they were all gathering around him. Oh, you're here too. Today, Soo-kan had clearly become the center of attention. Members of the elite class at Green City No. 2 High School surrounded him, with Xiao Yishua by his side. The top 3 students from Green City No. 1 High School were also gathered around Soo-kan, and even Chao Yang joined the crowd from behind, giving Soo-kan a thumbs up. Soo-kan's performance at the training camp was truly admirable. Even someone as strong as Qin Ping had no chance against the top 4, yet Soo-kan managed to outshine all 4 of them. Needless to say, Chao Yang and the others were no exception. Hong Lin had the best result among them, but she only ranked 62nd, not even making it into the top 50. The worst performer was, of course, Chao Yang, who came in 89th, though at least he made it into the top 100. Overall, Green City's performance in the competition among the 7 great training camps was indeed quite impressive: 1 first place, 1 sixth place, and 4 others in the top 100. I really regret it. The short-haired girl standing next to Lin looked utterly remorseful. If only I'd asked you to introduce your cousin to me back then, I would ve. Lin glanced at Soo-kan, who was beaming with pride, then at the short-haired girl beside her. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she kept it to herself. The short-haired girl was quite pretty, the sweet, girly type. But Lin didn't know where she got the confidence from. If she had introduced him back then, would the two of them have ended up together? Sigh. It's a missed opportunity after all. Lin sighed softly to herself, but the missed opportunity she was referring to wasn't about the short-haired girl, it was about herself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second mock exam officially began. This time, to encourage everyone, Green City No. 2 High School offered even greater rewards. Points would be multiplied by 5. For those with high rankings or significant improvement, points could be multiplied by 10. The prospect of 10 times the points was tempting even to Soo-kan. It was true that he already had plenty of resources, but 10 times the points would amount to 1 million, and that was no small sum. All 982 students participating in this assessment are present. Please proceed to your designated testing locations based on your candidate numbers. Due to the large number of candidates, please move quickly. The number of participants had decreased by 16 compared to the first round. It seemed these students had given up on the martial arts path and withdrawn. Actually, it's like this every year. The first assessment has the most participants, and the numbers dwindle with each subsequent one. However, quite a few people still show up for the final exam. Many say it's just to fulfill their dream of taking the college entrance exam. I'm number 36 in exam room 6 this time. Too bad I'm in exam room 5. Soo-kan, I'm in exam room 6 just like you. My number is right before yours. Chen Ping's eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Kan's exam number. Su Kan glanced over number 35, exactly one spot ahead of him. What a coincidence! Su Kan sensed Chen Ping's excitement and naturally understood what was on his mind. It really is a coincidence. Too bad we still won't be able to take the agility test together later. Chen Ping couldn't hold back a smile. He was already picturing the scene, pulling far ahead of Su Kan and crushing him. Just thinking about it made Chen Ping feel even better. Although Chen Ping didn't mean any harm, as the longtime number one in Green City and the city's most handsome guy, he still felt a little put out after Su Kan had stolen the spotlight. Hearing Su Kan and Chen Ping's exchange, the others couldn't help but turn their gaze toward them, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Too bad I'm a bit too far behind them to watch it live. True, but you don't even need to think about it, it's obvious Su Kan is going to get crushed. The betting is open. The betting is open. Do you guys think Su Kan's vitality is 4.5 or not? No matter what everyone thought, Su Kan and Chen Ping still walked toward the testing area, one in front of the other. Su Kan and Chen Ping weren't close, they hadn't spoken much and could only be considered acquaintances. The atmosphere along the way was a bit awkward, as they really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the teacher in charge of the exam didn't give them much time to interact. They were separated one after the other, with Chen Ping in the group ahead and Su Kan in the one behind. They were then led onto the 1,000-meter straight track with 30 lanes. With the sound of the starting gun, Chen Ping's group was the first to sprint out. Fast, really fast. Chen Ping's agility was so fast that he left only a trail of afterimages. The student in second place was left far behind by Chen Ping the moment they started. In just a few breaths, the gap widened to over 100 meters. Number 6035, 1 kilometer time 32.05 seconds, average agility 31.2 meters per second. Number 5032, 1 kilometer time 40.12 seconds, average agility 24.93 meters per second. These are the results for first and second place. They might not seem like much at first glance, but on the track, the difference was stark. When the first place finisher crossed the finish line, the second place finisher was still more than 240 meters away. That's nearly a quarter of the course. 31.2 meters per second. That agility corresponds to a vitality of over 9. It might even be 9.2 or 9.3. As soon as Su Kan saw the results, he immediately began making estimates. It was truly staggering. That's intense. No wonder he's number one in Green City. His agility has skyrocketed. Chen Ping's vitality must be at least 9.2, right? If he channeled his strength a bit better, he'd have hit 9.3. Su Kan is definitely going to get crushed this time. The others in the group knew Su Kan was there, so they deliberately lowered their voices for that last sentence, but Su Kan heard it anyway. Su Kan didn't really mind. Vitality was indeed his weak point right now, so losing to Chen Ping was only natural. Based on my current stats, I might not necessarily be a match for Chen Ping. In that case, let the storm come even harder. At that moment, Su Kan's aura and even the way he walked changed. Concealment? It was still necessary. But he still needed to show his sharp edge when the time was right. A mere city champion? He, Su Kan, was going to take it. Boost me. Consumed 1 energy, vitality increased by 0.1, current vitality 7.01. Consumed 1 energy, vitality increased by 0.1, current vitality 7.5. By the time Su Kan stepped onto the track and took his place at the starting line, his vitality had already risen to 7.5. Su Kan didn't push any further. A vitality of 7.5 was enough. Now it's just a matter of performing at my usual level. Su Kan had also seen the recent online discussions. Although he didn't care, his parents were very worried. Every time he went home and saw them wanting to say something but not daring to, it actually made Su Kan feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, his mother, Lin Susu, was getting better and better thanks to the vitality pills, which was a great comfort to Su Kan. This time, I'll put those rumors to rest. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chen Ping, who had just finished his match, deliberately slowed his pace as he walked away. He wanted to see how Su Kan's agility would fare. But as soon as Su Kan ran out, The confident smile on Chen Ping's face vanished instantly. That fast? Chen Ping stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with astonishment. That agility is just not possible. Haven't people been saying online that it's questionable whether Su Can's vitality can even reach 4.5? But with agility like that, he must have a vitality of at least 7, right? Isn't Su Can's natural talent for vitality supposed to be pretty poor? Chen Ping's mind was reeling. Candidates who have finished the exam, please do not linger. Move on. The examiner, seeing Chen Ping stop, he had no idea who Chen Ping was, immediately snapped at him. Only then did Chen Ping snap out of it, walking forward in a daze. How could Su Can's vitality be so high? As Chen Ping left the testing area, Su Can's results were released. He wasn't first after all, although his vitality had improved significantly. Su Can didn't dare to be too outlandish, so he held back a bit. Third place. Number 6036, 1 kilometer test time, 38.28 seconds, average agility, 26.12 meters per second. As the test results were released, the examiner recorded Su Can's scores, and only then did Su Can walk out. At the entrance, Chen Ping was waiting for Su Can. Your agility. The moment he saw Su Can, Chen Ping's tone was mixed. You've made a tiny bit of progress lately. A little? Yeah, just a tiny bit. Su Can held out his right hand, making a tiny bit gesture. Chen Ping fell silent. Going from a vitality score of 3.5 to over 7 in just 1 month, that's more than double. And you call that a little? It should be almost your turn for the strength test, right? Su Can interrupted Chen Ping's train of thought, and Chen Ping nodded. It's almost my turn. Then what are you waiting for? Oh, okay. The strength test began. Chen Ping's average strength was 928.2 kilograms, resulting in a final vitality rating of 9.2 and a score of 266 points. That was a remarkably high score, only 34 points shy of a perfect score. Considering there were still 60 days left until the college entrance exams, if he could improve even slightly, wouldn't he reach 290 points? Or even break through to the warrior realm? Su Can couldn't say for sure, because he, too, was now standing in front of the strength testing machine, rapidly throwing out 10 punches. 778 kilograms. 779 kilograms. 781 kilograms. Total strength for 10 punches, 7,797 kilograms. Average strength, 779.7 kilograms. Combined with the agility test results, the final vitality is 7.6, with a score of 218. A vitality of 7.6, that's 0.1 higher than my base stat. Looks like I performed pretty well. Su Can grinned widely. 218 points wasn't bad, 3 points more than he expected, which gave him even more confidence in taking first place. Let us go out and ask about Chen Ping's score. Haha, it's perfect that Chen Ping is right ahead of me. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Su Can's smile grew even brighter. A 7.6 in vitality? Sure enough, Chen Ping was waiting outside for Su Can. They were only 1 spot apart, so Su Can's results wouldn't affect his own evaluation. He looked at the scores on Su Can's score sheet and remained silent for a long time. Impressive, a 9.2 in vitality. Just in that category alone, you beat me by 48 points. Su Can gave Chen Ping a thumbs up. Su Can was sincere, there wasn't a hint of sarcasm in his tone. But Chen Ping glanced at Su Can, then back at his own score sheet, and felt a pang of disappointment. Phew. Chen Ping exhaled, trying to reassure himself. Don't worry, I'm still 48 points ahead. My basic method is at 90% completion in stage 2, and my advanced technique is at 50%. It's completely impossible for Su Can to pull ahead of me by 48 points in those 2 areas. My top spot is as solid as a rock, I'm not worried. After reassuring himself like this, Chen Ping's mood did indeed settle down quite a bit, though the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Can remained complex. This guy's progress was simply too rapid. If his basic method and advanced technique didn't improve significantly by the 3rd test, there was a real possibility that Su Kan might snatch the top spot from him. This added a great deal of pressure to Chen Ping's mind. However, no matter what, first place this time was definitely his. That was an undeniable fact. Let us go take the basic method test. Sure thing. The two quickly arrived at the basic method testing area. There were 3 testing rooms. The instructor separated Su Kan and Chen Ping entered half a minute before Su Kan. The test went quickly, and the results came out just as fast. As soon as Su Kan came out, Chen Ping was still waiting at the door. As soon as Chen Ping saw Su Kan, he walked right over. How did you do on the basic method? Not bad. Su Kan glanced at Chen Ping's score sheet. When he saw 90% for stage 2 and a final score of 220 points, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Not bad? Chen Ping also glanced at Su Kan's score sheet. Su Kan didn't hide it, so Chen Ping saw it right away. The moment he saw the score, Chen Ping froze in place. Once you reach stage 2 in the basic method, the base score is 130 points. Each percentage point is worth 1 point, so 90% progress naturally equals 220 points. But the 91% 100% stage is different. Progress is much harder to achieve there, and each percentage point is worth 3 points. In other words, Su Kan's score for 100% completion in the second stage was 250 points, 30 points higher than his own. But Su Kan was a freak. How could he possibly have mastered the basic method to 100% completion in the second stage? That wasn't scientific, it was completely unscientific. As long as Su Kan's advanced technique score is 18 points higher than mine, his total score will tie with mine. If it's more than 18 points, Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked up at Su Kan and took 2 steps back. This reaction even caught Su Kan off guard. What was going on with Chen Ping? Su Kan had no idea that a storm was already raging inside Chen Ping's mind. If his advanced technique is 18 points higher than mine. If this had been earlier, Chen Ping would never have believed Su Kan could outscore him by so many points. That was the confidence that came with being number 1 in Green City. He didn't think Su Kan's advanced technique could be that much higher than his own, especially since his own advanced technique had already reached 50% completion. For Su Kan to outscore him by 18 points, he'd need his advanced technique to be at 68% completion. Only then could he tie with him. 69% would be needed to surpass him. Was it even possible to cultivate the advanced technique to 69% at this stage? Impossible. Breaking through the major bottleneck at 60% was already impressive enough, let alone 69%. Such a score could likely only be achieved by those 3 super freaks ranked in the top 3 in the province. But now, he really had no idea. It's all because Su Kan's basic method is so insanely strong. 100% progress in the second stage? That's simply inhuman. Chen Ping had clearly lost all his previous confidence. Let us go take the advanced technique test. This time, it was Su Kan who spoke. While Chen Ping looked flustered, Su Kan remained calm. Okay. Chen Ping replied and followed Su Kan with a heavy heart. Neither of them was visiting the advanced technique testing site for the first time, so they knew their way around like the back of their hands. When they arrived at the entrance to the advanced technique testing area, not only were people taking the test inside, but there was also someone waiting outside. Compared to their first visit to the advanced technique section, there were clearly more people now. A month ago, the total number of people in all of Green City who had mastered advanced techniques was estimated to be no more than 20 at most. The vast majority of them were still at the very beginning stages, with little real power. But this time was different. At least 60 people had mastered advanced techniques. Although most had only just entered the advanced technique stage and hadn't achieved much yet, this number was indeed a huge improvement compared to before. Su Kan, Chen Ping, you're here too. Su Kan and Chen Ping had been sitting on the chairs by the entrance for less than a minute when the person taking the test inside emerged. It was someone both of them recognized. Chao Yang. When Su Kan saw Chao Yang, a slightly strange look flashed in his eyes. The last time he'd seen Chao Yang was also at this advanced technique test. He'd just arrived when Chao Yang happened to be coming out. Now, it was the same again. Chao Yang naturally noticed the change in Su Can's expression. He recalled the scene from a month ago, and a look of wistfulness crossed his face. A month ago, when he met Su Can, his demeanor, while not exactly arrogant, had certainly not placed Su Can on the same level as himself. But now, Su Can was more than capable of standing on equal footing with him. "How did you do?" Chen Ping wasn't overthinking things, he just happened to be waiting for the person ahead of him to finish before it was his turn. So. I don't know if I'll move up a spot this time. Although Chao Yang put it that way, his tone was full of confidence. He handed the score sheet to Chen Ping without the slightest hesitation, and Su Can also glanced at it, mainly out of curiosity about his skill level. Vitality, 8.8, 254 points. Basic Method, Stage 2, 78%, 208 points. Advanced Technique, Tier 1, 45%, 85 points. Total, 547 points. Upon seeing these scores, Chen Ping shot Su Can a peculiar glance. Regardless of whether Su Can could surpass him, Su Can's score was definitely higher than Chao Yang's. Chao Yang naturally noticed Chen Ping's reaction. He had originally thought Chen Ping would offer a word of praise, but to his surprise, Chen Ping had actually looked over at Su Can. Could it be? A knot formed in Chao Yang's stomach, though he felt it was highly unlikely. Su Can's vitality was so low there was absolutely no way his score could be higher than his own. Chao Yang was number 28 in the third testing room. He didn't know Su Can's situation. "Su Can, what's your score?" Chao Yang felt a vague sense of unease. "My score?" Su Can handed over his score report with a calm expression. Chen Ping's gaze grew even stranger, while Chao Yang's unease continued to mount. Finally, he took the score report. At first glance, he froze in place and blurted out, "Holy shit, how is this possible?" Vitality, 7.6, 218 points. Basic Method, Stage 2, 100%, 250 points. The third column for Advanced Technique was blank. The test hadn't been taken yet, so the final total score wasn't listed. But Chao Yang wasn't stupid. He calculated Su Can's score at a glance. A total of 468 points for the first two subjects. That was only a 79-point difference from him. 79 points. Anyone with half a brain would know that Su Can's Advanced Technique score was definitely higher than that. Because Su Can's Advanced Technique was definitely better than his, and he himself had scored 85 points. That meant Su Can's total score was 100% higher than his. At that moment, Chao Yang finally understood why Chen Ping's expression had been so strange. So that was it. Thinking of this, Chao Yang shot Chen Ping a slightly resentful look. "Wait a minute. Hold on." Chao Yang snapped back to his senses and was just about to hand the score report back to Su Can when something suddenly occurred to him. Given Su Can's excellent results this time, is it possible that Su Can could surpass Chen Ping and become Green City's new top student? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Yang immediately looked over at Chen Ping again. "Here you go." Chen Ping, of course, understood what Chao Yang was thinking and calmly handed him the report card. Although Chen Ping was secretly panicking inside, fearing that Su Can might surpass him in the third mock exam, or even in the final and most crucial college entrance exam, this time he felt as steady as a rock. No matter what, Su Can could never surpass him. Vitality, 9.2, 266 points. Basic Method, Stage 2, 90%, 220 points. That brings the total to 486 points, 18 points more than Su Can. Chao Yang muttered to himself. Chen Ping's Advanced Technique should be around 50%. Even if it's as low as 48%, Su Can would still need to push his Advanced Technique up to 66% to surpass Chen Ping? No, 66% would just tie him. 67% is what it takes to surpass him. No wonder Chen Ping looks so calm. He has got this in the bag. Chen Ping sensed what Chao Yang was thinking and smiled at him. Just then, the person taking the test inside emerged. "I'll go in first, then." "Go ahead." Chen Ping walked in with his no mercy stride and entered the Advanced Martial Arts Technique testing room. 2 minutes later, Chen Ping's no mercy stride had become even more perfect. "Sigh, I didn't perform quite as well as I could have, only 51% progress." Chen Ping said this, but his inner thoughts were quite different. Haha, I did pretty well this time. Otherwise, I'd usually only get 50%, and that would make it even more impossible for Su Kan to score higher than me. 70%? TSK, that's absolutely impossible. Chen Ping couldn't hold back the grin spreading across his face. Chao Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a jerk. 51% already. It looked like Su Kan had no chance of catching up. Well, I'm heading in. Su Kan gave Chen Ping a thumbs up. He timed it perfectly. He didn't need to allocate any points at all. It worked out just right. Su Kan pulled up his stats screen. Name, Su Kan. Vitality, 7.5 plus. Strength, 779 kilograms. Agility, 26.2 ms. Spirit, 25 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 2, 100% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 70% plus. Energy, 1881.6. Actually, apart from vitality, Su Kan's stats hadn't improved or changed much compared to 10 days ago. After all, back then, Su Kan's basic method had already reached 95% progress in Stage 2, and his quick draw technique had reached 60% progress in Tier 1. But the problem was that further improvement wasn't going to be easy. Breaking through the 60% mark for the quick draw technique required a full 100 energy. For every subsequent percentage point of improvement, the required energy doubles from 10 energy to 20 energy, naturally making the process much more difficult. To stabilize his cultivation level, Su Kan did not rush to allocate points but maintained a steady pace. In other words, he stayed within his sustainable limits and avoided forcing growth too quickly. Otherwise, if Su Kan had allocated points recklessly, his quick draw technique could have reached 80% or even 90%. Over the past 10 days, I've used very little energy and haven't touched most of my resources. The 1 million awarded by the Education Bureau, the 800,000 from the Genius Loan, and the 50,000 from the second-tier Genius Loan are all still in his bank account. In other words, Su Kan still had 1.85 million martial coins sitting in his bank account. He also hadn't used the 3 Vitality Cores, 1 Technique Core, or 1 Breakthrough Core yet. For the time being, Su Kan wasn't short on energy, so he planned to save them just in case an emergency arose. It was a precaution. In addition to these resources, Su Kan also had 320,000 points at school, which corresponded exactly to the reward for placing second in the elite class 4 times. Although no further tests were held afterward, the school recognized Su Kan's South ranking second place and awarded him the points for second place for all 4 instances. Su Kan hadn't touched these 320,000 points yet. There was no rush. As for the Starlight Club, he also had 10 million points there. Because he performed so well this time, when Mushue had directly secured the full 10 million points for him, the entire amount was credited to his account. The points he'd been given previously were simply wiped clean and no longer counted. This also made Su Kan feel a bit. Candidate 6036, applying for the Advanced Technique Assessment. Su Kan handed his transcript to the examiner's desk. Which advanced technique are you applying for? Quick draw technique. Su Kan replied solemnly, just as the examiner spoke. What intensity level are you applying for? 70%. What? The examiner remained completely composed. After all, he was a teacher from Haishi No. 3 High School. Although Haishi No. 3 High School ranked only 3rd in Haishi City, in Green City, not even Green City No. 1 High School could match them. Coming to a place like Green City, he naturally felt a sense of superiority. The same was true when evaluating these students' performance. Although the 2 who had just been tested were also excellent, especially the previous one, who was almost as strong as Luo Cheng from his own school. That one just now must be Chun Ping from Green City. Green City has been pretty lucky this time to have such a promising young talent. That was what the examiner had been thinking just a moment ago, but when he heard Su Kan request a 70% intensity level, he was taken aback. The quick draw technique at 70% intensity. The examiner's eyes widened. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he opened his mouth to say something, but quickly realized he was currently proctoring the exam. The testing room was under surveillance. He couldn't utter Sukan's name. The examiner lowered his head again and looked at Sukan's score sheet, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The commotion surrounding Sukan had been massive. Even in a place as far away as Haishi City, he heard some of the stories about Sukan. A super technique genius. It was just a shame his vitality wasn't up to par. He only scored 3.5 in vitality during his first mock test. When he first heard the news, he felt a pang of regret too. After all, with that kind of technique talent, if only his vitality had been a bit higher, his future prospects would have been truly limitless. But now it seems that this kid named Sukan actually has quite a decent vitality talent after all. 7.6 vitality. 100% progress on the basic method in stage 2. If he can really clear 70% of the difficulty on that advanced technique, this kid is going to skyrocket. If his vitality keeps improving, he'll secure a spot in the top 5 in the province. That would truly be a meteoric rise. The examiner suppressed his inner excitement, motioning for Sukan to step aside and choose a weapon while he stepped forward to set the difficulty level for the advanced technique robot challenge. The advanced technique test is quite different from the basic method test. In the basic method, a baseline value is set, and the test involves continuous combat to increase that baseline. The advanced technique, on the other hand, involves setting the maximum value one can normally achieve for testing, and the final evaluation is based on the intensity of the test. You may begin. Yes, teacher. Sukan replied and stepped up to the test robot. As soon as Sukan reached the test robot, his aura completely changed. Before entering combat mode, Sukan looked like the friendly, handsome boy next door. Now, he resembled the Grim Reaper, reaping lives. Quick draw technique. Without closing his eyes, his blade moving so fast it left no afterimage struck the test robot. He sheathed his blade. The test robot scanned Sukan's movements and measured the intensity of his attack, quickly displaying the results. Quick draw technique test, intensity 71%, test passed. Phew. Sukan let out a sigh of relief. His actual performance was slightly better than what the panel had indicated. The panel is one thing, actual performance is another. The two shouldn't be confused. Now my score is higher than Chen Ping's. The city championship is mine. A bright smile lit up Sukan's face. He achieved his goal. Gulp. The examiner swallowed hard. This guy had actually passed. That's insane. Teacher. Sukan walked over to the examiner, who finally snapped out of it and wrote the score on Sukan's score sheet. Advanced technique, 71% progress, 111 points. Final total score. The examiner pondered for just 2 or 3 seconds before writing down the total. 579 points. As he wrote down that number, it suddenly occurred to the examiner that the previous top scorer must have been Chen Ping, Green City's former number 1. His score was 577 points. The examiner's eyes widened, and his whole body began to tremble. Was it really that intense? At that moment, the examiner couldn't help but wish he could set aside his role as an examiner and write a detailed post on a message board or forum. He even thought of the title, The Decline of Morality or the Distortion of Human Nature, the untold story of Green City's former and current champions. Sukan looked at his score, unable to contain the radiant smile spreading across his face. The examiner feigned composure. In reality, he was dying to go out with Sukan to see Chen Ping's reaction. It's bound to be quite entertaining, right? Let us go out. Okay. Sukan replied, but didn't turn around immediately. Instead, he took 2 deep breaths, struggling to suppress the smile on his face and adopting a look of deep sorrow and resentment. The examiner's mouth twitched. This kid was really sneaky. But he liked it. Only after Sukan had finished all this did he resolutely walk toward the testing room. Sukan's out. Chen Ping and Xiao Yanghen left. They were both waiting for Sukan at the door. Sure enough, as soon as they saw Sukan come out, the two of them rushed over to meet him. However, there was a noticeable difference in their expressions. Chen Ping's expression was calm though his eyes held curiosity. He showed no sign of panic. Clearly, he was confident in himself. He was simply curious to see how far Su Can's advanced technique had progressed. Chao Yang, on the other hand, looked utterly despairing, because no matter how Su Can performed, it couldn't possibly be worse than his own. Right now, he just wanted to die and die with complete clarity. Su Can, what was your score? Seeing the worried look on Su Can's face, Chen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, finding joy in others' misery is true joy. If Su Can had walked out just like him without a care in the world, then Chen Ping would likely be the one suffering. Sigh, it's a long story. Su Can took in their reactions and sighed. What about you? See for yourselves. Su Can looked utterly listless as he slowly raised his hand. Chao Yang couldn't stand watching any longer. He snatched the report card and scanned straight to the Advanced Technique section. Advanced Technique, 71% progress. Score. Chao Yang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? 71%? How on earth did this guy master advanced technique to such an absurd degree? What's the score? Chen Ping, who had been standing calmly nearby, maintaining his composure, completely lost his cool the moment he heard 71%. He hurriedly leaned in. He immediately saw Su Can's score. 579 points. At that moment, Chen Ping felt as if his brain had been struck by a club. He felt himself lurching backward. But he managed to hold himself together through sheer willpower, snatching the report card from Chao Yang's hand. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the score. Gulp! Chen Ping's eyes were wide open, so much so that Su Can wondered if his eyeballs might pop right out. Fortunately, Su Can's worry was unfounded. Chen Ping recovered from this state after just over a minute, though his eyes remained vacant. Neither Su Can nor Chao Yang disturbed Chen Ping. They both knew exactly what he was going through. The second simulation hadn't even ended yet, and the whole of Green City was already in an uproar. The reason was that Chen Ping and Su Can's scores were the first to be released. Chen Ping, Vitality 9.2, Basic Method Stage 2 90%, Advanced Technique 51%, Total Score 577 points. Su Can, Vitality 7.6, Basic Method Stage 2 100%, Advanced Technique 71%, Total Score 579 points. Major forums and discussion boards were flooded with Su Can and Chen Ping's detailed scores, and those two previous posts were instantly swamped with comments. Who said Su Can's vitality wasn't up to par? Going from 3.5 to 7.6 in just 1 month, damn, calling him a vitality super genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. That's way too exaggerated, but I guess it's because he has been building up his skills for a long time. I looked up Su Can's background. His family is very poor. The reason he made such huge progress this time is simply because he finally had the resources he needed. Plus, Su Can took first place this time and apparently received a disaster pill from the provincial governor, so all of this is somewhat understandable. Unbelievable, absolutely, fucking unbelievable. It's beyond belief. I don't even know what to say. I just need to vent. Countless comments ultimately boiled down to these few words. Su Can is awesome. Of course, this was all online buzz about Su Can. The entire Green City and even Haishi was buzzing with excitement over Su Can. However, no one took any action for the time being. It wasn't until 3:30 p.m., when the provincial rankings were released, that things truly exploded. 16th place, Su Can, with a total score of 579. 16th place. Breaking into the top 20 in the province with a vitality score of 7.6, this was like a storm sweeping through the entire Haishi province. The whole province was abuzz with talk of Su Can. Green City No. 2 High School. Principal. Great news, Su Can has made it into the top 20 in the province and even secured 16th place. Principal? Don't pass out. Green City Board of Education. The entire Green City Board of Education went wild. Their results this time were simply too impressive. Su Can ranked 16th, and Chen Ping ranked 18th. In addition, Hong Lin, Xiaoishua, Luo Xiu, Chao Yang, and others also achieved quite impressive scores. Luo Xiu scored 552 points, ranking 58th in the province. Xiao Yixue scored 551 points, ranking 60th in the province. Hong Lin scored 548 points, ranking 64th in the province. Chao Yang scored 545 points, ranking 74th in the province. Xiao Yixue surpassed Hong Lin this time, but unfortunately, it seems she is destined to be 4th. She still ranked 4th in the city this time, which left Xiao Yixue feeling helpless. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, felt as if the sky had fallen on him. He had originally been brimming with confidence, feeling he'd made significant progress and expected to move up a spot or two. But he never imagined that Luo Xiao and the others had improved just as much as he had. Not only did their scores remain higher than his, but Su Can had also burst onto the scene. What could he do? Xiao Yang is now at home, staring at his 6th place ranking in the city, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. Fortunately, his provincial ranking is still decent. He has moved up 8 spots compared to last time, which is his only consolation. Allocate more resources to these students. Also, request the challenge dungeon from the city lord. If we can get them inside, Green City will secure even more resources next year. The director lost his composure right there in the conference room and jumped to his feet. After all, this was by far the best result he'd achieved since taking office, no question about it. Su Can's vitality is 7.6, ranked 16th in the province. Provincial Department of Education, Admissions Office. The middle-aged man with a receding hairline also felt a headache coming on when he saw Su Can's conspicuous name on the provincial rankings. Their arrangements this time were actually quite good. Aside from Su Can, everyone else was basically within a reasonable range. The top 20 were all seeded contenders, without exception. Of the remaining 11 spots, the lowest ranked was 38th, which was also acceptable. After all, the placements were based on the previous municipal rankings, so this situation was perfectly normal and wouldn't affect the overall outcome. But the problem lay with Su Can. Who on earth said Su Can had such poor vitality talent? He has improved his vitality by 4.1 points in just 1 month. If that is considered poor vitality talent, then there is no one in the country with good talent. The middle-aged man grumbled. Although there were certainly many other factors contributing to Su Can's rapid vitality increase, and his progress in this area would inevitably slow down later, the improvement was still simply too dramatic. Su Can's vitality is only 7.6, and there are only 10 days left until the competition. He probably won't be able to raise it above 8.2, will he? The lowest vitality among the top 30 this time is 9. Even if he really does reach 8.2, Su Can probably won't stand a chance. The middle-aged man thought for a moment. There was nothing to be done apart from the seeded players, who were predetermined. Everything else was handled by a computer and assigned completely at random. Not even the director of the Provincial Education Bureau could tamper with the results. Only someone at the level of the provincial governor had the authority to do so. But how could someone at the provincial governor's level possibly pay attention to such a minor matter as group assignments? Starlight Club. Great. Sitting in her office, when Mushue couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Su Can's report card. 16th in the province, 7.5 in vitality, 100% in basic method for the second stage, plus 71% in advanced technique. This guy really hasn't let me down. Quick, book the next available spaceship. I'm heading to Green City. But seriously, Su Can's talent in technique is truly unparalleled. His advanced technique score isn't even that far behind mine. When Mushue marveled inwardly, she was a genius herself and had been admitted to a top-tier martial academy. She was currently a college student in her sophomore year. Since her university happened to be in Haishi City and her father was a minority shareholder in the Starlight Club, he had arranged for her to work there, giving her the chance to learn about warrior-related matters along the way. Of course, her actual job was as a talent scouter, responsible for identifying promising individuals. Her daily workload was light, and the position was relatively leisurely. She had been stuck at the 9.9 vitality threshold for nearly a year without making a breakthrough. There was nothing she could do about it. The barrier to entering the tiered realm was that difficult, trapping countless people. Many prodigies who had once been more outstanding than her were also stuck at the 9.9 vitality threshold, waiting for their breakthrough. But this step was too difficult. It wasn't something that could be achieved through effort alone. The city lord's mansion in Haishi. Provincial Governor Zhang Ligua looked at the results booklet handed to him by his secretary and quickly spotted the information the secretary had highlighted. Su Can's name was prominently among the highlighted entries, so Zhang Ligua noticed it immediately. 7.6 in vitality? The image of Su Can flashed through Zhang Ligua's mind, and a smile spread across his face. This kid might actually bring us some pleasant surprises. At home. Su Can also received the provincial ranking list for this year's assessment from Yan Jun and immediately found his name. 16th place? Su Can looked unfazed. He wasn't surprised by this ranking. What piqued his curiosity more were the rankings of those ahead of him. Soon, Su Can spotted several familiar names. 12th place, Guixian, Vitality 9.3, Basic Method Stage 2 95%, Advanced Technique 55%, Total Score 599. 11th place, Lin Xinrui, Vitality 9.4, Basic Method Stage 2 95%, Advanced Technique 56%, Total Score 604. 10th place, Hong Huaping, Vitality 9.4, Basic Method Stage 2 96%, Advanced Technique 58%, Total Score 609. These three are pretty impressive. The scores jumped significantly starting from 14th place, because all the top 14 contestants scored over 90% on Basic Method. After 90%, each percentage point is worth 3 points, so the gap widened instantly. Deng Shiji is still the best 9.8 in Vitality, 98% in Basic Method Stage 2, and 60% in Advanced Technique. That brings his total straight to 629 points, yet even with a score like that, he's south only in 7th place. Su Can clicked his tongue. It seemed he underestimated the super geniuses in the province. Each one was more insane than the last. 5th place had a perfect 9.9 in Vitality, 99% in the second stage of Basic Method, and, as before, 60% in Advanced Technique, still stuck at the 60% bottleneck for a total of 625 points. 4th place was a bit better, having pushed Basic Method to 100%, with a score of 628 points. However, up to this point, these were still considered within the range of normal ability. It was the top 3 that started to get truly insane. Even Su Can was a bit stunned when he saw the scores of the top 3. 3rd place, Wang Yuntao. Vitality 9.9, Basic Method Stage 3 at 22%, Advanced Technique 90%, Total Score 712. 2nd place, Li Lingxi, Vitality 9.9, Basic Method Stage 3 at 25%, Advanced Technique 90%, Total Score 715. Su Can could still accept these two. Although their Basic Method scores were exceptionally high, creating a massive gap between them and 4th place, they were at least within a reasonable range. But this 1st place finisher, Lin Xia, was truly out of this world. Because his scores didn't list Vitality, Basic Method, or Advanced Technique instead. 1st place, Lin Xia, 750 out of 750. A perfect score. Su Can swallowed hard. If he remembered correctly, didn't a perfect score in Vitality require tiered status? Does that mean Lin Xia is already a tiered warrior? That's insane. He has already scored a perfect score with 60 days left until the college entrance exam. Doesn't that mean there is absolutely no room for improvement from here on out? Su Can clicked his tongue. Although there are students who score perfect marks nationwide every year, those who achieve a perfect score on their second test are truly few and far between. This guy must rank among the top few in the country, right? Su Can muttered to himself, and his eyes began to burn with an even fiercer intensity. Great! This gives me the motivation to keep pushing forward. Su Can wasn't intimidated by Lin Xia's score, so what if he got a perfect score? He could do it too. Having a rival like this made things much more interesting. I'll have to train even harder from now on, earn more resources, and allocate my skill points. This provincial quality inspection had indeed brought about many changes for Su Can, but since he was fully dedicated to martial arts, the impact was relatively limited. Both the Education Bureau and the Starlight Club had increased their investment in him, allowing Su Can to gain over 5 million in resources, replenishing his recent expenditures. Su Can also began frantically training to improve his skills and allocate skill points. With only 3 days left until the invitational tournament, Sukan received a call from the Municipal Education Bureau, informing him that someone had already been sent to the entrance of the Starlight Club to pick him up for an event. An event? Sukan set down the long sword he was holding. Is it something from the Education Bureau? Bro Duan exhaled and shook out his slightly numb arms. This kid was really getting more and more outrageous. Even with his mastery of the 9.9 extreme contemplation, honed over more than a decade, he'd nearly been overwhelmed. Yeah, Bro Duan, I'm going out for a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. Sukan went back to the locker room to change his clothes before leaving the club. Brother Chen watched Sukan's retreating figure and sighed softly. I never thought I, Chen, would be so lucky to come across such an outstanding young man. I just wonder how far he'll go in the future. Municipal Education Bureau. Led by his driver, Sukan arrived at the entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, he realized he wasn't the only one there. Chao Yang. Ah, Sukan, you're here too. Sure enough, the first person Sukan ran into as soon as he got out of the car was that troublemaker, Chao Yang. Do you know what's going on? Chao Yang glanced around, then leaned in suspiciously close to Sukan's ear. Sukan shook his head. I've heard a rumor. Apparently, the director is applying to the city lord for a challenge dungeon. Challenge dungeon? Sukan's eyes lit up the moment he heard the words challenge dungeon. Challenge dungeons are phenomena that appear when a calamity beast descends and natural disasters strike. At first, these challenge dungeons emerge as fissures. Their entrances and exits are extremely dangerous, capable of sucking everyone nearby into the challenge dungeon. Inside a challenge dungeon, danger lurks at every turn, yet opportunities abound. Many people rose to prominence precisely because of the challenge dungeons. It was through them that they gradually reclaimed territory from the calamity beasts and established new cities. However, those were the challenge dungeons of the past, not the ones of today. The challenge dungeons of the past were rife with peril, filled with both danger and opportunity. But the current challenge dungeons are those left behind by the great powers using methods beyond the imagination of ordinary people. These challenge dungeons have become humanity's backyards. With the dangers gone, the opportunities have naturally diminished significantly. Gradually, the challenge dungeons faded from human view, and few people speak of them anymore. But since Chao Yang is bringing it up now, it must mean this challenge dungeon has something special about it. Otherwise, Chao Yang wouldn't have mentioned it. Did you clear it? Yeah, I did. Apparently, this challenge dungeon is a special kind. Once it's activated, anyone who enters automatically becomes a challenger and can earn corresponding rewards by clearing the stages. The more stages you clear, the greater the rewards. But this challenge dungeon has a usage limit. It's the kind where each entry counts as one use. It's part of Green City's heritage. The more Chao Yang talked, the more surprised Sukan looked at him. How does this guy know so much? Normally, outsiders wouldn't know about this kind of thing, would they? Wait a minute. Sukan suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when he logged into the Education Bureau's website, he seemed to have noticed that the current director's surname was Chao. So that's it. Sukan's expression lit up, and he began listening even more intently. This information was definitely not a rumor. It came from a reliable source. There wasn't much detail, but essentially, Director Chao of the Education Bureau had applied for the challenge dungeon, and it seemed his application had been approved, which was why they had been invited. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them who had come. There were 6 people in total. Chen Ping, Luo Xiao, Hong Lin, and Xiao Ishue were also on the invitation list. Sukan and Chao Yang were the first to arrive. They waited in the reception room for over 10 minutes before the other 4 showed up. Director Chao of the Education Bureau personally came out to greet the 6 of them. Sukan took a closer look at Chao Yang and Director Chao. They did indeed bear a certain resemblance. The situation was pretty much as Chao Yang had described. They had indeed been summoned for the challenge dungeon. This challenge dungeon is very safe. It's just that the pain inside is completely simulated. It's different from the virtual combat platform. So once you're inside, if you feel you really can't make it through, it's best to concede defeat right away. Understood? Also, for this invitational tournament, the City Lord has high hopes for you all and hopes you'll achieve a good result. Xiao Wang, please show them the way. Yes, Director Chow. Xiao Wang was the young man standing to the side, with a refined and courteous demeanor. After Director Chow finished speaking, he gave Chao Yang an almost imperceptible nod before turning and walking away. If Su Kan hadn't been watching the two of them closely, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The future of Green City, follow me. Xiao Wang said with a smile, his tone very polite. Secretary Wang, you're too kind. Chao Yang chuckled and led the way out. Do you know who Chao Yang really is? Just then, Xiao Yishua leaned in close to Su Kan. Without waiting for Su Kan to reply, Xiao Yishua whispered. Director Chow is Chao Yang's uncle, his biological uncle. I knew it. Su Kan smiled knowingly. It seemed their ability to tag along on this challenge dungeon was partly due to Chao Yang's connections. In fact, he was right. Chao Yang really did play a major role in this. Although Su Kan and his group had achieved exceptionally outstanding results this year, resources like the challenge dungeon aren't something you can just tap into on a whim. It was precisely because this year's class had achieved such outstanding results, combined with the fact that Chao Yang, Chen Ping, and others held influential positions, that the challenge dungeon was open this time. It just goes to show that the world isn't all about fighting and killing, it's about social connections and political maneuvering. This principle holds true no matter where you go. The challenge dungeon is, of course, located on the outskirts of Green City and guarded by the military. Although extensive research has significantly reduced the dangers associated with the challenge dungeon, it still exudes an air of mystery. No one knows exactly what conditions lie within. What if it suddenly goes haywire one day? Placing it on the outskirts and having the military guard it further minimizes the risk. Moreover, there is not just one entrance to the challenge dungeon at this location, there are several. Secretary General Wang led Su Kan and the others through multiple security checks before they finally reached the entrance to the challenge dungeon. The entrance was equipped with high-tech features and boasted a very impressive gate. At the gate, there was also a detailed description of the challenge dungeon and its requirements. Minotaur Challenge Dungeon. The Minotaur Challenge Dungeon was established in year 46 of the new martial era. It is a non-tiered challenge dungeon, primarily inhabited by immensely powerful minotaurs. During combat, challengers must be careful not to directly block the minotaur's attacks. Challenger restrictions: only non-tiered warriors may enter the challenge dungeon to take on the challenge. The challenge consists of 10 floors, and minotaurs will be matched to your strength level based on your stats upon entry. The time limit for the challenge is 2 hours. During the challenge, you may concede at any time. Doing so will immediately allow you to exit the challenge dungeon. The more levels you clear, the greater the rewards. However, after clearing each level, you'll have the option to end the challenge and receive the full reward. If you concede during the challenge, you'll only receive half the reward. The instructions above were very detailed and densely packed. Secretary Wang brought Su Kan and the others here and had them read the rules carefully. If they had any questions, they could ask the challenge dungeon manager. The instructions were so detailed that there was nothing else they needed to ask. Well then, go on in. Be sure to stay safe. Although the challenge dungeon uses projections of your bodies, the pain is 100% realistic. Remember to concede before you die. The pain upon death is too intense. Secretary Wang offered one final reminder, and only then did the group, under the guidance of the challenge dungeon manager, step through the impressive gates of the challenge dungeon. Welcome to the Minotaur Challenge Dungeon. You are the 8887th challenger. We are now scanning your body. Please do not resist. The moment they stepped into the challenge dungeon, everything around them changed. Chao Yang and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had been separated. However, since this was a single-player challenge dungeon, Su Kan didn't mind. Scan successful. Vitality, 7.9. Generating challenge dungeon difficulty based on 7.9 vitality. Challenge generated. Do you wish to begin? 10. The countdown began immediately. According to the rules posted outside, if you don't select yes within 10 seconds, this opportunity to challenge the challenge dungeon is effectively wasted. After clearing each stage, you'll have a 1-minute break. Within that minute, you must decide whether to exit or continue the challenge. If you don't make a choice, the system will assume you're continuing the challenge. After every 3 stages, there's a 10-minute break. According to the challenge dungeon description, there's a mini-boss at stages 3, 6, and 9, and the final 10th stage features the ultimate boss. Activate. Sukan chose to activate it without hesitation. Seriously, he came here specifically to take on the challenge. How could he not activate it? Activation successful. As soon as the words fell, everything around him changed once again. Sukan found himself on a vast, flat grassland, where stood a massive, burly minotaur, roughly 3 meters tall. It possessed a huge, ferocious bull-less head, with thick, razor-sharp horns that looked as if they could easily pierce through an enemy's armor. Its body was covered in thick, tough hide, with well-defined muscles radiating sheer power. Wielding a massive battle axe, it exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Just standing before this minotaur made Sukan feel completely outmatched. Is this the first boss such a massive beast? How am I supposed to handle the next 9 stages? Sukan swallowed hard. It seemed he had underestimated the difficulty of the challenge dungeon. Roar. Ethereal sword technique. Meanwhile, Xiaoyixue and her group had naturally encountered a minotaur as well, and because their vitality was higher, the one they faced was even stronger. Xiaoyixue was stunned by the sight of this massive minotaur. If she hadn't spent some time on the virtual combat platform and simulated battles against some ferocious calamity beasts, she might not have dared to attack this minotaur right now. Roar! As the minotaur swung its battle axe toward her, Xiaoyixue knew she couldn't wait any longer, so she launched her attack. Soon, she was locked in combat with the minotaur. The minotaur possessed immense strength, but its weaknesses were also obvious: its agility and reaction time. Drawing on her combat experience, Xiaoyixue quickly identified the minotaur's weakness and relentlessly exploited it. After 7 minutes of wear and tear, she finally wore the minotaur down and defeated it. Phew! So this is the challenge dungeon? I'd only heard my older sister say before that challenge dungeons are usually very difficult, because they aren't designed for ordinary warrior trainees, they're meant for geniuses. Just as I thought, the first floor is already this hard. With my current strength, it's questionable whether I'll even make it past the 3rd floor. Sigh. Xiaoyixue let out a sigh as her horizons broadened. She felt more and more ordinary. Back then, at Green City No. 2 High School, she was the undisputed No. 1. No one could shake her position, and even the runner-up lagged far behind her. Back then, she was so proud. But when the competition expanded to Green City, she dropped to 4th place. At first, Xiaoyixue couldn't accept it, but after she worked her hardest and still remained in 4th place, she finally understood. She was a genius, but not the most outstanding one. Now, when the provincial mock exam results came out, she realized she was just one talented genius among the masses, nothing more. She now understood the purpose of the 3 mock exams. They were meant to help people gradually recognize their true standing. Even Sukan would be just an ordinary student if she were placed in the province or nationwide, wouldn't she? Meanwhile, Shenping, Luo Xiu, and the others had also defeated their minotaurs. As some of Green City's top talents, they weren't about to fail the first stage. Sukan, too, had been locked in a standoff with her minotaur for about 5 minutes. After figuring out its patterns, she finished it off with a quick draw technique. Welcome to the 2nd level. The monsters on the 2nd level were exactly the same as those on the 1st, except there were more of them. Instead of 1 minotaur, there were now 2. Standing one on the left and one on the right, the sense of oppression they created was truly indescribable. Quick draw technique. Both minotaurs charged at the same time, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath them. Through the battle on the 1st level, Sukan had come to understand the minotaur's various attack patterns. The charge was their most common tactic. When charging, the minotaur's muscles stiffen, boosting their defense and forward agility, but they have one fatal flaw: they can only charge in a straight line. Sukan shifted his body slightly to the side and drew his long sword. An invisible blade swept past the minotaur's head. The minotaur, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, was split in 2 by the momentum of its charge. Its bull's head was severed. The first minotaur was instantly killed by Sukan. Having All this, Su Ken's expression remained stern, showing no sign of joy. After all, this was all exactly as Su Ken had anticipated. Besides, with a total of 10 levels, this was only the second level. There was nothing to be proud of. A mere challenge dungeon in a city. If he couldn't even clear this, how could he compete with geniuses across the nation, or even the world? Quick draw technique. Seizing the right moment, Su Ken unleashed another quick draw technique, claiming the life of the other Minotaur. In less than a minute, he had cleared the second level. Upon reaching the rest area, Su Ken rested for a full minute before stepping into the third level. Although Su Ken was confident in his abilities, he couldn't afford to waste this rest time. The third level. It was another Minotaur, but this time, there was only one. However, this Minotaur was even more massive, and the color of its skin was slightly different, giving it an even more ferocious appearance. An elite Minotaur? Su Ken muttered, his eyes filled with caution. Let us test its strength first. With that, Su Ken engaged the elite Minotaur in battle. This elite Minotaur possessed even greater strength and had thick, tough skin. Its defense is astonishing. If I use my quick draw technique to attack its body, I'll likely only inflict minor damage. I'll have to hit a vital point. This challenge dungeon is really tough. Fortunately, this elite Minotaur was quite slow to Su Ken. Its movements held no secrets at all. After another 2 minutes of stalemate, Su Ken seized an opportunity and slashed at the elite Minotaur's neck, finally putting an end to its life. You get a 10-minute break before the fourth floor. I'll rest up, digest what I gained from the battle, and allocate some skill points. Back in the restroom, Su Ken casually checked his current stats. Name, Su Ken. Vitality, 7.92 plus. Spirit, 30 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 3, 1% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 80% plus. Energy, 1578.6. Time to allocate some points. Let us raise Vitality to 8 first. After spending another 8 points of energy to raise Vitality to 8, Su Ken could clearly feel his strength increase once more. Let us put 2 percentage points into the Quick Draw Technique as well. With the Quick Draw Technique at 80% completion, each percentage point required 20 energy, another 40 energy spent. However, this was merely a cost of 48 energy, a drop in the bucket compared to Su Ken's massive energy reserve. After all, he had recently acquired resources worth 5 million. 2 million belonged to the Education Bureau, and 3 million to the Starlight Club, none of which Su Ken had redeemed yet. Su Ken planned to set them aside for now. After all, they wouldn't disappear. He could always wait until he accumulated more before redeeming them for better items. Although he has stockpiled quite a lot of resources now, Su Ken has a feeling that he'll definitely need a lot more down the road. For him right now, it's simply a process of accumulation. Su Ken is just biding his time, preparing to soar to new heights. The monsters on the fourth level were an elite Minotaur and 2 common Minotaurs. It took Su Ken a bit of time and effort, but he cleared the level in 5 minutes. The fifth level saw the difficulty rise again, featuring 2 elite Minotaurs and 2 common Minotaurs. Su Ken sustained some minor injuries but managed to clear the 5th level. The next level is the 6th. It's also a mini-boss level. Based on what happened in the 3rd level, there is a good chance new monsters will appear. Upon reaching the rest level, Su Ken decided to continue allocating skill points. Otherwise, if he were to suffer serious injuries on the 6th floor, there would be no hope for the remaining 4 floors. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao, Xiao Yixue, Hong Lin, and Xiao Yang, the 4 of them, struggled immensely and cleared the 3rd floor only at the cost of serious injuries. After clearing the 3rd floor, all 4 were unable to continue due to their severe injuries and withdrew from the challenge dungeon. Moreover, it took them quite a while to clear the 3rd floor. They had basically only finished it just as Su Ken was stepping into the 6th floor. The time difference between them wasn't significant, just a few minutes. Shen Ping, however, fared slightly better than the other 4, clearing the 3rd floor with only minor injuries. But on the 4th floor, he also sustained serious injuries, leaving him no choice but to exit. Even if the difficulty didn't increase on the 5th floor, he didn't think he'd stand a chance of clearing it. For a moment, Suken was the only one of the 6 still inside, working his way through the dungeon. Outside. Brother Tai, is this challenge dungeon really that difficult? Secretary Wang leaned in close to the challenge dungeon manager and asked with a smile. Yeah, it's extremely difficult. The challenge dungeon manager was a middle-aged man in military uniform, with 2 bars and 1 star on his epaulets. Because the difficulty is so high, the rewards aren't great whenever it's opened, so this challenge dungeon hasn't been opened for 3 years. Brother Tai explained. 3 years, huh? Secretary Wang had only become Director Chow's secretary last year and didn't know much about the challenge dungeon before, but he heard rumors that Green City had an extremely difficult challenge dungeon that hadn't been opened for many years. Could you tell me more about it? Sure, we're just sitting here bored anyway. Brother Tai replied with a smile. The challenge dungeon has a total of 10 floors, but since Green City was founded, no one has ever cleared it. What? No one has cleared it since Green City was founded? Secretary Wang looked stunned. After all, Green City had a history of over 1,500 years, and countless exceptionally talented warriors had emerged throughout its history, yet even so, no one had ever cleared it? That's right, and I'm not just talking about locals from Green City. In the past, many geniuses from other cities have come to attempt this challenge dungeon, but none of them succeeded either. Brother Tai's words left Secretary Wang utterly stunned. It wasn't just Green City, even people from other cities had failed? That's not the most shocking part. What if I told you that, since records began in Green City, which is over 800 years ago, the highest level a local from Green City has ever reached is the 6th floor? What would you say? The 6th floor? Secretary Wang's heart skipped a beat. Brother Tai, you're not joking, are you? Joking? Brother Tai chuckled. I have no reason to joke with you, this is a fact. Since over 800 years ago, we've kept records of everyone who has entered this challenge dungeon. Over all these years, only 3 people have made it past the 6th floor. For the vast majority of Green City's geniuses, and I'm talking about the very best in each graduating class, making it through the 3rd floor is already considered quite an achievement. It takes many years for even one person to make it through the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor, well, it usually takes 10 to 20 years for just one person to manage it. As Brother Tai spoke, the look of astonishment on Secretary Wang's face grew deeper. It's precisely for this reason, and because there aren't many openings left for the challenge dungeon, that it hasn't been opened very often in recent years. After all, just clearing the 3rd floor while the reward is decent is really only decent for these people. It's only opened when someone shows promise of clearing the 4th floor, right? Secretary Wang nodded at Brother Tai's words. No wonder it hadn't been opened for so many years. So, Brother Tai, what do you think of these 6 this time? Those 6? I've heard about them too. This year's Green City class is indeed. Am I the first one out? Only after stepping outside did the excruciating pain subside, and Xiao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. As soon as he emerged, his gaze swept around the room. When he realized he was the only one there, he furrowed his brow. Yes. Secretary Wang felt a bit awkward. The fact that the bureau chief's own nephew was the first to come out was indeed a bit embarrassing. But no sooner had he finished speaking than someone else emerged. It was Hong Lin. As soon as Hong Lin stepped out, she also scanned the area to see if anyone was around, but upon seeing Xiao Yang, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she wasn't the first one out. Xiao Yang had noticed every one of Hong Lin's movements, and this made the corner of his mouth twitch. This woman was going too far. Immediately afterward, it was as if he stirred up a hornet's nest. Xiao Yixue and Luo Xiu emerged from the challenge dungeon one after another by this point, for people had already come out. Much like Hong Lin, Xiao Yixue and Luo Xiu also glanced around after emerging, and upon seeing others, they breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xiu, in particular, noticed she was the last of the 4 to come out, and her slightly pale face flushed with color. Only Xiao Yang's face was growing paler by the second. He was livid. By the way, how many levels did each of you clear? What rewards did you get? All 4 gathered around Secretary Wang, and Luo Xiu was the first to ask. Level 3. I got a vitality core, not a bad reward, right? A vitality core? I made it to level 3 too, and my reward was also a vitality core. All 4 had cleared the 3rd level, and their rewards were exactly the same, a vitality core. For all 4 of them, a vitality core was a highly valuable strategic resource. Even their parents wouldn't have been able to get them many of these. Although they all came from well-connected families and had tiered warriors among their elders, vitality cores were considered quite precious even for tiered warriors, something they couldn't consume frequently, let alone give them to the 4 of them. For the 4 of them, obtaining a vitality core was a substantial windfall. However, none of the 4 were smiling, because they knew this challenge dungeon had 10 floors. And they had cleared a mere 3. About 10 minutes passed before Qin Ping emerged from the challenge dungeon, his face pale. As soon as he stepped out, Qin Ping began searching for something. His gaze swept over Luo Xiao and the others, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, he hasn't come out yet. I lost to him again. Sigh. Qin Ping let out a soft sigh, looking dejected. Qin Ping, how did you do? I only made it through the 4th floor. Qin Ping quickly composed himself. So, what were your rewards? 1 vitality core, plus 1 technique core. The rewards aren't bad. Qin Ping no longer had much need for vitality cores. Boosting his vitality to the maximum of 9.9 before the college entrance exams wasn't a difficult task for him. It was just that he was about to participate in the invitational tournament and urgently needed to boost his strength, otherwise, he might not have been willing to use one. The technique core, on the other hand, was quite useful. He needed exactly that to break through the limitations of his current technique. This challenge dungeon is really stingy. Each time you clear it, you get less, and they only gave us this measly amount. Xiao Yang pursed his lips, and the others nodded in unison. Although the vitality core was good, it still fell short of their expectations. After all, their hopes had been too high. The legendary challenge dungeons were said to have the power to completely change one's fate. Only Su Ken is left. I wonder how many floors he'll clear. Most likely 4, just like Qin Ping, maybe 5. Su Ken had no idea he was the only one left, nor that everyone outside was speculating about how many floors he could clear. By the time Qin Ping emerged, Su Ken had already cleared the 6th floor. Su Ken's face turned slightly pale. A new type of monster had appeared on the 6th floor, the Flame Minotaur. 1 Flame Minotaur, 2 Elite Minotaurs, and 2 Common Minotaurs, a squad of 5 Minotaurs in total. The Flame Minotaur looked similar to the Elite Minotaur, though its muscles weren't as bulky. Its entire body was red, and it wielded a massive red axe. When it swung the axe, searing flames would surge toward Su Ken. This Flame Minotaur could also breathe fire, spewing it like a jet, making it an extremely tough opponent. Su Ken managed to clear this level only after paying a significant price. This challenge dungeon has 10 levels, and I'm already nearing my limit after just clearing the 6th. Su Ken muttered to himself. There was nothing he could do, though his natural talent was decent. It was just that, decent. He simply couldn't compare to those prodigies. Fortunately, Su Ken worked hard enough. Sigh, time to allocate some points. Su Ken opened the panel again, thought for a moment, and allocated some points to advanced technique. I'll put some points into vitality too. After all, there are still 4 levels to go, and the difficulty ahead is bound to be significant. If I don't boost it now, I'll be in trouble if I get injured later. Name, Su Ken. Vitality, 8.2 plus. Spirit, 30 plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 3, 8% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 90% plus. Energy, 1350.6. That should be enough. Su Ken had allocated a bit more points this time, mainly as preparation for clearing this challenge dungeon. Let me adjust a bit. With his strength boosted, Su Ken's injuries had also healed somewhat. Su Ken was well aware of his own limitations with his current strength. If he didn't allocate any points, the 6th floor would be his limit. After a 10-minute break, Su Ken vanished and arrived at the 7th floor. The difficulty of the 7th floor wasn't much higher than that of the 6th, it just had one additional flame minotaur. Sukan realized that the difficulty of this challenge dungeon actually increased gradually, rather than spiking all at once. It increased by a little with each floor, as if testing where his limits lay. The only real hassle was the issue of resource depletion. After clearing each floor, the rest period was very short, and his injuries wouldn't heal. Take Luo Xiao and his group, for example. They pushed themselves to the limit to clear the 3rd floor, but even if the next floor had the same difficulty as the 3rd, they wouldn't have been able to clear it. Quick Draw Technique. With vitality increased by 0.2 and the Quick Draw Technique's progress boosted by 8%, Sukan felt much more at ease facing the 7th floor. Taking his time, he cleared it after about 10 minutes. On the 8th floor, another Flame Minotaur was added, and Sukan cleared it in about 10 minutes as well. On the 9th floor, the difficulty rose again, and a new type of enemy appeared. Shield Minotaur. A 5-meter-tall Minotaur wielding a massive shield. The rest of the composition was the same as on the 7th level, 2 Flame Minotaurs, 2 Elite Minotaurs, and 2 Common Minotaurs. That was 1 fewer Flame Minotaur than on the 8th level. Kill. That Shield Minotaur was a real pain to deal with, its presence seemed to grant the surrounding Minotaurs an aura that boosted their defense. In other words, Sukan's Quick Draw Technique had reached 90% progress. If it had still been at the previous 82%, even a strike to the Elite Minotaur's vital spot might not have been enough to kill it in one hit. Quick Draw Technique. Quick Draw Technique. 6 Quick Draw Techniques took down 6 Minotaurs, leaving only the lone Shield Minotaur remaining. Phew, now I can really go head to head with you. With this giant still here, it would be too dangerous not to finish off the remaining Minotaurs. Sukan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Tough. Really tough. Plus, this Shield Minotaur's shield technique was incredibly strong. Sukan couldn't break through it even after several attempts with the Quick Draw Technique. In the end, he relied entirely on attrition to wear the Shield Minotaur down until it died. Phew, that was tough. During this time, Sukan didn't use any more skill points. He realized that fighting this Shield Minotaur was highly effective for solidifying his sword techniques, and he was quickly putting the skills he'd just acquired into practice. I've finally cleared the 9th level. On to the next. Sukan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was finally about to enter the final level. Sukan was exhausted, his entire shirt was soaked through, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. Congratulations, Challenger, on clearing the 9th level. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Note, the 10th level is the final boss stage and is extremely difficult. If you choose to abandon the young man, no one has set foot in this place for over 10,000 years. Just as Sukan was marveling at his current situation, a voice suddenly rang out. Sukan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly, white-haired old man gazing at him with a kind expression. Grandpa, who are you? Sukan was startled. He hadn't expected to see a human in this challenge dungeon. Although the old man's appearance was quite peculiar, he was as burly as a bull. Who am I? The old man paused for a moment, then stroked his beard and said with a smile. It's been so many years, I've almost forgotten my name. But it seems people used to call me the Minotaur Lord. Minotaur Lord? Upon hearing this, Sukan gave him a strange look. That name. What do you think? Isn't it mighty? The Minotaur Lord, with the might of a bull that's none other than yours truly. The Minotaur Lord's smile grew even broader, which made Sukan question the old man's sense of style. It's mighty. Still, Sukan gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Judging by the Minotaur Lord's tone, assuming he wasn't exaggerating, he must have lived for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Sukan had heard that after mastering the warrior tiered, one's life essence undergoes a transformation, and lifespan increases dramatically. But he wasn't sure exactly how much it increased or how long one could actually live. The general public actually knows very little about tiered warriors. The Minotaur Lord raised his head proudly, looking every bit the arrogant, old man. Of course. But don't think that just because you're flattering me, I'll let you pass this 10th level. However, I can give you a hint: if you manage to clear this 10th tier, you'll be able to inherit the legacy I've left behind in this universe. This universe? Sukin's heart skipped a beat just as he suspected. The High Martial Academy was merely a speck of dust in the vastness of the universe. Let us begin. By the way, the guardian of the 10th level is the projection of a minotaur I subdued long ago. To ensure I'm not taking advantage of you, I'll keep this minotaur's power on par with yours. The Minotaur Lord smiled with a hint of amusement. On par with mine? Yes, and it'll be the same as when you first entered. As soon as the Minotaur Lord finished speaking, Sukin felt the ground tremble violently. Boom! Ha! Boom! Sukin swallowed hard. Could this be that Minotaur? Sukin turned around and saw a giant Minotaur, over 10 meters tall, appear right behind him. The giant Minotaur's eyes were blood red, and it wielded a massive battle axe over 10 meters long. The battle axe was incredibly sharp. Sukin could even see the gleam emanating from it. Is this the final boss of the 10th floor? Sukin gave a wry smile. A Minotaur this huge, how was he supposed to fight it? Even if this Minotaur didn't defend itself and just stood there letting Sukin draw his sword, he probably wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat. He'd likely only inflict a few superficial wounds, right? Let us get started. If you want to give up, better do it now. This bull doesn't hold back when he strikes. The Minotaur Lord's mocking voice rang out. I don't think he'd be able to go easy even if he wanted to, would he? Sukin scoffed. Compared to this colossal Minotaur, the one he defaced earlier was like a baby. But since he said so, this Minotaur's vitality is the same as when I came in, 7.9 vitality. That means I can take him on. Though it certainly doesn't look like it has only 7.9 vitality. Sukin gave a wry smile, but he didn't lose hope. Roar! The giant Minotaur let out a roar. The sheer volume of the roar alone made Sukin feel as if his eardrums were about to burst. Let us see what happens. So fast. Just as Sukin was about to gauge the giant Minotaur's strength, it instantly swung the battle axe, which was several times larger than itself, toward him with an agility far beyond Sukin's imagination. Fortunately, Sukin was also known for his speed, and he immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The massive battle axe cleaved a huge, deep crater in the ground, causing the earth itself to tremble. Sukin's lips twitched. If he'd been hit by that battle axe, he'd probably have been turned into mincemeat on the spot. Perfect opportunity. Still, Sukin seized the opportunity and leaped toward the massive Minotaur. Massive in size, powerful in strength, formidable in defense, and swift in attack, a creature like this would be an absolute killing machine on the battlefield. Fortunately, nothing is absolutely perfect. Its sheer size was both an advantage and Sukin's opening. Quick draw technique. He certainly couldn't strike it in ordinary places. Doing so would likely cause only minimal damage, and it was uncertain whether it would even draw blood. Sukin's goal was simple: to launch repeated attacks at the giant Minotaur's weak spots in order to defeat it. It was extremely difficult, but not impossible. Before that, let us test its defense. Sukin's battle blade struck the giant Minotaur's wrist, a particularly vulnerable spot, causing its hand to tremble violently and forcing it to drop the massive battle axe it had just been about to raise. Roar! The giant Minotaur let out an angry roar, and its other hand lashed out towards Sukin's position as if grabbing a chicken. It dealt a little damage and left a scar, but the bleeding is almost negligible. Having landed a successful strike, Sukin naturally couldn't just stand there. Seeing the oncoming giant paw, Sukin leaped toward his shoulder, and the massive Minotaur changed direction as well. Level up: boost the quick draw technique to 91%. At 90% progress, the quick draw technique was only at the peak of mastery. It wasn't enough. Only by reaching 91% would he enter a whole new stage, allowing him to break through defenses more effectively. Consumed 500 energy, quick draw technique broken through to 91%. Instantly, a new realization dawned on him. Sukin suddenly gained a new understanding of the quick draw technique. Wasn't this energy consumption a bit too high? It actually required 500 points to break through. That's way too expensive. Sukin sighed inwardly, then launched another attack at the giant Minotaur's weak spot. This giant Minotaur is truly powerful. If Sukin was just speculating he were to actually exchange blows with this giant Minotaur, he probably wouldn't even be able to block a single strike. But its massive body was its most fatal weakness. Sukin's reactions were lightning fast. Relying on his quick draw technique, which could barely breach the Minotaur's defenses, he leaped back and forth across its body, back and forth. Soon, the giant Minotaur let out a furious roar and began frantically attacking its own body. Its body was now covered in the marks left by Sukin's attacks. That kid. The smile vanished from the Minotaur Lord's face, replaced by a grim expression. He had actually forgotten this. According to the Minotaur Lord's logic, anyone capable of tackling this challenge dungeon and reaching the 10th floor would be a genius who had spent a long time honing their skills to the 9.9 vitality limit. If his Minotaur had kept his vitality at the 9.9 limit, he could have harnessed some of the power of Tyr to fight, and this situation would never have arisen. But the problem was, this kid's vitality was only 7.9. 7.9 was far too low. It severely limited Enyo's abilities, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. That kid's got the upper hand. The Minotaur Lord was deeply troubled. He had intended to select a true super genius capable of defeating Enyo head-on, not someone who relied on such underhanded tactics. Still, to have mastered his technique to this level with only 7.9 vitality, his technique is passable, at least. The Minotaur Lord offered himself a bit of consolation. With his keen eye, he could clearly see that, barring any surprises, Enyo was going to lose. He could only comfort himself this way. This giant Minotaur's vitality was too tenacious, and its regenerative abilities were simply out of this world. Even though the wound had only just been inflicted, in no time at all, it had stopped bleeding, leaving nothing but a scar. I wonder if this giant Minotaur is some kind of calamity beast. Sukin muttered to himself, then focused all his attention on his attack. He dared not let his guard down. Facing this giant Minotaur, it could make dozens or even hundreds of mistakes, but if Sukin made even a single mistake, he'd be finished. Fortunately, the giant Minotaur was too massive. Although its agility was high, Sukin clung to its body to attack it, and its precise movements were slightly sluggish, so it couldn't do anything about it. Quick draw technique. Finally, the last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. Due to excessive blood loss, the giant Minotaur finally collapsed to the ground, dissolving into specks of starlight and vanishing. Level 10 cleared. Finally took care of this big guy. After defeating the giant Minotaur, the willpower that had been sustaining Sukin dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground. This battle had taken Sukin nearly an hour. Combined with the previous 9 levels, Sukin had spent over 3 hours inside this tower. Although he'd taken breaks along the way, the total rest time amounted to less than half an hour at most. Fighting so relentlessly had naturally taken a massive toll on Sukin. The fact that he lasted this long was entirely due to sheer willpower. "You little rascal actually made it through." The Minotaur Lord waved his hand, and Sukin felt his exhausted body instantly recover. The same went for his spirit depletion. Sukin's pupils contracted. This Minotaur Lord really had some skills. Spirit depletion is generally impossible to recover from. This way it can only be restored using precious spirit-type treasures. Although you took a shortcut, this lord keeps his word. Since you passed, it counts as your own achievement. You may inherit this lord's legacy. I see you used the quick draw technique. It's a decent move, but your quick draw technique has only the form, not the essence. It seems to be an issue with this lineage. Never mind. I happen to have a manual on the quick draw technique here. I'll give it to you. The Minotaur Lord gave a flick of his finger, and instantly, Sukin felt as if his brain were growing a second head. Countless pieces of knowledge surged into Sukin's mind. The sheer volume of information was so overwhelming that a look of agony instantly appeared on his face. It seems this is a bit beyond your level. The Minotaur Lord gave a sheepish smile. Not even a tier 1 lifeform, he really was too fragile. Well, never mind. Consider yourself lucky to have run into me. A look of regret flashed across the Minotaur Lord's eyes, and then he tapped the air. A rainbow-colored beam of light erupted directly from Suken's body at the Minotaur Lord's touch. The dazzling rainbow light instantly illuminated the entire space. Suken felt an endless surge of energy flooding into his body, and immediately afterward, he passed out and collapsed to the ground. Outside, more than 10 hours had quietly passed. Secretary Wang waited another 3 hours before leaving. It was already quite generous of him to set aside this much time. He couldn't possibly stay here waiting indefinitely. The others had gone from initial shock to confusion, and had now settled into a state of numbness. Suken, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Ishua's tone was tinged with worry. I don't think anything's wrong. After all, even if he were to die inside this challenge dungeon, at most his spirit would be damaged. It wouldn't pose a threat to his life. Luo Xiu frowned. Although he said this, he was just as worried. Of everyone present, Luo Xiu and Suken were the closest. Luo Xiu was the one who had helped Suken when he was still a nobody, forging their friendship, so their bond was naturally special. He must be held up by something in there, or maybe Suken found a way to rest and is recovering his stamina to push through the dungeon. Chao Yang said casually, and the others agreed with him. After all, it wasn't possible to actually die inside this challenge dungeon, so that seemed to be the only explanation. What about us? Chen Ping glanced at the group. They'd been here since just after 9 in the morning. It was now 8 in the evening, and they'd been standing there waiting the whole time. If it weren't for the vitality pills they carried to replenish their vitality, they would have been starving by now. Hong Lin and Chao Yang immediately looked tempted. They didn't want to just stand here waiting either. The invitational tournament was set to begin the day after tomorrow, and they had to head to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow to rest up and prepare for the tournament. Having wasted most of the day here, both of them felt it was a waste of time. If you guys want to go back, go ahead. I'll wait a little longer. Xiao Ishue refused without a second thought. I plan to wait a little longer, too. Luo Xiu shot Xiao Ishue a surprised glance and chimed in. You too. He's out. Just as Qin Ping was about to speak, the gate of the challenge dungeon lit up, and a figure emerged from within. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward him, including Taigu, the manager of the challenge dungeon. Although this was the first time he'd seen someone enter the challenge dungeon, as its guardian, he knew quite a bit about it. Even so, he'd never heard of anyone staying inside for such a long time. Suken, how come he looks so healthy? Because of the darkness, everyone couldn't see clearly at first. But as Suken drew nearer, they saw him walking toward them with a rosy complexion and a look of joy on his face, and they all looked surprised. In their minds, even if Suken had relied on consuming resources to get through the dungeon, it was impossible for him to still be in such good shape after such a long time, right? Suken, did you pass? Luo Xiu's original intention was to ask how many levels Suken had cleared, but to Suken, the question took on a different meaning. Yeah, I passed. Suken nodded in response. The others leaned in to listen intently, but after more than 10 seconds without hearing anything further, the 5 of them looked at Suken with puzzled expressions. Why are you all staring at me like that? Suken rubbed his nose. Could it be because he'd been inside for too long? Suken glanced at the sky. Night had already fallen, which made his heart skip a beat. Had he been inside for that long? 8:13 p.m. Thank goodness it's been about 11 hours. Suken breathed a sigh of relief. 11 hours was actually acceptable. It couldn't be helped after all. The Minotaur Lord couldn't control his strength, and both times he'd nearly blown himself apart. If it weren't for his strong will, the Minotaur Lord really would have killed him. Fortunately, the rewards were truly excellent. According to the Minotaur Lord, because Suken's body was too weak, he couldn't offer much help. He'd only managed to grant him a blade physique. Later, once Suken became a Tier 1 lifeform and re-entered the challenge dungeon, the Minotaur Lord would continue refining it. That's right, enter the challenge dungeon again. Because he'd cleared this challenge dungeon, Suken had now become its master. In other words, Suken could open or close this challenge dungeon entirely at his own discretion. However, since Suken was still too weak, he couldn't move the challenge dungeon, yet he could only freely enter and exit it within a certain range. As for the blade physique mentioned by the Minotaur Lord, Sukin didn't quite understand it either. He only knew that he now had an extremely unique connection with his blade. His stats and physical attributes had also changed. Sukin recalled the stats he'd seen inside the challenge dungeon. Name, Sukan. Vitality, 8.5 plus. Spirit, 50 plus. Constitution, Blade Physique plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 3, 12% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 95% plus. Blade Intent Embryo, 1%. Energy, 1350.6. His energy hadn't been depleted at all. Vitality increased by 0.3 points, Spirit by 20 points, Basic Blade Technique by 4%, and Quick Draw Technique also by 4%. If Sukin had used energy to increase these stats, it would have required over 2,000 energy points. The 20 spirit points were the biggest chunk. Of course, the most important things weren't actually these stats, but rather the blade physique and the embryonic blade intent. Sukin had heard of blade intent before. That was in his previous life, though he'd never actually heard of it in this world. It might exist, he just hadn't come across it because he'd been moving in circles that were too low level. But regardless of whether it exists or not, based on what he felt just now in the challenge dungeon, Sukin could already sense just how incredible this embryonic form of blade intent was. Normally, with his 8.5 vitality, his attack strength would be around 860-870 kilograms. With the boost from the third stage basic blade technique, he could easily unleash 1,300 kilograms of force. Combined with the embryonic form of sword intent, while that single 1% was enough to double the power. This clearly demonstrates the effectiveness of the nascent blade intent. However, Sukin was not yet able to incorporate this nascent blade intent into the quick draw technique. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was that when he activated the nascent blade intent, he couldn't draw his blade nearly as fast. Sukan, did you pass the 6th layer? Cleared the 6th layer? Luo Shou's words interrupted Sukin's train of thought. He first looked taken aback before realizing what was being asked. It seemed they hadn't meant that at all. They were asking which layer he had cleared. How far have you guys gotten? Sukin didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question first. All of us are on the 3rd layer, only Chinping has cleared the 4th. Hearing this, Sukin was startled. Only the 3rd and 4th levels? This instantly dispelled any thought Sukin had of revealing that he cleared the challenge dungeon. An ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty. Having cleared a challenge dungeon and gained control of one, no one could imagine how those in power would treat him if they found out. Sukin had no intention of entrusting his fate to the kindness of others. I cleared the 6th level. Sukin replied, deciding to claim he cleared the 6th level after all. Clearing the 6th level would be enough to prove his talent. After all, even Chen Ping had only cleared the 4th level. What? You actually cleared the 6th level? Those words didn't come from Luo Xiu and the others, they came from Taigu, the soldier who'd been watching from the sidelines. He suddenly lunged towards Sukan, his face a picture of shock. Sukan quickly took a step back, his mind filled with question marks. So what if he just cleared the 6th level? Was such an over-the-top reaction really necessary? Why yes. Great. 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 Taigu immediately burst out laughing. Xiaoyixue noticed Sukin's confusion and couldn't help but whisper an explanation. Ever since Green City started keeping track of the number of levels cleared in this challenge dungeon over 800 years ago, only 3 people have ever made it past the 6th level. In the last 100 years, not a single person has done it. The highest anyone has reached is the 5th level. Xiaoyixue's words made Sukin look surprised. Is the 6th floor really that difficult? But thankfully, he held back just now and only mentioned the 6th floor. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. With the ability to clear the 6th floor, he certainly earned their respect. Sukan, what rewards did you receive? After finishing his laugh, Brother Tai looked at Sukin with eager anticipation. Sukin's heart skipped a beat. Since there were records, surely there must be rewards for the 6th level as well? 10 vitality cores, 7 technique cores, 3 breakthrough cores, and 1 vitality baptism. Just as Suken was agonizing over it, the Minotaur Lord's voice rang out in his mind. This made Suken marvel once again at the Minotaur Lord's power. It was truly extraordinary. 10 vitality cores, 7 technique cores, 3 breakthrough cores, and 1 vitality baptism. Suken said solemnly. It really is the 6th level. Taiga let out a sigh of relief. Very few people knew about these rewards. Even the current director of the Education Bureau was unlikely to be aware of them. Great, I'll report this information right away. And Sukan, please give me your phone number. We'll provide you with some resources to support you. Sure, here's my number. Sukan gave his number to Taigu, who solemnly jotted it down and even dialed it back to Sukan. Sukan, this is my number. If you're ever in Green City or anywhere in Haishi and need help with anything, feel free to call me. Taigu's tone was solemn. Sukan thanked him, and then noticed that the other 5 were practically drooling. 10 vitality cores, 7 technique cores, and 3 breakthrough cores. Such a massive haul of calamity pills, even a tiered warrior might not be able to come up with that much. Calamity beasts aren't that easy to kill. Typically, it takes 3 to 5 calamity beasts to drop a single calamity beast core used for refining calamity pills. Moreover, there is a curious rule: if a cultivator's vitality exceeds that of a calamity beast by a certain percentage, no matter how many calamity beasts they kill, they 1t drop a calamity beast core. Under such circumstance, calamity beast cores become even rarer. If I could get my hands on such a large stash of calamity pills, I'd be confident of breaking into the top 20 in the 3rd simulation test. Chao Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Talent is one thing, but resources are also extremely important in the cultivation process. For example, given the same level of talent, the difference between someone who takes a basic vitality pill every day and someone who takes a vitality pill every day is very obvious. But if the person taking vitality pills daily also gets a vitality core or a technique core every now and then, the gap becomes even wider. As one wealthy patron once said, for them, it's entirely possible to use resources to cultivate a super talent ranked in the top 10 of the province even if that person is otherwise quite ordinary. However, the cost is simply too high. Such a super talent would almost certainly fail to achieve tiered status, so there is simply no point. Haishi City, Education Bureau Admissions Office. You're not participating? You mean this event doesn't interest you? The deputy director of the admissions office heard the words on the other end of the line, opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought of the other person's strength, he couldn't bring himself to speak. I beep beep beep. He had only intended to say a few more words when the caller hung up. It seemed the other party had made the call solely to inform him of their personal decision. Hearing the busy tone, the deputy director's face broke into a wry smile. If anyone else had dared to hang up like that, he would have been furious. He might even have taught them a lesson. But when it came to this person, he couldn't muster even a shred of anger. The other party had every right to do so. Sigh, if he wants to give up, so be it. With his skill level, he'd just run rushshot over the competition. It wouldn't feel like a real contest at all. But as for this wildcard entrant, we might as well add Sukan's name to the list. The next day, the Provincial Education Bureau issued an announcement. Since seeded player Lin Xia had been specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Martial Academy and would therefore not be participating in this invitational tournament, an additional seeded player was added. The information regarding the newly added seeded player is hereby announced. Green City, Sukan. As soon as the news broke, the entire province was once again abuzz. Sukan? Is that the super technique genius? It's him, it's definitely him. Great. I hope I get paired with Sukan. That's the only way I'll stand a chance. Need 2 plus 1. Need 2 plus 10,086. So Sukan's a seeded player now, too? Li Cheng number 2 high school. Fan Rue grinned widely upon seeing Sukan's announcement. It'd be a real letdown if this guy got eliminated just because he wasn't a seeded player. Perfect. This way, I can have a fair and square match against you. Su can, I believe in you. As news of Su can becoming a seeded player spread, the entire high school community in Haishi province sensed a storm brewing. As for Lin Xia's withdrawal from the competition, no one was surprised. It really didn't make any sense for the only tiered warrior to participate in a tournament like this. However, they also breathed a sigh of relief. With such a freak of nature out of the picture, it was as if their collective rankings had all moved up a spot, one less group of death and one more group of opportunity. Amid this stormy atmosphere, the invitational tournament officially kicked off. April 22nd. The venue for the invitational tournament was Haishi City's Sports Plaza. Haishi City's Sports Plaza was, of course, in a league of its own compared to Green City's Sports Plaza. The sheer scale alone was on a different level. It was said that Haishi City's Sports Plaza could accommodate 1 million spectators. The entire stadium was equipped with high-tech facilities, many of which were state-of-the-art. Take the kilometer-long straight track, for example. Thanks to advanced technology, they could easily have 300 people competing on it simultaneously. That's exactly what they did during the test run. However, their straight track is retractable when not in use. It can be covered to free up the space. In addition to this, the venue features many other functions, allowing the stadium to be transformed at any time into a space suitable for a wide variety of activities. Just before 8 a.m., all 624 competitors, led by staff members, arrived at their respective competition areas. There were 624 competitors. This number represents the students who were admitted to the Dual Key Martial Academy last year. Since Lin Xia wasn't coming and Su Can stepped in as a replacement, the total number remained at 624. The 32 seeded competitors, selected first, were displayed at the very front of the big screen in large, bold text. Behind them were groups ranging from 18 to 19 people, all randomly assigned via the internet. Apart from the seeded competitors, the rest were randomly assigned to various groups. No one could manipulate the assignments. The first round of the competition was simple, a free-for-all. Groups of 19-20 people were all sent into a large arena to engage in a free-for-all. Once only 2 competitors remained in a group, the free-for-all ended, and those 2 advanced to the second round. The rules were brutal. Out of 19-20 people, only 2 would advance, and with 1 seeded competitor in each group, this undoubtedly made the challenge much more difficult. Is it really that hard? Even Su Can's eyes betrayed a look of surprise upon seeing these rules. The rules in previous years hadn't been this brutal. It seemed the rumors online were correct. The rules really do change every year, with no discernible pattern. Naturally, some questioned these competition rules, but the Education Bureau's response was that this was to select truly outstanding combat geniuses, rather than those who only focused on theoretical strength. Moreover, this competition format was proposed by Diwu and the Demon Martial Academy. Once that was said, even those who had doubts couldn't say much more. Against this backdrop, the competition officially began. The officials from the Education Bureau knew everyone disliked small talk, so they took the stage, said a few words, and stepped down, leaving the time for the competition. At that moment, the time reached 8:20. Please welcome the 20 contestants from Group 1 to the stage. Contestants from Group 2, please get ready. The big screen displayed the names of each contestant and their respective groups. Su Can was number 6 and, as the top seed for Team 6, was listed first, a particularly prominent position. Su Can's gaze swept over the names listed after his own, and he did indeed spot 2 or 3 that looked somewhat familiar. One was Li Yun, the other Yan Shushue. She seemed to have seen both names during boot camp, but Su Can couldn't quite place them. Awesome! I actually got matched with Su Can this time. In the contestants' seating area, as soon as the matchups were announced, Yan Shushue began searching for her name. Sure enough, she had her sights set on Su Can's group from the start because that group had the best chances. Her provincial ranking this time was decent 62nd. That was a somewhat awkward position. With 32 groups and 2 qualifiers per group, the top 64 since Lin Xia wasn't participating, the top 65 would all advance. But rankings don't reflect absolute skill. If the players ranked lower had terrible luck in the matchups and ended up in a group with several top-tier competitors whose skills matched her own, things could get dicey. But being matched with Su Kan? That was a whole lot more comfortable. First of all, as Su Kan, he is bound to be targeted by everyone. He can't win everyone over. While people acknowledge his talent and technique, his vitality probably doesn't exceed 8.5, right? Yen Shushua couldn't help but recall the time Su Kan had instantly defeated her twice during training camp. For some reason, she felt a little nervous. It won't come to that. As long as I play to the best of my ability, my chances of advancing are still very high. I won't deny Su Kan's talent in this area. I'm not even worthy of tying his shoes, but when it comes to vitality matches, I'm his equal. Yen Chushua's confidence returned. The first match began shortly after. 20 competitors entered the competition arena. As seeded players, they each wore a sticker bearing the word SEEDA label that tended to attract a lot of hostility. Lu Lianhai and Xiao Yang are both here, and the seeded player in this first group is Wang Yuntao, ranked 3rd. Lu Lianhai was the top player at Tingcheng No. 1 High School. Su Kan's gaze fell on Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was one of the 2 top favorites to win this tournament. Wang Yuntao, a native of Haishi City, attended Haishi No. 1 High School. He excelled at marksmanship, with a masterful command of the Dian Gang shooting style, so much so that people called him the Little Gun God. If it weren't for Lin Xia's overwhelming brilliance, Wang Yuntao's skills would have easily made him a contender for the provincial champion title in Haishi in previous years. These were the thoughts that flashed through Su Kan's mind the moment he saw Wang Yuntao's name. At the same time, a glint of fighting spirit appeared in Su Kan's eyes. He knew he couldn't beat Lin Xia just yet, but as for this Wang Yuntao, he might just give it a shot. I just don't know how strong he is. I probably won't be able to tell for a while, though. As he pondered, the 20 contestants took the stage. Under the referee's instructions, they each took their designated positions, ready to fight. There were quite a few referees for this competition, 1 chief referee, 2 assistant referees, and 2 support staff. All 5 were tiered warriors, and their presence was intended to prevent any crises from arising. Amid the chatter of those around him, Su Kan also figured out which one was Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao held a gleaming silver spear and wore a cynical smile. Everyone else did their best to avoid Wang Yuntao's direction, even someone like Fan Rui. Lu Lianhai was arrogant and belligerent by nature, but he wasn't a fool. Why charge in when you know it's hopeless? That would truly be the act of a complete fool. Once the match begins, you can concede at any time. As soon as you do, we'll immediately ensure your safety. At the same time, if we detect that your life is in danger, we'll halt the match at any moment. Safety first, competition second. Understood? Understood. Then let the match begin. Go! As soon as the head referee's words fell, most of the people on the field sprang into action. A competition is a competition, but for many of them, the purpose of participating wasn't to secure one of the top 2 spots and earn a spot in the next round. Many of them knew their own limits. They came to compete in order to showcase their abilities in front of those 10 universities, so that these schools would select them as special admissions students. The benefits for special admissions students are far better than those for regular students. Even among those capable of gaining admission to the 2 supreme martial academies, a small number of lower-ranked students yearned for special admission spots at the other 8 schools. While the 2 supreme martial academies were excellent, far superior to the other 8, whether it was better to be at the bottom of the class at one of the supreme martial academies or to be a special admissions student at one of the 8 double key martial academies was a matter of personal preference. Attack! No one charged at Wang Yuntao, not a single person. Wang Yuntao wasn't the least bit surprised by this scene. He leaned casually against his spear, watching the match from point-blank range. Lian Yun's sword technique. Lu Lianhai swung his katana, unleashing a flurry of strikes in an instant. I'm done for. Lu Lianhai's opponent was stunned by his swordplay. He simply picked an opponent at random, never expecting to have drawn such a tough opponent. I concede. He knew that if he didn't concede now, he'd really be finished. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the katana came to a halt less than 3 inches from his forehead. My apologies. The man instantly slumped to the ground as if drained of all strength. The next second, he felt his body grow light, and by the time he realized what was happening, he had already been thrown aside. The man gave a wry smile. Not only had he failed to demonstrate his true strength this time, but he also suffered a massive loss of face. 1. After defeating one opponent, Lu Lianhai didn't linger. He immediately scanned his surroundings. He hadn't felt much from that blocked strike. The referee had absorbed the force perfectly. The others were also locked in combat. However, several fighters near Lu Lianhai, having witnessed his strength, simultaneously halted their attacks and charged toward him as one. They all knew that Lu Lianhai was stronger than them. If they didn't defeat him first, they wouldn't stand a chance. As for their own battles, they deal with them after taking down Lu Lianhai. Otherwise, it was all just empty talk. The entire ring was in utter chaos, with only the area where Wang Yuntao stood remaining a safe haven, untouched by anyone. This kind of free-for-all was quite entertaining. It really put a person's overall abilities to the test. Those with the strongest abilities don't necessarily have the last laugh. Take Lu Lianhai, for example. He'd already been eliminated. He'd been too flashy. If he'd kept a lower profile from the start, given his 58th place finish in the provincial trials, he might actually have had a chance to advance. In the end, Chao Yang was the one who remained. Chao Yang played it safe. He knew his skills were solid, and as long as he was careful, he'd have a chance to stay in the competition. Right from the start, he picked an opponent who didn't look very strong, holding back to keep the match evenly matched. Then, after Lu Lianhai had taken out several players and there weren't many left on the field, Chao Yang suddenly went all out and secured second place in the group. Chao Yang's number 6 incident also gave many people food for thought, which made the competition even more cutthroat in the rounds that followed. The seeded player in the second round was Fan Rui, and there were also some of Su Can's acquaintances in the group. However, Fan Rui lacked the intimidating presence of Wang Yuntao. Right from the start, several players charged at him. It wasn't until Fan Rui used his bloodshed battle axe to brutally cut down several opponents that everyone finally backed off. The tournament continued, and soon it was time for the 6th match. The seeded players from the first 5 matches had all advanced. None had been eliminated. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the top-seeded players. They were indeed formidable and truly lived up to their status as seeds. It's my turn. Su Can stood up finally. He'd get to have a proper fight. He hoped his upcoming opponent Wu Ti let him down. A glint of fighting spirit shone in Su Can's eyes. It's Su Can's group. I'm so jealous of them. The seeded players in the first 5 groups were just too strong. It's like there's only one spot left for all the others to compete for. But in this group, they're competing for 2 spots. Do you guys really look down on Su Can that much? After all, he's a technique genius, and his vitality has gone up too. Gone up? Even if it has, his vitality is probably only around 8.2 at most, right? Who here doesn't have a vitality of at least 8? His technique is indeed strong, but Su Can doesn't have the overwhelming strength of the seeded competitors in the earlier groups. In that case, several people will definitely team up against him, and Su Can certainly won't stand a chance. The speaker was a pale-faced scholar, fanning himself with a folding fan. I still think Su can secure a spot. Let us wait and see. Amid the crowd's discussions, the 20 contestants for the 6th round took the stage one by one. The vast majority of eyes turned toward them. Clearly, everyone was very interested in Su Can. Even Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi turned their gaze his way, their eyes filled with curiosity. It wasn't that they viewed Su Can as a rival. They were simply curious about this king of controversy, nothing more. As far as they were concerned, aside from each other, there was no one else in the entire Haishi region worthy of being considered a rival. Lin Xia, you say? Nonsense, they never once regarded that freak Lin Xia as a rival. Su Can, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're capable of. In the contestants' seating area, Su Can had quite a few familiar faces. Excluding Su Can himself, there were 21 contestants representing Green City. Then there was the group that had gone to the training camp with him last time, people like Fan Rui and Fan Xan, as well as Tu Mingji and others who didn't take kindly to Su Can. Add to that the few from other training camps who crossed paths with Su Kan and gone together to the governor to claim their rewards. Every single one of them was particularly curious about Su Kan's combat prowess. They had all lost to Su. All three were formidable opponents. The strongest among them was likely ranked within the top 100 in the province, while the other two were likely in the top 200. If she were facing such an attack, it wouldn't be easy. She'd inevitably have to trade blows. Quick draw technique. Just as everyone thought Su Kan had been intimidated by the trio's attack, he moved. Oh no! The head referee hadn't intervened in any of the previous 5 free-for-alls. To them, as tiered warriors, these fighters' movements were too slow. They could easily save Su Kan in less than 0.1 seconds, just as the attacks were about to land. As the head referee, he was naturally the strongest of the 5 and by a whole tier. He was stationed here precisely to prepare for any contingencies. With his strength, simply standing there allowed him to monitor the entire arena. He was essentially the last line of defense. Originally, he had been quite composed. But the moment Su Kan drew his sword, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he struck out almost instinctively. Su Kan's agility was too fast. So fast that even he couldn't block Su Kan's attack in time. Acting on instinct, he could only swing at Su Kan. Ha! Su Kan sensed the danger and shifted slightly, allowing the referee to instantly close the distance to the 3 and block Su Kan's quick draw technique. Beads of cold sweat broke out on the referee's south forehead. So very close. With his skill, he could naturally foresee the outcome. If he'd been even a split second slower, Su Kan would have taken all 3 of them out with a single strike. It was just too fast. From the moment Su Kan struck to the referee's intervention, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Many in the audience didn't even notice what had happened, including Yan Shushue, who had been watching this side of the arena the whole time. She looked completely puzzled. Why did the referee suddenly step in? You 3 are eliminated. The referee had blocked Su Kan's attack, and this time, the block sent a significant recoil back at Su Kan, leaving him slightly flustered. We're eliminated? The 3 of them still had no idea they'd just been hanging by a thread. They were simply confused about what had just happened. One of them even seemed to be questioning the referee's judgment. It was as if the head referee were favoring Su Kan. Otherwise, Su Kan might have lost just now. However, as a figure considered among the strongest in tiered warrior, the head referee naturally wouldn't waste time on idle chatter with these people. With a single wave of his hand, he sent the 3 of them out. Just now. In the competitors' seating area. Very few people had clearly seen Su Kan's movements. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi had both seen it, but even the 2 of them couldn't make out the details clearly. Upon noticing Su Kan's quick draw technique, they both stood up from their seats, the composure they'd previously displayed long gone from their eyes. As for the 2 supreme martial academies, they were actually only interested in Lin Xie, but Lin Xie had already been recruited by Di Wu. As for Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi, they're decent. They're on the cusp of qualifying for special admission. Geniuses like them are practically top tier in Haishi province, but on a national scale, they're just average. Not many, but not few either. But the moment they saw Su Kan draw his blade, all 10 instructors reacted. Who said this kid's vitality wouldn't exceed 8.2? Just that single burst of power he unleashed just now, it was definitely no less than 8.5. He went from 3.5 to 7.6 in a month, then took another 10 days to boost his vitality to 8.5. That's some serious vitality talent. But what is even more impressive is his talent for advanced techniques. The instructors from the 2 great supreme martial academies' eyes lit up with their expertise. They could see far more than Wang Yuntao and the others could. While Wang Yuntao and the others were watching Su Kan's progress with the quick draw technique, these instructors were observing Su Kan's understanding of the technique itself. It seemed he was on the verge of grasping the embryonic form of sword intent, didn't he? They hadn't expected to encounter such a promising prospect on this trip to Haishi. Not bad, it was worth a shot. The 2 exchanged a glance, each reading the other's thoughts. Of course, they merely felt that Su Kan was worthy of special recruitment, but that was all. It was worth a shot. Even if they couldn't recruit him, it wouldn't matter. This was entirely different from Lin Xiao's status as a heavyweight. The match continues. Su Kan and the others on the field had no idea what those above were thinking. After the head referee escorted the three men out, he addressed Su Kan with a blank expression. "All right." Su Kan nodded, paying no mind to what had just happened, though he muttered to himself, "I should have gone a bit slower just now, I overestimated them." Su Kan had originally thought that a tiered warrior could easily block his attacks, which was why he planned to take it seriously to make an example of them and show off a bit of his true strength. Now it seemed their strength wasn't nearly as formidable as he imagined. As for the other 16 people on the field, they had no idea what had just happened. All they saw was the three men launching an attack on Su Kan, then Su Kan's hand gripping the hilt of his blade, and then the referee intervened. Wait a minute. Quite a few of them suddenly realized something. What they just witnessed seemed to show the referee blocking Su Kan's knife, but when exactly had Su Kan drawn it? Yan Shushua suddenly recalled an earlier incident on the virtual combat platform, when she hadn't been able to see Su Kan's quick draw technique clearly and had mistakenly thought the platform, these people were too weak. Even among the 624 competitors in this tournament, the lowest vitality score was still above 8, and one of the guys charging at him even had a vitality of 8.6. But facing them was as easy as mowing down minor enemies. Quick draw technique. Another single strike, 3 down. The head referee intervened instantly. To make the three feel the danger, he deliberately waited until the attack was about to land on them before stepping in to send them flying. Now everyone saw clearly. Su Kan shifted his body slightly to the side. This time, he didn't use the quick draw technique. Instead, he swung his greatsword to block the attacks of the other two. The next second, with an incredibly deft basic blade technique, Su Kan defeated both of them in just 2 strikes. By this point, Su Kan had already eliminated 8 people. Only then did everyone truly grasp Su Kan's true strength. This guy was definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered at will, he was a dangerous tiger. Silence fell around Su Kan. His prowess had earned him everyone's respect, and many competitors in the audience looked on in shock. Su Kan, how can he be this insane? Isn't his vitality only 8.2? Tu Mingji's mind was raging with fury. He refused to accept losing to Su Kan on the virtual combat platform. He wanted to redeem himself in the real world. He had originally been brimming with confidence, but now, he felt he wasn't a match for Su Kan either. The agility behind Su Kan's strike was simply too fast. If he were honest with himself, he knew he couldn't block it. That's Su Kan. Han Huaping felt this most keenly, because his specialty was the quick draw technique. He had originally thought that while there was indeed a gap between him and Su Kan in the quick draw technique, it was limited, the kind he could bridge. But today, he let out a wry smile. The gap was just too wide. Countless people were speechless, at a loss for words. Online forums and discussion boards across the entire Haishi province were once again dominated by Su Kan. Only this time, no one was criticizing him or claiming his vitality was lacking. The screens were filled with posts saying, "Su Kan is awesome. He really is awesome. By the way, do you guys think Su Kan has a shot at competing for the championship?" Just then, a post like this appeared on the forum, startling everyone. The championship? Competing for the championship against Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi? Many people instinctively wanted to reply, impossible. But as soon as they typed those words, they deleted them. Impossible? They thought it was impossible before, too. The competition continued without any major changes after Su Kan revealed her true strength. The other qualifier from Su Kan's group was Yan Shushua, though her path to advancement was far from easy. She wasn't the only number 6 on the field. Besides Yan Shushua, there was another male competitor with a similar ranking who had also been holding back. In the end, when he saw the field thinning out, he was the first to make his move. Yan Shushua then seized the opportunity and secured the second spot in that round. The subsequent matches saw all sorts of twists and turns. They even resorted to counter-espionage tactics and undercover agents. This led to the elimination of many players who had ranked among the top 64 in the province, and even 5 seeded players were knocked out. The 32 matches lasted nearly half a day before finally concluding. Su Kan watched the entire event overall, The competition was quite entertaining. The first round free for all is over. We now invite the 2 advancing members from each group to come to the stage to draw lots and determine their opponents. Seated players, please proceed to the left. For the draw, unseated players, please go to the right. Staff members guided the advancing participants to their respective positions, where they lined up according to their groups. Since all 5 seated players had been eliminated, the seated spots were naturally awarded to the top performers. A total of 64 players, 32 on each side. Sukan actually recognized quite a few of them. Green City had pretty good luck this time around. Chenping, Luo Xiu, and 3 others all advanced, bringing the total to 6, including Sukan. 2 seated spots, 4 unseated spots. There were also 4 others, including Fan Rui from Lichang No. 2 High School and Tu Mingji from Xiangchang No. 2 High School, as well as several participants from other training camps, such as the 3 heroes of Haichang and Guadxian. All told, there were more than 10 of them, occupying at least a quarter of the spots. As everyone took their places, the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly intense. The second round would follow the traditional knockout format, with head-to-head matches to determine the ultimate champion. However, why him? Tu Mingji raged inwardly. Had he not witnessed Sukan's lightning-fast quick-draw technique, he would still have been confident. But now, he really wasn't so sure. My vitality is 8.9, and my spirit-shattering halberd has reached 49%. As long as I'm careful, I still have a chance. Tu Mingji forced himself to calm down. He couldn't panic. But why him of all people? Tu Mingji sighed. If it had been anyone else, losing would have been just that, a loss. But Sukan during training camp and even after leaving it, he'd spoken quite a bit of ill of Sukan, even claiming that if he were to fight Sukan, he'd beat him so badly Sukan wouldn't even be able to find his own teeth. Now that fate had given him this chance, Tu Mingji didn't really feel like taking it seriously. The draw was complete. The vast majority of the unseated players looked grim, especially those who'd drawn opponents like Wan Yuntao. Despair was written all over their faces. How were they supposed to put on a good show? It was simply impossible. Still, no one wanted to concede defeat. Although this was a competition, for most of them, the most important thing was actually to showcase their abilities. Showing their best side and catching the attention of the 2 major martial academies or even the 2 supreme martial academies is what matters most to them. Alright, everyone, go back and rest for a bit, have something to eat, and be ready to enter the venue promptly at 7:50 p.m. That's when the random match pairings will begin, and the competition starts right at 8 p.m. Alright. It was almost 6 p.m. now, so it was indeed about time for dinner. After eating and resting for a bit, they would proceed with the next round of competition. The organizers had, of course, prepared meals, but these were reserved only for the 64 contestants who had advanced. The rest, who had been eliminated, would have to find their own meals. The spread was plentiful. There was even plenty of calamity beast meat. Sukan wolfed it down, instantly replenishing 15 energy, which brought a huge smile to his face. Although Sukan already had plenty of resources, this time he managed to snag 10 vitality cores, 10 technique cores, 10 breakthrough cores, and 1 origin core from the Minotaur Lord. That's right, the Minotaur Lord had given Sukan the 9th floor reward he'd previously used to tempt him, causing Sukan's resources to skyrocket. 13 vitality cores. 11 technique cores. 11 breakthrough cores. 1 origin core. These are the elixirs Sukan currently possesses. As for vitality pills, Sukan exchanged 170 of them directly at school, which used up all his school credits. Sukan originally had 320,000 credits at school. After placing first in the city and 36th in the province, the school awarded him 2 million credits as a first-place bonus. On top of that, last week's settlement also gave Sukan 400,000 credits. Furthermore, the principal told Sukan that he would receive 400,000 credits every week from now on, all the way until the college entrance exams. 2.72 million credits equaled exactly 170 vitality pills, not one more, not one less. Sukan's resources were indeed piling up, he simply couldn't use them all. With 1.85 million points sitting unused in his bank account, Sukan transferred 350,000 to his parents and kept 1.5 million for himself. It wasn't that Sukan didn't want to transfer more, it was that his parents refused to accept it. It took him a long time to convince them to accept even these 350,000 points. There were also 10 million points still untouched at the club. On top of that, thanks to Sukan's outstanding performance in the challenge dungeon, the Green City military had also awarded him 2 million in resource subsidies. The city lord's mansion had even inquired about Sukan's housing situation and promised that if he managed to break into the top 10 this time, they would gift his family a 150 square meter apartment in the happy community. Naturally, this filled Sukan with fighting spirit. With all these resources, plus over 1,000 energy still in his possession, Sukan was currently quite well stocked. During this time, Wang Yuntao came over to introduce himself to Sukan, a very enthusiastic and interesting genius. As for Qinping and the others, they naturally gathered around Sukan as their center. Even Fan Rui and the three heroes of Haicheng joined in, making for quite a lively scene. It was soon 7:50 p.m. The evening crowd was even larger than the daytime one, with at least 300,000 to 500,000 spectators in attendance. Only the Haishi Sports Plaza was large enough to accommodate such a massive crowd, otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to fit everyone in. Let us begin. As the 64 competitors took the stage and took their seats in the contestants' area, the big screen began displaying the match schedule. The 32 matches were listed in order. First match: Sukan vs. Tumingji. It's my turn already? Sukan looked surprised, then broke into a smile. That is fine. Better to get it over with early and go rest. As for the matches that follow, Sukan had no interest. He really had no interest. It wasn't that Sukan was arrogant, it was just that Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi's opponents were too weak. There was no point in Sukan staying here to scout the competition. Why watch them finish off their opponents in a split second? Sukan had no interest in that. The free-for-all during the day was worth watching, but this was truly unnecessary. This soon? Tumingji didn't look too happy. He'd been trying to reassure and calm himself all evening, but the unease gnawing at him only grew stronger. The remaining match order had been announced. Sukan glanced at it. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were both past the 20th match, so there was even less reason to wait. Let us just get this over with. Sukan muttered under his breath, still sitting in his seat. The match didn't start until 8 p.m. sharp. There were still several minutes to go. He'd wait until the host called his name before heading up. As the match schedule was confirmed, the spectators around them began to discuss it. The contestants who had been eliminated, of course, were not allowed into the competitors' area, but the organizers, out of consideration for their status, had given them seats very close by so they could watch the matches up close. Sukan, the very first match is Sukan. Great! Finally, we get to see Sukan's quick draw technique. But who is this Tumingji? I've never heard of him. Tumingji? I don't know what he is like either, but since he made it this far, he must be pretty good, right? I know Tumingji. He is the top prodigy at Shangqing No. 2 High School, and he ranked 68th in the provincial quality inspection this time. 68th? Well, if he made it this far, he must have had some luck on his side. But what do you guys think? Can Sukan take out this Tumingji in a single move? Isn't that a given? You're right. Not a single spectator in the audience had high hopes for Tumingji. After all, Sukan had already taken out opponents slightly weaker than Tumingji in the free-for-all rounds. It seems only Tumingji himself is blind to reality, still lost in the delusions he has created for himself. In fact, many people simply can't see themselves clearly. They think they're the top student in their school, or even among the top 2 in the entire city, and believe that makes them something special. But in reality, if you put them on a national scale, they wouldn't even make it into the 3rd tier, let alone the very top. Please, both contestants, take the stage. As the hostess' voice trailed off, Sukan slowly rose to his feet, looking completely at ease. On the other side, Tumingji swallowed hard and stood up, his face somewhat pale. The pressure he was under was immense, truly immense. The contrast between the two competitors was clearly evident to everyone. The difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. The distance from the contestants' seats to the battle arena was very short. The arena was also much smaller than the chaotic battlefield from earlier that day, reduced to a 50-50 layout. The two contestants took their positions, standing about 10 meters apart. Begin the match. Without any preamble, the referee announced the start the moment both contestants were in position. My strength is absolutely no weaker than Sukan's. Die. Once on the stage, Tumingji suppressed the unease in his heart, gripped his high-grade steel broadsword tightly, and with all his might, brought it down in a fierce swing. Lightning speed sword slash. It was indeed quite impressive. Unfortunately, in Sukan's eyes, this strike was far below par. His agility was also too slow. Too slow. Where's your lightning? Sukan curled his lip, shifted his body slightly to the side to dodge Tumingji's attack, and with a casual flick of his wrist without even using the quick draw technique knocked the high-grade steel broadsword right out of Tumingji's hand. The casual manner in which he did it made it look as if he were bullying a child. Ha! Tumingji was completely dumbfounded. Where was his sword? How could Sukan have knocked his sword away just like that? Wasn't their battle supposed to be a fierce 300-round contest, with the winner only determined by the skin of their teeth in the end? You lost. Sukan's sword remained sheathed, the hilt pressed against Tumingji's forehead, his tone flat. I lost. Tumingji slumped to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. He had actually been effortlessly defeated by someone he had once looked down on. So strong. In contrast to Tumingji's inner thoughts, everyone else's eyes widened in shock. They had imagined Sukan defeating Tumingji in an instant, but they never expected that Sukan wouldn't even need to use the quick draw technique. Just a flick of the blade and a thrust were enough to end the match. Has Sukan's basic blade technique already reached the third stage? Wow, that is terrifying. The third stage apart from those three, someone else's basic method has reached the third stage too. Heishi is really stepping up this year. That's right. Last year, only 2 people from all of Heishi made it into the national top 100. This time we have these 3, and if we add Sukan, that makes 4. Don't get too excited just yet. It's not just us from Heishi this year, there are even more prodigies from other provinces than before. Sukan had no idea what everyone was discussing after winning the match. He stepped off the stage and left. Before leaving, he did say goodbye to quite a few people. The next day's competition was much more packed. In the morning, 16 down to 8; in the afternoon, 8 down to 4; and in the evening, 4 down to 2. The final match for first and second place, as well as the match for third place, were naturally scheduled for the third day. The entire tournament didn't last long, just 3 days. It's worth noting that, aside from Chen Ping, the other 4 had all been eliminated. The seeded players were no pushovers. Of those who advanced to the top 16, nearly half were people Sukan knew. Chen Ping, the 3 heroes of Haicheng, Guixian, Fan Rui, and Wang Yuntao, who had exchanged greetings with Sukan. As for the remaining unfamiliar faces, even if you picked one at random, they'd still be the top talents from their respective cities or the standout prodigies from renowned high schools in Heishi City. In the round of 16, Sukan's opponent was Fan Rui, an old friend. Sukan remembered that when he first entered the training camp, Fan Rui had made him feel quite intimidated. Now, however, he seemed rather ordinary. Facing an old friend with whom he still had a decent relationship, Sukan didn't finish him off immediately. Instead, he engaged in a proper exchange of moves, hoping to draw out Fan Rui's full potential. Fan Rui understood Sukan's intentions and gave him a grateful look. After all, the whole point of this competition was to showcase one's abilities in hopes of catching the eye of the 2 premier academies. Fan Rui's goal was naturally the same. Although he knew his chances were slim, performing as well as possible would at least give him a better shot, right? The prizes for this competition were rather modest, mostly symbolic, as is the case with most official tournaments. However, the private rewards offered by their respective cities were a different story. The 2 battled for over 10 minutes, with Fan Rui showcasing the very best of his axe techniques on that final swing. Fan Rui even surpassed his usual performance. You're welcome. Su Ken remained quite friendly toward his friend. This was Su Ken's fourth match, and with only 4 more to go, he decided to stick around and watch the rest rather than leave. The fifth match featured Wang Yuntao, whose opponent was an old acquaintance of Su Ken's, Hong Huaping, the master of the quick draw technique. Unfortunately, the gap in their abilities was too great. Wang Yuntao barely had to show his true strength with a light tap of his gun. The explosive force engulfed Hong Huaping, ending the match in a single move. Li Lingxi's match was much the same. Her weapon was rather unique, a very niche type of weapon. The Ziwu Mandarin duck halberds. The halberds are divided into Zi and Wu, one male and one female. When wielded in training, they open and close in an intertwined dance, never parting, much like a pair of Mandarin ducks. They are also known as the Sun Moon Heaven Earth swords. This type of weapon is extremely rare, and mastering it is no easy feat, but once mastered, it makes for a truly formidable opponent. Su Ken watched as Li Lingxi subdued her opponent in an instant, all without even drawing much upon her vitality. This Li Lingxi is ranked even higher than Wang Yuntao, and she wields such an exotic weapon she'll likely be even tougher to handle than Wang Yuntao. Su Ken wasn't afraid, though he actually hoped his opponent would be stronger. That would make things more interesting. As long as the opponent wasn't a tiered warrior, everything would be manageable. In the end, there were only a few people among the top 8 whom Su Ken knew. Apart from Wang Yuntao, there was only Deng Wanjie, the leader of the 3 heroes of Haicheng. Everyone else had been eliminated. It couldn't be helped the group that had attended the training camp last time wasn't among the very top ranked in the province to begin with. Of those who made the top 10, only Hong Huaping 10th place and Deng Wanjie 7th place remained. The rest were all ranked outside the top 10. The remaining 8 had all participated in national-level training camps. Once the quarter-finalists were confirmed, they all took the stage to draw lots as the host announced. This time, all 8 drew lots marked with numbers 1 through 8. Number 1 would face number 8, number 2 would face number 7, and so on. The match order was immediately set, number 1 versus number 8 in the first match, and so on. After the draw, Su Ken drew number 6. It had to be said that he really did have a special connection with the number 6, he just didn't know who number 3 was. My opponent is Li Lingxi? Deng Shiji drew number 1. He happened to catch a glimpse of the number Li Lingxi had drawn. It was number 8. Deng Shiji instantly put on a pained expression. There was simply no way he could compete against that. Take it in stride. Su Ken, standing right next to Deng Shiji, offered a cheerful word of comfort. Deng Shiji gave a wry smile and asked, "What number did you get?" "Number 6. Number 6? Upon hearing Su Ken's number, Wang Yuntao's voice rang out. "What a coincidence, I'm number 3. You're number 3? Wang Yuntao's words instantly caught the attention of everyone in the arena. The other 4 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Lingxi would be facing Deng Shiji. Wang Yuntao was matched up against Su Ken again, which was absolutely a stroke of luck for the other 4. Otherwise, no matter which of the 4 faced either of those 2, they'd have no choice but to lose. Although all 4 were top 10 prodigies in the province, they were well aware of their own limitations. They were simply in a different league compared to Wang Yuntao. While their vitality levels were roughly equal, their technique was worlds apart. They simply weren't on the same level. "That's right, I'm number 3. Wang Yuntao grinned, his gaze fixed on Su Ken with a hint of combat intent. To be honest, he was genuinely quite interested in Su Ken. He was the one he most wanted to face off against. As for Li Lingxi? Forget about that crazy woman. Her Ziwu Mandarin duck halberd is way too annoying, or rather, her bagua palm is way too annoying. That's right, it's the bagua palm. Using the axe as a substitute for her palm, Li Lingxi's Ziwu Mandarin duck axe was unbelievably agile. Whenever his attacks entered her range, it felt as if they were being stuck to something. He really didn't like fighting Li Lingxi. He much preferred a battle that was fast-paced and exhilarating. What a coincidence. Su Ken grinned widely as well. He was quite interested in Wang Yuntao, too. He'd been looking forward to facing off against these super-talented prodigies for quite some time. The rest of the participants had been divided into groups, and the competition began. Deng Shiji took the stage with a long face. What kind of situation was this? He really had absolutely no anticipation for this fight. The match was a foregone conclusion. Deng Shiji's attacks couldn't break through Li Lingxi's defense at all. After parrying 2 moves, Li Lingxi wielded his Ziwu Mandarin duck axe with the agility of a human hand, effortlessly breaking through Deng Shiji's attacks and taking him out in an instant. If this had been a life or death battle, Deng Shiji would have been killed on the spot. That's just how huge the gap was. The second match was much more intense. It pitted Zhou Zhang, ranked 4th in the province and nicknamed the Little Martial King, against Lin Fengyun, the Blood Slaughterer, who was ranked 5th. The gap in strength between the two was minimal, and the battle was a neck-and-neck, nail-biting contest. In the end, the Little Martial King Zhou Zhang edged out Lin Fengyun, defeating him at the cost of a minor injury and advancing to the semi-finals. The audience in the stands, as well as viewers watching the TV broadcast, were completely captivated. As the matches to advance from the round of 64 to the round of 32 began, they were broadcast live, allowing the entire province to witness the competitors' heroic performances on the court. By this stage, viewers watching the live broadcast were left speechless. Especially in cities like Green City, people were all gaping in disbelief. Whoa, is this really the skill level of today's high school students? That's terrifying. I feel like I wouldn't even last a single move against them. Be confident, don't let your feelings get in the way. Ahem, you're just speaking the brutal truth, but the next match is Su Can's. Mentioning Su Can sent the Green City viewers watching the livestream into a frenzy. The quarterfinals. This is the quarterfinals. It's been years, it's been ages since anyone from Green City made it to the quarterfinals. Even with a super talented player like Chen Ping emerging this year, he still fell short in the round of 16. Su Can will win for sure. Soon, this message popped up in the comment stream. Although many Green City fans who saw it rationally acknowledged that Su Can's chances of winning weren't high, driven by their pride as Green City supporters, the chat was filled with nothing but Su Can will win. Still, some people spoke their minds. Ahem, I really don't want to say this, but when you compare their strengths, Su Can and Wang Yuntao are actually on par with each other. It's just that his chances aren't great. But please don't bash me if Su Can really beats Wang Yuntao, I'll apologize. Many people were about to lash out at those comments, but when they saw that last line, they held back. It all comes down to the match between Su Can and Wang Yuntao. Let's hope Su Can doesn't let them down. Su, old Su, your little Ken is on stage. Hong Tiange. The name sounds nice, but it's actually one of Green City's shanty towns, and it's also the neighborhood where Su Can lives. Even in a shanty town like this, though, there are small shops with TVs. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su Can, a resident of their own neighborhood, was on TV competing in the province's top high school invitational tournament, how could they not come take a look? Many people put aside whatever they were doing and crowded around the convenience store's TV, just to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. As for Su Can's parents? Ever since Su Can and Su Quan had another late-night talk a few days ago, Su Quan had let go of the burden he'd been carrying and stopped going out to work. Instead, he stayed home to take care of Lin Susu. Sure enough, upon learning that his son was on TV competing in the Haishi Province High School Invitational Tournament, he was over the moon and couldn't help but excitedly tell everyone he met. How did you know my son is competing in the Haishi Province High School Invitational Tournament? Whenever someone responded, he'd say. And do you know he'll be on TV in a few days, broadcast live across the province? Thanks to Su Quan's enthusiastic promotion, there wasn't a single person in the entire shantytown who didn't know Su Can. Ha, that kid. Su Quan wasn't much of a talker to begin with, but at that moment, watching Su Can on TV, he laughed until he started crying. Lin Susu's eyes were also red and swollen. The people around them naturally saw their reactions and understood exactly why they were crying. Brother Can, go for it. You're definitely going to win. A clean-cut teenager clenched his fist so tightly that the veins stood out. If there had been a voiceover at that moment, we would have known that this teenager was the same one who had given up martial arts at the beginning. Go, Su Can. At that moment, many people who knew Su Can were cheering him on in front of their TV screens. At Lin Ying's house. Her maternal uncle and aunt had also invited quite a few guests over to watch TV, claiming it was to watch their nephew's match. These people all knew exactly who the nephew they were referring to was, so naturally, they had all come. Lin Ying looked at the crowd, among whom were many whose status and standing surpassed even her father's, all of them flattering her father because of Su Kan. Her feelings were extremely complicated. Su Kan, have you really grown to this level? Even just by virtue of being your cousin, you can make so many people go out of their way for you. Lin Ying clenched her fists. At that moment, she deeply understood the true meaning of genius. Su Kan, go for it. Green City No. 2 High School, the Starlight Club, the general store near the Treasure Guild, the Sanctuary Training Camp. In many places, people connected to Su Kan had gathered. They were all watching Su Kan on TV because of him, gazing at his dazzling radiance and cheering him on. Of course, there were also some who disliked Su Kan and were cursing him. But none of that mattered to Su Kan for the moment. Right now, in Su Kan's eyes, there was only Wang Yuntao. Su Kan from Green City No. 2 High School, I look forward to your guidance. Su Kan clasped his fists in a traditional salute toward Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Wang Yuntao from Haishi No. 1 High School, I look forward to your guidance. In the competitors' seating area, Li Lingxi, who had been looking down at her phone, raised her head and fixed her gaze on Su Kan and Wang Yuntao, saying nothing. With their mutual greetings, the match officially began. Su Kan did not use the quick draw technique. Wang Yuntao didn't use the point steel spear technique either. Both of them went straight to the basic method, preparing to fight using the most fundamental combat style first. In fact, in his previous matches, Wang Yuntao had also only used the basic method and hadn't employed the point steel spear technique. At the provincial mock competition over 10 days ago, Wang Yuntao's basic method had already reached 22% of stage 3. It's absolutely impossible that he hasn't improved at all in the past 10 odd days. Meanwhile, my basic blade technique is only at 14% of stage 3. I'm slightly behind Wang Yuntao. My vitality is only 8.6, while Wang Yuntao has long since reached 9.9. That gap is even wider. Normally, I wouldn't stand a chance against him, but my advanced technique is definitely superior to his. I've also begun to develop the rudiments of blade intent, and combined with my blade physique, I still have a fighting chance. Before the match began, Su Kan had already started analyzing the situation. As soon as they clashed, it became clear that Wang Yuntao's spear technique was truly formidable. This was the first time Su Kan had ever been at a disadvantage when competing basic method against someone his own age. Wang Yuntao's foundational gunplay was rock solid. Every shot felt nearly impossible to dodge. Under Wang Yuntao's relentless pressure, Su Kan had no choice but to pull out all the stops. Fortunately, Su Kan's nascent blade intent was no pushover either. Bolstered by its power, Su Kan managed to hold his own, trading blows back and forth with Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao had been very confident at first. He was certain he could force Su Kan to use his quick draw technique with just the basic method, and then defeat him with his point of contact spear technique. Su Kan's quick draw technique was indeed fast, but sometimes, having high agility doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger. As long as he kept his distance from Su Kan and didn't get too close, his reaction speed would allow him to dodge Su Kan's quick draw technique and even use the spear's length to his advantage in attacking. Of course, this was Wang Yuntao's strategy when his vitality wasn't significantly higher than Su Kan's. If he were fighting at the maximum vitality of 9.9, he was confident he could take down Su Kan in just a few moves, without even needing to use the pointing the steel spear technique. But it wasn't until he faced Su Kan in combat that Wang Yuntao realized just how formidable his opponent was. Su Kan's blade seemed almost alive. Though clearly less powerful and less refined than his own, it still traded blows with him back and forth, never falling behind. This truly startled Wang Yuntao. At the national training camp, he had certainly seen sword techniques more refined than Su Kan's, including some as monstrously skilled as Lin Xia's. But those opponents were simply strong. That was the difference. None of them were like Su Kan, clearly much weaker, yet still holding his own and even landing the occasional counterattack that made Wang Yuntao squirm. What is this? Wang Yuntao couldn't make out Su Kan's situation clearly, but the influential figures in the stands, as well as the instructors from the 10 great academies, all possessed keen discernment. Upon witnessing Sukin's sword technique, they couldn't help but look stunned. Is this the embryonic form of sword intent? Many couldn't believe they were seeing the embryonic form of sword intent in a high school student who wasn't even a tiered warrior. Sword intent, even in its embryonic form, is something only tiered warriors are qualified to experience. Or rather, many tiered warriors never even get to experience this embryonic stage. It's an extremely advanced concept. Not even Haishi Province's top prodigy, Lin Se, who had already entered the warrior realm, had mastered this embryonic stage. How is this possible? Many influential figures, including instructors from the 2 supreme academies, wondered if they had misjudged the situation, but upon seeing the reactions of others, they realized they must be correct. No wonder this kid used to be a complete unknown, only to suddenly burst onto the scene and become a so-called technique genius. So that's how it is. The instructors from Emperor Martial Academy and Demon Martial Academy had an epiphany. Everything suddenly made sense. The embryonic form, it was simply too profound. There had been others like this in the past, initially unknown, but after grasping the embryonic form, they shot to the top overnight, quickly becoming geniuses among geniuses. This made both of their eyes burn with intensity. They never expected to encounter such a genius on this trip to Haishi. It was well worth it. In their eyes, Sukin was no less important than Lin Se. Of course, this was contingent on Sukin successfully achieving tiered status and becoming a full-fledged warrior by the end of his first semester of freshman year. Lin Se has already been snapped up by the imperial capital. I absolutely must have this Sukin. With that thought, the Demon Martial Academy instructor secretly pulled out his phone and sent a message to the Academy's vice principal. This kid has grasped the rudiments of sword intent? The provincial governor's office. Zhang Ligua took a moment to have his secretary open the livestream featuring Sukin and Wang Yuntao, wanting to assess their skill levels. Both were the future of Haishi province, and as someone who had always paid close attention to student education, he naturally wouldn't miss this. With his level of expertise, he could see right through Sukin at a glance, even through the screen. Zhang Ligua looked surprised. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Xiaofeng, I happen to have a mountain-splitting diagram in my collection. Find an opportunity to send it to Sukin. What? The one called Xiaofeng was the same refined young man from before. Upon hearing Zhang Ligui's words, a look of shock flashed across his face. Sir, but that's... Good things are meant for the right people. Keeping it in my possession would just make it another item in my collection. Zhang Ligua waved his hand dismissively, and only then did the refined young man respond. Yes. If this keeps up, I'll either have to unleash vitality or resort to the pointed steel spear technique. Wang Yuntao felt increasingly frustrated as the fight went on. He really hated this feeling of being forced into a continuous retreat, even though his technique was clearly a cut above his opponent's basic method. Damn it, this is even harder to deal with than that crazy woman Li Lingxi. I can't take this anymore. Wang Yuntao flicked his spear upward, briefly knocking Sukin back. Pointed steel spear technique, first form, piercing the wind and clouds. Wang Yuntao's hand flickered as he struck with lightning-fast agility, piercing the air like a gale and thrusting directly towards Sukin's chest. Wang Yuntao was incredibly fast. This thrust sent a shudder through Sukin's entire body. Suddenly, a memory surfaced unconsciously in his mind, a man whose face he couldn't make out, his hand resting on a blade. Quick draw technique, first form, mountain-splitting slash. Sukin unconsciously mimicked the man's movements, murmuring the name of the strike in his mind. The blade in Sukin's hand was as fierce as a mountain crushing an egg wherever its gleam flashed. It seemed capable of cleaving mountains in two. Fast, just as fast. Clang! Blade and spear clashed. The immense force collided in midair, producing a violent clang of metal. Both Sukin and Wang Yuntao felt a tremendous force surge through their hands, causing their arms to go numb. Yet neither was willing to back down, so they gritted their teeth against the pain and locked weapons once more. In the space of a few breaths, they exchanged blows more than 10 times. A blur of swords and spears. The only referee left on the sidelines watched the duel with complete concentration, not daring to take his eyes off the action for a single moment. The audience below was left completely dumbfounded. Especially the contestants who had just entered the competition, their eyes were wide with astonishment. Is this the true strength of Su Kan and Wang Yuntao? That's just insane. If I went up there, I doubt even 10 of me would be enough to take them down in a split second. Hong Huaping swallowed hard. He'd always known there was a gap between himself and Su Kan, but he'd thought it was limited. During the provincial mock competition, I ranked exactly 10th, vitality 9.4, basic method stage 2 at 96%, advanced technique at 58%, and a total score of 609. Over the past 10 odd days, I haven't missed a single training session, and my skills have been steadily improving. My vitality went up by 0.1, basic method by 2%, and advanced technique by 1%. I originally thought that with these stats, even if I faced Su Kan, I wouldn't lose too badly. After all, my vitality had reached 9.5, giving me an advantage in that area. As Hong Huaping said this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had originally thought that the gap in basic method and technique was merely icing on the cake, something that would only play a decisive role when the overall strength difference was minimal. But he never expected the gap in technique to be this vast. Many of the eliminated contestants were momentarily stunned. They could accept Wang Yuntao's strength after all. Even to them, Wang Yuntao was a legendary figure. But Su Kan, for a moment, they really couldn't bring themselves to accept it. Even with the foreshadowing they'd been given, actually witnessing Su Kan's true strength left them feeling a bit disheartened. But with the facts staring them in the face, they had no choice but to accept it. Interesting. I never expected this Su Kan to push little Wang to this point. Li Lingxi put down her phone, a hint of excitement flickering in her otherwise calm eyes. But if that's all you've got, you're no match for little Wang. No sooner had Li Lingxi's words fallen than Wang Yuntao erupted into action. Pointed steel spear technique, second form, wandering dragon, fleeting swan. Vitality surged, bathing Wang Yuntao's body in a glow like the afterglow of a sunset. Wang Yuntao knew he couldn't defeat Su Kan if things continued this way, so he had no choice but to unleash his vitality. He couldn't lose. Unfortunately, he hadn't mastered this move yet. He'd only recently begun training in footwork. Wandering Dragon, Fleeting Swan emphasizes the coordination of footwork and spear technique, resembling a dragon gliding through the air, ever shifting and unpredictable. When the spear strikes, it's as fleeting as a swan-esque glimpse, making it impossible for the enemy to anticipate the direction of the attack. Wang Yuntao had only scratched the surface. With advanced techniques, anything learned before reaching 60% is essentially just the surface of the move. Not even a single form is truly mastered. Starting at 60% progress in Tier 1, the path begins to diverge. The first path is to remain on the surface, much like Su Kan did before, delving deeply into the agility aspect of the quick draw technique, constantly unlocking its potential to steadily increase its progress. However, this approach is extremely difficult. After all, the stage from 1% to 60% essentially involves pushing the potential of the advanced technique to the absolute limit of one's own understanding. Very few people use this method when breaking through the 60% bottleneck. Most opt for the second approach. The second approach involves learning the follow-up moves associated with that advanced technique. By studying these accompanying moves, one gains a deeper understanding of the technique from other angles and refines it, thereby accelerating progress. However, the details beyond this point are not as clearly defined. There are simply too many advanced techniques, and they come in a wide variety. Some advanced techniques have 13 moves, some only 11, and others as few as 3. The number of moves does not determine the quality of an advanced technique. A great man once said, "There are no weak advanced techniques, only weak people." As long as an advanced technique is cultivated to its absolute limit, it can unleash terrifying power enough to effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers. As for why Su Kan didn't study them when he reached the 60% stage? Actually, this was Su Kan's personal issue. Su Kan simply didn't know about them. That's right, he just didn't know. The root of the problem lies in a certain misunderstanding. The quick draw technique was taught to Su Kan by Teacher Chow. Because Su Kan's strength had improved so rapidly, Teacher Chow had long since stopped teaching him, mainly because his own skill level wasn't sufficient. Later on, when others saw Sukan's quick draw technique continuing to improve, and since Sukan rarely demonstrated it in front of others, no one paid it any mind. In fact, if the Minotaur Lord Han Ti happened to have a more advanced quick draw technique and Han Ti taught it to Sukan by implanting memories, transmitting both intent and imagery directly into his mind, Sukan might not have discovered these issues until he reached the 100% stage. But that's just fate. If Sukan had learned the techniques associated with the quick draw technique earlier, he wouldn't have been able to receive the teachings from the Minotaur Lord. The quick draw technique is a rather unique advanced technique with several different schools. In Donghuang alone, there are 3 schools. The first is the Flowing Heart Quick Draw Technique School, which pursues agility, focusing primarily on the agility required to draw the sword. The second school focuses on the attributes of the quick draw technique, infusing it with elemental power. This school alone is divided into various sub-branches. The third school maintains that mental power is the core of the quick draw technique. This school is the most wondrous and mysterious, and has the fewest practitioners. Sukan had heard of all these schools, though she had not yet had the chance to experience them firsthand. It was precisely for this reason that Sukan obtained the school from the Minotaur Lord, a school that did not exist in Donghuang, or even throughout the entire High Martial Academy continent. Let us see how you handle this now. Li Lingxi was quite familiar with Wang Yuntao. Although Wang Yuntao disliked sparring with her, the two often sparred with each other. This move was one of Wang Yuntao's trump cards, even she would have to give it her full attention. Add some points. Consumes 100 energy. Quick draw technique progress increases by 1%. Current progress, 98%. From 1% to 60%, it took 10 energy to gain 1% progress. Breaking through the 60% mark consumed 100 energy. From there up to the 90% stage, it takes 20 energy to gain 1%. Breaking through the 90% mark costs Sukan 500 energy, and each subsequent 1% increase would require 100 energy. Originally, before the battle, Sukan's quick draw technique was at 96% progress, but because she mastered the mountain splitting slash right before the fight, her progress increased by 1%, saving Sukan 100 energy. Mountain splitting slash. The same opening move. It was just that the first time he used it, he was a bit clumsy. But this time, Sukan seemed as though he'd been tempered through countless trials. What? Wang Yuntao was brimming with absolute confidence. He was certain that this strike, delivered with all his might, would definitely defeat Sukan. Yet the moment Sukan launched his attack, he actually sensed a threat. The sword and spear clashed once more. This clash was far more intense than the previous one. Scorching heat radiated outward from their collision, blowing Wang Yuntao's hair back. Both Sukan and Wang Yuntao's knuckles split open from the impact, and bright red blood trickled down. Impossible! Wang Yuntao's pupils contracted sharply. The calm, confident expression on his face vanished. Throughout the previous battle, he had been brimming with confidence. Even when he failed to defeat Sukan after using the first form of the pointed steel spear technique, he had remained convinced of his superiority. That's why his mindset was so solid. He believed that as long as he unleashed his full potential, he could absolutely defeat Sukan. Absolutely. But with this move, he hadn't held back his vitality. He'd truly gone all out, and yet, had he only gained a slight advantage? This was hard for Wang Yuntao to accept, and his composure began to falter. Sukan, however, wasn't as preoccupied with such thoughts as Wang Yuntao. His eyes were fixed solely on Wang Yuntao and the blade in his hand. That last strike had felt incredible. It really was exhilarating. It was the first time he managed to fuse the embryonic form of his blade intent into the quick draw technique, which allowed him to unleash such power. Otherwise, that 1.3 point vitality gap wouldn't have been so easy to bridge. Slash! His battle blade whirled through the air. Sukan completely ignored the wound on his forehead and the pain, as if he couldn't feel it at all. No! I won lose. Wang Yuntao's mind went into a frenzy. He pulled his spear back, and once he did, he could no longer advance. Sukan advanced, Wang Yuntao retreated. Wang Yuntao managed to hold his ground for less than 3 minutes before he was defeated by Sukan. It was only the referee's intervention that stopped the attack. I lost. Upon hearing the referee announce the result, Wang Yuntao seemed completely dazed, as if he'd lost his soul, devoid of any vitality or spirit. Su Kan, meanwhile, snapped out of his state of total concentration and only then felt the pain in the web of his hand, which had completely split open. The pain made Su Kan furrow his brow, but he soon forgot the pain as he focused on the panel before him. Name, Su Kan. Vitality, 8.7 plus. Spirit, 50 plus. Constitution, Blade Physique plus. Technique, Basic Blade Technique Stage 3, 18% plus. Advanced Technique, Quick Draw Technique Tier 1, 99% plus. Blade Intent Embryo, 2%. Energy, 1260.6. The Blade Intent Embryo had increased. It had risen from 1% to 2%, deepening Su Kan's connection with his blade. The progress of the Quick Draw technique had also increased by another 1%. This 1% was achieved through his own efforts, meaning that during this battle, Su Kan had improved by 2% through his own insights. Basic blade technique increased by 4%, and vitality also rose by 0.1 during the battle. All benefits gained from this encounter. This made Su Kan marvel that combat truly is the best way to break through, especially high-pressure battles like this one. Of course, such battles aren't something one can experience frequently. One must have a certain foundation built up, otherwise, there is simply nothing to draw upon for transformation. The reason Su Kan was able to make such significant progress in this battle was precisely because, during the match just now, he had assimilated his previous accumulated experience. You've been kind to let me win, Brother Wang. Su Kan looked at Wang Yuntao's dazed expression and bowed with clasped fists once more. Upon hearing Su Kan's words, Wang Yuntao slowly snapped back to his senses, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You won. But next time, I definitely won't lose to you. Wang Yuntao was no ordinary person. He admitted that he had indeed lost his balance just now, but he had now regained his composure. This defeat wasn't entirely a bad thing for him. He had indeed been on a smooth, unchallenged path. Wang Yuntao consoled himself inwardly. In response to Wang Yuntao's words, Su Kan merely smiled and said nothing. You two, go tend to your injuries. The referee addressed the pair, and Su Kan and Wang Yuntao nodded. In a past life, this injury, while not life-threatening, would have significantly impacted daily life and required a long time to heal. But this time was different. Many tiered warriors possess special powers. To ensure the contestants could remain in top condition for battle without being hindered by injuries, organizers had specially invited tiered warriors who possessed the wood element and were skilled in healing. Su Kan had witnessed these individuals' abilities firsthand. For them, healing a minor injury was as simple as a light touch of the hand. This time, Su Kan and Wang Yuntao once again witnessed the power of this mysterious ability. In less than 30 seconds, the wound on Su Kan's thumb was completely healed, leaving not a single scar. The intense pain had vanished as well, as if Su Kan had never been injured at all. That's truly amazing. Su Kan looked at his fully healed thumb, raised his hand, and whistled in amazement. It really is amazing. Wang Yuntao couldn't help but marvel as well, his tone filled with admiration. Life before becoming a tiered and life after becoming a tiered are like two completely different worlds. Those who have reached tiered can wield extremely mysterious powers, control the forces of nature, command lightning, fly through the air, and rise above the ranks of ordinary mortals. Listening to Wang Yuntao's words, he seemed to know quite a bit about life after reaching tiered. Su Kan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What is the world of tiered like? What is the world of tiered like? Wang Yuntao paused for a moment before remembering Su Kan's identity. The look in his eyes as he looked at Su Kan grew complex. That Su Kan, a mere commoner, had managed to defeat him. He really had been living on borrowed time. The world after reaching tiered is truly amazing, more amazing than you could ever imagine. At the mention of this, Wang Yuntao grew excited. However, due to certain regulations, I can't go into too much detail with you. I can only give you a general overview. Su Kan pretended to listen intently. Before tiering, people were collectively referred to as warrior trainees. You probably already know that without me having to say it. It's only after tiering that one can be called a true warrior. The life structure within your body undergoes a transformation, and your lifespan continues to increase as that structure matures, as does your regenerative ability. These people usually refer to themselves as supernatural beings. Sukan nodded. He heard Yen Jun mention this last time. But that's just the most basic information. Many people know that. What I'm about to tell you is what most people don't know. Wang Yuntao lowered his voice and leaned close to Sukan's ear. Go ahead. You must have some doubts too. According to official information, those who are admitted to a top-tier martial academy are essentially halfway to becoming a warrior. Many even achieve warrior status before graduation, but the actual number of warriors appearing in the human world isn't that high, right? This question really struck a chord with Suk, and he had indeed harbored such doubts before. However, since Sukan knew so little about the world and because his social circle was too limited to gain access to such information, he hadn't looked into it further. But now, hearing Wang Yuntao speak, it seemed things weren't quite as they appeared. Actually, tiered warriors are divided into two categories. To be precise, there are 3 categories. 3 categories? Yes, exactly 3. The first category consists of the tiered warriors we can see on the surface. In fact, they're actually the first and second categories combined. Sukan didn't interrupt Wang Yuntao. He listened intently. After all, these were things he'd never heard from anyone else. How should I put this? There are some things I can't tell you. It's actually a bit complicated to explain. Wang Yuntao scratched his head, then found a way to explain it in words. Both of these categories can be said to have gone to a certain place and then returned. However, the first group escaped from there and signed a contract with the state, stipulating that they could never set foot in that place again nor disclose anything about it. The second group, on the other hand, completed their assigned tasks, earned merit, received state commendations, and due to factional considerations returned to build the nation and cultivate more talent. Upon hearing this, Sukan narrowed his eyes. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he naturally had many thoughts on the matter. There aren't that many people in these 2 categories, roughly 1/5 of the total? Or perhaps 1/4? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Since this is all information I've gathered indirectly, no one actually told me this directly. Wang Yuntao offered this explanation. Seeing the pensive look on Sukan's face, he fell silent, waiting until Sukan looked at him before continuing. The third category consists of those who have entered a certain realm, either taking up permanent residence there or signing some kind of contract that allows them to travel freely between the 2 realms. People who frequently wander between them. However, the risks for the third category are significant, and the mortality rate is quite high. Now that I've covered these 3 categories, I can tell you about the warrior's ranks. We'll start with the 9.9 vitality threshold. Once you reach 9.9 vitality, you can tap into the extraordinary power of the universe. By channeling this power into yourself, you generate attributes within your body and undergo a transformation. Only then can you become a warrior. There are many types of attributes, and new ones generally appear every year, but they can broadly be categorized into elemental, enhancement, spiritual, rule-based, and other types. Of course, this isn't limited to a single type. Take your quick draw technique school, for example. There is a branch that specializes in combining the quick draw technique with elements, but the most accomplished practitioners among them combine elements with spiritual essence to unleash even greater power. Then there are the enhancement type attributes, typically strength enhancement or agility enhancement, which can also be fused with other categories. Of course, this doesn't mean that fusion is the only path to greatness. Mastering a single attribute to its fullest potential is also very powerful. I seem to recall hearing that, later on, those who possess multiple extraordinary powers often struggle to reach certain realms due to certain shortcomings. Wang Yuntao gave an awkward smile at this point. Clearly, he didn't know much either. Then do you know the realm classifications beyond warrior? Sukan was very curious about this. The realm classifications beyond warrior? Wang Yuntao's eyes lit up. I actually do know a bit about that. Tell me more. When you first enter the warrior realm, you're at the warrior realm. The warrior realm is divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and extreme. It said these correspond to 10 vitality, 40 vitality, 70 vitality, and 90 vitality, respectively. However, it's worth noting that after tiering, vitality isn't the ultimate factor in determining combat power. Supernatural power is. Apparently, after tiering, they all try to learn new techniques or adapt the advanced techniques they've already learned to suit their own supernatural power. I don't know much about that part, so I'd rather not go into it. Let me just talk about the later realms instead. The second realm is the martial king realm, also known as the king among warriors. The king realm already? So soon? Sukan looked surprised. What's wrong? Wang Yuntao asked, puzzled. Nothing at all. Sukan gave an awkward laugh. The tiered system in this world is that complicated it seems to grant such terrifying power, so I guess you can't really call it fast, can you? It's said that those at the martial king realm can briefly walk on air and effortlessly destroy a mountain range with a single strike. They possess immense power. Of course, I've only heard this, I don't know much about it myself, but one thing is certain. Wang Yuntao paused here. When he saw Sukan's gaze fall on him again, he continued. The governor is definitely at the martial king realm, and among those at that realm, he is an exceptionally powerful figure. Sukan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't that a given? The next realm seems to be the martial god realm. I've only heard people talk about it, I don't know the specifics, so I won't speculate. But with God in the name, wow, you can just imagine how powerful that must be. Sukan nodded. Warrior realm, martial king realm, martial god realm, 3 realms? And there's south, that place Wang Yuntao mentioned. A look of excitement flashed in Sukan's eyes. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Sukan, I'm a teacher at Shuanghua Martial Academy. I watched your match earlier, and I think you'd be a great fit for our university. We've decided to offer you a special admission spot as a top-tier recruit. Sukan, don't listen to him. Our Hangqing Martial Academy took second place in last year's freshman tournament, and our overall strength far surpasses that of Shuanghua Martial Academy. As long as you're willing to join us at Hangqing Martial Academy, we'll offer you extremely generous rewards. As soon as they left the infirmary, several teachers who had been sitting in the stands earlier surrounded Sukan. Their eyes were fixed solely on Suk, and they completely ignored Wang Yuntao standing right beside him. This caused a dark vein to throb on Wang Yuntao's forehead. When had he, Wang Yuntao, ever been ignored like this? That's outrageous. Although he didn't care in the least about these people's invitations, after all, his goal had always been an invitation from one of the 2 supreme academies. Just like Lin Xia, he wanted to become a special admissions student at one of the 2 supreme academies. However, Wang Yuntao knew it would be difficult. After all, the 2 supreme academies only accepted a handful of special admissions students each year combined. The 2 schools probably admitted no more than 50 or 60 students. What? You think 50 or 60 is a lot? But the problem is that these spots are for the entire country. On average, not even 2 spots per province, and that's without even considering the 2 megacities, the imperial capital and Demon City. Although Wang Yuntao possessed exceptional talent, he didn't believe he was guaranteed to receive an invitation from the 2 supreme academies to become one of their special recruits. Wang Yuntao scanned the room and, upon realizing there were no instructors from the 2 supreme academies present, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're not from those 2 supreme academies, I don't care how many people come from the other martial academies. Although he was somewhat tempted by the perks offered by these martial academies, he knew full well the advantages of the 2 supreme academies and would never fall for their tricks. Take, for example, the annual training resources worth at least 100 million, plus a dedicated instructor, a master of the quick draw technique who had personally advanced the technique to its 3rd stage, brought in specifically to teach him. Even perks like a private villa and priority access to all kinds of rare treasures, he could ignore them all, and even hold his head high with pride. Is that all? That is, until he saw 2 familiar figures approaching. At that moment, he could no longer hold his head high. The competition wasn't over yet. The 2 contestants for the final match had just taken the stage when the instructors from the 8 double-key martial academies began leaving en masse. This made the 2 final contestants twitch their lips in disgust. It was simply too much. However, when they glanced at the two competitors in the heavyweight division, the ones they actually cared about, and saw they hadn't left, they breathed a sigh of relief. The people from the two supreme martial academies are still reliable. Unlike those from the double key martial academies, they got absolutely no standing. Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the instructor from the Demon Martial Academy stand up. With a slightly awkward smile, he said a few words and then left as well. This made their hearts skip a beat. No way it couldn't be, could it? But when they saw the smile vanish from the Emperor Martial Academy instructor's face and he, too, left within 10 seconds, the two instantly felt a sense of emptiness. After all, in this competition, determining the rankings was one thing, but the most important part was to show the people from these 10 martial academies their true strength, to demonstrate their absolute best right in front of them. But now that all 10 of them had left, what was the point? Wang Yuntao didn't know what they were supposed to do. But Wang Yuntao knew his mindset had completely collapsed, it had shattered. Hello, Su Kan. I'm Chen Guangliang, an instructor at Demon Martial Academy. Chen Guangliang, an instructor from the Demon Martial Academy, had arrived. He walked toward Su Kan with a beaming smile, his face showing no trace of arrogance, only sincerity. I'm here to invite you to join our Demon Martial Academy and become a part of our family. Chen Guangliang was bald, with a scalp that gleamed. His teeth were also very white. If this scene had been bathed in sunlight, Su Kan felt his head and teeth would have glowed. Are you willing? Chen Guangliang didn't mention benefits or perks, because there were many things that couldn't be discussed in a setting like this. Besides, he had already looked into Su Kan's background, a child from a poor family. He suspected that if he mentioned some of the perks, Su Kan wouldn't understand them and would need an explanation. Chen Guangliang, didn't you say you were going to the restroom? How did you end up here? Just then, a teasing voice rang out, interrupting Su Kan's words. When Chen Guangliang arrived, the teachers from the 8 dual university institutions all wore expressions of regret. They knew that once representatives from the 2 supreme institutions arrived, there would be nothing left for them to do. No matter what conditions they offered, the gap between their schools was too great, it would be nearly impossible to bridge it with resources alone. Unless the Demon Martial Academy was offering something other than a special admission spot, but if it wasn't a special admission spot, Chen Guangliang wouldn't have needed to come here in the first place. Upon hearing that voice, the radiant smile on Chen Guangliang's face vanished. So close, so very close. What a pity. Chen Guangliang knew that troublemaker had arrived. Ugh, what am I saying? Troublemaker? That was the wrong word. I just happened to be passing by. When I saw them here, I got curious and came over to take a look. Chen Guangliang chuckled without a trace of embarrassment. Anyone working in admissions who was easily embarrassed would been weeded out long ago. I know exactly what you're up to. The Diwu teacher gave a cold laugh, then turned his gaze to Su Kan, his expression immediately softening. Hello, Su Kan. I'm Zhuo Guangzhu, a teacher at Diwu. I'm not like that shameless guy Chen Guangliang. What a coincidence. Both teachers' names contained the character Guang Light. Of course, this thought only briefly crossed Su Kan's mind. Hello, Teacher Zhuo. Hello, Teacher Chen. Su Kan immediately replied respectfully. What a polite child, I like that. Once Zhuo Guangzhu arrived, he took charge as if he were the host, setting the tone for the gathering. Now that we're here, same old rule, you may all disperse. Zhuo Guangzhu glanced around. The teachers from the other 8 double-key martial academies rolled their eyes but said nothing. They all quietly left. Teacher Zhuo, I am. Wang Yuntao, standing nearby, swallowed hard before finally speaking up. I know who you are, Wang Yuntao, but there is nothing for you to do here for now. You may leave as well. Because what follows involves some classified matters. Teacher Zhuo's tone remained fairly polite. Hearing this, Wang Yuntao opened his mouth but ultimately left with a dejected expression. Now there are just the 3 of us left. Old Chen, do you want to state your terms first, or should I? Zhuo Guangzhu first glanced at Su Kan before turning his gaze to Chen Guangliang. You go first. Chen Guangliang curled his lip, then turned and walked away as well. However, Chen Guangliang didn't actually leave the area, he merely stepped back more than 20 meters and turned his back. Zhuo Guangzhu then took out something Su Can had never seen before and tossed it on the ground. Instantly, a pale blue veil enveloped Su Can and Zhuo Guangzhu. This is anti-eavesdropping equipment. Mainly because that guy Chen Guangliang is so shameless, he is always pulling underhanded tricks to eavesdrop. By the way, you must be curious about our actions. This is actually an agreement between our Diwu Academy and the Demon Martial Academy to avoid any unnecessary trouble. We always use this method meeting with you privately, and ultimately, it's up to you to decide which academy to join. Don't feel any pressure about it, this is standard procedure for everyone specially recruited by our two schools. Oh, and by the way, Lin Xie from your Haishi region was recruited by our Diwu Academy a while back. Zhuo Guangzhu was a master of conversation. With just a few sentences, he not only clarified the situation but also elevated his own standing while taking a subtle dig at the Demon Martial Academy. If Su Can were really just an 18-year-old senior in high school, he might have been swayed by those few words alone, developing a strong fondness for Diwu Academy. Unfortunately, Su Can wasn't that kind of person. Su Can simply nodded earnestly, staring intently at Zhuo Guangzhu. This reaction caused the smile on Zhuo Guangzhu's face to fade slightly, and he cursed inwardly. You little fox. Looks like I'll have to bleed a little more. Zhuo Guangzhu's smile remained gentle. Before I tell you about the perks, I need to fill you in on some things you don't know. That is the hierarchy of warriors after tiering. Post-tiered warriors are divided into 3 tiers: the warrior realm, the martial king realm, and the martial god realm. Zhuo Guangzhu had expected Su Can to look shocked, but to his surprise, Su Can showed little reaction, as if she had known all along. This puzzled Zhuo Guangzhu. He had Su Can's background checked yesterday. He shouldn't have been someone who knew these things. Moreover, no one would have told Su Can they didn't have the authority to do so. Of course, he was an exception. Because he needed to recruit Su Can as a special admissions student at Diwu. As a special admissions student at Diwu, even if he wasn't a tiered warrior, he was entitled to know these things. With that in mind, Zhuo Guangzhu gave Su Can a penetrating look. Resources are also categorized according to these 3 realms. They're generally referred to as first-tier resources, second-tier resources, and third-tier resources. By the way, items like vitality pills are considered non-tiered resources and aren't classified. However, the calamity pills you've encountered, even though they're relatively common among first-tier resources, are, of course, only early-stage first-tier calamity pills. The calamity beast cores used in them are also from early-stage first-tier calamity beasts. Su Can listened intently, as these were all concepts he had never heard of before. Early-stage first-tier resources are relatively abundant, and their value is significantly lower compared to mid-stage and late-stage first-tier resources. Let me explain using the calamity pills you're familiar with, so you can understand. A Tier 1, early-stage vitality core, which is the calamity pill commonly found in circulation, is valued at roughly 5 million per pill within our martial academy. There is no limit on the number you can exchange, meaning as long as you have the corresponding points, you can exchange as many as you want. Su Can nodded slightly upon hearing this. 5 million? It seemed the martial academies really did have an advantage. After all, on the open market, one would need 8 million martial coins, and even then, they'd be hard to come by without the right connections. Zhuo Guangzhu, unaware of Su Can's inner thoughts, continued. This holds true even for those 8 double key martial academies we just mentioned, or any key martial academy for that matter. But when it comes to a first-tier mid-grade vitality core, that's a different story. Even at double-key universities, they're only available in limited quantities. Here in the imperial capital, however, we offer unlimited exchanges, though the price is 30 million per piece. 30 million? Su Can exclaimed in shock. That was incredibly expensive. 30 million for a single pill. Who could possibly afford that? Zhuo Guangzhu noticed Su Can's reaction and quickened his pace. We've also started limiting the supply of late-stage, first-tier vitality cores, which are priced at 80 million each. As for the peak-tier, first-tier vitality cores, in addition to being limited in quantity, there are certain exchange requirements, and they cost 300 million each. If you join our Emperor Marshal, we can grant you a 20% discount and allow you to exchange unlimited quantities of various Tier 1 resources. Of course, there is one condition: you may only use these resources yourself, you cannot give them to others or sell them. If you're caught, we'll not only confiscate your resources but also expel you. Zhuo Guangzhu's tone grew stern. Su Kan understood this point, but didn't he feel particularly bothered by it. What about second-tier resources? Second-tier resources? Zhuo Guangzhu paused for a moment, then broke into an amused smile. Second-tier resources are meant for those at the Martial King realm. You shouldn't be setting your sights too high. Zhuo Guangzhu's words made Su Kan frown. How was that being overly ambitious? Zhuo Guangzhu, perhaps realizing his words had come out the wrong way, immediately added. During your first month as a freshman, we'll give you 300 million points, which you can use to redeem any first-tier resources at a 20% discount. However, at Imperial Martial Arts, we emphasize earning things through your own strength, so these resources will only be available to you for 1 month. Any resources beyond that will be up to you to secure. This applies to everything, including the villa where you'll live and the monthly resources you'll receive. If you manage to come in first, you could earn as much as 2 billion points in a single month, along with a 30% discount on exchanges. 2 billion. A 30% discount. Su Kan swallowed hard. The carrot Zhuo Guangzhu was dangling was simply too tempting. Of course, in addition to the benefits mentioned above, we'll also give you an opportunity. 1 month after the start of the semester, we'll host an on-campus freshman tournament. This tournament attracts a lot of attention. Many Martial King level seniors from the school will come to watch the matches. If you perform exceptionally well, these Martial King level seniors may take you on as disciples. A true master-disciple relationship. Of course, you can also use your points to ask questions of these Martial King realm seniors on a regular basis, though I personally don't recommend it, it's too wasteful. Actually, teachers at the peak of the warrior realm are more than enough for even high-rank warriors. Alright, these are the benefits and perks we at Diwu are offering you. Think it over carefully. After Zhuo Guangzhu finished speaking, he gave Su Kan a smile and turned to leave. He was confident Su Kan would choose their Diwu Academy. The perks and promises he offered this time were nothing to sneeze at. As for those people at Demon Martial Academy, there was no way they could outdo him when it came to making grand promises. As Zhuo Guangzhu left, he casually pocketed the anti-eavesdropping device. Your turn. Poof. Chen Guangliang snorted coldly. Just a few days ago, he lost to Zhuo Guangzhu over the Lin Xia incident, but this time, he absolutely wouldn't lose. Chen Guangliang approached Su Kan, his expression changing in an instant as he immediately put on a sincere smile. At the same time, his hands moved just as swiftly, tossing out an anti-eavesdropping device identical to the one Zhuo Guangzhu had used. Su Kan's mouth twitched. These people from Diwu and the Demon Martial Academy really were full of tricks. Ahem, hello, Su Kan. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Chen Guangliang, Deputy Director of Admissions at the Demon Martial Academy's Academic Affairs Office. Chen Guangliang's demeanor was very sincere, and he even extended his hand to Su Kan. Hello, Teacher Chen. I'm Su Kan from Green City No. 2 High School. Seeing Chen Guangliang's attitude, Su Kan responded in kind, and they both smiled. Ahem, that guy just now must have been saying some bad things about me or about the Demon Martial Academy, I suppose. Su Kan gave an awkward smile. Before he could answer, Chen Guangliang spoke up first. But those are just minor details. Actually, the benefits and treatment at our Demon Martial Academy are pretty much the same as at Emperor Martial Academy. The only difference is that they're more results-oriented, while we place greater emphasis on the students. Results-oriented? Students? Su Kan looked a bit surprised. Yes. At Emperor Martial Academy, they mainly emphasize strength above all else. If you have the strength, you can get whatever you want, including villas, resources, and even teachers. What about the Demon Martial Academy? The Demon Martial Academy is actually pretty similar, but we're a bit more lenient. Chen Guangliang sensed Su Can's confusion and continued to explain. We give students more time to grow. Like the offer Emperor Marshall gave you, they probably gave you around 300 million points right off the bat, right? That's right, and a 20% discount, too. Su Can nodded. After that, it all comes down to your ranking. But that scoundrel Zhuge Guangzhou, he probably told you that if you could take first place, you'd get 2 billion points. A look of disdain flashed across Chen Guangliang's face. Su Can said nothing, but simply looked at Chen Guangliang. That guy definitely didn't tell you that first place means first in the entire school, not just among freshmen. Plus, they're only giving freshmen 3 months. After 3 months, freshmen will be merged into the university-wide rankings, and at that point, the points you've earned will be significantly boosted. Also, the rewards for the freshman rankings are only 1/5 of those for the university-wide rankings. And that so-called 20% discount is only valid for the first month. They'll only tell you all this when they sign the contract with you later. These are all part of DWU's tactics. However, those who are admitted as special recruits are generally exceptionally talented and come from well-resourced families. As long as you maintain a steady performance for a few months, keeping up with most upperclassmen shouldn't be a major problem. That said, here at Demon Martial Academy, we're more lenient with freshmen. After 3 months, you're free to choose whether to join the university-wide rankings. If you choose to remain on the freshman ranking list, the reward resources granted for subsequent rankings will be halved. However, as long as you're a freshman, you can stay on this list, which will help you grow. At the same time, I'll grant you a 20% discount privilege. This discount will be valid for 1 year. After that, you'll have to earn it on your own. Also, as for instructors, you'll basically have to use your own points to hire them. The Martial King level seniors at our Demon Martial Academy are all quite busy and have strong personalities. Strong personalities? Su Can gave him a strange look. Yes, they're quite selective and don't take on students easily. That's why, even though we hold a freshman tournament, they rarely show up. Only a very small number of them will attend. Overall, the gap between our Demon Martial Academy and Emperor Martial Academy isn't that big. The first tier resources they mentioned to you, we have the same ones. These are standardized across the board. It's just that we at Demon Martial Academy are more sincere. Chen Guangliang's attitude was very friendly. Su Can pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. What about second-tier resources? Second-tier resources? Yes, I mean the access rights and prices for exchanging second-tier resources. Su Can said solemnly. Second-tier resources, huh? Those aren't easy to come by. After all, they're exorbitantly expensive. Even a single item starts at 100 million. Take a second-tier, entry-grade Vitality Core, for example. Its price won't be less than 600 million. 600 million. Su Can narrowed his eyes. That price was indeed exorbitant. And even with 600 million, it's hard to get one. You basically have to wait in line, since even the teachers are in great need of these second-tier disaster pills. The same goes for the other second-tier resources. If you want to obtain them, you'll basically have to go to that place. That place? Hearing that term again, Su Can fixed his gaze on Chen Guangliang. It's fine to tell you, after all, that place is where our 2 great supreme academies will primarily operate in the future, and it's also where you'll spend most of your 4 years in college. Su Can's eyes lit up. He was finally about to hear it. However, I strictly forbid you from sharing what you're about to hear with any non-tiered warrior. If I find out, no matter where you are, I will kill you. Chen Guangliang's tone was serious, and he exuded an irresistible aura of pressure. Can you keep this a secret? I can. Su Can nodded earnestly. All right, then I'll tell you. That place is called the battlefield. As the name suggests, it's a place of combat, but there, you're fighting not just for yourself, but for the entire nation and the entire race. Here we go. Hearing this, a familiar sensation washed over Su Can, making him feel as if he'd stepped into the world of a novel. Sure enough, this world wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. You'll understand the specifics once you experience it for yourself. All I can tell you is that the battlefield is a place where danger and opportunity coexist. It's truly fascinating. Alright, Sukan, what is your choice? If you choose the Imperial Martial Academy, I won T-mine after all. We've certainly fallen short when it comes to mentors. It's just that those elders at our Demon Martial Academy sigh. Last time, Lin Xie chose the Imperial Martial Academy for exactly this reason. For prodigies like them, a slight shortage of resources is something they can accept. What they truly value is the legacy. It's just that the elders at the Demon Martial Academy take their responsibilities so seriously that they're more meticulous when making these decisions. At the same time, quite a few of them don't actually enjoy teaching disciples, which is a significant difference from the elders at Diwu Demon Martial Academy. Sukan made his choice without a moment's hesitation, not because of the school's benefits, but simply because he felt Chen Guangliang was more sincere. What did you say? Chen Guangliang paused, as if he hadn't heard correctly. I choose the Demon Martial Academy. Sukan repeated, his tone even more resolute. Great. No, wait, let us do this again. Chen Guangliang excitedly deactivated the listening device and asked in a deliberately high-pitched voice. Sukan, I'll ask you one more time, are you planning to choose their Imperial Martial Academy, or our Demon Martial Academy? Sukan was instantly stunned by Chen Guangliang's unexpected move. Was he really that flamboyant? However, Sukan's reaction was quick. A brilliant smile spread across his face. He liked it. Teacher Chen, I've given this serious and careful consideration. I feel that the Demon Martial Academy is a better fit for me, so I've chosen the Demon Martial Academy. Sukan's response also caught Chen Guangliang off guard, especially the way Sukan winked at him, a gesture that left Chen Guangliang thoroughly satisfied. A promising student indeed. This kid's not bad. I might even be able to help introduce him to the right people later. You really want to consider the Imperial Martial Academy? After all, their conditions are quite good, and they value individual strength. With your talent, you'd definitely make a name for yourself there very quickly. Chen Guangliang tried to dissuade him with a feigned air of hesitation. Zhuo Guangzhu, standing nearby, had understood Chen Guangliang's intentions the moment he heard his first sentence, and his face darkened. Zhuo Guangzhu snorted coldly, glared at Chen Guangliang, and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here a moment longer. At the same time, he reassured himself inwardly. Although Sukan's talent was impressive, having mastered the power of will and grasped the rudiments of sword intent so quickly, this would be a great help when he reached tiered. He might get there soon, as if it were a natural progression. But after all, Sukan hadn't reached tiered yet. There were far too many geniuses in this cohort. In the Imperial capital alone, 2 had already successfully reached tiered, and 1 had even achieved it through the nascent form of sword intent. Sukan is decent, but that's all. He is the kind of talent that's neither here nor there, neither worth keeping nor worth discarding. If we didn't get it, we didn't get it. Earlier, Wang Yuntao had told Sukan that when warriors achieve tiered status, they are divided into 5 categories: elemental, enhancement, ambience, rule, and other. But in reality, Wang Yuntao didn't know much, just the basics. Elemental and enhancement are the paths chosen by the vast majority of warrior practitioners, offering the highest success rates. Rule-based tiered status requires a certain amount of luck. We won't discuss the other category, as it encompasses far too many possibilities. Among these, only the mental state category relies on absolute strength. Therefore, after tiered, those in this category are in higher demand and typically possess greater combat power than tiered warriors in other categories. Moreover, for those who break through via the elemental category, it is extremely difficult to subsequently comprehend the mental state. However, if one breaks through via the mental state, fusing with elements becomes much simpler. Most importantly, once one has grasped the mood category, simply by developing it further, the tiered bottleneck essentially ceases to exist. This is also why Chen Guangliang and Zhuo Guangzhu rushed over immediately to contract Sukan. Though to be honest, Sukan's talent isn't really that extraordinary. After all, the Donghuang kingdom is vast, and the world is vast. My goodness, old Su, how can your Sukan be this strong? That kind of power, TSK, I'm afraid even a casual shove from him would send me flying all the way to the heavens. Hontiange, at the small shop by the entrance. After witnessing Su Kan's battle with Wang Yuntao, they all stared in wide-eyed amazement. It completely shattered their perception of she warriors. Could a she warrior really be this strong? It was simply unbelievable. Especially since the other protagonist on TV was a kid they knew personally, a well-behaved teenager they interacted with just a few days ago, which made it even harder for them to believe. Old Su, what are you talking about? Su Kan's such a good kid, how could he possibly send you flying all the way to the sky? Yeah. Old Su, how do you guys usually raise your kids? You've actually raised Su Kan to be so outstanding. Lin Mei, I see your son Aken is already 18. I happen to know a family, they're well off and have an only daughter. We could let Aken get to know their daughter a bit. In the past. In the shantytown, Su Kan's family was considered to be of relatively low social standing. Because of Lin Susu's burden, their living conditions were among the worst in the shantytown. As a result, everyone felt a certain sense of pride toward Su Quan and Lin Susu, and spoke to them rather loudly. But because of Su Kan, the two of them had become local celebrities in the shantytown, and people spoke to them gently and politely. Su Quan and Lin Susu both understood why this was the case, and they both smiled with satisfaction. Lin Susu, in particular, quickly refused. Sister Cui Cui, Su Kan has been sensible since he was little. He makes his own decisions about many things, and I can't control matters like this. In Lin Susu's view, while she couldn't help Su Kan with his martial arts career, she at least didn't want to hold him back in other areas. So she refused decisively. Oh, you too. Sister Cui Cui had originally intended to lecture them a bit, saying you shouldn't treat a child that way, but when she thought of Su Kan's achievements, she held her tongue. Meanwhile, after Su Kan and Chen Guangliang reached an agreement, Chen Guangliang pulled out a contract. After consulting with Su Kan, he wrote down some figures on it. Upon entering the Demon City Martial Academy, starting July 1st, Su Kan would receive 300 million points every month for a total of 3 months. From May 1st, 2024, through July 1st, 2025, Su Kan would enjoy a 20% discount on everything, whether purchasing resources or using Demon City Martial Academy's equipment and instructor services. At the same time, Su Kan would be granted 1 year's access to a Class A villa, 1 challenge dungeon run and 2 resource challenge dungeon runs. There is also a benefit that Chen Guangliang secured for Su Kan. After May 1st, the Academy will invite a blacksmith to craft a Tier 1 sword specifically for Su Kan. The materials and crafting fees will be fully covered. Su Kan, our Demon Martial Academy's semester begins on July 1st, so those resources worth 300 million won be available to you until July 1st. However, since you're specially admitted students, we have certain policies in place for you designed to help you achieve better results on the college entrance exams. So, after May 1st, you can go to the Demon Martial Academy to study, joining as a prospective college student. As for the villa, though, it won't be available to you until after June 28th. I hope you can understand that. After signing the contract with Su Kan, Chen Guangliang looked at him with an even gentler expression. I understand, Teacher Chen. Su Kan grinned. The benefits listed above are for special admissions students like them. For students who enter through regular admissions, the monthly points they receive are only 10 million. Although there's a 3-month guarantee, any additional resources would have to be earned based on their rankings. As for the remaining benefits, those were available to everyone to be earned through merit. Chen Guangliang had included this detail in the contract as well. Alright then. Here's my contact information. If you have any issues or questions, feel free to call this number. Also, once you arrive at Demon Martial Academy, be sure to give me a call. Chen Guangliang took out a business card and handed it to Su Kan. Su Kan accepted the card solemnly and entered the number into his phone. See you in Demon City, then. Chen Guangliang laughed heartily, his white teeth stood out even more against his shaved head. I'm off. Chen Guangliang left. His sole purpose in coming here was to scout for talent, and now that he found Su Kan, there was no need for him to stay. As for Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi, those two had indeed been on his shortlist, but now that he secured Su Kan, there was no need to consider them further. Special admission spots were limited, and both of them were on the borderline. They could be admitted under the special program, or they might not. After all, these special admission spots weren't handed out lightly. Although it wasn't written in the contract, anyone admitted through the special program would generally enjoy those benefits. Every special admission spot had to be used with great care. Sukan watched Chen Guangliang's retreating figure, tucked away the contract, and wore a beaming smile. I never expected that in my previous life I had no connection to Tsinghua or Peking University, yet in this life I've managed to be sought after by both schools and to enter them through special admission slots. Although Diwu and Demon Martial Academy aren't called Tsinghua or Peking University, their status in the kingdom of Donghuang surpasses that of Tsinghua and Peking University in my previous life. After all, Diwu and Demon Martial Academy don't just hold sway within the kingdom of Donghuang, these two martial academies rank among the very best in the world. From now on, I'll keep a low profile. No sooner had Sukan finished speaking than he saw Wang Yuntao walking over. Sukan, he. Before Wang Yuntao could finish his sentence, Sukan's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his voice. How did you know I was specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy? And that I've even signed the special recruitment contract? Sukan held up the contract in his hand. The words Demon City Martial Academy on the cover were clearly visible. Ha! Wang Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. How on earth would I know that? I just saw teacher Zhuo Guangzhu leave with a grim expression. He didn't even acknowledge my greeting, so I came over to check it out. Although he braced himself for the possibility that Sukan had been specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy before coming over, he still felt a bit disheartened now. It was really disheartening. The reason Wang Yuntao had entered this competition was not only because the school offered a generous reward, but more importantly, to secure a special recruitment spot from one of the two supreme academies. He knew more than Sukan did, and he understood the importance of those special admission spots. But he never expected Sukan to snatch one of them first. Wang Yuntao was devastated. News of Sukan's special admission to the Demon Martial Academy spread quickly. The source of the rumor was, of course, not Wang Yuntao, but Sukan himself. As the saying goes, if you don't return home after achieving wealth and honor, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. Although Sukan wasn't the type to draw attention to himself, he still enjoyed showing off every now and then. Sukan was specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy? And just like that, in a small group chat with only 3 members, a teenager using his real name as his username posted this message. Lin Xia, you found out this fast? Wang Yuntao replied instantly. Yeah, teacher Zhuo just called me and asked if I could teach Sukan a lesson. That's right, this teenager was Lin Xia. Lin Xia, you didn't actually agree to it, did you? Wang Yuntao panicked the moment he saw the message. What do you think? Lin Xia asked in return. Wang Yuntao gave an awkward laugh, feeling confused given Lin Xia's personality. There was no way he'd agree to something like that. But the very next second, Lin Xia's words left Wang Yuntao speechless. I agreed. Ha? Lin Xia, you. I'm mostly just curious about this person. Mastering the state of mind before reaching the tiered realm, that is something even I Haven T managed to do. No one knew what Lin Xia was really thinking. But it's too early to say for sure. Given Sukan's strength, he might not necessarily be a match for Lingxi, right, at Ningjing? Lin Xia directly at another person in the group. This small group chat belonged exclusively to the 3 of them. Few people knew that the 3 of them were actually very close. They'd been best friends since childhood. Their families used to get along very well, too. Their parents stayed in regular contact. However, as time went on, conflicts arose, and their parents grew distant from one another. Of course, the 3 of them remained very close. Ning Jing, also known as Li Lingxi, replied with just that one sentence. Neither Lin Xia nor Wang Yuntao was surprised, because that was just the kind of person Li Lingxi was. Just like the online nickname she'd chosen, Ning Jing. Wang, I'd like to give you a little feedback, though. Although Sukan has grasped the rudiments of the sword intent, he is still too green. With your vitality, you shouldn't have lost. It's a shame your mind wandered at the very end. Lin Xia had watched the livestream. Although he wasn't interested in the competition itself, he cared deeply about his only two close friends, so he made a point of tuning in. Don't say any more, sniff sniff. Wang Yuntao, of course, understood as well, and tears streamed down his face. He only had one chance. If he handled it better at the time, he might have been specially recruited. What an eternal source of pain. The entire Green City and even the whole of Haishi province learned of Su Kan's special recruitment to the Demon Martial Academy. Both the Green City Education Bureau and the Haishi Provincial Education Bureau contacted Su Kan and immediately posted the news on their official websites. Following Lin Xia's special admission to the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, Su Kan has now been specially admitted to the Demon City Martial Academy. Congratulations! This announcement came from the Haishi Provincial Education Bureau. Having two students from a single province receive special admissions was indeed excellent news for Haishi province. After all, both the Imperial Martial Academy and the Demon City Martial Academy admit very few special recruits each year, and both institutions must take provincial relations into account. Every year, these two schools fill their quotas across all provinces. This means that out of the 36 provinces, each one is guaranteed to have at least one student specially admitted by one of the two martial academies. This is an unspoken rule. Regardless of whether a province produces any geniuses who meet the standards this year, they will still grant one special admission spot. Although it's never been explicitly stated, both martial academies and every province operate according to this unspoken rule. Under normal circumstances, more than half of the provinces have only one student granted special admission. Only when two exceptionally outstanding geniuses emerge will a province be granted two special admission spots. Just like this time, when they granted Lin Xia special admission ahead of schedule. If it weren't for Su Kan's emergence, neither Chen Guangliang nor Zhuo Guangzhu would necessarily have chosen to specially recruit another student. Even though Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were both quite talented, the academies might not have made a move on either of them. Having two students specially recruited this early in the year is indeed something Haishi province can boast about. As for Green City. Over in Green City, it went like this. Congratulations to Su Kan from Green City No. 2 High School on being specially recruited by Demon City Martial Academy. Congratulations, congratulations! The announcement was posted directly on the Education Bureau's homepage and pinned to the top. You've got to be kidding. Over the years, let alone being specially recruited by the two premier institutions, even getting admitted to them has been a major event for Green City. Last year, Green City had only 3 students admitted to the 2 Supreme Academies, and their rankings weren't even that high yet. The news was pinned at the top of their official website for 7 days. This time, it's even more extraordinary. In fact, the entire Education Bureau will earn substantial political credit thanks to Su Kan's achievement. Director Chao is definitely getting a promotion. The media in Haishi province is also buzzing with excitement. Stories about Su Kan are everywhere. However, not many people were paying attention to the follow-up match between Su Kan and Li Lingxi. Starlight Club. When Muxue was once again the center of attention, with countless people casting envious glances her way. Muxue, you were the one who discovered Su Kan, and you even signed a great genius contract with him. Why don't you contact Su Kan later and ask him to come to our— No, wait, I'll ask where he is, and I'll go find him myself with a sincere offer. The chairman of the Starlight Club entered when Muxue's office, his burly face beaming with a broad smile. The stakes had changed. They signed an A-class genius every year at the Starlight Club. While important, such talents weren't exactly rare. But as for an S-class genius, they hadn't signed one in years. Especially one like Su Kan, who secured a special admission spot at the Demon Martial Academy that was unprecedented in the history of the Starlight Club. A genius like this was worth him stepping in personally, even if it meant swallowing his pride. If they could actually sign him and get Su Kan to do a few commercials for them, their club would definitely become incredibly popular. It might even become the hottest club in Haishi province overnight, and there was even a chance it could rise to national level status. When Muxue stared blankly at the chairman's expression. This chairman was a long-established tiered warrior, highly respected throughout Haishi province. She never expected him to speak to her like this. After all, even her own father would have to smile obsequiously in his presence. You Changwon, get your ass over here. Seeing that when Mushue hadn't said a word, the chairman assumed she was angry and immediately roared. Yu Chengwang immediately ran in, his face filled with fear as he rushed to Wen Mushue's side. Before he could say a word, the chairman kicked him in the back of the leg, forcing Yu Chengwang to drop to his knees right in front of Wen Mushue. "You ungrateful son of a bitch! I brought you to the club to learn, and yet you've caused me so much trouble. I should VE shot you into the wall back then." Yu Chengwang, kneeling on the ground after being kicked, didn't he dare get angry after all, this was his dad, his own flesh and blood. The sanctuary training camp. Upon hearing the news, Hanze couldn't help but burst out laughing in his office. He picked up his phone and called his father, but unfortunately, there was no answer. "Ha, old man, I've really turned this training camp around, haven't I? Hee, I've got great judgment. I even borrowed 2 million from Suk and I'll have plenty to brag about in the future. No, I need to get in touch first and sort out the situation with Suk and his mother." If Hanze's father knew his son was trying to act like the boss, he'd probably come back from the battlefield just to teach him a lesson and show him exactly why there are 7 wolves. Green City No. 2 High School. When Teacher Chow heard the news, he, too, couldn't help but burst out laughing, regardless of the setting. Then the entire school heard Teacher Chow shout, "How did you know I was the one who taught Suk in the quick draw technique?" The students in the elite class stared blankly, one after another, recalling the first day they met Sukan. Although Sukan was talented in martial arts, he was merely decent. His ranking in the class wasn't particularly high. Of course, Huang Zhongbao's feelings were even more complicated. He recalled how, back in the parallel class, Sukan had nearly been persuaded by the teacher to give up on the path of martial arts. Yet now, Sukan had actually come so far on that path, leaving him, who had once been somewhat arrogant in Sukan's presence, now unable to even keep up. Zongbao. Lu Zikai, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. His expression was indeed complex. It was like discovering that a classmate who used to be inferior to you had made rapid progress, and within just a month or two, you suddenly heard that he'd been specially recruited by Tsinghua or Peking University. That's right, you're still working hard just to get into a first-tier university. The evening's round 4 to round 2 match hadn't started yet, but after getting Sukan's permission, when Mushua arrived at the competition venue with Chairman Yu of the Starlight Club. To avoid distracting Sukan from his evening match, Chairman Yu instructed Wen Mushua not to contact him once they arrived. "Let us wait until Sukan wins his match. For now, let us not disturb him. Tonight's match is crucial for him." The matchups for the evening's competition had been announced, and Sukan and Li Lingxi had been drawn against each other. In other words, tonight's match was essentially an early final. The two players in the other match were so moved by this result that tears streamed down their faces. It was just wonderful. When Mushua nodded, she, too, was eagerly anticipating the match between Sukan and Li Lingxi. She wondered which of the two was the stronger player. The evening's match was indeed crucial for Sukan. After all, if she lost, there would certainly be a lot of talk. However, regardless of whether Sukan won or lost tonight, their Starlight Club was prepared to place heavy bets on her. They're entering the arena. When Mushue and Chairman Yu sat for a while, and soon it was time for the match to begin. The very first match was, unsurprisingly, between Sukan and Li Lingxi. The evening's crowd was particularly large, with everyone treating this match as if it were the finals. "Please welcome Sukan and Li Lingxi to the stage." As the announcer's voice trailed off, the previously boisterous audience fell instantly silent, and all eyes turned to the contestants' seats. Sukan and Li Lingxi stood up. They were seated not far apart, about 5 or 6 meters. Sukan smiled at Li Lingxi, and a lovely smile appeared on Li Lingxi's face as well. Li Lingxi was on the petite side, probably only about 1.55 meters tall, the kind of girl who was small but delicate. Without exchanging a word, they walked along their respective paths to the opposing platforms, standing face to face from a distance. "Sukan from Green City No. 2 High School, I look forward to the match. Li Lingxi from Haishi No. 1 High School. The match begins." After both stepped onto the stage, staff members handed them their designated weapons. To ensure fairness in the competition, all weapons were made of the same material. However, you could customize your weapon with the organizers. Simply tell them the type of weapon you needed or any specific requirements you had, and they would do their best to accommodate you. But the material had to be consistent. Sukan naturally requested a battle sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length. Li Lingxi's weapon was the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Battle Axe, an extremely rare weapon. At least up until then, Sukan had never seen anyone use it, nor had he ever heard of it. It was precisely because he was set to face Li Lingxi that Sukan had taken the time to research it. The Ziwu Mandarin Duck Battle Axe, it's certainly no easy opponent. It's far too agile. After researching it, Sukan came to appreciate the weapon's subtleties. However, the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Battle Axe was incredibly difficult to master, requiring an extremely high level of natural aptitude, and very few people knew how to wield it. Sukan made a point of watching some demonstrations by masters, and the more he watched, the more awestruck he became. He never imagined that a short weapon could unleash such power. It was truly breathtaking. As soon as the battle began, Li Lingxi closed in on him, sticking to him like glue. Sukan instantly felt as if he were stuck in a quagmire that likely harbored a crocodile, one that could target him at any moment. Even for my former self, Lingxi's Ziwu Mandarin Duck Halberd was quite a hassle to deal with. I wonder how you'll handle it. In the audience, Lin Xia's gaze rested on the combat stage, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That's true, but this weapon really suits little Li. Wang Yuntao nodded. Since Li Lingxi called him Little Wang, he naturally referred to Li Lingxi as Little Li. But Sukan's blade is fast. Little Li might be at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? Once Lingxi latches onto you, it's not so easy to break free. Lin Xia smiled non-committally. It's true that among all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken, but that speed comes with certain requirements. Clearly, Lin Xia didn't believe Sukan had reached the level where she could break through Li Lingxi's defenses. Soon, Sukan and Li Lingxi had exchanged dozens of moves. If it weren't for her blade intent having risen to 2%, and her newfound insights into the quick draw technique, which had also boosted her basic blade technique, she might not have been able to keep up with Li Lingxi. Li Lingxi's mastery of the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe was exceptional. Even when facing opponents stronger than herself, she could keep them entangled, biding her time before defeating them. The more Sukan fought, the more alarmed she became. Simply watching videos couldn't convey just how dangerous the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe truly was. Little did she know that Li Lingxi was just as surprised as Sukan, if not more so. That afternoon, she had watched Sukan's match against Wang Yuntao, and at that time, Sukan hadn't been nearly as strong as he was now. Has he made a breakthrough? And his combat awareness and agility are too strong. Even when I had the upper hand and had him caught in my rhythm, I still couldn't build on my advantage. This was the first time Li Lingxi had encountered such a situation. With past opponents, as long as she gained the upper hand, she could quickly build on her advantage and use the unique properties of the Ziwu Yuanyang axe to defeat them. But today, she found she couldn't do it. Looks like I'll have to use it. Li Lingxi remained calm. She hadn't underestimated Sukan and had planned from the start to employ an advanced technique. As Li Lingxi made her move, Sukan sensed it too. Sukan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately seized the opportunity, charging straight at her with his blade. Mountain-splitting slash. Fast, too fast. Li Lingxi hadn't expected Sukan to have such precise timing. The moment she made the slightest move, Sukan had already closed in on her. As she watched the battle blade slashing toward her, Li Lingxi had no choice but to unleash her ultimate move immediately. Fierce tiger escapes the cage. Clang! Compared to a battle sword, a short weapon was still at a disadvantage in terms of raw power. Sukan seized the opportunity to extend his lead. That single strike sent Li Lingxi staggering back several steps. Oh no! Li Lingxi wasn't injured in the clash. She had blocked it completely. However, she felt no sense of relief. She already knew what this meant. I have to act fast. Li Lingxi realized she had underestimated Sukan. She pushed off with both feet, preparing to close in on him once more. But there was no way Sukan would let such a golden opportunity slip by. Quick draw technique. This was a standard quick draw technique, except that Sukan had pushed his agility to the absolute limit. The strike was so fast that even Wang Yuntao could barely make it out. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The disadvantage in weaponry caused Li Lingxi's vitality to surge, her internal organs jolted, and a trickle of bright red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Li Lingxi's expression remained unchanged, her gaze solemn. As a practitioner of the Ziwu Mandarin duck halberd herself, she naturally understood its strengths and weaknesses. It could hold its own against the vast majority of weapons, even battle axes, as long as she closed the distance and applied the Ziwu Mandarin duck halberd's 16-character strategy. By doing so, she could prevent her opponent from unleashing the full power of their battle axe, thereby securing victory. Hook, seize, and subdue, pull, slash, thrust, and stab, slice, gather, chop, and hack, wipe, sweep, lead, and deflect. These are the 16-character principles of the Ziwu Mandarin duck battle axe. Yet the Ziwu Mandarin duck battle axe's weakness is also evident: it is vulnerable when forced to fight at a distance by long weapons. Take the battle axe, for example. If faced with a battle axe's chop, would she dare to block it head-on? That's simply impossible. Su Kan's reaction was too swift, instantly shifting the momentum of the battle beyond her control. Now, she just wanted to close the distance to Su Kan as quickly as possible, regain control of the situation, and slowly wear Su Kan down. Unfortunately, how could Su Kan possibly give Li Lingxi a chance? Su Kan would rather take a hit than give Li Lingxi another chance to close in. After several exchanges, Li Lingxi's thumb was already numb from the impact, and finally, a single strike from Su Kan's quick draw technique caused her to lose her grip on the Ziwu Mandarin duck halberd in her left hand. I lose. Seeing this, Li Lingxi conceded defeat without hesitation. Because of her own misjudgment, she had fallen behind. Facing an opponent like Su Kan, she could only watch helplessly as her mistakes were constantly magnified, leaving her with no chance of a comeback. At that moment, she finally understood why Wang Yuntao had lost that afternoon. From Li Lingxi dominating Su Kan, to Su Kan staging a comeback, and finally to Li Lingxi conceding defeat, it all happened in just a minute or two. No one had expected the outcome to turn out this way. They imagined Su Kan winning and Li Lingxi losing, but to decide the winner, wouldn't it have to be a neck-and-neck battle, or even a case of both sides suffering heavy losses? It certainly had that feel at first, but didn't it end way too quickly? Interesting. Lin Xia's expression was particularly telling. He'd been wearing a confident smile, especially when he saw Li Lingxi get into her groove, and that's when he said, "Su Kan lost." Wang Yuntao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. He'd faced Li Lingxi too many times to know that once she got into that rhythm, defeat was just around the corner. Every time he beat Li Lingxi well, he'd admitted he hadn't won a single match against her during their senior year. Just as he knew Li Lingxi well, she knew him all too well and simply wouldn't give him a chance. But suddenly, just as they watched Li Lingxi prepare to use Fierce Tiger Escapes the Cage to seal her victory, the outcome took a sudden turn. Su Kan surged forward abruptly, instantly capitalizing on Li Lingxi's mistake. Or rather, was it even a mistake? Under normal circumstances, no one could have capitalized on it, not even Lin Xia, even if he'd held back his strength to this level. But Su Kan seized the moment, then used it as his springboard to expand his lead and swiftly defeat his opponent. All of this sounds simple, but executing it is incredibly difficult. One might even say it's practically impossible. Little Li actually lost? Wang Yuntao felt as if he no longer recognized this world. Had Su Kan really defeated Li Lingxi in this state? That's not scientific. Not scientific? Lin Xia replied, and Wang Yuntao turned his gaze toward him. Actually, it's very scientific. Su Kan's combat instincts are absurdly strong. He is practically fighting on instinct alone. Ha! Wang Yuntao detected excitement in Lin Xia's tone. It had been a long time since Lin Xia had sounded like this, hadn't it? It's just a shame his current cultivation level is too low. But that's okay. Tomorrow, I'll suppress my own strength to match his level and fight him. Are you serious? Wang Yuntao's eyes widened. He thought Lin Xia was just joking around earlier that evening, but it turned out he was serious. What do you think? Lin Xia's lips curled into a smirk, causing the corners of his mouth to twist. Wang Yuntao couldn't help but roll his eyes. You ask me? I wasn't really interested at first, I was just messing with you. But now I'm actually interested. First place. Green City No. 2 High School. As soon as the principal of Green City No. 2 High School saw that Sukan had defeated Li Lingxi, he immediately called the advertising agency to commission a custom banner celebrating Sukan's first place finish in the invitational tournament and his special admission to the Magic Martial Academy. He had already fully accepted Sukan as the top contender after all. Tomorrow's match was essentially a foregone conclusion. Old Chow, our school can request a bit more funding from higher-ups this time. As for Sukan's points, I think 400,000 points a week is too little. I think 2 million would be more appropriate. Green City Board of Education. Director Chow's face glowed with a healthy flush. He stood to benefit greatly from Sukan's achievements this time. As soon as the principal of Green City No. 2 High School sent the request and it was passed down to him, he immediately approved it. Wait a minute, isn't 2 million a week a bit too little? Director Chow waved his hand, ready to change the 2 million to 3 million. But upon second thought, he paused. Approve it, as is no need to increase it. Also, agility, arrange a house in happy community. Never mind, I'll talk to the city lord myself. 150 square meters definitely won't be enough, we need a large unit of at least 300 square meters. And one more thing, this money shouldn't go to Green City No. 2 High School. Wouldn't it be better if I distributed it directly? Also, I need to have that kid Xiaoyang keep in touch with Sukan more often. With Sukan's talent, even if he doesn't become a martial king level powerhouse in the future, he is definitely destined to be a peak warrior. A peak warrior, huh? To me, that's already a big shot worth sucking up to. What Sukan didn't know was that, precisely because he'd been specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy and on top of that, had defeated Li Lingxi to officially claim first place in the invitational tournament, both the school and the Green City Lord's mansion had showered him with generous perks. He had now left the Haishi Stadium, boarded a luxurious stretch limousine, and arrived at the 108th floor of the Cloud Peak Tower, the tallest building in Haishi City, for dinner. The interior was lavishly decorated, resplendent with gold and grandeur, exuding a sense of prestige. However, Sukan couldn't help but find this aesthetic rather unappealing. The dishes served were also extremely expensive, consisting mainly of ferocious beast meat or rare spiritual plants. Chairman U.S. order for the entire table alone cost over 500,000. Mr. Sukan, your performance this time was outstanding, so we're prepared to sign a more lucrative talent development contract with you. Halfway through the meal, Chairman Yu noticed that Sukan still hadn't brought up business. With no other choice and silently cursing Sukan as a sly fox in his heart, he had no option but to broach the subject himself. Mu Shui. Yes. When Mu Shui immediately pulled the contract out of her purse and placed it in front of Sukan. Mr. Sukan, I have a contract here that has been custom tailored specifically for you. Sukan took another bite of food. Although these dishes weren't worth much energy, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, it shouldn't be wasted. However, some of the figures haven't been filled in yet, we'll need to discuss them. Don't worry, we have very few restrictions for you. We just need you to set aside a little time after the college entrance exams end in a week or two before the new semester starts to help us shoot a few videos and create some posters. When Mushue stood nearby, her expression complex. Just over a month ago, she had been the big shot in front of Sukan, while he was just a minor figure. But she never imagined that in just over a month, Sukan's and her own statuses would have shifted so dramatically. Only a high school senior could have pulled off something like this. The college entrance exam and martial arts training can truly change a person's destiny. Sukan had no idea what Wen Mushue was thinking. He set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze toward Chairman Yu. Chairman Yu, are there any other requirements? Yes. I've outlined all the details in the contract. You can take a look. If there's anything you don't understand or need to be amended, just let me know. Chairman Yu was clearly treating Sukan as a cash cow. Sukan acknowledged this, picked up the contract, and went straight to the section on obligations. After the college entrance exams, he was to shoot a promotional video of about 3 minutes and create 3 sets of promotional posters. Over the next 3 years, 1 or 2 weeks before the start of each school term, he was to collaborate with the Starlight Club to shoot a 2 to 3 minute promotional video and create 2 sets of promotional posters. She must also cooperate with the Starlight Club on 1 promotional event. There are incentive-based opportunities to participate in competitions organized by the Starlight Club. She may decline these, as they are not mandatory. Finally, there is a restrictive clause. For 3 years, she is permitted to sign only the Starlight Club's high school talent contract program and may not participate in similar activities organized by other clubs, including, but not limited to, activities after college. Additionally, the Starlight Club will retain the rights to use the aforementioned promotional videos and posters for 10 years. After reading through these obligations, Sukun nodded slightly. They seemed fairly reasonable. These were all standard conditions. After all, the club wasn't running a charity. It was only natural to impose some restrictions. Otherwise, if Sukun turned around and ran off to another club, wouldn't most of their investment go to waste? Any changes needed? Let me take a look at the perks. Alright, Mu Shui. Chairman, you gave Wen Mushuet a subtle nod, and she immediately stepped forward. Because they were standing so close, Sukun could catch a whiff of Wen Mushue's fragrance. Looking at Wen Mushue, Sukun couldn't help but recall the first time he met her back then. She'd been a very assertive, powerful woman. Sukun, we're signing an SSS level genius contract with you this time. Since the Starlight Club was founded, this is only the first time such a contract has been offered. Wen Mushue first praised Sukun before getting down to business. You're a veteran genius at our Starlight Club. You've worked your way up step by step, so you know the compensation we offer. I know 500,000 for a C-level genius, 2 million for a B-level genius, and 10 million for an A-level genius. Sukun answered decisively, having experienced all 3 levels himself. That's correct. However, starting with the S-level contract, the Starlight Club offers customized agreements. Many details need to be negotiated. We'll work with your needs to help you get what you want. The benefits of an S-class contract amount to roughly 100 million in resources. What about SSS class? 1 billion. When Mushue held up one finger and uttered a figure that even left Sukun momentarily speechless. 1 billion? Fortunately, Sukun was no longer a novice. The items he carried when converted were also quite valuable, so he quickly regained his composure. After all, during his conversation with Wang Yuntao, Sukun had asked a bit about what an origin core was. An origin core is an item that only tiered warriors can use. It contains extremely pure supernatural power. Once consumed, it increases the supernatural power within a tiered warrior's body. In other words, for those who became warriors through elemental power, it increases their elemental power. Those who became warriors through will would see their will enhanced. This was an extremely precious item, so rare that even Wang Yuntao didn't understand its true value and had merely heard of its existence. As for the disaster pills, even if calculated based on the prices at the 2 great Supreme Academies, 5 million for a Vitality Core, 6 million for a Technique Core, and 8 million for a Breakthrough Core, Sukun's net worth was still astronomical. 13 Vitality Cores, 11 Technique Cores, 11 Breakthrough Cores, 170 Vitality Pills, 1,500,000 in cash, 10 million club points. The Green City military also granted Sukun permission to visit the Green City Armory to redeem items worth 2 million points. Adding all of this up, even using the lowest estimates, it amounts to 230 million martial coins. And that doesn't even include the most precious origin core. The 10 billion Wen Mushue mentioned was a large sum, but it wasn't an unimaginably astronomical figure. Once he joined the Demon Martial Academy, he would have access to even more resources. Right, it's 10 billion. We can exchange this 10 billion for whatever resources you want. Just tell us what you need, and we'll do our absolute best to get it for you. Wen Mushue spoke with genuine sincerity. The two had a history of cooperation, and Sukun had a favorable impression of Wen Mushue, so he agreed. Alright, then what about the 10 million from before? That's not included in this deal. Then I agree. Let us enjoy our partnership. Let us have a great partnership. Having closed a 10 billion deal, Sukan was in an extremely good mood. It's April 23rd now. Once tomorrow's competition ends, it'll be the 24th. May 1st is fast approaching. We'll head straight to the Demon Martial Academy then. He was definitely going to the Demon Martial Academy and as early as possible. Sukan was deeply fascinated by the post-tiered world and wanted to witness the talents of Demon City firsthand, as well as experience the charisma of the upperclassmen at the Demon Martial Academy. Just as Yen Jun had said, Green City really was too small. I'll train hard these next few days. Arriving at the Demon Martial Academy will be a fresh start. Mu Shua, when I get back, I'll have you take charge of the Club S branch in Haishi City as the deputy director in charge of recruitment. The salary is 500,000 a month. Your commission will increase by 20%, and for this deal with Sukan, I'm giving you a 5 million bonus. After Sukan left, Chairman Yu's face was beaming with a smile. Thank you so much, Chairman Yu. Upon hearing this, Wen Mushua's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. It was true that her father was a shareholder of the Starlight Club, but he was only a minor shareholder, and their family could only be considered moderately well off. With this bonus, plus a monthly salary of 500,000 in commissions, she felt even more confident about breaking through to the tiered warrior realm. By the way, Chairman Yu, this Sukan is on very good terms with Chun Chi from Green City. He is actually the one who discovered Sukan's talent. Chen Chi, is that right? I recall him. This is the perfect opportunity to make him the true leader of the Green City branch. Chairman Yu, you're so reasonable. When Mushua looked both surprised and delighted, she wasn't the type to take credit for her subordinates' achievements. Keep up the good work. Chairman Yu laughed heartily. Unlike his son, although he also enjoyed the company of women, he knew how to separate them from his business. He would absolutely never get involved with women who could help his business or with women within the club. The next day's match arrived as scheduled. Just as everyone had expected, the match proceeded without a hitch. Even though Sukan was facing the fourth-place finisher in the provincial mock exam, a super-talented player whose vitality had also reached the maximum of 9.9 and who had scored a high 628 in the mock exam, he was no match for Sukan. He posed absolutely no threat to Sukan only exchanged a few more moves with him to make the final less boring. Otherwise, given Sukan's strength, he could have taken him out in an instant. The battle lasted 5 minutes. Sukan used only the basic blade technique throughout, barely even employing the rudiments of his blade intent, and defeated his opponent to claim victory. After the match, it was time for the awards ceremony. All 64 participants were present, and everyone was invited to the stage to receive their awards, a chance for them to be in the spotlight. To have made it into the top 64 among senior high school students on a platform as large as the provincial competition meant they were all the cream of the crop. Smiles lit up everyone's faces. Although the rewards weren't substantial and no one really cared about that, what mattered was the prestige behind the awards and the certificate of honor. Take Sukan, for example. The first place prize was nearly a 200,000 cash award, plus a certificate of honor for first place. But how much would Green City actually give Sukan behind the scenes? Sukan didn't know either. After all, before he arrived, Green City had told him that as long as he made it into the top 10, they would reward him with a 150 ping apartment in Happy Community. The Happiness Community prices there start at 200,000 per square meter, and it's a place that's extremely difficult to buy into, even with money. For ordinary people, purchasing a unit there is practically impossible. Generally, only warriors have the purchasing rights, and they must also have made a certain contribution to Green City. Of course, someone like Sukan, who has brought honor to Green City, is also eligible. 150 square meters, that's worth at least 30 million. And that's just the reward for the top 10. Having taken first place and been specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy, Sukan had no idea what kind of reward Green City would offer him. After the awards ceremony and a group photo, the invitational tournament came to an end. Next, Sukan and the others would head home to their respective families. Just as Sukan was about to leave, someone called out to him. Sukan. What's up? It was Wang Yuntao. Sukan looked over, puzzled. Here's the thing. Wang Yuntao cleared his throat and leaned in close to Sukan's ear. I'd like to introduce someone to you and Li Lingxi, too. Lin Xie? Upon hearing this, the name Lin Xie involuntarily popped into Su Can's mind. Yes, that's Lin Xie. He's at the competition today too. He watched your match against me and Li Lingxi, and he'd like to spar with you. Wang Yuntao explained quietly. Lin Xie. Su Can repeated the name in his mind. He was curious about this legendary figure, the top fighter in Haishi province who had already reached the tiered warrior rank. Sparring with me? He's already a tiered warrior, and I'm just. Don't worry, Lin Xie definitely won't take advantage of you. Besides, his family has some really good stuff. Wang Yuntao winked at Su Can, looking rather lecherous. All right, then. Su Can nodded. He was actually quite interested in Lin Xie himself. Let us head out, then. Wang Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Can was willing to come, that was all that mattered. This would also fulfill the task Lin Xie had assigned him, so that guy wouldn't keep saying he was unreliable. But let me just check with my teammates first. Su Can walked over to Xiao Yixue and the others. The 22 of them had all been brought here on a spaceship chartered by the Green City Board of Education. To demonstrate how seriously they took this competition, the board had specifically sent a deputy director, 2 assistant directors, and 2 staff members to help out. Yixue, I'm going out with them for a bit. I've got something to take care of. Could you let Director Ma know for me? Sure. Xiao Yixue replied obediently, her gaze toward Su Can filled with mixed emotions. Not long ago, in her eyes, Su Can had been nothing more than an insignificant passerby. Apart from his good looks, there was nothing about him worth remembering. This remained true even when Su Can had mastered the advanced technique. They were from completely different worlds. But now. Stop staring, he's already gone. Hong Lin walked over to Xiao Yixue's side. Seeing Xiao Yixue gazing at Su Can's receding figure, she said with a complex tone. She, too, had never encountered anyone like Su Can before. I wasn't looking. Hearing this, Xiao Yixue replied, sounding a bit flustered. Hong Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. You weren't watching? Oh well. Hong Lin didn't feel like calling her out on it, but to prevent Xiao Yixue from getting in over her head, she couldn't resist offering a word of caution. It's best you didn't watch. After all, you two aren't from the same world. He's just too dazzling. Xiao Yixue shuddered. They weren't from the same world? It seems we never were. Su Can. Before he even reached the entrance to the stadium, Su Can heard someone calling his name. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Brother Feng. Before Su Can could even say hey, Wang Yuntao, standing beside him, let out a surprised exclamation. Brother Feng? Only then did Su Can see who it was, the refined young man who had been standing next to Jean Ligua last time. Su Can didn't know his name and wasn't sure how to address him. Yan Feng seemed to sense Su Can's confusion. He smiled at Wang Yuntao and introduced himself. My name is Yan Feng. I'm the governor's secretary. Secretary Yan. Just call me Brother Feng, like Xiao Tao does. Brother Feng. A smile spread across Yan Feng's face. He naturally held in high regard anyone whom Jean Ligua approved of. He was indeed doing better than Su Can right now, but the future was anyone's guess. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Wang Yuntao, standing nearby, looked over as if he were particularly close with Yan Feng. The governor asked me to deliver something to Su Can. What is it? Wang Yuntao's eyes widened instantly, his face brimming with curiosity. Why are you sticking your nose into this, kid? Yan Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes before turning to Su Can. It's this. The governor said it might be very useful to you. Yan Feng pulled a paper box about 80 centimeters long from his spatial ring. The box was brand new and exquisitely crafted. It must have just been wrapped. Open it when you get back. I've delivered the item, so I'll be on my way now. Su Can, don't let Xiao Tao lead you astray. Yan Feng laughed heartily. Su Can took the item. Since it was a gift from the governor, he naturally had to accept it. Still, Sukin was very curious about what exactly the governor had given him. Be sure to keep it safe, don't lose it. With that, Yin Feng turned and left. Sukan, this thing. As soon as Yin Feng left, Wang Yuntao immediately leaned in, his face full of curiosity. No way. Before Yin Feng could finish speaking, Sukan already knew what he was going to say. He flatly refused and stowed the item away in his spatial ring. That spatial ring was indeed convenient, otherwise, with so many precious elixirs, Sukan really wouldn't dare to carry them on his person. You're so stingy. Wang Yuntao deliberately pouted, though he was actually doing it on purpose. He knew Sukan wouldn't show it to him, he was just trying to lighten the mood. Sukan smiled noncommittally. Next, the two of them got into Wang Yuntao's car together. Li Lingxi had been waiting inside for quite some time. When Sukan got in, Li Lingxi even smiled at him. That's just Li's personality, she is a bit socially anxious and doesn't really like dealing with people. Wang Yuntao, afraid Sukan might read too much into it, couldn't help but mention it. Sukan nodded. No wonder Li Lingxi had come out on her own earlier. Sukan had been wondering why Li Lingxi hadn't come with them. Why had she left by herself? So that's why she is a bit socially anxious. Li Lingxi didn't react much when she heard Wang Yuntao describe her that way. Instead, she lowered her head and started playing with her phone. Old Lu, let us go. Right away, young master. Old Lu, the driver in the black suit, was wearing sunglasses, which made Sukan start to doubt Wang Yuntao's identity. Could he be some kind of underworld heir? Lao Lu's driving was very smooth, without a single jolt. Especially considering he was driving a flying car. Flying cars have actually been around for several decades, but since they're expensive to build and maintain, they aren't used very often. However, in recent years, major cities have been offering subsidies for the purchase of flying cars. There is no other way, there are just too many people. Traffic on the ground is now extremely congested, especially during rush hour. It's so bad you'd almost rather walk. Under these circumstances, particularly in the imperial capital and Demon City, ground vehicles were reportedly restricted several years ago. Only buses and certain government vehicles are allowed on the ground, all others must be flying cars, or they're not permitted on the roads. In fact, this was an unavoidable measure. Because of the calamity beasts running rampant, humans simply cannot survive in the world outside the barrier. The world within the barrier is protected by its power, shielding it from attacks by the calamity beasts. Outside the barrier, calamity beasts are spawned by the of nature and appear randomly, making them impossible to guard against. Under these circumstances, humans can only survive within cities protected by barriers. As for these barriers, they are created using an item born of nature called a boundary stone. The size of the boundary stone determines the extent of the barrier. Take Green City and Haishi City, for example. Their boundary stones are the same size, so based purely on their physical dimensions, the two cities are nearly identical. Yet Haishi City's population is 1.5 times that of Green City, making it severely overcrowded. The imperial capital and Demon City are even more extreme. Their boundary stones are of a higher grade, but their populations are also astronomical. The imperial capital has a population of 48 million. Demon City has a population of 46 million. So many people are crammed into a single city. As a result, both the imperial capital and Demon City are filled with towering skyscrapers. There, you won't see a single building under 100 stories. Due to their massive populations, they had to restrict ground-level vehicle traffic, allowing travel only via flying cars. Of course, Sukan had only heard about all this from others. He had never actually been to either of those megacities. However, he would soon be heading to Demon City. That city, known as the Pearl of the East, was the most prosperous commercial metropolis in the kingdom of Donghuang. Flying cars are incredibly agile. Thanks to the well-planned road network, they didn't stop once along the way. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Lin Xia's home. We're here. Lin Yuntao chuckled. Sukan got out of the car and looked at Lin Xia's house, his mouth twitching slightly. Sure enough, they were all filthy rich. A mansion covering at least 3 to 5,000 square meters stood before him. It was incredibly luxurious. Sukan tried to estimate its value but decided against it. To own a mansion like this in the heart of Haishi Lin Xia's family must be unimaginably wealthy. This is definitely not something money alone can buy. Here I am. Lin Xia was standing right at the entrance. Seeing Sukan get out of the car, he walked over with a smile on his face. Sukan, that's Lin Xia, our young master Lin. Wang Yuntao teased from the side. Li Lingxi got out of the car, put her phone in her pocket, and watched quietly. Hello, Sukan, don't listen to this rich snob-s nonsense, he is the real young master. Lin Xia was different from what she imagined. Sukan had originally thought that a prodigy like Lin Xia, a super talented young genius who achieved tiered status so quickly and ranked among the top in the country, would surely be a bit arrogant. She hadn't expected him to be the type to joke around. Hello. Sukan shook hands with Lin Xia. Don't get the wrong idea, there was no vulgar contest of strength, it was just a simple handshake to introduce themselves. All the Lin family needs this time is. Wang Yuntao stopped mid-sentence, looking slightly embarrassed. Come on. What are you standing out here for? Let us go inside and sit down. Lin Xia gave Wang Yuntao a subtle glance and changed the subject. Sukan wasn't the type to pry, so he just smiled and followed them inside. Lin Xia was very talkative, though his conversation was nothing like Wang Yuntao's rambling. He could chat about anything under the sun and pick up on just about any topic, leaving Sukan in awe of the upbringing in these prominent families. It's really too hard for commoners to catch up. Those kind of spoiled brats, the second-generation troublemakers, basically only come from nouveau riche families. Families with true heritage would never let their children turn into spoiled brats. As they chatted, Wang Yuntao steered the conversation toward the duel. Lin Xia, aren't you supposed to duel Sukan? Since you just brought back a set of equipment from Diwu, why don't you let us see what you've got? Upon hearing this, Sukan also showed signs of interest. Before they arrived, Wang Yuntao had mentioned that Lin Xia's family had something special. Was he referring to that now? Sure. But Sukan, you're not a tiered warrior, and you don't have a dedicated account, so you'll have to log in with a temporary account later. This had been Lin Xia's original plan, so he naturally agreed as soon as he heard it. An account? Sukan had a vague hunch. It's similar to the virtual combat platform, except this one is more advanced. It can fully simulate all aspects of the user's data, including vitality and so on. It also has a lot of features. You'll find out the specifics once you enter the Demon Martial Academy and become a tiered warrior. For now, you can only log in with a temporary account, and there is only one feature available, the virtual training ground. Lin Xia offered a brief explanation. So, can the two of you use it together? Yes, I went out of my way to spend a fortune to get 2 sets. As Lin Xia spoke, he glanced at Li Lingxi and Wang Yuntao standing nearby. Clearly, he arranged this specifically for them. It seemed the three of them were indeed on very good terms. Let us do it, then. Sukan was also eager to give it a try. Sukan was well aware of the benefits of the virtual combat platform. He had gained a lot from it during his time at the Sanctuary training camp. Later, the Starlight Club had even arranged for a unit specifically for Sukan, placed at the Green City branch of the Starlight Club for his exclusive use. The virtual combat platform played a major role in Sukan's rapid improvement in combat awareness. However, this device consumes a lot of spirit. You haven't reached tiered yet. Wait, I was being rash, I completely forgot that your spirit reserves are far beyond the norm. As Lin Xia said this, Sukan could sense a hint of envy in his tone. As they spoke, Lin Xia led the three of them into a spacious room. Lin Xia's home was truly enormous. Even a random room was about 100 square meters, and the reception room they'd just been in was especially lavish and opulent. Inside the room stood 2 robots that looked just like Gundams. These are the 2 of them. I only have the right to use them once I graduate from Diwu. I'll have to return them. They're easy to operate. Sukan, you've used the virtual platform before, so I don't need to explain much, just hop right in. Got it. Sukan looked at the Gundam like robots and grinned at Lin Xie. Gundams are every guy's dream. In this world, Gundams naturally exist as well. Let us get in then. I'll set up a local network in a moment, and we can connect directly. Alright. Sukan and Lin Xie both climbed into the Gundam and powered it up. Thanks to his experience with the virtual combat platform, Sukan effortlessly entered the virtual world inside the Gundam. Since it was a temporary account, the interface was simple. It only had a training ground feature. As soon as Sukan opened it, he saw a room on the training ground, and the next second, an invitation popped up. Without a second thought, Sukan accepted it. Sukan, what is your vitality? Although this machine is temporary, it can scan your vitality and, based on your performance in combat, accurately measure the levels of your basic method and advanced technique. Let me check. Sukan opened the virtual panel, and sure enough, his information appeared there. Temporary account, vitality, 8.7, basic method, unknown awaiting measurement, advanced technique, unknown awaiting measurement, extraordinary attributes, unknown awaiting measurement, evaluation, not a tiered warrior. Please use the machine with caution and be mindful of usage time. A vitality of 8.7. Alright then, I'll set mine to 8.72. Lin Xie replied. He wasn't on a temporary account and had access to many features. As his finger twitched, Sukan could clearly see. In the blink of an eye, they came crashing down, and Sukan immediately charged forward with his sword. Clang! A tremendous force surged from Lin Xie's axes, sending a tingling sensation through Sukan's knuckles. What incredible strength! Sukan narrowed his eyes. Lin Xie had his vitality controlled at 8.7, the same level as his own, yet he possessed such terrifying power? He is stronger than me. I can't go head to head with him. Sukan quickly shifted his combat strategy. If he went toe-to-toe, he feared he'd be cut down by Lin Xie in just a few moves. Dodge. Win with agility. Sukan immediately increased the agility of his swordplay, forcing Lin Xie to be unable to unleash the full power of his double-bladed axes. But how could Lin Xie possibly play along with Sukan's plan? After a few swings of the axe, Sukan was forced into a steady retreat, barely holding his ground. He is so strong. Sukan was stunned. This was the first time he found himself at a disadvantage against someone with the same vitality. Little did he know, Lin Xie was even more stunned. I've boosted my basic axe technique to 45% in stage 2 and even incorporated 2% of the embryonic form of strength, and Sukan can still withstand it? This guy really is a freak. If I were at 8.7 vitality, I'd probably be instantly killed by him, right? Of course, back when he was at 8.7 vitality, he was still a sophomore in high school. No, I need to hold back a bit. This is too much of an advantage. Lin Xie gave an awkward smile. He hadn't controlled his strength just now and had accidentally gone a bit overboard. I'll keep it at the level I was at 3 months ago. Just as Lin Xie thought this and prepared to adjust, Sukan suddenly went all out. Quick draw technique, mountain splitting slash. Bring it on. Lin Xie's eyes lit up. That slash came at him with fierce momentum, and its agility was off the charts. Fortunately, his own reaction speed was absurdly fast, and he immediately swung his axe. Chasing stars, pursuing the moon. The first axe blocked Sukan's blade. The second axe, as if chasing the moon, slashed toward Sukan's body. Both axes launched their attacks almost simultaneously, with absurdly fast agility. Sukan's pupils contracted sharply in that moment. He sensed the threat of death. Sukan rolled to the ground in a hurry, barely dodging the second axe's fatal blow. Moon Splitter. Seeing Sukan evade the attack in this way, Lin Xie was not alarmed but delighted. He immediately hurled the axe in his right hand at Sukan. It was fast and ruthless. Sukan reacted almost instinctively. There was no time to think in that moment. Clang! He raised his blade and barely managed to block the attack. The massive impact sent Sukan tumbling backward. Vitality surged through him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad, you actually managed to block it just now. But this is where it ends. Lin Xie wore a look of satisfaction. Sukan's strength was greater than he had anticipated. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi deserved to lose. Sukan had no time to pay attention to Lin Xia's trash talk. In this moment of crisis, the figure in his mind reappeared. A dark shadow materialized. Wielding a jet-black battle blade, it swung with blinding speed. The nascent essence of the blade was perfectly fused into the strike, and the blade's energy tore directly through the void. Void-shattering strike. What? Lin Xia, who had been trash-talking and wielding nothing but an axe, suddenly saw a flash of blade light. By the time he realized what was happening, the notification of his death had already appeared. I'm dead? Lin Xia's figure reappeared on the training ground, his tone tinged with disbelief. What was the name of that move just now? Quick draw technique sky-splitting strike. Sukan stood up, his eyes shining brightly. Because just now, he had broken through once again through his own abilities. He had successfully raised the quick draw technique's progress from 99% to 100%, saving 1000 energy points. Of course, that wasn't the main point. While the skills gained through attribute points were imbued into Sukan's mind as if they'd been forged through countless trials, they weren't as solid as those he'd earned through his own training. This was also why Sukan didn't simply use energy to frantically boost his strength. Foundations were too important. The energy isn't going anywhere if he leaves it here. Once the foundation is solid, his future progress will be much more stable. Of course, Sukan's biggest concern was actually that if his strength increased too quickly, it might attract unwanted attention, which wouldn't be good. Right now, this agility level is just right. Quick draw technique, sky-splitting strike? I understand. Lin Xia wore a complex expression. He didn't say that the previous round didn't count, that he'd lost because he'd been careless. If they played another round, he definitely wouldn't say something like that. A loss is a loss. He could handle losing. You won. But want to play some more? Sure. Sukan grinned widely. He hadn't really gotten his fill from that last move. Alright, let us play some more. Lin Xia also appreciated Sukan's attitude, so the two began battling once more. The longer they fought, the more astonished Lin Xia became. Sukan was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the combat, and his strength kept improving. Even maintaining the same intensity as at the start, Lin Xia found it increasingly difficult to fight him, forcing him to step up his game and boost his own strength just to keep the match even with Sukan. This guy is a total freak. His quick draw technique has definitely reached the 100% stage. His basic method might be a bit behind, but it shouldn't be lower than 30%. Of course, none of that is the key point. The most crucial thing is the nascent form of Sukan's blade intent. Lin Xia was deeply shaken. Although he had unleashed his full power, and even if he were to maintain the same level of vitality as Sukan, he could easily take Sukan down in an instant. But the problem was, he only managed to do so after the feedback from becoming a tiered warrior, which had significantly boosted his foundational abilities. Before becoming a tiered warrior, or rather, the day before, he wasn't a match for Sukan. This was a heavy blow to Lin Xia's pride, but it also made him truly acknowledge Sukan's worth. Enough. That's enough. If we keep fighting, shall won't be able to wait much longer. No, actually, he probably can't wait anymore. The two had been battling for over an hour. Even Lin Xia could feel his spirit growing weary. He had originally intended to wait for Sukan to speak first, but looking into Sukan's bright eyes, he decided, never mind, I'll bring it up myself. All right. Upon hearing this, Sukan thought of Wang Yuntao's impatient expression, smiled knowingly, and reluctantly sheathed his sword. There was nothing to be done with a sparring partner like this. Anyone would be reluctant to part ways. The gains from this past hour or so had been quite substantial. Sukan casually glanced at the information displayed by the machine. Temporary account, vitality, 8.8, basic method, basic blade technique stage 3, 30% plus, advanced technique, quick draw technique tier 1, 100% plus, extraordinary attribute, embryonic blade intent 3%, the improvement was truly significant. Especially the basic blade technique. Before entering, Sukan's progress on it was only at 20%, but now it had jumped straight to 30%, a full 10% increase. Keep in mind that Sukan achieved all of this through his own insights, without spending any skill points. I've hit a bit of a plateau now, and breaking through 1T be easy. Also, I've already mastered 2 moves of the quick draw technique, the mountain crushing slash, as fierce as a mountain crushing an egg, and the void rending strike, which can be unleashed at lightning speed to tear through the void. Sukan briefly assessed his current strength. Ordinary warrior trainees should no longer be a match for him in a single encounter. Let us go out. Lin Xie gave Sukan a deep look before vanishing first. Watching Lin Xie's receding figure, Sukan also stepped out. Outside. Why haven't those 2 come out yet? They've been in there for so long. It's been over an hour already. Wang Yuntao was indeed growing impatient, fidgeting restlessly like a monkey. Little Li, can't you say something? What is so fun about match 3 games anyway? It's really fun. Upon hearing Wang Yuntao mention match 3 games, Li Lingxi looked up, fixed Wang Yuntao with a serious gaze, and nodded vigorously in response. Wang Yuntao fell silent immediately. He shouldn't have asked Li Lingxi in the first place. If those 2 don't come out soon, don't blame this great king later. Just like Lin Xie said, you really couldn't wait any longer. Sukan pushed open the tall door, jumped out from inside, and spoke with a playful tone. You guys are finally out. You have no idea how hard it was for me to wait. That guy Li completely ignored me. He was just over there playing match 3. Wang Yuntao didn't show the slightest hint of embarrassment. He immediately accused Li Lingxi of his misdeeds. You jerk. Lin Xie came out as well and, seeing Wang Yuntao's expression, gave a wry smile. Sukan, we've got a small group chat with 3 of us. Would you like to join? Lin Xie turned his gaze toward Sukan and extended the invitation. What? Wang Yuntao, who had been goofing around, froze the moment he heard this. Li Lingxi also put down her phone, a look of surprise flashing across her usually impassive eyes. But the surprise quickly faded, and she nodded slightly. If it was Sukan, it wasn't out of the question. She hardly ever spoke anyway. A group of 3? Sukan also looked surprised. Is that okay? Sure. Alright, then. Lin Xie took out his phone, and Sukan scanned the QR code. The group of 3 instantly gained a new member, turning it into a group of 4. To celebrate our group gaining a new member, dinner's on me today. Wang Yuntao excitedly tried to put his arm around Sukan's shoulder, but she dodged him in disgust. The 4 of them didn't go out to eat. Wang Yuntao's offer to treat them simply meant they'd eat at Lin Xie's place. Lin Xie's home had everything including a 5-star chef, so whatever they wanted to eat could be made on the spot. Sukan, why did you choose Demon Martial Academy? Diwu has been on a better upward trajectory these past few years, and in the annual international competitions, Diwu's rankings have consistently been higher than Demon Martial Academy's. Soon, the 4 of them sat down at the table. Wang Yuntao asked curiously. What? Sukan looked completely puzzled. International competitions? He'd never heard of them. I almost forgot you guys basically know nothing about international affairs. Wang Yuntao slapped his forehead, looking apologetic. Tell me more. Sukan didn't seem bothered. He really did know very little about this world. All he knew was that this continent was the High Martial Academy continent, home to many nations, with Donghuang being a major power. Donghuang also had 36 provinces and 402 cities. Of these, only 34 were actual provinces. The imperial capital and Demon City, 2 megacities, each constituted a province unto themselves. Of course, the imperial capital and Demon City possessed the strength to warrant this status. The number of powerful warriors in each city far exceeded that of even the strongest province. Our Donghuang Kingdom is just one of the nations on this High Martial Academy continent. You should know that, right? I know. Sukan nodded. He was well aware of this basic fact, though he had no idea about the strength of the other nations. Stop spouting this nonsense, let me take over. Lin Xie, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Yuntao was really rambling on, so he immediately spoke up. Across the entire High Martial Academy continent, there are a total of 206 nations, large and small. Among these 206 nations, our Donghuang Kingdom belongs to the very top tier. It is one of the 7 great nations. Given this context, the strength of the Imperial Martial Academy and the Demon Martial Academy is naturally no small matter. Both academies are firmly ranked among the world's top 10. They are true behemoths of the martial world. Are they really that strong? A look of surprise flashed across Su Kan's eyes. Yes, they're that strong. After all, our Donghuang Kingdom ranks among the top in the 7 great nations, consistently in the top 3. However, in the past, the Imperial Martial Academy and the Demon Martial Academy were roughly equal in strength. It was just over a decade ago that an incident occurred, causing the professors at the Demon Martial Academy to lose heart. In recent years, they've been taking on fewer students, which has affected the Academy's overall strength. What happened? Su Kan's curiosity was instantly piqued. It's nothing much, and I don't know all the details after all. It happened over 10 years ago when I was still a child. Information about it was later suppressed, so I only know the basics. All I know is that Demon Martial Academy was incredibly dominant that year, completely crushing Daewoo Academy, all because that class produced several prodigies. Later, for reasons unknown, these super geniuses betrayed the academy, resulting in countless casualties among that year's Demon Martial Academy students and the deaths of many instructors, which dealt a severe blow to the academy's strength. Of course, the most significant detail seems to be that one of the traitors was apparently a disciple of the Demon Martial Academy's principal at the time. That's why, over the past few years, the Demon Martial Academy has been going from bad to worse. It's only because of their deep-rooted heritage that they haven't been kicked out of the world's top 10 yet. Even so, last year the Demon Martial Academy was barely hanging on at number 10, while the Imperial Martial Academy has been getting better and better over the years and is now ranked 3rd. Lin Xiao's words made Su Kan realize the truth, so that was how it was. But don't worry about choosing the Demon Martial Academy. It has deep-rooted traditions, and many students enroll there every year overall. The gap between it and the imperial capital isn't that wide. It's just that it's harder to find a professor-level expert to serve as your master at the Demon Martial Academy. By the way, at other martial academies, a limit warrior can become a professor, but at the Imperial Martial Academy and the Demon Martial Academy, you must be a martial king to become a professor. Generally speaking, teaching assistants are students who've stayed on campus after achieving decent grades, with strength roughly at the high-tier warrior level. Lecturers and associate professors are all peak warriors, though there is a huge gap in strength even among peak warriors. Only by becoming a martial king can one become a true professor, though professors are also divided into levels 1 through 4, with level 4 being the lowest and level 1 the highest. Level 4 and level 3 professors make up the majority, while level 2 professors are generally peak-tier martial kings. Level 1 professors are called academicians. I'm not sure what tier they belong to. Some say they're martial gods, while others claim they're still martial kings, but there is no denying that anyone who becomes an academician is undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xiao's explanation was much more to the point, without all the fluff, which gave Su Kan a better understanding of the university's system. I see. No wonder Yun Tao said that. Su Kan nodded in understanding. What about the international competition? The international competition is actually organized by an international body that sends invitations to powerful martial academies based on each country's circumstances, inviting them to participate in a world-class university tournament. However, unlike the national freshman competition, this event isn't held every year. It's typically held every 2 years. It's a shame for us. The competition is coming up next April, so there is absolutely no way we'll be able to participate this time around. By the next one, we'll be juniors, and competing against seniors will be incredibly difficult. It's basically impossible for us to participate. Wang Yuntao spoke with a touch of melancholy, seemingly disappointed that he wouldn't be able to take part in such a world-class competition. Stop daydreaming. Even if you made it to your senior year, you still wouldn't stand a chance against the others. Lin Xia rolled her eyes at Wang Yuntao, showing him no mercy. Put. Wang Yuntao curled his lip in disdain. So are you guys all planning to choose Daewoo? Yeah, assuming Demon Martial Academy doesn't offer me a special admission spot, otherwise, I'll have no choice but to go to Daewoo. Wang Yuntao replied noncommittally. I'm choosing Demon Martial Academy. Li Lingxi suddenly spoke up. Because Demon Martial Academy has a professor who uses the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe. Li Lingxi explains specifically for Su Kan's benefit. I see. Su Kan understood immediately the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Axe was quite powerful, but it was simply too obscure. Even at a place like Demon Martial Academy SDWU, professors who knew how to wield the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Battle Axe were extremely rare. It's a shame the four of us won TB at the same academy, but it's okay. With our talent and strength, it won't be long before we can head out into the world to make our mark. By then, the four of us brothers will be ready to wreak havoc. Ha ha ha. After having lunch with Lin Xia and the others, Su Kan took his leave. After all, he had come with his team this time, so he certainly couldn't keep them waiting. A little after 4 p.m., Su Kan and his party flew from Haishi to Green City. As soon as they stepped off the spaceship, countless people were waiting below. However, the scale of the event was so grand that even Yunyi, the city lord of Green City, had come. Yunyi was a very young man, looking to be in his 30s at most. He stood at the very front, followed by a host of Green City's high-ranking officials. Under such circumstances, even the media dared not act out of line. Everyone behaved with utmost decorum. After all, the people standing here were the very elite of Green City. The fact that so many people were waiting here for Su Kan today clearly showed just how highly he was regarded by Green City's leadership. Getting into the Demon Martial Academy wasn't a big deal to them. People were admitted to both the Divine Martial Academy and the Demon Martial Academy every year, and they didn't pay it much mind. But being specially recruited by the Demon Martial Academy was an entirely different matter. It meant having a chance to become a martial king, or at the very least, a limit warrior. Of course, the most important factor is actually political achievement. With Su Kan and his team returning with such outstanding results, this is a political achievement for anyone involved. Here he is. Su Kan, thank you for your contributions to Green City. As soon as Yunyi spotted Su Kan, he strode toward him, extending his hand, his smile impossible to contain. Your Excellency, you're too kind. Su Kan, of course, recognized Green City's top official. Virtually everyone in Green City knew Yunyi. He was a prominent figure who frequently appeared on Green City TV. Su Kan naturally extended both hands to shake his. Ha, heroes truly emerge in youth. And Chen Ping, Ishua, Chao Yang, Luo Xiu, you all did very well this time, too. Yunyi also praised the few people standing behind Su Kan, prompting them to modestly wave off the compliments. Yunyi stayed for a short while before leaving as the city lord. He naturally couldn't linger here for too long. Next came the turn of the other deputy city lords. About half an hour later, Director Chao walked up to Su Kan, his face beaming with pride. Little Kan, you've really brought great honor to Green City this time. Hee, but rest assured Green City rewards merit. Since you've brought such great glory to Green City this time, we certainly won't shortchange you. Lord Yunyi personally looked into this reward and approved it for you himself. Director Chao gave Su Kan a subtle nod, signaling for him to go inside to talk. Some rewards can be made public, but others cannot. Su Kan immediately caught on and followed him inside. Soon, the two arrived at the basement, where Secretary Wang was waiting for Su Kan in the car. This time, Director Chao got into the car with them not to have Secretary Wang drive Su Kan to their destination. Director Chao, don't be so formal. You and Chao Yang are good friends, and Chao Yang is my nephew, my own flesh and blood. You can just call me uncle like Chao Yang does. Director Chao interrupted Su Kan in a warm and friendly tone, and Su Kan obediently complied. Uncle Chao. That's a good boy. A satisfied smile spread across Director Chao's face, and he then pulled out a red booklet and handed it to Su Kan. This is the reward approved for you by Minister Yunyi. Take a look. When Su Kan saw the red booklet, his heart skipped a beat. It looked just like a property deed. Could it be the lucky community? You'll find out when you look. Director Chao teased, and Su Kan immediately flipped open the property deed. Boom! The moment he saw the information on the deed, Su Kan's mind went blank for an instant. The deed was in his name. The house was also in Happy Community. But that wasn't the point. Sukan had already prepared for all of that. What truly left Sukan speechless was the floor plan. Lucky Community Villa District, Villa number 12. The villa covered an area of 800 square meters, with a floor area of 560 square meters, comprising 5 above-ground floors and 2 underground levels. Gulp! Upon seeing this information, Sukan's brain completely froze. How many square meters was that? How much was it worth? For a moment, he couldn't even begin to calculate it, or rather, he couldn't process it. But there's no way this could be bought for just 1 or 200 million. Villas in Lucky Community are incredibly sought after. I don't know how many people want to buy one but don't even qualify. This one was specifically set aside by Lord Uni earlier. Apparently, it was meant for someone else. But then you came out of nowhere, so he immediately awarded this villa to you. Tisk, TSK. Do you have any idea how much this villa is worth? Sukan shook his head. 800 million. That much? Sukan's pupils contracted. He was genuinely stunned by the figure. 800 million, that's 800 million. Even at 20,000 per pill, how many vitality pills could that buy? 40,000. How big a pile would 40,000 vitality pills make? Sukan had no idea. The quantity was simply too vast that many vitality pills could easily form a small mountain. That's right, but the properties in Happy Community are quite special, especially those in the Villa District. You can't just sell them whenever you want. The buyer must possess the necessary purchasing qualifications to buy one. Also, the property won't be fully transferred to you for another 5 years, and during that time, you can't sell it. I hope you understand that. Director Chow laid out the facts clearly to avoid upsetting Sukan. I understand. Sukan immediately nodded in agreement. This was only natural after all. Lucky Community was a development with official backing, and many aspects of it were controlled by the authorities, so these regulations made sense. However, Green City's generosity this time was truly extraordinary. No wonder Director Chow didn't dare mention it openly. If word got out, it would definitely cause a huge stir. But are you really giving me this villa? Sukan still felt as if he were waking from a dream. Yes, but after giving you this reward, the rest of the rewards are basically gone. The Bureau will only give you a symbolic bonus of 5 million to congratulate you on your success this time.